Lin Moyu nodded. You've heard of it. Jiao Yong pressed on. Then why did you still accept it? Lin Moyu smiled. Thank you for your concern, senior, but perhaps this junior can complete this mission. After speaking, Lin Moyu bowed to Zhao Yunan again, then flew towards the star system. After flying a short distance, he summoned the divine fortress of Chu, which transformed into a streak of lightning, and sped away. Zhao Yunan sighed. It's a pity. Why does old Zhao even bother with someone like him? If he wants to die, let him go. Exactly. A kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, at only Super God level 3, wants to take on a Super God level 8 mission. Even if he has extraordinary strength and can fight above his level, at most he could challenge a Super God level 4 or 5. I've heard that every year, some clueless people come here to die. There are a lot of people coming and going, so a few deaths are normal. Jiao Yunan said, I just hope he can be a little smarter and know when to retreat. There are quite a few people doing missions in the star system. If Lin Moyu was clever enough, he might be able to call for help and save his life. The divine fortress of Shu carried Lin Moyu into the star system. Lifeless star system 77 was immense, larger than any star system Lin Moyu had ever seen. A total of 28 planets floated within it, orbiting 2 suns, which in turn orbited each other. Additionally, the system was filled with countless star fragments. It was unclear how they had shattered, but the entire star system gave Lin Moyu a sense of pressure. He didn't know what the special creatures in the star system were like. The mission didn't specify, and Lin Moyu didn't want to ask. Just like with Zhao Yunan earlier, he didn't want to waste time explaining himself. The mission time was only 10 days, and from what he understood, the faster it was completed, the better. Although the final point reward was the same, the evaluation could be different, because there were chain missions that followed. The first step of the chain mission was to complete 10 missions, and a comprehensive evaluation would be given based on his performance. Thus, Lin Moyu didn't want to explain anything to Zhao Yunan. He would just complete the mission first. His gaze sharpened, and the law of immortality surged in his palm. Special creatures were still life forms. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to the aura of life, so through the law of immortality, he quickly locked onto his first target. To Lin Moyu's senses, the life force in the star system was dense, containing many auras from the human race, with the rest belonging to the special creatures. The law of immortality flickered in his eyes as he scanned the cosmos. Different life auras were clearly distinguishable, like points of light of different colors, easily seen in the vast expanse. Ignoring the human cultivators, he locked onto the nearest special creature, about 10,000 kilometers away, on a star fragment no more than 100 meters in diameter. With a flap of his undead wings, his soul power surged, and he flew towards it. 10,000 kilometers was not far. In the scale of the great world's cosmos, he was very close. In a moment, Lin Moyu arrived. He saw the special creature. It looked like a transparent membrane covering the star fragment. The fragment was slowly shrinking at a very slow pace. It was devouring the star fragment. It radiated the aura of a super god level 6. According to the mission information, it should be the weakest special creature here. With a flick of his finger, the probe skill landed on it. Starlight Mist Spirit level, super god characteristics, a special creature born from the intersection of starlight and colliding laws. It possesses powerful vitality. Its attack power is relatively weak. A thought stirred in Lin Moyu's mind, and several skeleton divine generals appeared before him. Several massive sword keys slashed through the void. The Starlight Mist Spirit let out a screech before being torn to shreds by the sword guy. The next second, as the starlight from the sun shone upon it, its shredded body rapidly recovered. The starlight acted like threads, weaving its shattered body back together. Lin Moyu's mind moved. The law of immortality appeared on the skeleton divine generals. Infused with the law, even just one of it, the skeleton divine generals' combat power increased by a level. They unleashed several more sword key strikes. This time, the sword kai had a layer of grayish-white energy. The sword kai once again tore the Starlight Mist Spirit's body apart. This time, the sword key carried the deathly aura of the law of immortality, which began to corrode its body. The starlight from the suns lost its effect and could no longer heal its wounds. Not only that, but the law of immortality also caused the wounds to spread rapidly, and the rate of corrosion increase. The Starlight Mist Spirit's body was cut into 8 pieces by the sword kai, but it was still not dead. After the starlight lost its healing effect, the Starlight Mist Spirit's body began to glow brilliantly. Intense starlight erupted from its wounds, acting like a law itself, forcibly reconnecting the shattered parts, making it look like a large piece of torn but still connected cloth. The fragmented spirit let out a miserable cry and charged towards Lin Moyu. The starlight on its body turned into weapons, and streaks of starlight shot out, striking the skeleton divine generals and Lin Moyu. The attack power was not strong. The Starlight Mist Spirit was Super God level 6, but its attack power barely reached the standard of a Super God level 5. The skeleton divine generals ignored its attack, and Lin Moyu ignored it even more. The skeleton divine generals continuously swung their swords, chopping it into smaller and smaller pieces until even its starlight dimmed, unable to maintain its connection. It finally exploded amidst the dense sword kayak. The dead Starlight Mist Spirit turned into a cluster of brilliant starlight that shone in the void for 10 seconds before leaving behind a crystal sphere the size of a fist. This was the star core left by the Mist Spirit, the item required for the mission. The probe skill landed on the star core. Starlight core contains the law of starlight. Can be used to comprehend laws or for crafting. Lin Moyu grasped the starlight core, his eyes flashing slightly. He now understood why the mission stated not to cause serious damage to the star system. This lifeless star system was a factory for producing starlight cores. Starlight Mist Spirits would continuously be born here. Cultivators who accepted the mission were to eliminate the Starlight Mist Spirits and obtain the cores. After completing the mission, cultivators received points, which could be used to purchase various items. The submitted cores could be used to comprehend the law of starlight or for crafting. It was a win-win situation. Lin Moyu smiled, collected the starlight core, and quickly flew towards the next target. The vitality of the Starlight Mist Spirits was indeed strong. Normal attacks, even if they shattered them, could hardly kill them. Their bodies were mostly composed of the law of starlight, giving them extremely powerful regenerative abilities. Even if shattered, they could recover given a little time. One had to use laws to completely erase the law of starlight within their bodies, but doing so was very laborious. However, when faced with Lin Moyu, everything seemed to become very simple. Dozens or even hundreds of skeleton divine generals swarmed forward, and with a flurry of attacks, they completely annihilated the Starlight Mist Spirits in an instant. Lin Moyu searched for them one by one, killing 5 or 6 in just half an hour. At this rate, he could complete the mission in half a day. But Lin Moyu was not satisfied with this speed. For him, killing the Starlight Mist Spirits was fast. The most time-consuming part was finding them. The star system had many fragmented stars, and some of them hosted Starlight Mist Spirits. The few he had just killed were all found on these fragments, all at Super God level 6, and were easy to kill. If only I could find a whole swarm of them, Lin Moyu thought. The law of immortality flickered in his eyes, as he began to search. Soon he saw a large number of Starlight Mist Spirits on a sun. In the star system, besides the fragmented stars and planets, the suns had the largest number of Starlight Mist Spirits. However, there were no cultivators there. Intuitively, Lin Moyu felt something was wrong. Although a sun could cause some damage to cultivators, Super God, level 8 or 9 cultivators could still move freely on them as long as they didn't stay too long. Lin Moyu was certain that these people knew there were many Starlight Mist Spirits on the suns, so why didn't they go? There had to be something strange. After thinking for a moment, he guessed a few possibilities. The most likely one was that they would be attacked collectively. The Starlight Mist Spirits on the suns were very close to each other. Attacking one would likely provoke the entire swarm. In that case, no matter how weak the Starlight Mist Spirits' attacks were, a quantitative change could lead to a qualitative one. Moreover, their vitality was strong, making them hard to kill. Once surrounded, it would be a troublesome situation. Lin Moyu could imagine it. Unless the cultivators on the planets joined forces, they might be able to clear the suns, but everyone was doing their own mission, so how could they cooperate? A slight smile appeared on his lips. In that case, it won't be polite. He summoned the divine fortress of Chu, which again turned into a streak of lightning and flew towards the nearest sun. The lightning bolt transformed from the divine fortress of Chu was somewhat conspicuous in the dark cosmos. It traversed the entire star system at an astonishing speed, approaching the sun. The sun was brilliant, radiating dazzling light. For billions of years, it had been emitting its scorching light. Countless Starlight Mist Spirits lay on its surface. Occasionally, a mist spirit would fly out into the cosmos. It seemed the suns had become the breeding grounds for Starlight Mist Spirits. The human race's living star systems were suitable for human life, while this lifeless star system was the home of the Starlight Mist Spirits, and a source of starlight cores for the human race. When he was still 20,000 kilometers from the sun, Lin Moyu stored the divine fortress of Chu and flew out. The sun was massive, exceeding his imagination. Flames erupted from it, with heights that could exceed 1,000 kilometers, like pillars of fire trying to pierce the sky, incredibly hot. In front of the sun, Lin Moyu was not even a tiny dot, But this insignificant dot was about to create a huge storm. Countless starlight mist spirits floated in the area 10,000 kilometers from the sun's surface. They enjoyed the light from the sun, but did not get too close. The flames on the sun were not something they liked, but the starlight was their favorite. Therefore, the starlight mist spirits lived in this zone, getting the starlight they needed while staying away from the flames. Sensing the life auras of the mist spirits, Lin Moyu found that many among them had reached Super God level 7. The suns could make them grow, and there were even a few Super God level 8 starlight mist spirits. These were the leader, level 1s, which Lin Moyu needed to pay attention to. As he got closer, Lin Moyu could see their forms more clearly. As their level increased, the size of the starlight mist spirits also grew significantly. A Super God, level 7 starlight mist spirit, when fully expanded, had a body length exceeding 1,000 meters, while a Super God level 8 exceeded 5,000 meters. Truly enormous. Lin Moyu's appearance attracted the attention of the mist spirits. When the distance between them was still over 1,000 kilometers, the mist spirits emitted a piercing warning cry, telling Lin Moyu to retreat. The cry entered his soul, echoing endlessly in his spiritual world. Very unpleasant. Lin Moyu ignored it, and continued to approach. More and more mist spirits noticed him and issued piercing warnings. The warnings grew louder and more piercing. Lin Moyu blocked the sound and charged straight in. A large stone dropped into a calm lake. The peace that had not changed for countless years was now broken. 1,000 waves surged, and the starlight mist spirits went into a complete frenzy. They madly rushed towards Lin Moyu, and countless beams of starlight shot at him, trying to tear him to shreds. A white light flashed on Lin Moyu's body. The bone armor appeared, and with a link of skills, a pure white light enveloped the world of the mist spirits. The bone fangs and bone spears were extremely sharp, piercing into the bodies of the mist spirits one after another. The next second, skeleton divine generals and death dragon knights appeared, and the great battle officially began. The number of mist spirits was vast, but the undead legion was not small either. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of the skeleton divine generals completely overwhelmed the mist spirits. Sword key carrying the law of immortality tore through the bodies of the mist spirits. Death dragon knights spewed scorching dragon's breath, corroding their bodies. They charged through the swarm of mist spirits, tearing them apart one by one. In almost an instant, nearly 100 mist spirits were killed, and brilliant clusters of starlight exploded in the void. The mission was declared complete in less than a minute. Lin Moyu waved his hand, collecting the starlight cores with an invisible force. 100 starlight cores were needed to submit the mission. The rest could be sold. Who wouldn't like more points? The undead legion displayed overwhelming power. The mist spirits were no match for them at all. The mist spirits let out even more piercing cries, which spread across half the star system. The cultivators in the star system all heard the cries of the mist spirits and then saw the battle on the sun's surface. Each of them stared wide-eyed, showing expressions of disbelief. In an instant, the entire star system became lively. Voices rose, each louder than the last. He's crazy, he actually dared to go to the sun. The mist spirits on the sun aren't that easy to kill. Is this guy insane? When the mist spirits react, he'll die a miserable death. Not good, the mist spirits are about to rampage. That fool, why did he provoke the mist spirits on the sun? The mist spirits are rampaging. Retreat, retreat quickly, people are going to die. Amidst the piercing cries, a large number of mist spirits suddenly appeared from all over the star system. These were the mist spirits that had drifted out from the suns over countless years, hiding in the star system, in fragment clusters, asteroid belts, and on and inside planets. They appeared everywhere. Carrying a frenzy, they began to attack nearby humans. Lin Moyu's actions had angered the mist spirits. The mist spirits began to rampage, and all the cultivators frantically retreated, wanting to leave the star system. Fortunately, the attack power of the mist spirits was not strong. Although their numbers were vast, the damage was limited. The cultivators reacted very quickly, starting to retreat as soon as the rampage began. Most of them managed to escape successfully, not many were trapped inside. Lin Moyu also noticed the rampaging mist spirits. He didn't expect this to happen. He had poked the mist spirit's nest, causing a system-wide rampage. More and more mist spirits rushed towards him, but he wasn't worried. Although their numbers were vast, their damage was limited and could do nothing to his undead legion. Even the super god, level 8 level mist spirits were ignored by him. This was also why this mission was rated as low risk. If not for the rampage, there would indeed be no danger in the mission. Lin Moyu looked into the distance, the law turning in his eyes. He saw that most of the people in the star system had fled, with only a few surrounded, and unable to escape. These people were in trouble because of him. With a thought, 10,000 Death Dragon Knights immediately charged in all directions. He had caused this trouble, so he had to resolve it. Lin Moyu didn't want anyone to die unjustly because of his mistake. The Death Dragon Knights charged relentlessly, rushing to rescue people at extreme speed. The mist spirits in their path were all pierced through. They couldn't stop the Death Dragon Knights at all. Xiuling was in a fierce battle with a super god, level 7 mist spirit. His strength was only at super god level 7, just meeting the standard to accept the mission. After accepting this mission, he found that the mist spirits were not strong. Although they were hard to kill, there was no danger. So, he did the mission with peace of mind, venturing deep into the star system. The sudden rampage of the mist spirits caught him off guard. His luck was bad. 3 super god, level 7 mist spirits suddenly appeared beside him, surrounding him and preventing him from retreating. Then, more and more mist spirits came from all directions. Xiuling fell into despair, knowing that he would likely die today. He didn't even have time to hate the person who caused the rampage. He just felt it was unfair, and he was too unlucky. He fought back desperately. As a human cultivator, he would not sit and wait for death. Seeing his hope dwindling and the wounds on his body getting heavier, a voice suddenly echoed in his soul. Hold on a little longer. Then came the resounding roar of a dragon. Hold on a little longer. Xiuling heard this voice clearly, like a ray of light suddenly appearing in the darkness of despair, bringing a glimmer of hope. Amidst the dragon's roar, he saw many white, bone giant dragons covered in silver, white flames flying from the void, piercing the starlight mist spirits and shattering their bodies. Countless brilliant clusters of starlight appeared in the void, the remains of the dead starlight mist spirits. The Death Dragon Knights cleared a path leading out of the star system. I'm saved, Xiuling breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Lin Moyu near the sun. Although he had caused the rampage, he had also saved him. He felt neither hatred nor blame towards Lin Moyu. After all, it was Lin Moyu who saved him. Xiuling even bowed to Lin Moyu to express his gratitude. Leave first, Lin Moyu's voice echoed. Yes, Xiuling did not hesitate and immediately left along the path Lin Moyu had cleared for him. Similar scenes were constantly happening in the void. Although Lin Moyu had caused the rampage and put some people in danger, he also made up for it, not letting a single person die because of him. Those who had initially blamed Lin Moyu changed their views upon seeing his actions. A group of people gathered outside the star system, watching the situation develop. It seems he didn't do it on purpose. He must be new, and doesn't understand the situation here. Of course he's new. Look, he's only Super God level 3. Super God level 3, with level 3 authority, yet a strength comparable to a Super God level 8. This guy is amazing. Not just a Super God level 8. Look at him, facing so many mist spirits with such ease. Even if we all charged in, we might not be able to do that. And he still has the spare energy to save people. What kind of skill is that? How can he summon so many? And each one is so strong. It must be at least a star level skill, maybe even a multi-star skill. Everyone was discussing animatedly, feeling that Lin Moyu was incredibly mysterious. There had been people who raised their authority to level 3 at Super God level 3 before, but the results were terrible. They were all overconfident, and couldn't complete level 3 missions, having to obediently comprehend loss and cultivate their levels. Their missions ended in failure. Not only did they not get rewards, but they were also penalized, losing more than they gained. They initially thought Lin Moyu would be the same, but he completely exceeded their imagination. Lin Moyu, at Super God level 3, was slaughtering his way through countless mist spirits. Brilliant starlight continuously appeared in the void, all from the mist spirits exploding after death. The intelligent ones had already realized that a powerful genius had appeared in the human race. Near the sun, Lin Moyu was on a rampage. The mist spirit's attack power was too weak, posing no threat to his undead legion. The only problem was that there were too many of them, far outnumbering his legion. His 360,000 skeleton divine generals and 50,000 death dragon knights were fighting at full strength, but the more they killed, the more mist spirits came. Super God level 8, leader, level mist spirits began to appear in large numbers. These mist spirits had very strong vitality and were very hard to kill. Lin Moyu knew the limits of his undead legion. They could just barely wear down a Super God level 8 to death, but they were helpless against a Super God level 9. Lin Moyu could do nothing about this. He could only say his own level was not high enough. If his strength could increase by 1 or 2 levels, it would be a different scene. Another problem was that the mist spirits left no corpses after death, so he couldn't use the corpse explosion skill. Otherwise, No matter how many Starlight Mist spirits there were, they would just be cannon fodder. As more and more Super God level 8 Mist spirits appeared, Lin Moyu's killing speed slowed down. Suddenly, the sun in front of him trembled violently. A brilliant light shot out from the sun, illuminating the entire star system. In the light, a giant Starlight Mist spirit flew out. This Starlight Mist spirit was completely different from the others. The body length of the Super God level 8 Mist spirit was only between 5,000 and 10,000 meters. But this one's body length exceeded 1,000 kilometers, comparable to a small asteroid. Its body showed streaks of fire-colored light. Especially after it fully expanded its body, it blotted out the sky, covering the void. Countless starlight threads shot out, landing on the skeletons. The law of starlight intertwined, erupting with terrifying destructive power. Boom, boom, boom. Skeleton divine generals and death dragon knights exploded. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat. This attack power was at the true god level. The probe skill flew out. Starlight Mist Spirit King level, true god characteristics, a special creature born from the intersection of starlight and laws. The true god level Starlight Mist Spirit King has even stronger vitality, and its attack power is no longer weak. Weak attack power was the Mist Spirit's weakness, but when it advanced to true god, this weakness was compensated for. He never expected a true god level Starlight Mist Spirit King to be hidden in the sun. He was absolutely no match for a true god. Even if it couldn't do anything to him, he couldn't do anything to it either. Its attacks exceeded the limit his undead could withstand, enough to kill them instantly. But the number of undead was too large, and they could be resurrected 6 times. Lin Moyu just needed to control them a bit, letting them take turns withstanding the attacks, and it would be very difficult to be killed. Lin Moyu could predict that if he fought it, it would probably be a stalemate for a year and a half. The attacks of the skeleton divine generals landing on it could only cause insignificant wounds, which were almost instantly healed. If that was the case, what was the point of fighting? Lin Moyu turned to leave, but it was clear the Mist Spirit King didn't want to let him go. Its incredibly large body suddenly curled into a ball, trapping Lin Moyu and his undead legion. This is meaningless, Lin Moyu thought, trying to figure out how to solve this problem. As long as he could open a gap, he could escape. The mission time was only 10 days. He had to return within 10 days, or the mission would be rated a failure. He already had over 10,000 starlight cores in his hand. If it was still rated a failure, it would be too unjust. What should he do? Lin Moyu pondered but couldn't think of a solution for a moment. If I had known, I would have bought a true god's corpse for backup. The trading center had everything. He had seen the corpses of super god creatures, so there must be corpses of true godly creatures as well. Others used them for crafting, alchemy, or making puppets. He could use them for corpse explosion. It was still, because he had spent too little time in the great world and lacked experience. Lin Moyu sighed silently. Suddenly, a sword light flew from a distance, slashing through the Mist Spirit King's body. Lin Moyu heard a miserable cry from his soul. The Mist Spirit King's huge body was cut in half by the sword light. Then, Lin Moyu heard a powerful voice. I have waited for you for many years, and you finally came out. The moment the voice arrived, the sword light intertwined into a large net, covering the void, enveloping both the Mist Spirit King and Lin Moyu. The sword light was incredibly sharp, radiating a sharp law. The law was very similar to the Mist Spirit King's law of starlight, only a bit stronger. Is it a true god or a god king? Lin Moyu squinted his eyes, wondering. The Mist Spirit King kept screaming miserably. It had realized its fear. Lin Moyu saw a magnificent figure, radiating brilliant light, like a sun flying from a distance. I have waited for you for many years, and I finally waited for you to come out. With your star core, I will definitely be able to advance to the God King level. From his words, Lin Moyu could judge that this person was a true god, and a peak true god at that, only one step away from becoming a God King. The other party's information display confirmed Lin Moyu's guess. Feng Xingtong level, true god level 9. Feng Xingtong was a true god level 9, controlling at least 26 of a law, possibly even 30. Lin Moyu currently only controlled 3 of his law. Each one increase in law mastery would greatly increase his strength. Coupled with the difference in soul level, the strength gap between the two was incalculable. Lin Moyu knew that no matter how strong his defense was, if Feng Xingtong wanted to kill him, it would only take one sword strike under soul pursuit. The Mist Spirit King screamed miserably. Lin Moyu could hear that there was some fear in its voice. It seemed to be afraid of Feng Xingtong. Feng Xingtong had a smile in his eyes. You've been hiding for so many years. This time, I won't let you escape. After speaking, he gently clenched his fist. The sword net formed by the law of starlight suddenly contracted, squeezing the Mist Spirit King to pieces. The Mist Spirit King screamed, and its whole body erupted with dazzling starlight in an attempt to heal its wounds. But under Fang Xingtum's law of starlight, it was useless. The Starlight Mist Spirit King never expected to die under the law of starlight it was most proficient in. If it had known, it would never have come out. Wasn't it good to hide in the sun? Why come out? A huge sphere of light appeared in the void, illuminating the entire cosmos. The light reached outside the star system, spreading at the speed of light. After all, it was a true god-level life form. The light that erupted after the Starlight Mist Spirit King's death was brighter than the sun's. Perhaps in 53 years, the light from this explosion could be seen from planet 981. The speed of light is constant and will not change. After the Mist Spirit King died, the intense light made it impossible for Lin Moyu to open his eyes. But through his soul sense, Lin Moyu witnessed the entire process. A 5-colored starlight core appeared in the void. This was the essence of the Mist Spirit King, a true god-level starlight core. It proved that the Starlight Mist Spirit King had once existed. Lin Moyu could feel the extremely powerful law of starlight contained within the core. Fang Xingtum reached out, took the starlight core, and laughed heartily. Good, good. Lin Moyu didn't know who Fang Xingtum was referring to as good, but he could see that he was very happy now in a very good mood. Lin Moyu bowed slightly to Fang Xingtum. Thank you for saving my life, senior. Fang Xingtum waved his hand. Kid, it's I who should thank you. Thanks to you luring the Mist Spirit King out, otherwise I don't know how long I would have had to wait. Lin Moyu quickly shook his head. This junior was just careless. Fang Xingtum's voice was powerful, and his way of speaking was very direct. Whether it was careless or not, you did me a favor, so I should thank you. This true god-level starlight core is useful to me, so I can't give it to you. If you have any requests, kiss it. Seeing his appearance, Lin Moyu also became serious. Fang Xingtum's personality was probably like this. This kind of person speaks and acts this way, not liking to beat around the bush. This kind of person also had another characteristic. Once they decided on something, they would definitely do it. Seeing Lin Moyu not speaking, Fang Xingtum became a little anxious. Kid, I don't like owing favors. Just say what you want. If I have it, I'll give it to you. If I don't, I'll find a way to get it for you. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can generally agree. Since that was the case, Lin Moyu was not polite either. Senior, can you give this junior a set of a true god creature skeleton? Hearing Lin Moyu's request, Fang Xingtum was slightly stunned. What do you want that for? He thought Lin Moyu would want some things like pills or weapons, or directly ask for points. He didn't expect him to want a true god creature skeleton. Fang Xingtum couldn't help but frown, not because he didn't want to give it, but because he really didn't have one. Fang Xingtum asked, what level of true god do you want? Lin Moyu said, any level is fine. Fang Xingtum nodded. I don't have one on hand right now, but it's okay, I'll go find one for you. Let's exchange contact information. When I find it, I'll send it to you. Lin Moyu was not polite, and directly gave his contact information to Fang Xingtum. Planet 981. Lin Moyu, Super God Level 3. Only then did Fang Xingtum notice Lin Moyu's level. There was a look of surprise in his eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Moyu a few more times. He had seen Lin Moyu's performance just now, causing a rampage of mist spirits, saving people during the rampage, and finally luring out the Mist Spirit King. Even when trapped by the Mist Spirit King, he remained calm and did not panic. In his eyes, Lin Moyu's performance could be described as impeccable. Fang Xingtum couldn't help but sigh. To have such strength at Super God, Level 3, you are truly a talented youth. Lin Moyu was very modest. Senior, you flatter me. This junior is still far behind. Fang Xingtum waved his hand. No need to be modest. I never speak nonsense. If I say you are a talented youth, you are a talented youth. Although you recklessly caused a rampage at first, you saved people, which is still very good. If I had made a move and let the Mist Spirit King know of my existence, it definitely wouldn't have come out. So, in the end, you unintentionally helped me. I've been waiting for it for decades, and this time I can finally break through from true god to god king. Lin Moyu said, then congratulations in advance, senior. Fang Xingtum nodded. Alright, when I get the true god's skeleton, I'll give it to you. Lin Moyu thanked him again. Thank you, senior. It doesn't have to be a complete skeleton, a little bit missing is fine. The time also doesn't matter. Remember. Fang Xingtum nodded, stepped on his long sword, and turned into a streak of starlight, flying away at an extremely fast speed, disappearing from sight in an instant. Looking at the empty void where the Mist Spirit King had been, the remaining Mist Spirits had long since fled. Lin Moyu didn't go after them either. He summoned the Divine Fortress of Chu and quickly left. He finally managed to return to planet 981 through the teleportation array. There was a hint of fear in Lin Moyu's eyes. When he returned to the teleportation array, a group of people surrounded him. The scene was like watching a rare animal in a zoo. Especially some of the female cultivators. Even though Lin Moyu was experienced, he couldn't quite handle their bold gazes, and some even wanted to directly touch him. He managed to escape the encirclement with great difficulty, activated the teleportation array, and fled. It was truly a bit scary. Lin Moyu didn't expect the female cultivators in the Great World to be so open. After coming to the Great World, he hadn't had much contact with female cultivators, the most being Yu Qingtong. Yu Qingtong was graceful, generous, and straightforward, which made him feel very easy to get along with. He thought all female cultivators in the Great World should be like that, but he didn't expect it to be completely different. Lin Moyu didn't understand at all. In the Great World, there was a rule: the strong are respected. Lin Moyu's performance was too outstanding, and he had all the conditions to become a strong person. How could such a person not be popular? Returning to the mission center, he went to the counter to first submit the mission. This time, it was Lin Xiaoyu. The two sisters were indeed very similar, but the younger sister, Lin Xiaoyu, was shyer and not as mature as her older sister, Lin Xiaoyu. The mission specified 10 days, but he completed it in half a day. Needless to say, the evaluation would definitely be good. The first of the 10 missions required by the chain mission was completed. If nothing had happened later, Lin Moyu would have actually taken less than 2 hours, but half a day was considered fast enough. Another mission was added to his completed mission list. The mission to clean up the lifeless star system, Suzoku 77, was now in a completed state and had disappeared from the general mission list, unable to be accepted again. Lin Moyu didn't accept another mission but went to the trading center. This time, he had obtained over 10,000 starlight cores. Besides the 100 submitted for the mission, the rest had to be sold. They were useless in his hands, it was better to exchange them for points. The trading center was as lively as ever. After a few days, Lin Moyu saw a few familiar faces. The goods in their hands were still not sold. What a waste of time. Lin Moyu shook his head silently. He respected others' choices, but if it were him, he would never do that. There were very few good things in the trading center of a low-level life planet. Most were below true god level and useless to him. He went directly into the trading center, his eyes sweeping across, and found Kyuyun. Help me arrange a trading room. Lin Moyu got straight to the point. As a regular customer, there was no need for pleasantries. Although he didn't know the value of starlight cores, they certainly wouldn't be cheaper than starfire gold. The value of this transaction would definitely exceed 10,000 points. Kyuyun smiled and bowed to Lin Moyu. Yes, please wait a moment, Senior Lin. I will arrange it for you right away. Kyuyun didn't ask what Lin Moyu wanted to trade. Every employee of the trading center had their responsibilities. He was only in charge of receiving guests. The items to be traded were not under his management, nor was it his place to ask. He couldn't overstep his authority. The rules of the human race were very strict. Why were they so strict? It would take too long to explain the history of the human race. It could only be said that the human race had once paid a price for being lax, and then was forced to manage strictly, dividing levels, which was both a restriction and a protection. However, all rules were implemented after the appearance of the Human Emperor Network. The Great World was too large. Without the Human Emperor Network, strict management would be impossible. Lin Moyu had read some materials on this aspect. He knew that what he was currently exposed to was only the surface of the human race in the Great World. Only by continuously raising his authority could he come into contact with more things. Kyuyun acted very quickly, arranging the trading room in just 2 minutes. Senior, it's the same trading room. Kyuyun smiled and led the way for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, 3 times in a row in the same trading room seems a bit coincidental. Kyuyun explained, our trading center has a rule. If you are satisfied with the previous transaction, we will arrange the same trading room and the same transaction master for you next time. Of course, if you have other requests, you can also make them, and we will try our best to meet them. Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. No need, it's good to be a little familiar. In the trading room, Lin Xiaoyu had already boiled water and prepared tea. Seeing Lin Moyu, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Senior Lin, we meet again. Lin Moyu was not polite and sat down at the tea table. Yes, we meet again. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. Not bad. This tea is better than last time. The person who made the tea was the same, and the technique was the same. It could only be that the tea was better. The previous tea was not bad, but it was just ordinary tea. But after drinking this tea, he could clearly feel the difference. There seemed to be a faint trace of law flowing in the tea, and wherever it went, his body would naturally relax. His thinking also seemed to become a bit clearer. Do you also classify customers? Different customers are treated with different tea. Lin Xiaoyu's smile became brighter, with a hint of playfulness. Senior Lin guessed it right. There is indeed this rule, but it's based on your authority level. So that's how it is. It seems authority in the great world is really important. Lin Huiyu tapped the table twice, somewhat understanding. Lin Xiaoyu poured more hot tea for Lin Huiyu. The aroma of the tea became stronger. This tea tastes better on the second brew. Please have a taste, senior. She didn't seem to be in a hurry to trade, but chatted with Lin Huiyu, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Curiosity about Lin Huiyu. Lin Huiyu tasted it. It was indeed better than the first time, and the law was clearer. The effect of clearing his mind and brightening his eyes was stronger. Lin Xiaoyu asked gently, Senior, are you from a small world? Lin Huiyu grunted in affirmation. Yes. Senior is amazing. To be able to cultivate from a small world to super god level is truly rare, Lin Xiaoyu praised from the bottom of her heart. From her tone, he could feel her sincerity, which was not fake. Lin Huiyu smiled. I was just lucky. Our small world once had many super gods, and they even led everyone in the small world out. Does senior mean leading the entire race out of the small world? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Lin Huiyu nodded. Yes, the entire race entered the great world. But that was thousands of years ago, and I don't know how they are now. Lin Xiaoyu tilted her head. Thousands of years ago, an entire race entered the great world. It seems I've heard about this somewhere. Of. Lin Huiyu was slightly stunned, showing a curious expression. Why small world belongs to this star region? Perhaps it's really possible to have heard of it. Lin Xiaoyu thought for a while. I can't remember. I'm sorry, senior, I can't recall. I'll look up some materials when I get home. Maybe I can find it. Lin Huiyu smiled. It seems your family is also quite extraordinary. Lin Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red. It's nothing extraordinary, just a bit older, with records of some historical events. Actually, after your authority is raised to level 5, you can look up many ancient materials. The Human Emperor Network has records of every historical event. The history of the Human Emperor Network is very long. Since its existence, every major and minor event that has happened in the human race has been recorded. As long as you have enough authority, you can view even the most ancient materials. Lin Xiaoyu's words reminded Lin Huiyu. In the end, it was still about authority. Authority level and strength were related to a certain extent. Thank you. Hearing Lin Huiyu's words, Lin Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescent moons again, looking very happy. Senior, you don't need to be so polite. Actually, even if I didn't say it, you would know soon enough. Lin Xiaoyu didn't take any credit, appearing very modest. Their names differed by only one character, and they got along very well. After chatting for a while, Lin Huiyu took out the item for this transaction. The starlight core radiated a mesmerizing light, and the law of starlight inside had intertwined into fine threads. The fist-sized starlight core lay in his palm, like holding a miniature sun. A mesmerizing light flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's eyes, and she seemed a bit enchanted. The starlight core is so beautiful. Senior Lin, can I take a look? She clearly recognized the starlight core, but she acted as if it was the first time she had seen one. This contradictory behavior made Lin Huiyu feel a bit strange. Lin Huiyu placed the starlight core on the table. You've never seen a starlight core before. Lin Xiaoyu smiled a little shyly. I've only seen them in the trading center, but never this close. Other seniors also bring surplus starlight cores to trade after completing missions, but the quantity is not large. As she spoke, Lin Xiaoyu picked up the starlight core and held it in her palm, observing it carefully as if it were a perfect work of art. It's so beautiful. Seeing her careful manner, Lin Huiyu found it a bit funny. The starlight core was an item born after the death of a starlight mist spirit, a crystallization of its essence, containing the law of starlight. Its hardness far exceeded steel, it wouldn't break even if dropped. There was no need to be so careful. Lin Huiyu drank his tea, waiting for Lin Xiaoyu to finish admiring it before speaking. How many points can a starlight core be sold for? Lin Xiaoyu said, the starlight core contains the law of starlight. It's beautiful, but unfortunately, it's only super god level, so its value is not very high. A super god level Starlight core is worth 2 points each. This price was within Lin Moyu's expectations. Super gods were not considered cannon fodder, so super god level items naturally couldn't be expensive. Lin Moyu nodded. Alright, open the trading disc. I'll throw all the Starlight cores in. Lin Xiaoyu opened the trading disc beside her. Lin Moyu waved his hand and threw all the Starlight cores he had obtained into the trading disc. The trading disc shone brilliantly, incredibly dazzling. Lin Xiaoyu could sense the situation in the trading disc in real time. As she saw more and more Starlight cores being thrown in, her beautiful big eyes opened wider and wider. How can there be so many? She covered her mouth in disbelief. She had initially thought Lin Moyu might have a few hundred, or even 1,000 Starlight cores, which would be considered a lot. After all, Lin Moyu was only Super God level 3. To be able to complete this mission was already very impressive. To have surplus Starlight cores was already considered very outstanding. She never expected there to be so many. Lin Xiaoyu thought to herself, did this senior Lin in front of me poke a Starlight Mist Spirit's nest? She guessed correctly. Lin Moyu had indeed poked a Starlight Mist Spirit's nest. Finally, after throwing in all the Starlight cores, Lin Moyu clapped his hands lightly. Calculated. The trading disc had an automatic statistics and calculation function and quickly gave a number. A total of 20,400 points. The points have been transferred to your account. You can check it yourself, Senior Lin. Lin Xiaoyu's voice was trembling slightly. After becoming a transaction master, this was the first time she had handled a transaction of over 10,000 points. In this low-level star system, the people who came and went all had authority below level 3, and their strength rarely exceeded true god. Let alone over 10,000 points. Even a transaction of over 1,000 points was rare. People like Lin Moyu were very rare, almost non-existent. Lin Moyu checked his points. Total points had reached 40,000, and mission points had reached 12,350. He was very satisfied with this number of points. Not bad. Lin Moyu smiled and took out another Starlight core, placing it on the table. This is for you. He saw that Lin Xiaoyu liked it, so he deliberately left one. Lin Xiaoyu showed a look of pleasant surprise, smiling brightly, and did not refuse. Thank you, Senior Lin. You're welcome. I might have to trouble you again next time. Lin Moyu activated the teleportation array, and left the trading center. After Lin Moyu left, Starlight flashed in Lin Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes. This senior, whose name differed from hers by only one character, made her feel a bit mysterious. A super god, level 3 had reached authority level 3. This was not one of those fools who raised their authority, but had no strength. She believed that Lin Moyu had this strength, otherwise, these few transactions could not have happened. Lin Moyu not only had the strength to challenge those above his level, but his strength was also very strong. Senior Lin is so amazing. If it could be that amazing in the future, that would be great. Lin Xiaoyu held the Starlight core, once again attracted by the thing inside it. After leaving, Lin Moyu did not return to the mission center, but found a mission room nearby. In the cultivator's activity area, there were many such mission rooms. For a small fee, one could stay in a mission room for a long time to connect to the human emperor network. Of course, you could also go to the living area to find a hotel or buy a house yourself, but the price was too expensive, much more expensive than a mission room. You could also dig a cave in the wilderness or in the deep mountains and forests, but the safety was much lower, and you could be disturbed by others. In summary, the mission room had become the best choice. 1 point could be rented for 100 days, you couldn't find a cheaper place. You could even have 2 people share a mission room for just 1 point. Indeed, many couples rented a mission room together. After paying the points and closing the door, Lin Moyu entered the human emperor network. Through this mission, Lin Moyu realized that his level was still too low. It was best to raise it a bit. If he could increase it by 2 levels, this time, even without Fang Xingtum's help, the true god, level Starlight Mist Spirit would have had a hard time trapping him. In the human emperor network, there was a place called the Human Emperor Training Ground. Here, people could cultivate and comprehend laws. It was said that the effect of the Human Emperor Training Ground was very good, with extremely high efficiency, but the fee was also very expensive. Therefore, many people would rather find a suitable place in the real world to cultivate than go to the Human Emperor Training Ground. They really didn't have enough points. Entering the Human Emperor network, Lin Moyu teleported to the Human Emperor Training Ground. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Lin Moyu's body swayed slightly, and he almost couldn't stand firm. The void was filled with people, everywhere. Powerful auras radiated everywhere, forming a huge pressure. Lin Moyu almost couldn't stand firm in the void. His body swayed for a few seconds before he managed to stand still. The reason the human emperor training ground was like this was because there were only 5 in total. The 4 major star regions each had one, and the last one belonged to the city of gods. Because of this, many cultivators from the Suzuki star region came here to cultivate. Any people did not hide their basic information. You could see their names and levels one by one. As far as the eye could see, it was full of god kings. True gods were at the lowest level here, and they were the kind of true god level 7 or 8. Below true god level 5 was very rare, and super god level was as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. As for a super god, level 3 coming here, it seemed he was the only one. Lin Moyu realized that he might become the center of everyone's attention. Fortunately, what he thought did not happen. Here, most people were cultivating. They stood or sat, each quietly in the void, their eyes slightly closed, covered by a faint layer of light. Lin Moyu knew they had entered a state of cultivation. This was the human emperor network, not the real world. Things were not as complicated as in the real world. All rules were freely decided by the human emperor network. Lin Moyu looked away from the crowd and flew forward for a distance, seeing the real human emperor training ground. The training ground formed an independent star system. In the star system, there were countless stars, each radiating a different law aura. This star system was very special. Its form of existence was completely contrary to the real situation. In the star system, most of the stars were stationary, with only a few moving. There were dozens of suns alone, and they radiated different lights. There were blue suns, crimson suns, and bright yellow suns. The different colors of the suns represented different laws, and different stars also represented different laws. Lin Moyu seemed to understand the meaning of the human emperor training ground. After the super god level, cultivation focused most on the soul and laws. Here, the laws were almost tangible, which could speed up the cultivation process. It was definitely more than just that, Lin Moyu thought to himself. He communicated with the human emperor network, and requested to use the training ground. Your level is super god, level 3, with authority level 3. You can choose a maximum time speed of 10 times. The fee is 100 points per day. Hearing the information from the human emperor network, Lin Moyu was also startled. The 10 times time speed meant that cultivating here for 1 day was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. Time was accelerated here. Cultivating for 10 days here was actually only 1 day in the real world. It cost 100 points per day. Cultivating for 10 days here would cost 1,000 points, equivalent to 1 day in the real world. Using 1 day's time and 1,000 points in exchange for 10 days of cultivation results. It was hard to say if this deal was a profit or a loss. If the cultivation effect was very good, it might still be profitable. If the cultivation effect was average, 1,000 points was not cheap, especially for the super god level. Therefore, there were very few super god level people here. Those who could come were either exceptionally capable or had family support, and enough points, so they could have more time than others. But this was not what surprised Lin Moyu the most. What really surprised him was that the human emperor training ground had the law of time. In his understanding, only the law of time could change the speed of time. What level was the human emperor network at? Lin Moyu couldn't imagine how powerful an existence that could freely control the law of time was. Everything could not be based on imagination. He had to experience it himself to know. Lin Moyu paid 1,000 points. 1,000 points could be used to cultivate in the human emperor training ground for 10 days. 10 days here was 1 day in the real world. Was it worth it? He had to see the effect to know. A faint light appeared invisibly, covering Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu felt all sounds disappear, and the originally crowded crowd also disappeared without a trace. In front of him was only the void, a special star system. It seemed like a clear spring fell from the sky, passing through his soul. His soul trembled, and his attention was highly concentrated. All distracting thoughts in his heart disappeared. Welcome to the human emperor training ground. This training ground has the following functions and precautions. First, it purifies the soul and eliminates distracting thoughts. Second, it changes the flow rate of time. The higher the authority, the larger the range of change, and the more points it costs. Third, if you want to stop cultivating, you can choose to stop in your consciousness. Fourth, you can choose to continue cultivating. Once chosen, points will be automatically deducted until they are exhausted. The human emperor training ground explained its effects and some precautions in great detail. Basically, it was just a user manual. There was no need to ask anyone else. You could understand it just by reading it. Lin Moyu spent a few minutes reading the instructions and then had a clear understanding of the training ground situation. Next was to officially start cultivating. The star system in the training ground was called the Sea of Laws. The stars representing different laws were the drops of water in this sea. According to the method in the instructions, as long as he focused his consciousness on the Sea of Laws, it would automatically display the laws that were suitable for him. If he wanted to comprehend other laws, he could also choose them himself. Some cultivators, after reaching a certain level, found it difficult to improve, but they had a broad understanding. Laws could not be taught through language. They could only be comprehended by oneself. Even for the same law, different comprehenders would have differences. Especially after controlling a law, there would be one's own will in the law, and the difference would be even greater. The Sea of Laws contained most of the laws in the Great World, but most of them were third-tier laws and some second-tier laws. There was not a single first-tier law. Lin Moyi looked towards the Sea of Laws, and it immediately expanded before his eyes. Countless stars flashed with light, and then disappeared without a trace. The lost stars that disappeared were the laws that were not suitable for him. In the end, only 4 lost stars remained. The gray law of death, the jade-white law of life, the blazing law of fire, and the flashing law of lightning. These were the 4 laws that the Sea of Laws selected for Lin Moyi. Lin Moyi glanced at them and found that none of them were the laws he needed. The law of death and the law of life were indeed like the 2 sides of life and death of the law of immortality, but their nature was different. The law of lightning was also easy to understand, as he had been in contact with it for a while. As for why there was the law of fire, Lin Moyi was not clear. Let's give it a try. None of the 4 laws were what Lin Moyi wanted. Lin Moyi wanted the law of immortality, the law of time, and the law of space, but none of them were here. The law of chaos was even more out of the question. It was something that only existed in legends. It could only be said that Lin Moyi's requirements were too high. Even he himself felt a bit ambitious. The law of immortality could not be relied on. It was better to return to the spiritual world and look at the manifested law and the multi-star skill to comprehend. In the end, Lin Moyi chose the law of lightning. At least this law was of great benefit to controlling the divine fortress of Chu. When Lin Moyi made his choice, the other 3 lost stars disappeared, leaving only the law of lightning star. On the law of lightning star, thunder and lightning flashed, and the law aura was extremely dense. In Lin Moyi's perception, this law far surpassed what he had seen in the Starfire Sun, second only to manifested law. In addition, the human emperor training ground had the effect of purifying the soul and concentrating consciousness. Comprehending here would definitely have a very good effect. As Lin Moyi focused his consciousness, insights about the law of lightning came one after another. Lin Moyi felt that he had a new understanding of the law of lightning, and his level of control was constantly improving. Before, he only knew a little about the law of lightning and could only barely control it, not to mention master it. But now, he felt that he was becoming more and more familiar with the law of lightning. If this continued, he would soon be able to control the law of lightning and separate a river from the law of lightning star river. He had been fortunate enough to see the law star river before. Each law had its own star river. When he could control a certain law, even just one, he would separate a branch from the law star river. Only after completely controlling the branch river could he truly enter the law star river. Now his control over the law of lightning was increasing rapidly. Lin Moyi was completely immersed in the beauty of the law. Ding. He suddenly woke up. The law star in front of him retreated, and disappeared without a trace. His consciousness returned to his body, and he also came out of the comprehension of the law. His consciousness had returned, but Lin Moyi was still immersed in the comprehension of the law, still not satisfied. Time is up. Lin Moyi sighed. A day passed too quickly. When he comprehended the law of immortality, it was calculated in years. At least several years. Now, what was a single day? But after this one day, Lin Moyi preliminarily felt the magic of the human emperor training ground. Although it was not manifested law, the effect was not inferior to manifested law, and even surpassed it to some extent. On this issue, Lin Moyi was qualified to speak. The law of immortality and the law of time were both manifested in his spiritual world. Although they were very clearly manifested, these laws still needed to be comprehended by himself. Therefore, it still took a lot of time for Lin Moyi to comprehend the law of immortality. But the human emperor training ground was different. When he comprehended the law of lightning, it was as if a very good teacher was directly conveying the mystery of the law of lightning to him. Laws could not be taught by mouth, nor could they be recorded in documents. Lin Moyi didn't understand what method the human emperor network used to convey the mystery of the law, as if a teacher was giving a lecture to him. Although he still needed to understand a little bit himself, it was indeed a great help in the introductory stage. Comprehending laws became very easy. According to the progress just now, he could get started with the Law of Lightning in at most 10 days and build the Law of Lightning Branch River. One of the Law of Lightning could greatly increase the power of the divine fortress of Chu. But how did the Human Emperor Network achieve that? It seemed to violate the rule that laws cannot be taught by mouth. Lin Moyi was very puzzled. In the end, he decided to continue comprehending the law. With a thought, he spent 10,000 points in exchange for 100 days of cultivation time. A gentle light enveloped Lin Moyi, and he once again entered a state of cultivation. The Law of Lightning appeared in his vision. The mysteries of the Law of Lightning, the insights, came flooding in again. Lin Moyi felt as if a very dedicated teacher was standing by his ear, telling him all the mysteries of the Law of Lightning. This clearly violated the rules of the great world. It was common knowledge that laws cannot be taught by mouth. But in the Human Emperor training ground, this rule was broken. With a teacher's guidance, the speed was much faster than comprehending on one's own. In addition, the Law of Lightning was a third-tier law, and the difficulty of comprehending it was much lower than first- and second-tier laws. Lin Moyi's comprehension of the Law of Lightning progressed at an astonishing speed. Boot! Lin Moyi's soul opened its eyes, and he once again saw the Lost Star River that stretched across the void. The Law of Lightning's galaxy was much smaller than the Law of Immortality's, and its momentum was not as grand. A small branch extended from the Lost Star River, connecting with his soul. A flash of lightning flickered in Lin Moyi's soul. He knew that he had reached one control of the Law of Lightning. The time had only passed 8 days. Including the first day, it was a total of less than 9 days. In such a short time, comprehending the Law of Lightning to one was enough to complete the transformation from a semi-hyper god to a super god. The magic of the great world was once again revealed before Lin Moyi. No wonder it was said that small worlds were all places with scarce resources. The Human Emperor training ground alone could surpass all small worlds. If small worlds also had similar training grounds, the probability of super gods appearing would increase by an unknown number of times. The Lost Star River only appeared for a few seconds before disappearing without a trace, hiding back in the void. After reaching one control of the law, the whisper in his ear seemed to disappear. The very dedicated teacher also disappeared, and the mysteries of the law comprehension no longer came flooding in as before. Lin Moyi suddenly thought of a sentence. The master leads you in, but cultivation depends on yourself. Before he had mastered the Law of Lightning, there was a teacher to lead him in. After getting started, if he wanted to continue cultivating, he had to rely on himself. I thought wrong. How can there be such a good thing in the world? It turns out it's just to guide me in, and then I still have to comprehend it myself. In that case, the Human Emperor training ground did not completely violate the rules of the great world. Perhaps it was just a trick in the trade. Lin Moyi smiled faintly. He had indeed thought wrong. How difficult was it to comprehend laws? How could it be so easy? How could the rules of the great world be easily broken? There were 2 days left. Lin Moyi did not continue to comprehend the law. After getting started, the speed of comprehension returned to normal. It was difficult to achieve great results in 2 days. Taking this opportunity, Lin Moyi began to check the sea of laws, counting how many types of laws there were. A total of 1336 law stars, of which 1326 were planets representing third-tier laws. 10 suns represented second-tier laws, including laws such as the law of destruction, the law of death, and the law of lie. Lin Moyi felt that he had a deeper understanding of the sea of laws after a careful count. He was very curious about how the Human Emperor Network had constructed this vast sea of laws. This was just one of the 5 seas of laws. In the City of Gods, there were even more enormous seas of laws. According to the relationship between reality and illusion, what existed in the Human Emperor Network might also exist in the real world. But how could the real world have so many law stars? Moreover, law stars were almost impossible to be born naturally. Lin Moyi was extremely curious. Then he saw a special star in the Sea of Laws. This star did not emit any light. On the contrary, it absorbed light from the outside. If not for Lin Moyi's sharp soul sensing the spatial fluctuations around it, he would not have been able to see it. A black hole. Lin Moyi reacted instinctively. In the cosmos, there were various types of stars. A black hole was one of them. It could absorb light, absorb everything that touched it, and even suns could be absorbed. Some giant black holes could even absorb god kings. The human race's documents mentioned that if you hadn't reached the god venerable realm, it was best to stay away from black holes when you saw them. Of course, the black hole in the Sea of Laws could not be a real black hole, but a virtual one constructed by the Human Emperor Network. But what was the point of constructing a completely useless virtual black hole in the Sea of Laws? Lin Moyu didn't believe the human emperor network would be so boring. His consciousness looked towards the black hole. An invisible gravitational force came from the black hole, pulling his consciousness inside. Lin Moyu felt as if his soul had entered another space, but thanks to his trust in the human emperor network, he did not panic. He knew that it was absolutely safe in the human emperor network. There would be no danger. The goal of the human emperor network was to train the strong of the human race. If there was danger, there would definitely be a warning in advance. He felt as if his soul was split in two, but it was just an illusion. As his consciousness entered the black hole, it seemed that inside the black hole was another cosmos. In that cosmos, a flame was burning fiercely. The flame contained terrifying laws. This law was so powerful that it seemed to want to burn all the stars in the cosmos clean. Lin Moyu had never seen such a huge and terrifying law of fire. A blazing law of fire star river appeared in the cosmos, and the laws within it roared endlessly, creating endless waves of fire. At the center of the flame, a human expert stood there. He just stood there casually, but his aura pierced through the entire universe. A god venerable. Lin Moyu immediately recognized that it was a god venerable, and an extremely powerful one at that. God venerables had completely controlled all branches of the law, and their power had merged with the Law Star River. Every action of theirs contained extremely powerful law power. But now, it seemed that this god venerable's condition was not good. A lot of fire shot out from the Law Star River, and his body began to be burned, revealing fire-colored white bones. This god venerable had been with the law of fire all his life, and the law had penetrated deep into his bones. But now he was about to die under his own law. The god venerable showed no joy or sadness. He looked up at the Law Star River above, and his voice echoed throughout the space. The human race is glorious. Its flame never extinguishes. With the human emperor's protection, our human race will never be destroyed. Today, a god venerable red flame, am willing to transform into an eternal flame to illuminate millions of my people and bless my human race to prosper. If the human race is blessed, I am also blessed. The voice echoed throughout the cosmos. All the flames gathered together, continuously compressing and crystallizing. The flame became more and more brilliant, and in the final gathering, it shone brightly. A violent explosion occurred before Lin Moyu's eyes. The explosion opened the key to inheritance. A sparkling law star was born in the law of fire. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the birth of this law star was more brilliant than the red flame's law, and also more majestic than the law star river. This law star condensed the supreme will of God venerable red flame. He transformed into a law star, becoming the flame of the human race, protecting the prosperity of the human race. The unbelievable shock deeply touched Lin Moyu's heart. It turned out that the sages of the human race not only existed in the small world but also in the great world. That law star was so brilliant, surpassing all the stars in the cosmos. Then the scene changed. A cold wind howled, and an entire star system was frozen. Countless enemies were permanently frozen. But outside the star system, countless other races were still watching covetously. God venerable cold water, with a body full of wounds, laughed arrogantly, a smile full of desperation and madness. With the human emperor's protection, our human race will prosper. Today, a God venerable cold water will destroy all enemies, transform into a flame, and bless my human race to prosper. If the human race is lucky, I am also lucky. The coldness surpassed the speed of light, covering a large area of the cosmos. The galaxy sparkled, and within a range of dozens of light years, it was frozen in an instant. God venerable cold water transformed into a lost star in the starlight, illuminating the human race for all ages. The scene changed again. A prosperous alien star system. The powerful aliens seemed to be facing a great enemy. More than 10 god venerables led countless god kings to defend the star system. This was their home star system, and now a single person had killed his way to their doorstep. A human in black robes, covered in a strange gray gas, exuded a terrifying and strange law. Lin Moyu took a look and immediately recognized that this person controlled the law of death. The law of death had similarities with his law of immortality, and was even recognized by the human emperor network. The law of death was a second-tier law, much stronger than elemental laws. The human was covered in injuries, but his face wore a cold smile, and his eyes were full of killing intent. With the human emperor's protection, our human race will prosper. Today, the God Venerable Death's mandate will slaughter the alien race. From now on, the great world will no longer have you. I will transform into a fire seed, and bless my human race to prosper. If the human race is lucky, I am also lucky. The Law Star River appeared, covering the entire star system. The strange gray gas poured down, swallowing the entire star system. The aliens died under the law. The alien god venerables tried to resist, but in the end, they could not resist the invasion of death. The entire race was wiped out, and God Venerable Death's mandate also transformed into a lost star, illuminating the human race for all ages. His consciousness returned, and Lin Moi woke up, his whole body trembling. He saw the origin of these lost stars. They were transformed from the God Venerables of the human race. The God Venerables of the human race fought for the human race on the battlefield one after another. After death, they still transformed into lost stars, illuminating the descendants of the human race for all ages. His eyes involuntarily became moist. The emotion and shock in his heart were extremely strong, and Lin Moi could not describe it in words. Only such a human race could resist the cruelty of the great world. Only such a human race was a true human race. A strong belief grew in his heart. The human race's inheritance has been passed down from generation to generation, and the flame of inheritance has never been extinguished. For thousands of years, countless races have been born and destroyed. The human race has also stood on the brink of extinction, but in the end, they all survived and became one of the strongest races in the great world. In addition to the continuous efforts of generations, there was also the selfless dedication of countless sages. They transformed into stars, illuminating millions of years. Hearing the strong shock, Lin Moi left the Human Emperor Training Ground and the Human Emperor Network. The experience in the Human Emperor Training Ground made him understand the cruelty of the great world even more. Only by constantly getting stronger could he survive. Without enough strength, he could do nothing. His belief became stronger and more firm. I'll do missions first. Lin Moi went to the mission center. The path to becoming stronger had to be taken step by step. Currently, he could only do missions. Just like when he leveled up in the small world, he needed to repeatedly run dungeons. In the past, Lin Moi was used to running dungeons, and now he was used to doing missions. To him, these two things were not much different. Whether it was a mission or a dungeon, it was a way to train the younger generation. Through missions and dungeons, one would grow and progress. When Lin Moi left the Human Emperor Training Ground, Yo Tian received a document about Lin Moi. The document was transmitted from the Human Emperor Network. As a domain lord and a peak god venerable, he had some special privileges. He had the Human Emperor Network pay attention to some of Lin Moi's actions. Looking at the document, a look of surprise flashed in Yo Tian's eyes again. The first time he entered the Human Emperor Training Ground, he saw the black hole, and he even entered it. He must have at least a peak second, rank soul, otherwise, he couldn't have sensed the existence of the black hole. It seems he has seen the records in the black hole. His reaction shows that his character is not a problem. In just 9 days, he got started with the law of lightning. His comprehension is very high. He is indeed a very good child. Lin Moi's performance after entering the Human Emperor Training Ground was all recorded. After Du Tian finished reading it, he was even more satisfied with Lin Moi, especially his performance after seeing the black hole, which confirmed Lin Moi's character. Du Tian thought for a moment, and then transferred this document to the Lord of the City of Gods, a smile appearing on his face. Recently, the City Lord must be very busy. I guess those old guys will all recommend talents to him. Since the Lord of the City of Gods expressed his intention to take a disciple, the entire upper echelon of the human race was in an uproar. A group of old guys who usually did not show up suddenly appeared one after another, wanting to put their own people in. Among them were their own descendants, and people they valued. They understood very well what the City Lord's disciple meant. It was very likely to be the successor to the City Lord, the next Lord of the City of Gods. But the City Lord's requirements were too high, and this matter had dragged on for hundreds of years without a decision. The more this was the case, the more people saw an opportunity. In the past 100 years, a new generation of young people had also begun to grow up. The number of people recommended to the City Lord was increasing. Before, Yo Tian had also recommended a person, but the City Lord did not take a fancy to him. Later, he learned that ordinary people were not enough. They had to be people with excellent talent and character. This time, he took a fancy to Lin Moi and felt that perhaps Lin Moi would be accepted. At the mission center, Lin Moi chose another mission. The level 3 mission, go to the Chimey Mystic Realm to find the Grey Stone. Mission, the Chimey Mystic Realm is located near the Suzuki star system No. 60. Find the Grey Stone in the Mystic Realm. Restriction, do not damage the Mystic Realm. Completion condition, time limit of 30 days. Must bring back at least 1 Grey Stone. Basic mission reward, 1500 points. If more than 1 Grey Stone is brought back, the reward will be increased accordingly. Note, in the Chimey Mystic Realm, there is the Chimey race, which possesses powerful soul attack abilities. The level of the Chinese race is between Super God level 5 and Super God level 7. This is a mission rated as medium risk. Those with a comprehensive strength of Super God level 7 can accept it. Lin Moyu was interested in the mission's reward. Finding one gray stone gave a reward of 1500 points. If he could find more, the mission reward would increase accordingly. This was different from Starfire Gold and Starlight Cores. Even if he exchanged a lot of Starfire Gold and Starlight Cores for points, they could only be used for consumption, not counted as mission points, and could not raise his authority. But if this mission brought back more greystones, they could be counted as mission rewards and used to raise his authority. He just didn't know how many more points the reward could be increased by. At the same time, Lin Moyu also thought that this mission was definitely not simple. Finding the greystone would definitely not be easy. It was estimated that finding one was already difficult, otherwise, the mission would not have a time limit of 30 days. As for the soul attack of the Chinese race, his peak 3rd rank soul quality could completely ignore it. With a medium risk level, the difficulty of the mission would also increase a lot. Normally, people would only come back to accept a mission after exceeding its level requirement. That is, a Super God level 7 would accept a mission requiring Super God level 6 with medium risk. At least one level above the mission requirement was needed to ensure safety. Some people with slightly weaker strength would even wait until they were 2 levels higher before coming back to accept it. Like Lin Moyu, a Super God level 3 accepting a mission requiring Super God level 7 with medium risk was completely breaking new ground and defying the laws of many people. Lin Moyu went to the nearest teleportation array and headed to the Suzaku star system. No. Safety. Just as the teleportation array started, Ren Gang flew over from a distance. He was about to call out to Lin Moyu when he saw the teleportation array activate, and Lin Moyu disappeared without a trace. The words he was about to say were left unsaid. He slapped his thigh and sent Lin Moyu a message through the Human Emperor network. The Suzaku star system No. 50 was a medium-level star system. Its location was quite special, about 5 light years away from Lin Moyu's star system No. 981, and it was the only medium-level star system in Lin Moyu's activity range. Lin Moyu thought, I'll take this opportunity to see what a medium-level star system is like. According to the documents, even the lowest ranked medium-level star system was much more prosperous than a low-level one. Coming out of the teleportation array, Lin Moyu saw star system No. 50. This teleportation did not directly enter star system No. 50 but appeared in the area outside the star system. The chiming mystic realm was located somewhere outside star system No. 50, in a hidden location. It moved with the star system, constantly changing its position. The first difficulty of this mission was to find the entrance to the chiming mystic realm in the vast cosmos. Many people who did this mission would waste almost half their time looking for the entrance. But this was not difficult for Lin Moyu. Just as he was about to act, he received a message from Ren Gang through the Human Emperor network. After reading it, Lin Moyu smiled and then replied, I'm doing a mission. I'll contact you when I get back. Okay, Ren Gang quickly replied. Lin Moyu summoned the divine fortress of Chu and began to search. Following the hint in the mission, Lin Moyu first determined the area of the chiming mystic realm. The divine fortress of Chu moved quickly in this area, releasing many undead legions along the way. What surprised Lin Moyu was that no one had accepted this mission. Before, when he did a few missions, there were always quite a few people. After all, in the Great World, the number of humans was very large, which Lin Moyu could fully understand. This mission was a different scene. There was no one in the vast void. No one had accepted this mission. Thinking about it, it was understandable. The difficulty of this mission was, first, finding the entrance, and second, finding the gray stone. A normal level 3 mission took about 3 to 10 days, but this mission had a time limit of 30 days. The time consumed was too long, and the efficiency was not high. There were many level 3 missions. It was better to choose better ones. No one would choose this mission. Thus, in the vast void, only Lin Moyu was left. A mission is not good or bad, only suitable or unsuitable. A mission that suits you is a good mission. Among the many missions, Lin Moyu chose the chiming mystic realm mission precisely because it suited him. He had an undead legion of millions, which could find the entrance to the mystic realm in the shortest time, and also find the gray stone, or even more than one in the shortest time in the mystic realm. The undead legion spread out throughout the void, conducting a grid-like search. In less than half a day, the entrance to the mystic realm was found by Lin Moyu. The entrance looked like a thin layer of gray smoke floating in the air. Its height and width were no more than 5 meters, with almost no thickness. In the air, just by changing your viewing angle, You could miss it. It was extremely hidden. Fortunately, Lin Moyu had enough subordinates, and the undead's perspective was quite unique. He finally found in less than half a day what others would take days or even dozens of days to find. Lin Moyu stood before the entrance, smiling. So what suits you is the best. Stepping through this thin layer of gray smoke, he entered the mystic realm, as if stepping into a completely different world. The mystic realm was an independent space, similar to the great world in some ways, but also different. The chimey mystic realm appeared gray and hazy, and all starlight disappeared in this moment. Lin Moyu felt his body become slightly heavy, as if an invisible force was pressing down on him, suppressing him. This was a suppression from the soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal immediately let out a loud dragon roar, and the feeling of suppression disappeared. He saw streams of light crisscrossing and flying in the sky, not meteors nor starlight, but something similar to remnant souls. They only looked similar. Lin Moyu knew they were not real remnant souls. He could feel the aura of laws on them. They should be objects formed by a special law. They sometimes flew wildly, sometimes stood still, without any order. Their existence added a few degrees of terrifying aura to the entire mystic realm. The mystic realm had no roads, no directions. Lin Moyu chose the simplest and most reliable method, circling. Just like when he searched for the primitive rune mystic realm on the falling star continent back then, he went in circles, each circle expanding from the previous one, so that he wouldn't miss anything. The mystic realm was vast, and as far as the eye could see, it was a gray haze with nothing. After flying for a while, a sudden gust of wind blew. The wind carried a lot of sand and stones, covering the sky. The bone armor glowed, blocking the sandy wind. Lin Moyu's ears twitched slightly. He heard laughter in the wind, a girl's laughter, very pleasant and sweet. Following the laughter, an illusory scene appeared before his eyes. He seemed to see a beautiful lake with a beautiful woman bathing in it. The thin, semi-transparent cloth was extremely alluring. The beautiful woman waved at Lin Moyu, every movement incredibly seductive, making one's heart flutter. Lin Moyu snorted coldly, and his soul let out a soft snort. The illusion shattered, the lake disappeared, and the beautiful woman was gone. The strong wind passed, and a dense forest suddenly appeared before his eyes. Green mountains and clear waters, the forest exuded strong vitality. Lin Moyu sneered again. This might deceive others, but not him. In this forest, he couldn't feel a trace of life force at all. In fact, it was full of deathly aura. The entire forest was like a land of the dead, without a trace of light. The law of immortality surged in his eyes, and the forest was quickly covered by a layer of gray deathly aura. This was the forest's original appearance. The deathly aura was heavy, and the ghostly aura was gloomy. Lin Moyu stood before the forest. With a thought, countless undead swarmed out, charging into the forest with their familiar clattering sounds. In the forest, a gloomy wind blew, and the temperature dropped suddenly. Lin Moyu completely ignored the deathly aura in the forest. Compared to the undead legion, this deathly aura was nothing. When the immortal world descended, that was when the gloomy winds truly howled and the deathly aura was dense. He pointed his finger to the sky, and the eye of the undead opened in the void. Through the eye of the undead, Lin Moyu looked down on the entire forest like a god. He saw many creatures hiding in the forests. They had souls, they were truly living beings. But their shapes were strange, and he didn't know what kind of animals they were. When the undead legion entered, they began to launch soul attacks on the legion. Soul attacks made no sound, and were very difficult to defend against. Combined with the special laws in the mystic realm, the soul attacks were greatly enhanced. Unfortunately, this level of soul attack was too weak for the undead legion. Lin Moyu estimated the attack power was around Super God level 7. It was only because it was a soul attack that it felt difficult to deal with. As long as one soul reached the peak of the first rank, combined with the protection of a soul garment, it could be completely defended against. If the soul reached the second rank, combined with the protection of a soul garment, it could almost be ignored. With his peak third rank soul, plus the protection of a soul garment, this little soul attack was not even enough to tickle him. After seeing the situation in the forest clearly, the undead legion began to counterattack. The special creatures in the forest had the ability to attack souls, but their bodies were extremely weak. Their defense and life force were at most at the level of Super God level 5. Facing the attack of the undead legion, they had no power to resist. The chimey mystic realm. Chimey referred to monsters in the mountains and forests. At this time, the forest had appeared, but the mountains had not yet been seen. Mountain spirits, it must be them. Otherwise, they are too weak, and don't reach the level of medium risk at all, Lin Moyu thought to himself, and stepped into the forest. The special creatures hiding in the forest had no bodies. After death, they turned into gray gas and merged into the forest. Like the chaotic things flying in the sky, it seemed these creatures were also formed from laws. Born from laws, they returned to laws after death. Soon, all the creatures in the forest were wiped out. All the trees and flowers in the forest suddenly withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The trees withered, the flowers and plants fell, and they were completely dead in a moment. The green mountains and clear waters disappeared, and the entire forest became rotten and gloomy, full of deathly aura. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the deathly aura was at least 10 times thicker than before, and the smell of rot rushed to his nose. Very unpleasant. All the deathly aura began to gather in the center of the forest. Lin Moyu saw a gray stone in the center of the forest. The gray stone was about 5 meters high, looking like a small old mountain. It absorbed all the deathly aura, and suddenly turned into a gray stone giant. He flicked his finger lightly, and the probe skill landed on it. Primary Kine level, super god characteristics, formed from the law of death. Its whole body is filled with deathly aura. It specializes in soul attacks and has weak defense. As Lin Moyu guessed, this gray gas was actually formed by the law of death. Although the nature of the death power and his law of immortality and the law of death were different, their manifestation was very similar. Therefore, Lin Moyu immediately recognized that this primary Kine was at super god level 6. In Lin Moyu's eyes, it was nothing more than a dish. The characteristic of specializing in soul attacks was even more useless. The skeleton divine generals appeared at his call, giving the Kine no chance at all. A dozen skeleton divine generals raised their long swords in unison, and the sword key resounded, instantly chopping the Kine to pieces. The Kine didn't even have time to let out a miserable cry before it was crushed on the spot. A gray stone the size of a human head fell to the ground and rolled to Lin Moyu's feet. Gray stone contains the law of death. Can be used for crafting or to comprehend the law of death. This was the item needed for the mission. Lin Moyu held the gray stone in his hand. It was surprisingly light, feeling like less than half a pound. It seemed this was also a resource mystic realm. No wonder they were not allowed to destroy it. The mystic realm could produce gray stones, which was really useful. The effect of the gray stone could not be underestimated. Just the fact that it could help people comprehend the law of death determined its value. The law of death was a second-tier law, and its power was very great. Even if the law of death contained in the gray stone was extremely thin, it was better than nothing. Therefore, the mission clearly stated that no major damage was allowed to the mystic realm, which was to affect the production of gray stones. Lin Moyu put away the gray stone, feeling a bit strange. It was clear that the Sea of Laws in the Human Emperor Training Ground already had a star representing the law of death. Cultivators could completely go to the Human Emperor Training Ground to comprehend the law of death. Then the effect of the gray stone should be greatly reduced. These two things seemed a bit contradictory, and Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with anything. He could only say that his knowledge was still insufficient. Lin Moyu didn't think about things he shouldn't think about and continued to circle the mystic realm. His mission was now complete, and he could go back and report. The total time spent was less than a day. But he didn't want to do that. More gray stones could increase the mission reward and also help him quickly level up his authority. The mystic realm was vast beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. At his speed, he had flown hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and he didn't know how many times he had circled. After encountering a forest, he didn't find anything new. No wonder the mission had a time limit of 30 days. If you were unlucky, 30 days would not be enough. If you failed the mission, you would be penalized. The loss outweighed the gain. It was normal that no one accepted this mission. Lin Moyu thought correctly. The reason no one accepted this mission was, first, it was too time-consuming, second, it depended on luck, and third, even if you encountered it, you had to spend a lot of effort to defeat the opponent, and whether you could win was still unknown. Soul attacks were both strange and invisible. The combination of these reasons made no one want to accept the Shining Mystic Realm mission. Not everyone wanted to quickly level up their authority like Lin Moyu. Most people still wanted their authority and strength to improve together. This time, Lin Moyu's luck was not good. He flew for a whole day, and didn't encounter anything. The mystic realm space was vast and boundless, and the scenery was unchanged. There was no way to distinguish directions here. Lin Moyu even suspected whether he had been walking in place all along. Walking in place. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu was suddenly startled. Could he really be walking in place? He immediately released a skeleton and let it stand still. Then he activated his undead wings and flew in one direction at the fastest speed. His soul power was continuously pushed, and Lin Moyu's speed reached its limit. A small spatial crack appeared where he passed. When he pushed his undead wings with all his strength, a little bit of the law of space would be generated. The law of space would make the flying speed of the undead wings faster, as if teleporting. Now, Lin Moyi's flying speed had reached 1000 kms. This was also the limit speed he could reach. This speed was really not enough in the Great World. The distance in the Great World was often hundreds of millions of kilometers and had to be calculated in light years. But if it was in a small world, the speed was already very fast. It would only take a short time to cross the entire small world. It was the same in the mystic realm. After flying for 100,000 kilometers, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. In front of him was a skeleton divine warrior, the one he had just released. After flying for 100,000 kilometers, he had returned to the starting point. Then, Lin Moyu flew in another direction. It was the same. After flying 100,000 kilometers, he returned to the starting point again. Lin Moyu understood. He had always been active within this range of 100,000 kilometers. Was this a formation, or was the mystic realm only this big? Lin Moyu pondered. It didn't seem like a formation. He didn't feel like he had fallen into one. If the mystic realm was only this big, it was also impossible. Otherwise, the mission would not say that collecting more gray stones would increase the reward. This proved that there was definitely a way to collect gray stones, but he hadn't discovered it yet. His eyes swept around, and Lin Moyu chose the simplest and most practical way. The undead legion charged in all directions. The entire 1.48 million undead legion covered the sky and earth, swarming in all directions. In fact, these undead legions were scattered in a mystic realm with a diameter of 100,000 km, which was not a big deal. But each skeleton had a pair of eyes, and its own unique perspective, which was much better than Lin Moyu alone. After several hours of tireless searching, the undead legion finally made a discovery. In the sky, in the strange remnant soul light, they found a layer of fog. It was the same as the fog at the entrance of the mystic realm. Passing through the fog would lead to another space. Lin Moyu finally understood. The spaces in the mystic realm were all independent of each other. The mystic realm was like a large building, in which the spaces were individual rooms. Each room could only be connected through certain gates. So that's how it is. No wonder others can't find it. Perhaps after completing the mission, there is a requirement not to disclose it. It's really interesting. Passing through a thin layer of fog, he entered another space. This time, he didn't search for it himself, but let the undead legion do the work for him. Soon, a dense forest appeared before his eyes. This forest was larger than the previous one, and there were more special life forms in it. These special life forms, formed by the interweaving of the law of death, could not be called life in essence. At least under Lin Moyu's senses, they had no life force, they only had pure deathly aura, no life force at all. They were derived from laws, and could even be seen as the law of death. This entire forest was actually created from the law of death. Lin Moyu had personally felt the law of death and found the similarities and differences with his law of immortality. The law of immortality, in the deepest part of death, contained a chance of survival. But the law of death was very simple, completely just death. This forest would launch soul attacks on everyone who entered it. However, under the attack of the undead legion, the collapsing law was quickly wiped out. The exact same scene as before was repeated. The law of death in the forest completely collapsed. The forest rotted and finally gathered together, forming a giant called a chimey. The chimey was quickly killed by the undead legion and turned into a gray stone. The core of the chimey was the gray stone containing the law of death. It should be said that the core of the entire forest, and even the core of this space, was the gray stone. After collecting the gray stone, the undead legion began to search for the next space. Having found the method, Lin Moyu decided to clear the entire mystic realm and see what was at the end. At this time, the numerical advantage of the undead legion was fully demonstrated. In less than 2 hours, they found the entrance to the next space. At a glance, it was just a thin layer of gray fog as before, nothing special. But when he passed through the fog, Lin Moyu still felt the difference. Before, the time to pass through the fog was 0.5 seconds, this time it increased to 1 second. Although the difference was only 0.5 seconds, it was actually double. Moreover, when he passed through the fog, he seemed to feel an extremely dense law of death. When he passed through the fog, Lin Moyu seemed to be passing through a time-based passage. In the passage, he felt an extremely strong law of death. Compared to the gray stone, the law of death in the passage was much stronger and clearer. This made Lin Moyu feel curious. Intuitively, he felt that if he could stay in the passage to comprehend the law of death, the effect would not be worse than the human emperor training ground, and it would be free. But the problem was how to stay in the passage. He tried a few times, going back and forth in the passage, but it was unsuccessful. In the end, he had to give up. The third space was still a forest, but the scale was a bit larger, and the laws inside were stronger. If it were someone else at Super God level 7 who entered, they would probably have a bit of a headache, and cleaning it up would be relatively troublesome. The Undead Legion skillfully eliminated all the special life forms formed by the laws in the forest and killed the Chimey along the way. Throughout the process, Lin Moyu just watched the show and didn't lift a finger. The third gray stone was in his hand, and the Undead Legion scattered again, looking for the next passage. In the following days, passages were found one by Lin Moyu, and spaces were razed to the ground by the Undead Legion. 3 days later, the number of gray stones in Lin Moyu's hands had reached 8. Lin Moyu noticed that each space was stronger than the previous one. By the 8th space, the strength of the Chimey giant was no longer weak. Even a super god leveled 8 would find it very troublesome. If a super god level 7 came, and their soul was not strong enough, they might even be killed. The medium risk was not just for show. Lin Moyu also had to use the Death Dragon Knights to kill it. Moreover, the teleportation time between the passages was constantly increasing, and it had now increased to 4 seconds. In the short 4 seconds, Lin Moyu clearly felt the huge law of death in the passage. This made Lin Moyu even more surprised. Why was the law of death in the passage stronger than in the normal Mystic Realm space? This puzzling question had always bothered Lin Moyu, until he stepped into the 9th space. The gray gas-formed clouds floating in the sky. There were still remnant souls flying in the air, but this time the remnant souls had changed. The previous remnant souls were just images, only visible, not tangible. At this time, the remnant souls seemed to have a physical body. The law of death, Lin Moyu said in a low voice. The dense law of death covered the remnant souls, causing them to undergo a strange transformation. The moment Lin Moyu arrived, these remnant souls fiercely rushed towards him. Their speed was as fast as lightning. The moment Lin Moyu stepped into the space, they immediately rushed into his body. Many remnant souls appeared outside Lin Moyu's spiritual world. They transformed into various illusions, beautiful and charming women, warriors with killing intent, terrifying creatures covered in thorns, and even various swords and blades. Without exception, all the remnant souls were full of deathly aura, wanting to corrode Lin Moyu's spiritual world. But no matter how hard they tried, the remnant souls could not invade his soul, because his soul quality was too high. A layer of glaze protection that had almost turned into crystal, representing the peak of the third rank soul quality, firmly protected Lin Moyu. Before, it was an illusion. This time, it seems to be a real remnant soul. Absorbing remnant souls can enhance soul quality. I wonder what the quality of these remnant souls is. His soul smiled. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal let out a dragon roar, looking excited. The talent tree shook, and thousands of branches stabbed out, appearing outside the spiritual world in an instant. The branches pierced through the remnant souls, absorbing them completely. More remnant souls rushed over from outside, and the talent tree continuously absorbed their power. It killed one as it came, killed two if they came in a pair, and left none behind. One by one, the remnant souls were destroyed, and their power was purified and transmitted into Lin Moyu's soul. Then, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal further refined it a second time, leaving only the pure soul essence. These soul energies were essences and could improve soul quality. Unfortunately, Lin Moyu's soul quality was too high, and the quality of the remnant souls was relatively insufficient. After absorbing thousands of remnant souls, his soul still could not break through the threshold between the 3rd and 4th ranks. The space around the passage had been completely cleared of remnant souls. The remnant souls rushed into Lin Moyu's spiritual world, but could not get out. Lin Moyu observed this space. This space was different from the previous ones. The density of the law of death had increased by at least several times. He also saw a mountain and a lake in front of him. Before, there were only forests. This time, mountains finally appeared. It seems there is a powerful soul here. A thought came to Lin Moyu's mind, and a look of joy appeared in his eyes. Chami was another name for mountain and forest monsters. The human race's naming was not meaningless. Since it was called the Chinese mystic realm, there must be mountains and forests. The forest had appeared many times before, and this time, the mountain finally appeared. In the mountain, Lin Moyu sensed a powerful soul. This soul casually radiated, filling the entire space. The soul transformed into various forms, wrapping around the law, forming strange life forms. No wonder strange life, like things are born in the mystic realm. It turns out you are playing tricks. Laws are just laws and normally do not give birth to life unless it is the law of life, and even then, some special conditions are needed. The law of death only brings death, how can it give birth to life? But the soul hidden in the mountain gave Lin Moyu the answer. These scattered soul fragments, combined with the law of death, finally formed individual special life forms. They looked like they had life, and also gave these special life forms the ability to attack souls. In Lin Moyu's eyes, two streams of gray and white gas intertwined, and danced continuously. He tried to see the essence of this mountain, pushing aside layers of fog, and finally saw something in the deeper layers. Beneath the shell of this mountain was a huge gray rock. The gray rock contained a huge law of death, the source of all gray stones. And that soul was parasitic in the gray rock, intertwined with the law of death. For so many years, it had been radiating soul fragments without collapsing. One can imagine how powerful it was. Thinking of the restriction in the mission not to cause too much damage to the mystic realm, it probably referred to this soul and this mountain. At this point, all the mysteries were solved. The huge gray rock in this mountain, and the soul in the gray rock were the core of this Chinese mystic realm, and absolutely could not be touched. If they were destroyed, the mystic realm would no longer exist. For the human race, they would lose a source of gray stones, and the loss would not be worth the gain. These two things could not be touched. Lin Moyu turned his gaze to another place. This forest can be touched, right? The forest on the mountain was also covered by the law of death. Killing the special life forms inside should also produce a chime. After solving the chime, he could get a gray stone. He had come here, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. With a thought, the undead legion swarmed out, rushing towards the forest. The forest began to riot. Clouds rolled in the sky, and the law of death struck down like lightning, attacking the undead. In the law of death, there was a strong soul attack. Unfortunately, soul attacks had no effect on the undead, who were immortal creatures. The attack power of the law of death only reached super god level 7 and could not harm the undead at all. The undead legion was like entering an unguarded place, quickly eliminating the special life forms in the forest. Until they were all cleaned up, the entire forest quickly rotted. All the law of death converged in one place, turning into a giant chimera over 500 meters tall. Advanced chimera level. Super god characteristics, formed from the law of death. Its whole body is full of deathly aura. It specializes in soul attacks and has slightly weak defense. The previous 8 spaces were all primary chimera. The one in front of him had become an advanced chimera, reaching super god level 8. Because it specialized in soul attacks, it was more difficult to deal with than a normal super god level 8. The only weakness was its poor defense. If it was a super god with strong soul defense, and strength similar to a super god level 8, it would be enough to kill it. But if the soul was not good, even a super god level 9 could be in danger. According to Lin Moyu's understanding, ordinary people who accepted the mission could not come here. Time did not allow it. If they could really come here, their strength would be completely sufficient. This mission could indeed only be defined as medium risk, far from reaching the level of high risk. A thought stirred in Lin Moyu's mind, and he tapped his finger lightly. Fusion skill, Skeleton Divine General. More than 10,000 Skeleton Divine Generals charged forward, tightly surrounding the advanced chimera and proceeding to kill it. Sword Ki flew horizontally and vertically, falling on the chimera like rain, beating it until its flesh was torn apart. Although its defense was weak, it was still at the standard of a super god level 8. The Skeleton Divine Generals could harm it, but it would take some time to kill it. Lin Moyu was in no hurry. He didn't even pay attention to the battlefield. His gaze passed through the mountain, and looked at the gray rock inside. The gray rock emitted a blazing law of death, comparable to a lost star in the starry sky. Lin Moyu was not very interested in the gray rock. But he was very interested in the soul in the gray rock. Why was there a soul residing inside? The gray rock was full of the law of death, which was tasked with destroying all living things. A living soul parasitic inside, in his view, was no different from seeking death. It seemed that the soul in the gray rock noticed Lin Moyu, and transmitted a violent fluctuation. The entire mystic realm shook violently. Lin Moyu saw a star flying randomly in the cosmos, colliding with countless stars. The collided stars shattered, and the fragments fell on its body and were absorbed by it. The billions of living beings on the stars all died, and all their souls were also absorbed by it. It continued to fly in the cosmos, and more stars were shattered. Countless living beings died. Its volume became larger and larger, and it became stronger and stronger. The aura of law appeared on its body, the law of death. Lin Moyu was surprised to find that this star had consciousness and a soul. It deliberately collided with other stars, using other stars and living beings to strengthen itself. Its law became stronger and stronger, and its realm became higher and higher, breaking through super god and reaching true god. It shattered many star systems, shattering stars one by one. Its speed became faster and faster, surpassing the speed of light. Finally, it broke through to God King. The law of death in the cosmos roared endlessly. Its powerful body controlled a second-tier law. Among all God Kings, it was one of the strongest. Until it entered the territory of the human race and shattered two of the human race's life planets, a towering figure appeared in front of it and stopped it with one hand. A god venerable of the human race made a move. Evil creature, 2 words, as if a verdict, decided its fate. It desperately resisted, but in the face of a god venerable, its resistance was useless. In the end, it was shattered into pieces. The god venerable of the human race did not really kill it but erased its consciousness, refined it into a gray rock, sealed its soul inside, and then found a mystic realm to stuff it into, letting it become the source of the gray stone, providing an endless supply of gray stones, and the law of death for the human race. Lin Moyu knew that its consciousness was erased back then, but its memory remained. As long as someone came here and could sense the other party's soul, they could see this scene. This was telling everyone that the human race could not be bullied. Harming the human race would definitely be punished. And this punishment would be very heavy and could last for countless years. From this, Lin Moyu felt the belief of the human race and produced a resonance. When Lin Moyu came back to his senses, the advanced Chime had been killed by the combined efforts of the skeleton divine generals, leaving only a huge gray rock. It was larger than the previous gray rocks and contained a bit more law of death. It could be considered a fine product among gray rocks. The fourth rotted, leaving only a bare mountain. Outside the mountain was a layer of seal, a huge formation that was operating. It was a formation set up by the god venerable to induce the appearance of gray stones. The passages connecting the spaces were all filled with the law of death, because those passages themselves were refined by the god venerable using gray rocks. After watching that scene, Lin Moyu understood all the cause and effect. He bowed towards the mountain. Lin Moyu showed his respect for that god venerable. After getting the 9th gray rock, an exit appeared in the mystic realm. There was no need to go back the way he came. He could leave the mystic realm through this exit. Lin Moyu truly cleared the mystic realm. He didn't know how many people in history had truly cleared this mystic realm, but thinking about it, there were definitely not many. Leaving the mystic realm and returning to the cosmos, seeing the sparkling starlight again and feeling the aura of the great world, the time in the mystic realm was only a few short days, but it made him feel as if he had experienced a lifetime. Lin Moyu's gaze turned towards the Suzaku star system No. 50. He summoned the divine fortress of Chu, and charged straight towards it. Although the speed of the divine fortress of Chu was not as fast as the speed of light, it was much faster than Lin Moyu's speed. Especially after Lin Moyu mastered one of the law of lightning, the speed of the divine fortress of Chu became much faster. According to Lin Moyu's calculation, this speed at least reached 100,000 kms, equivalent to 1/3 the speed of light. Flashes of lightning appeared in the cosmos, and Lin Moyu charged straight into the Suzaku star system No. 50. As soon as he entered the star system, Lin Moyu felt the difference. The most obvious difference between a medium-level star system and a low-level one was the laws. The laws here were much clearer. Just by a slight movement of his soul, he could feel the spread of various laws in the cosmos. In this environment, comprehending laws became much easier, and the probability of super gods appearing was also much higher. Of course, the natural manifestation of the laws here could not be compared to specialized law training areas. For example, training the law of fire near a sun starfire would definitely have a much stronger effect. The greatest effect of this manifestation of laws was to increase the probability of super gods appearing. The second difference was that the rules of a medium-level star system were more complex than those of a low-level one. In the Suzaku star system No. 50, there were a total of 8 life stars, each very large, with a large number of humans residing on them. There were also 12 resource stars that provided the resources needed for cultivation. The resource stars could not be mined casually. One needed to apply for permission and pay the corresponding points. In the human world, everything was spoken with points. Lin Moyu's target was the life star Suzaku No. 51. Only here was there a mission center. All star systems were the same. The mission center was only set up on the number 1 star of the star system. Since entering star system No. 50, Lin Moyu felt the specialty of this star system even more. He was the master of a world, and was very familiar with the power of the world. The power of the world radiating from this star far surpassed that of his small world. If his small world was a small stream, then the current world power was like a big river, completely incomparable. The stronger the world power, the higher the probability of geniuses appearing. Compared to his own small world, the star system in front of him had abundant world power, and there would definitely be many geniuses appearing. Furthermore, he sensed that the world power was not scattered but gathered in one place. This showed that the world had a master. This star system had its master. Lin Moyu was surprised. To become the master of a medium-level star system, this master was definitely not ordinary. 9 out of 10, he was a god venerable, or at least a peak god king. As he approached the number 1 star of star system No. 50, Lin Moyu saw many cultivators. Most of these cultivators were true gods. There were not many super gods. Cultivators flew back and forth in the cosmos, and there were also god of war halls in the cosmos. The scene was very prosperous. Compared to star system No. 981, this place was much more lively and also much stronger. Lin Moyu, a super god, level 3, became quite conspicuous. But what was even more conspicuous was Lin Moyu's level 3 authority. Super god level 3, authority level 3, another fool. Probably has no experience. Looking at his clothes, he seems to be from a low-level star system. No wonder. Low-level star systems often have such strange people. Actually, it's nothing. It's just a waste of some time. Just don't do missions for a while and practice leveling up first. Everyone was discussing. Some people spoke loudly, and their words reached Lin Moyu's ears. Lin Moyu did not argue. For these meaningless words, there was no need to pay attention. A true strong person did not need the weak to understand. Those people were clearly true gods but still only had level 3 authority. Lin Moyu felt that they were not as good as him. It was not conceit or arrogance, but because Lin Moyu was confident in himself. Lin Moyu had experienced many things, and what he had seen and experienced far surpassed that of ordinary super gods in the great world. Even some true gods could not compare with him. Lin Moyu charged straight into star system No. 51, found the mission center from mid-air, and immediately flew down. The mission center of a medium-level star system was much larger than that of a low-level one. The mission center was circular, covering an area of over 10,000 square meters. It was a huge manor. In the center of the manor was an old building that gave off a sense of thick history. Just by a glance, Lin Moyu felt a sense of reverence. Outside the ancient building, thousands of mission rooms were neatly arranged, forming a circle around the building. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of a spatial formation. The entire manor used a spatial formation, and the space inside could be larger than what was seen. Compared to a low-level star system, it was indeed much better. Lin Moyu thought to himself, and was about to fly over when he suddenly stopped. An old man in a green robe suddenly appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The old man smiled, and looked at Lin Moyu, observing him from head to toe. The old man's aura was not obvious, and his body had no laws. He looked like an ordinary person. At the same time, the old man also hid his personal information, so Lin Moyu didn't know his name or cultivation level. The more this was the case, the more Lin Moyu did not dare to be negligent. He bowed respectfully and said, "Senior, what can I do for you?" The old man smiled lightly. "A distinguished guest has arrived. I have come to welcome you." It was clear that the old man was talking about Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. "Senior, are you mistaken? This junior is not a distinguished guest." The old man smiled kindly. "I'm not mistaken. Another world master has come here. How can you not be a distinguished guest?" Lin Moyu was startled. The fact that he was a world master, even God Venerable Nightwind hadn't noticed. How did this old man know? Or did God Venerable Nightwind know but didn't say? Thinking about it, it was possible. A mere small world master was nothing to a God Venerable. After all, in the great world, personal strength was the most important thing. A world master was not that important. The old man saw Lin Moyu's silence and smiled. No need to be surprised. An ordinary God Venerable might not recognize you as a world master, but I can. Because I am like you, also a world master. The old man revealed his information, letting Lin Moyu see it clearly. Lin Tang level, God Venerable level 4 authority, level 6 in addition to his name and level. Lin Tang revealed another piece of information. Planet Lord of Star System No. 50. A planet lord was the master of a star system. Not the master of a life star, but of the entire star system. Planet Lord was a position in the human race, representing the management of the entire star system. In addition, Lin Tang had another identity, which was a world master. The two identities combined gave him supreme power in star system No. 50. Lin Tang smiled and said, "What do you think? Now you don't doubt my identity, do you?" In fact, Lin Moyu had never doubted it. Under the control of the human emperor network, the other party could not fake it. Lin Moyu said to Lin Tang, "Planet Lord, What do you need from me? Lin Tang smiled kindly. Nothing. I just saw such a young world master and was curious. Little friend Lin, can we talk somewhere else? They were in the air above the mission center. This place was not suitable for conversation with people coming and going. Lin Moyi was not polite. This junior is willing. Lin Tang laughed loudly and waved his hand. The two of them immediately teleported thousands of kilometers to a mansion. As a world master, Lin Tang could control the power of the world and had supreme power in this world. Lin Moyi was not surprised, because in his small world, he could also do these things. Lin Tang saw that Lin Moyi remained calm, and a trace of appreciation appeared in his eyes. His gaze was like looking at a promising young junior. This is my mansion. Little friend, would you like to come in and have a cup of tea with me? Lin Tang smiled lightly. Lin Moyi was surprised and couldn't say no. The other party was a planet lord, a world master, a god venerable level 4. He was just a super god level 3. His identity as a small world master was nothing in Lin Tang's eyes. Now that he actively invited him for tea, of course, Lin Moyi would not refuse. Although Lin Moyi was confident, he was not arrogant. He knew very well how big the gap between him and Lin Tang was. Lin Moyi felt that Lin Tang was a gentle person, not arrogant at all, which gave him a very good feeling. Lin Tang's mansion was not small and there were many people inside who looked like servants, busy with their work. There were no slaves or servants in the human race, but there were still helpers. Lin Tang paid, and people were. Both sides were very fair. The two of them crossed a long corridor to the backyard. The backyard was simply but elegantly decorated, with a green lawn and a large, lush tree in the middle of the yard. This big tree was extremely lush, and its branches and leaves were intertwined, forming a set of tables and chairs very suitable for drinking tea. Lin Moyi was surprised. The big tree in the yard was not an ordinary tree but a law tree. Its whole body radiated strong law power, far beyond what Lin Moyi could grasp. Manifested law. Lin Moyi sighed slightly in his eyes. When reaching super god, one could make laws manifest. This was the strongest ability of a super god. But the vast majority of super gods could not do it. The true god realm had an even stronger ability, which was soul manifestation. The soul and laws merged, with the law as the manifestation, and the soul as the core, appearing in the world. At the same time, it could attack with both laws and soul, exerting terrifying power. If used against a super god, nothing could resist it. But at the same time, soul manifestation was also very dangerous. The soul was exposed, and once it encountered a strong enemy, it would be in great danger. On this basis, the God King merged and improved, turning it into a law domain within the soul. Finally, there was the God Venerable. The God Venerable had completely mastered a certain law and entered the Law Star River. With a single action, they could mobilize the power of the Law Star River and make the law manifest at will, forming magical images in the real world. Just like the big tree in front of him, it was created by Lin Tang using his own law. But this manifestation carried personal will and was not the original form of the law. It could not be used to comprehend laws. It was different from the manifestation of the law in Lin Moyi's soul. From Lin Moyi's eyes, Lin Tang knew that he recognized this was a manifested law and immediately smiled. Little friend, can you recognize what kind of law I use? Lin Moyi closed his eyes and felt for a moment. There seemed to be the aura of the law of life in the big tree, but it was not entirely right. This junior has poor eyesight and limited knowledge, and really can't distinguish it. Lin Tang laughed heartily. It's normal not to recognize it. What he used is actually the law of wood. The law of wood has been elevated and coated with a layer of the law of life. The law of life is one of the laws of the great world, ranked 2nd tier. Although I have some comprehension, I have not fully mastered it. Lin Tang was not reserved and spoke very frankly. Lin Moyi also felt that perhaps Lin Tang was a rather straightforward person, not being around the bush, just like this time he came to find him. Lin Tang said, "Little friend, do you find it strange that with my status, I would directly come to find you like this?" Lin Moyi nodded. "Senior must have a reason." Lin Tang laughed twice and did not answer immediately. At this time, a helper brought the tea set. Steam rose from the teapot, emitting a pleasant aroma. The tea was brewed. Judging from the aroma, it still needed some time and had to wait a little longer. The yard became very quiet, with only a light breeze blowing, making the leaves rustle. Lin Tang picked a leaf from the tree and threw it into the teapot. Lin Moyi saw with his own eyes that the originally slightly green tea water immediately turned emerald green, as beautiful as a piece of jade. Lin Tang personally poured tea for Lin Moyi, which surprised him greatly. A god venerable personally pouring tea. This treatment was beyond Lin Moyu's imagination. I have integrated a part of the law of wood into the tea, turning ordinary tea into law tea. Little friend, would you like to have a taste? Lin Moyu took the teacup but did not drink it immediately. He asked, Senior, can you tell this junior why? Although he knew the other party had no ill intentions, Lin Moyu was still very curious. Lin Tang, as a god venerable and a planet lord, with such a status, why would he treat him so politely? Something unusual must be happening. Lin Tang laughed heartily. Actually, it's nothing. Little friend may not know. But this is not the first time I've met you. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, and was sure he had never met Lin Tang. But since the other party said so, there is only one possibility. You have seen this junior in the Human Emperor arena. Lin Tang smiled. Your performance at that time was very outstanding and left a deep impression on me. To be honest, I also investigated a little afterward, and learned some information about you. I want to introduce a master to you. Lin Moyu felt a little uneasy. Could it be the same person that Domain Lord Ju Tian proposed? Senior, the person you are recommending is not from the City of Gods, is he? Lin Moyu spoke up. Lin Tang frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Why do you say that? Lin Moyu did not hide it and said, not long ago, a senior also wanted to recommend a master to me. A strong wind blew, making the leaves rustle. Lin Tang slammed the table. Which old guy? How shameless. As soon as he said it, Lin Tang felt something was wrong. Wasn't he scolding himself? He immediately changed his tone and asked, who is that senior? Can you reveal it? Faced with Lin Tang's question, Lin Moyu had no choice but to say, it's the Domain Lord. So it's that old guy. Lin Tang was initially a little angry, but then his voice softened. What did he say to you? Lin Moyu recounted the situation at that time. After listening, Lin Tang asked, he didn't tell you who the recommended person was. Lin Moyu shook his head and didn't speak. From Lin Tang's words, Lin Moyu was almost certain that the person they both recommended was the same person. That person must have a very high status to make both a Domain Lord and a Planet Lord, both God Venerables, want to recommend him as a disciple. Since he didn't understand the situation in the City of Gods, Lin Moyu couldn't guess further. Lin Tang said, you are very honest, so I can't tell you either. Lin Tang's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Lin Moyu was helpless. This senior seemed a bit playful. He didn't care too much about whether he could become that person's disciple. Lin Moyu believed that he was his own main support. Relying on others was not as good as relying on himself. Lin Tang stared at Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu looked back at Lin Tang. The two of them stared at each other, then Lin Tang's eyes flashed, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Moyu felt that Lin Tang's gaze on him was getting stranger and stranger, which made him a little nervous. The tea is getting cold, Lin Tang suddenly said. Lin Moyu grunted in acknowledgement, realizing that he had been holding the teacup for a long time. He took a sip and felt a strong life force rush directly into his head. The control over the law of wood had reached 100, and from a small river, it entered the Lost Star River, creating a strange change. Although it was just a little bit of the law of wood, for Lin Moyu, a super god level 3, it was very impressive. Lin Moyu felt as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. The law of wood, carried by the gentle breeze, blew into Lin Moyu's spiritual world and roamed within it. The talent tree absorbed the law of wood and began to shake violently. Finally, the soul, which was almost crystal, passed the final limit and truly turned into crystal. The soul completed its transformation, and the last trace of gold disappeared, becoming a translucent jade color. The soul was like jade, a crystal world. The soul completed its transformation from the peak of the 3rd rank to the 4th rank. A magical aura spread from Lin Moyu, and a towering tree appeared in the air. The talent tree appeared in the real world, and thousands of branches hung down, even more magical than the law tree in the yard. Lin Moyu's soul also manifested with the talent tree, appearing in the world. He was like a god, his eyes half closed, sitting under the big tree. The originally clear sky suddenly became gloomy. A gloomy wind blew, and day and night switched places in an instant. The immortal world appeared in the sky. Countless undead in the immortal world roared, silver flames rolled, and the eye of the undead hung in the sky like a blazing sun. The talent tree, the soul body, the immortal world, all manifested in the real world at this moment. Lin Moyu was unaware, he was immersed in the transformation of his soul. Lin Tang stared blankly, his hand holding the teacup trembling slightly. And he muttered, a 4th rank soul, at super god level 3. A 4th rank soul. Am I cultivating to the point of chi deviation? How can a super god, level 3 have a 4th rank soul? This is not right, This is impossible. Lin Tang felt like he was going crazy. It was clear that Lin Moi was only a super god, level 3, but he possessed a 4th rank soul. First rank was super god, second rank was true god, third rank was god king, and fourth rank represented god venerable. In other words, Lin Moi would definitely become a god venerable in the future. After Lin Tang came to his senses, the way he looked at Lin Moi completely changed. Even if Lin Moi did not become that person's disciple, he would definitely become a god venerable. This kid in front of him was only super god level 3, but his feature was at least a god venerable. Moreover, he was also a world master. When he became a god venerable, his small world would enter the great world and transform into a star system, at least a medium, level 1. At that time, Lin Moi's status would be on par with his. Lin Tang even realized that he was thinking off track. Lin Moi was young and could not be judged by his current state. It could be said that Lin Moi's future was limitless. I thought wrong. With his talent, who can compete with him? The position of the city lord's disciple. Indeed, no one can compete with him. But the domain lord has already decided, so I can't compete with him. Lin Tang's eyes rolled quickly, and he immediately thought of a plan. In just a few seconds, the immoral world and the talent tree both disappeared. Lin Moi woke up from the state of soul transformation. He also knew clearly what had happened before. He didn't expect that his soul's advancement to the 4th rank would cause such a thing. Fortunately, the details could not be seen from the outside, and Lin Tang was a senior of the human race and should be trustworthy. At this time, Lin Tang asked with a calm expression, "Are you very surprised?" Lin Moi nodded. What happened before was beyond his expectations. Lin Tang continued, "When the soul reaches the 4th rank, it will manifest once. This is the great world's acceptance of your law. Everyone is like this, so it's not strange. I am a little curious, you are only a super god level 3. Why can your soul reach the 4th rank? But you don't need to answer. This is your secret, and I will not ask further. Since the domain lord has chosen you, of course, I will give up." Lin Tang spoke very sincerely. Lin Moi also replied, "Thank you, senior." Lin Tang waved his hand. "However, I have a question to ask you, little friend." The gaze that made Lin Moi shiver appeared again. He had to brace himself and reply, "Senior, please ask." "Little friend, how old are you this year? I know you are from a small world, where people usually get married early. Do you have a wife and children yet?" Lin Moi did not hide it. This junior is 28 this year and is already married. "Oh, 28 years old. What? You're only 28. Lin Tang couldn't hold back and jumped up directly. He looked at Lin Moi in disbelief. "You're only 28. Lin Moi grunted in affirmation. "Almost 29. Lin Tang immediately said, 28 is 28. It's okay if you're married. Do you want to consider taking a few more?" Lin Tang's words made Lin Moi not know whether to laugh or cry. Without waiting for Lin Moi to speak, Lin Tang continued, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I have 2 granddaughters, both very beautiful, and their talent is not bad." As he spoke, he raised his finger, and a screen appeared in front of Lin Moi. The screen was drawn with the power of law, and on it appeared the appearances of 2 girls. Lin Tang said, "My 2 granddaughters are not bad, right? If you agree, I will preside over it, and the 2 sisters will marry you." Looking at the 2 sisters on the screen, Lin Moi was even more at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Those 2 were Lin Xiaoyu and her sister Lin Xiaoyu. Lin Moi could only say, "Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I already have 4 wives and don't want to take any more." Lin Tang casually said, "Only 4? You have such good talent. Isn't it a waste to have only 4 wives? You should take a few more to have children for our human race. You should know that during the most difficult period of our human race, the population was less than 1 billion. Then Lin Tang talked a lot about the history of the human race. Basically, in the past, the human race was almost exterminated. To maintain the race, some exceptionally talented experts took many women to have children. The talent of the previous generation would affect the next generation. Therefore, thanks to the continuous efforts of these experts, the human race produced many strong people. These experts also became different kinds of heroes." Lin Tang slammed the table. "You only took 4. No, that's too few. You must take at least 10. Lin Moi couldn't believe that this god venerable wanted to push women on him. "Senior, it's really not possible." Lin Moi refused immediately, very decisively. Lin Tang did not give up and waved his hand. "Don't be in a hurry to refuse, think about it more. Senior, can we change the subject? This matter is not finished yet. What's there to change? We can really talk about something else." Lin Moyu didn't know how he left Lin Tang's mansion. Anyway, in the end, he did not agree. Although Lin Xiaoyu and her sister were indeed beautiful, each with their own charm, he was not a lecher. His 4 wives were still sleeping soundly in their coffins. How could he take more? Lin Moyu really couldn't stand Lin Tang. He found that when these seniors were shameless, their skin was thicker than Inter's dragon scales. He didn't know how Inter's was doing. After coming to the great world, he completely lost contact with Inter's. Now that he thought about it, he was really not used to it. In the past, if he had any problems or questions, he could ask Inter's. Now, he had to figure it out all by himself. The medium-level star system was much more prosperous than the low-level one. Many true god-level cultivators flew back and forth above his head, and occasionally he could see God King-level experts. But the most numerous were still super god-level cultivators. As the class that had just escaped the scope of ordinary people, they were always the most numerous, and this happened almost all the time. From a distance, Lin Moyu saw a team of hundreds of super god level 1 and 2 cultivators lining up. At the end of the line was the registration center, and next to each person was a guide. Lin Moyu remembered that he was also like this before, lining up to register. He wondered how senior sister Gu was doing. Lin Moyu thought of Gu Qingtang. When he first entered the great world, Gu Qingtang taught him a lot. As he was thinking, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ear. Junior brother Lin. A smile appeared on Lin Moyu's lips. He had just thought of Gu Qingtang, and she appeared. Following the voice, he saw Gu Qingtang descending from the sky. Lin Moyu smiled, and clapped his hands towards Gu Qingtang in congratulations. Congratulations on advancing to True God, senior sister Gu. Gu Qingtang had reached True God level 1, but it was clear that she had just advanced and her aura was not stable yet. Obviously, Gu Qingtang was in a very good mood. It's just a small advancement. Why did junior brother Lin come here? Lin Moyu said, I accepted a mission. It happened to be here, so I came to see what a medium-level star system is like. Only then did Gu Qingtang notice that Lin Moyu was already a super god level 3, and his authority had also been raised to level 3. She was surprised, covering her small mouth, her eyes wide open. How can it be so fast? Lin Moyu's speed was too fast. It had not been 2 months since Lin Moyu came to the great world. In 2 months, he went from super god level 1 to super god level 3, and his authority was directly raised to level 3. From level 2 to level 3, although it only required 10,000 points, the reward for each mission was only about 50,100. Lin Moyu couldn't complete so many missions every day. What kind of leveling speed was this? It had surpassed Gu Qingtang's imagination. Gu Qingtang's eyes widened, waiting for Lin Moyu's answer. Lin Moyu smiled. I just took advantage of an opportunity. Gu Qingtang immediately asked, what kind of opportunity? Tell me. Her eyes flashed with the light of curiosity. Lin Moyu said, I participated in the Human Emperor Arena mission, the continuous challenge mission. Gu Qingtang added, you mean you won continuously? She had also done this mission, and knew the rules well. The first match was against an opponent of the same realm. And then for each win, the reward would be doubled, but the opponent's strength would also increase. Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, I won a few matches. A few matches. 6 matches. I couldn't win the 7th. I didn't lose, but I didn't win either. It was a draw. Gu Qingtang counted on her fingers. Oh my god, that's a total of 6,300 points. No wonder you leveled up so fast. How did you do it? Your ability to challenge those above your level is really too scary. The people from your small world are not that terrifying. Lin Moyu said lightly, I was just lucky. Alright, let's stop this topic here. Anyway, since you entered the God of War Hall, everything has been abnormal. Gu Qingtang didn't want to ask further. If she continued to ask, she would be the one who was hit. Her years of effort seemed to be light and easy in Lin Moyu's eyes. Gu Qingtang changed the subject. You already have authority level 3. The chain mission has started, right? Lin Moyu nodded. It has started. I have to complete 10 missions first. The first one is done, and I'm preparing to submit the second one. Let's go together. I also need to submit a mission. Gu Qingtang said naturally. The two of them walked towards the mission center together. Their steps seemed slow but were actually very fast. Gu Qingtang kept a speed similar to Lin Moyu to match his strength. Once again, they arrived at the ancient mission center. Lin Moyu felt the antiquity in it, the thick history. He stepped inside. In the mission center, there was a space expanding formation, and there were thousands of mission platforms set up. Most of them had people in front of them. Many people were choosing missions. The choice of a good or bad mission was related to the difficulty and reward. Every time a mission was performed, it had to be carefully chosen. Before accepting a mission, there was only a brief description, no detailed information. In addition, much information about the mission was not allowed to be disclosed. If disclosed, one would be punished. This meant that most missions had no guide. One could only explore on their own. Under the strict supervision of the Human Emperor Network, no one could cheat. Lin Moyu knew that the intention of the senior members of the human race was to train each individual's ability to solve problems independently. If there were guides and tricks, the trained people would only follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. In that case, they would never surpass their predecessors, let alone climb to new heights. It was clearly not the first time Kington had come here. She went directly to the manual counter in the center. There was a long queue in front of the manual counter. Too many people were submitting missions. Kington and Lin Moyu also joined the queue. Kington sighed. The medium-level planet is not good in this regard. There are too many people, and every time you submit a mission, you have to queue for a long time. Lin Moyu looked at the queue in front of him and calculated a bit. It would be their turn in about 10 minutes, which was not too long. Since we're here, let's just wait. There are indeed a lot of people on the medium-level planet. No wonder it's rare to see true gods on low-level planets. They are all concentrated here. Lin Moyu asked, have you ever been to a high-level star system? Kingdom nodded. I went once with my master. What was it like? What was it like? Kingdom thought for a moment. True gods are everywhere, and super gods are nothing. At a glance, you can see quite a few god kings, and true gods are abundant. At that time, I was only super god level 6 and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The pressure from the god kings was too uncomfortable. At that time, I thought that I would never go to a high-level star system until I reached God King. It was clear that she had a grudge against high-level star systems. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Kingdom, who looked cold, to have such a side. Kingdom said, by the way, what mission did you do? The Chinese mystic realm, the mission to find the gray stone, Lin Moyu said truthfully without hiding anything. Kingdom exclaimed in surprise, why did you accept this mission? This mission is too time-consuming and difficult to do. Many people who accept this mission fail and are punished. Although the punishment is not heavy, it will affect the performance of the chain mission, which is not worth it at all. Lin Moyu smiled. I didn't know this mission was so difficult either. Fortunately, I completed it. The Chinese Mystic Realm mission was indeed very difficult for others. Just finding the forest would take half the time. But for him, it was really simple. Kingdom said, it's good that you completed it. In the future, you have to be careful when you accept missions. Not all missions can be accepted. You have to distinguish them carefully. When you have authority level 3, it's still okay. The missions are not many, and not too difficult. When you have authority level 4, the missions will become many, and the difficulty will also increase a lot. At that time, you have to be careful. If the mission fails, it will affect your score. A low score will make it very difficult to enter the city of gods. You see those people who are choosing missions, each of them chooses for a long time and is very careful. Kingdom was like a good teacher, constantly teaching Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister Go. It was clear that Kingdom hadn't finished speaking. Master said that actually accepting missions also has a luck component. Each mission is different for each person. There are suitable and unsuitable missions. As long as you are lucky enough, you can get a good mission even by choosing blindly. However, it's clear that you are not very lucky, otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted the Chinese Mystic Realm mission. There was a luck factor in accepting missions. This was the first time Lin Moyu had heard of it. Kingdom saw that Lin Moyu didn't believe it and said seriously, don't you believe it? There is really such a saying. Master said that when you reach the God-Venerable Realm, you will understand how important luck is. Lin Moyu nodded. I think my luck has always been good. I hope so. While the two were talking, it was their turn. Kingdom took out a few true god-level items and successfully submitted the mission. She breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally done. Fortunately, this mission achieved an excellent result, and will not affect the overall evaluation. Lin Moyu smiled. Kingdom's goal was to enter the city of gods, so the mission evaluation was very important to her. In fact, this was true for everyone. Cultivators of the human race. If they had aspirations, their goal was to enter the city of gods. Whether they could enter the city of gods depended on the comprehensive evaluation given by the Human Emperor Network. The comprehensive evaluation was very complex, including daily performance, combat power, potential, problem, solving ability, and mission completion situation. Among them, the mission completion situation was a very important factor. Du Qingtong made way. It's your turn. Lin Moyu stepped up to the counter. On medium-level plants, the counter staff was no longer an ordinary person, but a super god. The staff saw that Lin Moyu was only a super god, level 3 but had authority level 3, and showed a hint of surprise. His gaze was also a little interesting, but on the surface, he still maintained a polite attitude. May I ask what mission you want to submit? Lin Moyu replied, a level 3 mission, go to the Chinese mystic realm to find the Grey Stone. The staff quickly found the corresponding mission. The corresponding mission has been found. Please submit 1 Grey Stone. Lin Moyu said, this mission can be submitted with multiple Grey Stones to increase the reward. The staff nodded. Yes, that's right. May I ask how many you want to submit? Although he said so, his tone had changed slightly. It was clear that he did not believe that Lin Moyu could submit many Grey Stones. For the Chinese Mystic Realm mission, just completing 1 Grey Stone was already very remarkable. The number of people who could get multiple Grey Stones was very rare. Not to mention Lin Moyu was only a super god level 3, so it was even more impossible to have many. Lin Moyu directly took out the Grey Stones he had obtained. A total of 9 Grey Stones were placed on the counter, one of which was particularly large and could be considered a fine product among Grey Stones. Both the staff and Du Qingtong were stunned. 9 Grey Stones had never been seen before. Du Qingtong swallowed her saliva. I remember Master once said that the Chinese Mystic Realm has a total of 9 levels. You have completely conquered all of them. Lin Moyu nodded. Yes, I have completely conquered them. You are truly a monster. Du Qingtong was unable to say anything more. In her memory, since the appearance of the Chinese Mystic Realm, no one had completely conquered it. The number of people who completed the mission was not small, and some had obtained 2 or 3 Grey Stones, but she had never heard of anyone completely conquering it. The staff was so surprised that he couldn't speak. Lin Moyu asked, is there a problem? The staff finally came to his senses and repeatedly said there was no problem. He began to follow the procedure for verification. The mission center had a formation that connected to the Human Emperor network. The light of the formation shone on the Grey Stones, and the mission completion was quickly confirmed. Soon after, the staff received a notification that the mission was completed, but he could not see the specific reward details. This was Lin Moyu's personal secret, and only Lin Moyu knew. When the mission was completed, Lin Moyu received news from the Human Emperor network. Congratulations on being the first person to complete 100 of the Chinese Mystic Realm mission. In addition to the regular mission reward, you will receive a special reward. The initial mission reward is 1500 points. Each additional Grey Stone increases the reward by 2000 points, for a total of 17,500 points. For obtaining a fine quality Grey Stone, a special reward of 5000 points is given. As the first person to complete 100 of the mission, a special reward of 1 day of cultivation in the Human Emperor training ground is given. Note, no level restrictions. Looking at the reward, Lin Moyu was slightly stunned, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. The reward was too rich, far exceeding his expectations. Du Qingtong kept asking, quick. Tell me, what rewards are there? Let's go somewhere else to talk. Lin Moyu and Du Qingtong left the mission center and found a deserted place. The mission reward is 22,500 points. A total of 22,500 points for a level 3 mission was an astronomical figure, equivalent to more than 10 other level 3 missions. Lin Moyu checked his points, and had already surpassed 1/3 of the points needed to reach authority level 4. If he continued to complete a few more missions like this, he would be able to advance to authority level 4. However, Lin Moyu understood that this was not realistic. A level 4 authority mission was at least at the true god level. With his strength, it was impossible to complete a true god level mission. Based on the source text from the novel Necromancer, the Ultimate Scourge, the character names have been mapped to their English pinyin counterparts for consistency. Character name mapping: Laman Seeing, Lin Moyi the Toan, Du Qingquan Chu Thin, Jutain Nam Sising Ren Kan Lin Ken, Luo Clan Kan Latrang Hu, Lu Changju Fan Lai Pian, Fang Lion, Jar Kenvi, Xu Hanju Ming Fi, Tang Fei. Moreover, after the experience from the previous Star Brilliance incident, Lin Moyi felt he still needed to improve his strength. Yu Qingquan was full of envy. I take a level 3 mission, and at most, I only get 2,000 contribution points. You earn the equivalent of more than 10 of my missions. She looked utterly wronged, her face full of grievance. Lin Moyu couldn't help but continue to provoke Yu Qingquan. I am the first person to achieve 100 completion of the Charmai's Secret Realm mission, So I got a special reward. Yu Qingquan cried out. No one has ever achieved 100 completion of that mission. Lin Moi nodded. It seems so. The Human Emperor Network is never wrong. Of course, it's not wrong. The Human Emperor Network is never wrong. I'm just surprised that no one has ever reached 100 completion of that mission. It seems that among the level 3 missions, the Charmé Secret Realm mission is indeed very difficult. Achieving 100 completion is not easy, but once achieved, the reward is substantial. Therefore, some self-proclaimed exceptional individuals specialize in missions with 100 completion potential, hoping to achieve that feat. However, missions are fair. Each mission can only be done once. There is only one opportunity. Many years have passed, and there are still some level 3 missions that have not reached 100 completion. Lin Wei couldn't help but wonder if he should specialize in these missions. Yu Qingquan asked, what is the additional reward? I only heard it's very generous. Lin Wei replied. You get to cultivate in the Human Emperor cultivation ground for 100 days. Yu Qingquan was immediately disappointed. Only 100 days. That's nothing special. Lin Moyu added, the reward skips the level restriction. Yu Qingquan screamed. She felt she had never lost her composure as much as she had today. Since meeting Lin Moyu, the number of times she'd lost her temper had surged. Yu Qingquan swallowed, cravingly. You absolutely must use this reward when you reach the God King realm. Remember that. Boy. Lin Moyu didn't understand. Yu Qingquan explained, because the cultivation fee in the Human Emperor cultivation ground varies by level. The Super God realm is 1,000 points per day, the True God realm is 10,000 points per day, and the God King realm is 100,000 points per day. Your 100 days, if used at the God King realm, is equivalent to 10 million points. Lin Moyu understood. No wonder it specified skips the level restriction. The difference between using it now and using it later was huge. But why not wait until the God Venerable realm? Yu Qingquan sneered. What nonsense are you talking about? The Venerables have already achieved 100 mastery of their law. Why would they need the Human Emperor cultivation ground? The place God Venerables need to go is the God's Heart Center. Saying this, Yu Qingquan expressed deep longing. The God's Heart Center was her desire, her dream, and her ultimate goal. Lin Moi said, thank you, he understand. Although Yu Qingquan was severely provoked, she was also happy for Lin Moi. She knew very well that the more outstanding Lin Moi's performance, the more benefits she would receive. Her linked mission had not yet ended. When it concluded, a summary assessment would be calculated. During this time, Lin Moi's performance was also one of the mission assessment criteria. Who told her she was Lin Moi's guide? It wasn't just a matter of guiding and being done. There was a long-term influence. Yu Qingquan pulled Lin Moi back to the mission center. Let's go. Let's accept a mission, and see what you get this time. The two returned to the mission center, each finding a mission counter. Yu Qingquan looked for missions suitable for herself. She had just advanced to the True God realm, and her authority was still level 3. She said she only needed a few more missions to upgrade to level 4 authority. But Yu Qingquan didn't want that yet. She wanted to raise her cultivation to True God level 3 before advancing to level 4 authority, otherwise, many level 4 missions would be impossible to complete, leading to trouble. In fact, when she said this, it was also to remind Lin Moyu. Advancing authority too quickly was not a good thing. Cultivation also needed to keep up, and one needed a deeper understanding of the great world that was the purpose of the Human Emperor mission system. Currently, Lin Moyu's understanding of the great world was too shallow. There were many things he didn't grasp, and he needed to go through many challenges to learn. Lin Moyu understood this and fully agreed with Yu Qingquan's opinion. He flipped through the missions, looking for one suitable for him. After searching for a long time, Lin Moyu found a mission. Explore the peculiar planet. Find the source of the anomaly. 10-day limit. Reward 1,000 points. No penalty for failure. No penalty meant it wouldn't count in the overall assessment, but completion would yield a reward and count toward the linked mission. A beneficial mission with no drawbacks like this would undoubtedly attract many takers. Before accepting the mission, Lin Moyu asked Yu Qingquan and received the same answer he had guessed. Lin Moyu stepped out of the teleportation array. The first thing he saw was the Vermilion Bird Life Star System No. 133. The peculiar planet mentioned in the mission was near this star system. Through these missions, Lin Moyu had come to understand the naming rules within the human race world. Within a star system, the name Vermilion Bird Shuk represented the Vermilion Bird star territory. If it was followed by zeros, it represented a star system uninhabited by the human race. Star systems without a named prefix, only a specific number, were inhabited by the human race. For example, The Vermilion Bird Star System moon in front of him was inhabited, while the previous unnamed Vermilion Bird Star System was uninhabited. This way, complex names were unnecessary and very convenient. The human race adopted this method after the Great Disaster. According to the records, before the Great Disaster, the human race named every star individually, but those names were too complex and hard to remember. Later, they used numbers for naming, keeping only the names of the 4 main star fields: Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and White Tiger. These 4 main star fields were said to be named after the 4 divine beasts that the human race nurtured, which made great contributions during the Great Disaster. In Lin Moyu's previous life's Huaxia world, he had also heard the names of these 4 divine beasts. They were mythological legends. Lin Moyu speculated that his previous life's Huaxia world was just a small world. It was unclear how some things from the great world were transmitted to the small world, forming mythological legends and even becoming culture and writing. Sitting in the God Punisher fortress, looking out at the gradually changing starry sky, Lin Moyu once again reviewed the mission details. Level 3 mission: explore the peculiar planet, find the source of the anomaly. Near Vermilion Bird Star System now. 133 is a peculiar planet, displaying 2 colors, gray and white. The gray area is lifeless, the white area is full of vitality. Explore the source of the planet's anomaly and report it to the Human Emperor Network. Restrictions: no damage to the planet. Completion condition: 10-day limit. Basic mission reward: 1,000 contribution points. No penalty for failure. If the source is discovered, there will be different rewards based on the extent of the discovery. Note: the gray area contains power similar to the law of death. Be cautious. Upon seeing the detailed mission information, Lin Moyu was inwardly shocked. According to the mission's description, it was exactly like his law of immortality. 2 colors, gray and white, where gray symbolized death and white symbolized life. These 2 powers, both opposing and intertwined, existing together, were truly miraculous. The Human Emperor system had no record of the law of immortality, even mistaking his law of immortality for the law of death and the law of life. This proved that the law of immortality had never appeared among the human race. The law of immortality truly existed. The human race had simply not discovered it. Perhaps it belonged to a special race. Lin Moyu thought to himself as a peculiar planet appeared before his eyes. The planet was half gray and half white, divided evenly along the midline. The 2 colors were distributed precisely, no more, no less. Lin Moyu saw many cultivators around the planet in the starry sky, from the super realm to true god level 1 or 2. Just as he predicted, this mission had no penalty, only a reward. Although each person could only accept it once and only had 10 days, it still attracted many people. Many people were discussing, proposing hypotheses, and seeking possibilities. Some had entered the planet to feel it for themselves and search for the source. Lin Moyu looked from a distance and was suddenly stunned. The law of immortality. With just a glance, he recognized that the 2 colors, gray and white, of this planet were precisely his law of immortality. This planet was like a lost star in the sea of laws within the Human Emperor cultivation ground. Although it didn't emit the aura of a law, it radiated the corresponding power. Lin Moyu couldn't be mistaken. He was too familiar with the law of immortality. It was his inherent law. How could he be wrong? The planet was not large, with a diameter of less than 1,000 kilometers, truly an inconspicuous baby in the great world's starry sky, yet it was too peculiar, capturing everyone's attention. Lin Moyu's appearance attracted the attention of some people. Seeing that he was only a super god level 3 with level 3 authority, many people couldn't help but show disdain. Unless this person was a super genius, they were surely an idiot. The vast majority of people believed Lin Moyu was an extreme idiot rather than a super genius. A level 3 mission that a super god level 3 could handle was rare. Not focusing on improving cultivation, but doing missions was truly senseless. Young people nowadays are truly impatient, always wanting to exceed their limits. Maybe he's a super genius. Where do so many geniuses come from? Honestly, there aren't many idiots left now. Indeed, not many, but there are still some. Lin Moyu was too lazy to explain himself to their comments. In his eyes, these people were merely the epitome of ignorance. He couldn't explain things to the ignorant. Should he tell them he was a super genius? That would be ridiculous. Lin Moyu looked at the starry sky for a moment, then flew down to the planet, standing on the dividing line between the gray and white colors, death on his left hand, life on his right. Lin Moyu could clearly feel these 2 powers. A very familiar sensation. It was indeed the law of immortality. However, the power on the planet was too weak. It seemed not yet sufficient to generate a true law. The gray area was full of death energy. The power of death corroded all matter. In this area, there was no grass or trees. Even the stones were corroded. Other than the gray color, there were no other colors. Many true god-level cultivators relied on their formidable power to create shields against the corrosion of the death energy. But they couldn't stay long, only half a day, or a day before leaving. In a world full of death energy, no one could endure for an extended time. Compared to the gray area full of death energy, the white area full of vitality was more crowded. The white area radiated life force, making people feel hopeful and comfortable standing there, even allowing them to immerse themselves. Lin Moyu stood between the two areas, two streams of gray and white energy flowing from his hands. Arriving here, he felt a sense of belonging, like coming home. An invisible wind blew past, and his ears twitched. He seemed to hear a strange sound. In the intangible, a faint call echoed. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if he was hearing things. After sensing carefully, he did not hesitate to step into the gray area. The gray area was filled with death. To others, this was not a place of comfort. Yet, to Lin Moyu, this place was like home, even carrying a sense of intimacy. The starved wind blew past, seemingly carrying a call, urging Lin Moyu forward. He followed the wind's guidance, searching for a hint of life in this dead land. If it truly was the law of immortality, and if his perception was not wrong, then this world of death must contain a trace of the aura of life. However, this aura of life was extremely faint, almost inaudible and invisible. Without possessing the law of immortality, even with his fourth-grade soul, Lin Moyu would find it difficult to perceive. After half a day of searching, he finally found a trace of life within the death. From the outside, there was no difference. Even sensing with the soul could not detect any anomaly. It was just a small point, the size of a fingertip, a protrusion less than 1 millimeter, but it contained an extremely faint trace of life energy. No matter how strong the surrounding death energy was, it could not completely erase this trace of life energy. When things reach an extreme, they reverse. Perhaps the saying was meant to describe this phenomenon. Lin Moyu felt he had gained some insight. This trace of life energy was much less than the law of immortality he controlled. This manifestation made him consider many things. Could the deeper meaning of the law of immortality be to push the life within death to the extreme? If so, the death within life should be the same in the extreme oppression, a brilliant explosion. If this was true, there should also be death energy in the world of life. Lin Moyu thought of this, and immediately headed toward the life energy area. Some people in the starry sky noticed him, because his level 3 authority at super, but level 3 made him too conspicuous. When they saw him leave the death energy area and head toward the life energy area, they couldn't help but mock him. He only endured for a little while, and couldn't stand it anymore. How weak. It seems he's not a super genius, just an ignorant fool. Some people stopped paying attention to Lin Moyu. In their eyes, he left the death energy area, because he couldn't withstand its threat and ran away. They didn't know what Lin Moyu was doing. Lin Moyu entered the pure white, life-filled area. In this world of vitality, finding a trace of death energy was almost impossible. The star wind carrying the call was still there, as if it had never stopped. From beginning to end, it made Lin Moyu feel intimate. Arriving here, he felt like he was returning home, a very magical, illusory, yet real sensation that even Lin Moyu himself found hard to distinguish. Finally, he found a small, inconspicuous protrusion in the white area, smaller than a fingertip, but this small point contained a faint trace of death energy. Life within death, death within life. At this moment, Lin Moyu was absolutely sure that this peculiar planet truly contained the power of the law of immortality. It was just that for some reason, the law of immortality had not fully manifested. In the starry sky, this peculiar planet became a black and white star, thousands of kilometers in diameter. When he found the two life and death points, Lin Moyu knew what he had to do. He would ignite the death energy within the life, and the life energy within the death, making them fully erupt under extreme oppression. Lin Moyu returned to the midline, choosing a point. This position was exactly between the two life and death points. He cast out two streams of law, the law of life force into the death area, and the law of death into the life area. The two laws, opposite in nature, simultaneously fell onto the two life and death points. Boom! The entire peculiar planet suddenly erupted, radiating a dazzling light. Except for Lin Moyu, everyone on the planet was pushed out. No one could remain. Even those outside the planet were pushed far away by a massive force. The peculiar planet shone brilliantly in the starry sky. Within 100,000 li radius around it, no one could approach. Only Lin Moyu stood within the planet, closing his eyes to sense the planet's transformation. The life and death areas were swapping. The gray death energy area gradually became full of vitality. The pure white life energy area gradually became filled with death energy. Both were suppressed to the extreme before powerfully erupting. Two extremes reversed, life and death swapped, yin and yang fused, immortality controlling death. Many insights surged continuously into his heart, spreading throughout his soul world. In the soul world, a brilliant lost star river appeared. The lost star river radiated light, carrying countless profound mysteries, fluttering within the soul world. Lin Moyu's comprehension of the law of immortality continuously increased. 4, 5, 6. In less than a day, his comprehension of the law of immortality had risen to 6. His soul level also rose accordingly, rapidly reaching super god level 6. The innate divine tree vibrated intensely, and many willow branches stretched out, wrapping around Lin Moyu's soul. The accumulated soul power was finally released powerfully. This soul power had become incredibly pure through the tempering of the innate divine tree and the 9-color dragon soul crystal. Lin Moyu's soul power continuously increased. After reaching the super god realm, the increase in soul level and soul power represented a genuine increase in strength and rank. His strength, at this moment, had reached super god level 6. A single moment of insight had increased his control over the law of immortality from 3 to 6. His strength had risen from super god level 3 to super god level 6. Boom! A colossal star appeared above Lin Moyu's head. The star was interlaced with gray and white, looking exactly like the peculiar planet beneath his feet. The gray area radiated a dense aura of death, while the white area was full of vitality. Only Lin Moyu knew that the gray area also contained life, and the white area also contained death. Life and death were always intertwined. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and looked at the peculiar phenomenon of the gray and white star in the sky. Law domain. Finally, he had a law domain. This was his law domain, the most powerful tool of super god cultivators. Among super god cultivators, very few could form a law domain. Most super god cultivators could not cultivate one successfully. The law domain was very powerful, but too difficult to cultivate successfully. Many people didn't pursue it. They preferred cultivating the soul manifestation technique of the true god realm. They knew that soul manifestation was stronger than the law domain. They could skip the law comprehension of the super god realm and cultivate stronger methods. However, many people didn't know that the God King's law domain would be incomplete without the foundation of the super God's law domain. The super God's law domain was the foundation. The subsequent soul manifestation and soul law domain were all based on it. If the foundation was unstable, a tall building would easily collapse. Lin Moy was ecstatic that he could cultivate a law domain. As far as he knew, simply cultivating a law domain was enough to prove he was a genius among super God cultivators. Although he hadn't needed to prove anything for a long time, if he couldn't cultivate a law domain, he would feel disappointed and it might even affect his future. He couldn't forget the date he failed against the law domain of the giant tree in the starry sky. He had always thought that one day he, too, would cultivate a law domain. The law domain above his head and the gray and white star beneath his feet reflected each other, creating a rare sight. The law domain covered an area thousands of meters wide. Within this area, Lin Moyu could freely use his law of immortality. At the same time, his undead legion also benefited from enhanced law effects, significantly increasing their combat power. His strength had increased from super god level 3 to level 6. The power of his undead legion and his spells had also greatly increased. With the addition of the law domain, Lin Moyu felt he could contend with true gods. However, to know which level of true god he could contend with, he needed practical testing. But Lin Moyu was confident that a normal true god level 1 would not be his opponent. This was his confidence in his spells and the law of immortality. Unless the true god level 1 possessed a soul manifestation, in which case he might not be an opponent, but the number of true gods who could cultivate a soul manifestation was small. Most were fake manifestations, like blood, sucking bees. Lin Moyu was not afraid of this. A true soul manifestation needed to integrate with the law and was very difficult to cultivate successfully, even harder than cultivating a law domain. Besides personal effort, it also required an opportune encounter. Just like this time, an opportune encounter came to Lin Moyu. The peculiar planet itself brought him this opportunity. The two poles of the peculiar planet completed their reversal. Life turned into death, and death turned into life, but the intertwined life-death structure remained unchanged. In the eyes of outsiders, the peculiar planet merely shifted its left and right positions slightly. When the reversal was complete, a screen suddenly appeared in Lin Moyu's mind. A stream of information directly transmitted into Lin Moyu's soul world. A majestic star chart appeared in the soul world. He looked at the screen. This was the star chart of the Great World. Lin Moyu had seen the star chart of the Great World in documents before. The star chart in the documents was only a small part of the Great World, mainly focused on the human race world. The star chart before him was much more complete than the documents, encompassing almost the entire Great World. Lin Moyu found the area occupied by the human race. With 5 vast star territories, the human race only occupied a tiny fraction of the Great World's entire star chart. The human race's territory was vast, but compared to the entire Great World, it was negligibly small. The Great World was too vast, unbelievably immense. There was a saying among the human race, even a god venerable cannot traverse the entire Great World in one lifetime. When the star chart was fully displayed, many brilliant points of light appeared on the map. These points of light were much brighter than other stars, especially one most brilliant point of light. Lin Moyu immediately recognized this most brilliant point of light as the peculiar planet where he was standing. This is my location. So, are the other bright points also peculiar planets? If I can find the other peculiar planets, will my strength increase rapidly? Lin Moyu asked himself, immediately checking carefully. There were 3 other peculiar planets in the human race area. 2 stars were in the black tortoise and white tiger star territories. The remaining star was in the central position of the human race territory. Lin Moyu murmured, God's Heart Center. It seems I must go to the God's Heart Center. Lin Moyu immediately memorized the locations of the other bright points. These bright points were distributed across all directions, very far apart. These distances were estimated to be millions of light years. With his current strength, he might not reach them in his entire lifetime. Moreover, Lin Moyu knew these places were likely the territories of other powerful races. To go there would require formidable strength. It seems I must become stronger. Even if they are not peculiar planets, I must go and see them once. Lin Moyu was firm in his belief. For many reasons, he had to become stronger. After memorizing the locations, the star chart in the soul world gradually vanished, as if it had never appeared. The shimmering light of the peculiar planet also gradually disappeared, returning to its original appearance. At this moment, Lin Moyu retracted his law domain and left the peculiar planet. The people who had been pushed away earlier returned. Seeing Lin Moyu, they asked, why wasn't he pushed out? Was the sudden reaction of the peculiar planet caused by him? No way. I remember he was super god level 3 just now. Why is he suddenly super god level 6? Did he hide his strength? Hide what? Who can hide their strength on the human emperor network? He must have gained some benefit from the peculiar planet to level up so quickly. Hurry and ask him if he discovered anything. A group of people flew over, surrounding Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. What is it? Is it Lin Moyu? We just want to ask what you discovered on the peculiar planet, and why did you jump 3 levels? The first person to speak was named Tang Fei, a super god level 9 cultivator. His tone was not at all polite, one could even say it was slightly rude. Since Lin Moyu entered the Great World, most people had been very polite and courteous. Tang Fei belonged to the type of person who lacked manners. Since someone had opened their mouth to ask, the others remained silent, waiting as if watching a show. Lin Moyu looked at Tang Fei coldly. Why should I tell you? Tang Fei was surprised and laughed mockingly. We are all human race, all brothers or peers. I am your senior Sashengji, so it's not too much to ask, is it? Tang Fei's words were a bit contradictory, but he was clearly accustomed to this. Perhaps he often used this kind of tone. Lin Moyu chuckled lightly. If I don't tell you, what are you going to do? Attack me directly. Tang Fei laughed loudly. How could I attack you? The human race forbids internal fighting. I wouldn't dare attack you here. But, we can resolve things in the human emperor arena. I happen to have a challenge token. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. What is a challenge token? He had never heard of it, but everyone around changed expression when they heard Tang Fei mention the challenge token. Those weaker than Tang Fei looked wary. Lin Moyu's reaction made Tang Fei laugh even louder and unrestrainedly. So you don't even know what a challenge token is. It seems you really are an idiot. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. He didn't mind the whispers behind his back, but that didn't mean he wasn't angry. If spoken directly to his face, he would kill. Tang Fei smiled wickedly. The challenge token is a hard-to-get treasure. You probably don't know what it's used for, so let me, your senior, explain it to you. A challenge token can initiate a challenge within the same realm, and the challenged person cannot refuse. If the challenger wins, they can take half of the challenged person's contribution points. Lin Moyu frowned slightly. He didn't expect such a thing existed. Immediately, he thought of several uses for the challenge token. If a person had reached the peak within their realm holding a challenge token, and challenging opponents of the same realm would give them a high winning rate. Losing half of one's contribution points was a significant loss for everyone. Lin Moyu himself had just arrived in the Great World, and his points were accumulated too quickly, so he didn't value them much. But that didn't mean others didn't value contribution points. Most cultivators accumulated points painstakingly, mission by mission, and they were very precious. Of course, these seized contribution points would not affect the authority level advancement. Why would the human emperor network allow such a thing to exist? Lin Moyu saw the people around him. Everyone looked wary when they saw Tang Fei, and at the same time, they clearly showed discomfort. Even the true God realm experts were like this. Clearly, this item was not welcome. It was imaginable that the number of challenge tokens must be very few. If there were many, this would undermine the unity of the entire human race. But coming from a small world, Lin Moyu has superior understanding compared to cultivators from the great world. He knew that on a foundation of stability and unity, the human race also needed some competition. Without competition, the human race edifice would lose the motivation to strive, and the final outcome of a lack of motivation was destruction. Only those who excelled through competition were true geniuses. But this kind of competition had to maintain a relatively fair level, and with the human race's immense population, achieving true fairness was extremely difficult. In Lin Moyu's understanding, perhaps the higher the stratum, the fiercer the competition would become. He didn't know if his thoughts were correct, or if the high-level figures of the human race thought the same way. Seeing Lin Moyu remain silent, Tang Fei thought he was scared and laughed heartily. Senior doesn't want to make things difficult for you. Just tell us a bit about the situation on the peculiar planet. Senior doesn't want to force you, just hopes you can voluntarily speak out. He was skilled in subtle guidance, hoping Lin Moyu would take the bait. Lin Moyu contemplated a few things, and chuckled. According to the rules, if I voluntarily disclose mission information, I might face a penalty. Perhaps that penalty is even heavier than losing half the contribution points. Since that's the case, why should I speak? The challenged person who loses only loses half the contribution points. Surely the challenger who loses suffers a much greater loss. Am I right? Lin Moyu's words made Tang Fei's face slightly change. The whispers around him reached Lin Moyu's ears. He knew he was right about the restrictions on the challenge token. The human race had indeed placed many restrictions on the challenge token, and those restrictions were extremely severe. If the challenged person loses, they only lose half the contribution points, affecting nothing else. But if the challenger loses, they lose all their contribution points. This was more than double the penalty for the challenged person. And that wasn't the heaviest penalty. The heaviest penalty was if the challenger was of a higher level than the challenged person. In this case, if the challenger still loses, the penalty would be extremely severe. For 100 years, 10 of all contribution points earned by the challenger would automatically transfer to the challenged person. Hard-earned contribution points having to be automatically given to someone else for 100 years was like working for them for a century. This penalty was truly severe. Lin Moyu knew his guess was correct. With something that undermines unity like the challenge token, how could the human race ignore it? One was to control the quantity and the other was to impose extremely strict restrictions. Now Tang Fei was in a dilemma. He truly didn't dare use the token, as the penalty was too great. But then he remembered that Lin Moyu was only Super God level 6, 3 levels lower than him. Tang Fei suddenly felt he was sure to win. Lin Moyu smiled sarcastically. Don't dare. If you don't dare, then move aside. Don't be a barking dog blocking the road here. A good dog doesn't block the road. If you want to be a dog, be a good one, not a fierce one. Lin Moyu spoke without reservation. He truly didn't care for people like Tang Fei. Cowardly, yet still wanting to intimidate others. How could things be that easy in this world? Tang Fei was provoked by the 3 words barking dog, and he angrily shouted, You dare insult me. His whole body erupted in furious flames. He gritted his teeth. In that case, I will challenge you a real-world challenge. I want you to know the price of being arrogant. Do you dare accept? Tang Fei's words immediately caused an uproar. He dared to initiate a real-world challenge. This meant he truly wanted to settle things. Challenges came in 2 types. One was a challenge within the human emperor network, which only determined victory and defeat, not involving life and death. The other type was a real-world challenge, which determined both victory, defeat, and life-death. But even if a challenge within the human emperor network was initiated, the challenged person could not refuse. If the challenge was in the real world, involving life and death, the challenged person could refuse. If refused, the challenge token would be considered used and would disappear. Precisely because of this, real-world challenges rarely happen. If the challenged person refused, not only would the challenge fail, but the challenge token would be lost, which wasn't worth it. At this moment, Tang Fei was provoked by Lin Moyu's words, his eyes momentarily blinded by anger. Lin Moyu sighed softly. The great world was like a greenhouse. The children who grew up in the greenhouse were truly weak. Just one insult and he couldn't take it. He truly hadn't experienced the hardships of life. He had lived for centuries, so why was his psychological state so poor? Tang Fei held the challenge token in his hand, asking only, "Do you dare?" Lin Moyu was calm. What is there not to dare? No matter how strong Tang Fei was, at most he would use a law domain. Even so, he couldn't harm Lin Moyu. From the start, Lin Moyu was in an invincible position. What was there not to dare? Tang Fei erupted with murderous intent, and sneered continuously. Don't regret it. Saying this, he activated the challenge token. The challenge token flew out of his hand, shining brightly in the starry sky. Tang Fei coldly said, Tang Fei, initiate a real-world challenge against Lin Moyu. The challenge token immediately emitted 2 beams of light, shining upon Tang Fei and Lin Moyu. Right at that moment, Lin Moyu received a notification from the Human Emperor Network. Tang Fei, Super God Level 9, initiates a real-world challenge against you. Do you accept? Lin Moyu immediately chose to accept. This was the result he wanted. His words were largely meant to provoke Tang Fei. He also wanted Tang Fei to know that sometimes, going too far comes at a cost. The challenge token exploded in the starry sky. Next, an arena appeared from the void. The arena was majestic and magnificent, exactly like the arena in the Human Emperor Battle Arena. Law Manifestation. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of law from the arena. The arena was formed by law, and its source, needless to say, was the Human Emperor Network. The power of the Human Emperor Network surpassed his imagination. It was not just a virtual world, it also had the ability to influence reality. Tang Fei saw Lin Moyu spacing out, thinking he was scared, and sneered continuously. Scared now? It's too late. Get on the arena. Senior will teach you how to be a person. Tang Fei flew onto the arena first, beckoning him to hurry up. Lin Moyu flew onto the arena. Immediately, a shield arose, covering the entire arena. Before the victor was determined, outsiders could not enter. The onlookers surrounded the arena as if watching a show, observing this real-world challenge. Initiating a real-world challenge with a challenge token was rare. Since they had the chance to watch, they certainly wouldn't miss it. Tang Fei sneered. Don't worry. Senior won't kill you, but Senior will teach you an unforgettable lesson so you understand how to behave in the future. Lin Moyu smiled lightly. You can teach people, but dogs teaching people is unnecessary. Tang Fei was enraged. You seek death. In his hand appeared a thick greatsword. The law on the greatsword vibrated, erupting in a fiery blaze. Lin Moyu recognized immediately that the law Tang Fei controlled was the law of fire, also one of the laws most widely comprehended in the great world. After all, fire could be seen everywhere, so naturally, many people comprehended it. Tang Fei was Super God Level 9, with 9 control over the law, indeed much stronger than Lin Moyu. But in terms of power, Lin Moyu's law of immortality far surpassed the law of fire. Moreover, Lin Moyu had cultivated a law domain, proving his absolute control over the law, which was much higher than Tang Fei's comparable level. Flames burned brightly on the great sword. The fiery light illuminated Tang Fei's face. Let you taste the sensation of being burned alive. Suddenly, he swung the sword toward Lin Moyu. The sword energy, infused with law, swept across the entire arena. The arena turned into a sea of fire, burning brightly. Lin Moyu could not evade within it. The onlookers outside the arena sighed. This single strike fundamentally determined Tang Fei's victory. Super God Level 9 against Super God Level 6, there was absolutely no comparison. This strike, if it didn't kill, would cause severe injury. Although Tang Fei was somewhat despicable, his strength was quite good. His law was already close to 10. It was said he should have broken through long ago but didn't, because he was cultivating the law domain. In everyone's opinion, Lin Moyu was clearly going to lose. Suddenly, a stream of gray energy emerged from the flames. The flames that touched the gray energy were instantly extinguished. The gray energy carried a dense aura of death, capable of decaying all matter in the world. Even the law of fire was corrupted. Lin Moyu emerged from the flames, completely unharmed. Above his head, a peculiar star, interlaced gray and white, slowly rotated. The peculiar star emitted a dazzling light, sweeping across the arena. In just a moment, The flames on the arena were all extinguished, disappearing without a trace. Even the flames on the greatsword in Tang Fei's hand were suppressed, leaving only a faint layer. Under Lin Moyu's law of domain, Tang Fei's law of fire was completely suppressed and couldn't move. Even if his law control was higher than Lin Moyu's, it was useless. The law domain, known as the strongest technique of super god cultivators, had its inexplicable aspects. Tang Fei sweated profusely like beans. His eyes showed shock. Law domain? How is that possible? How could you cultivate a law domain? Lin Moyu gently shook his head. Nothing is impossible. If you feel it's impossible, it only means you have too little knowledge. Saying this, he pointed at Tang Fei. A stream of gray energy immediately enveloped Tang Fei. Instantly, Tang Fei screamed tragically. His entire body slumped to the ground, unable to resist. The gray energy contained intense power of death, capable of corroding everything. Tang Fei's body, law, and even his soul were being corroded. The power of death enveloped Tang Fei, like countless small knives slicing him. Tang Fei continuously screamed miserably, making listeners shudder. Everyone heard Tang Fei's tragic screams. Their faces turned pale, and their hearts pounded. They didn't expect Lin Moyu's strength to be so terrifying. A super god level 6 who had cultivated a law domain was a rare sight among super god cultivators. They realized at this moment that Lin Moyu was not a fool. He was a true genius, capable of fighting above his rank, a super genius. Everything they had thought before was wrong. A look of fortune appeared on many faces. Fortunately, they didn't provoke Lin Moyu. Otherwise, Tang Fei's fate could have been theirs. Tang Fei's flesh was corroded, exposing white bones. The law of immortality had invaded Tang Fei's soul world, seemingly about to strike his soul. Tang Fei knew he was finished. This time, he truly walked into his own death trap. Wounds on the body were nothing, they were easy to heal. Once the soul was damaged, even if he survived, his future would be bleak. But at this moment, Lin Moyu stopped. Admit defeat. Tang Fei trembled all over. His voice shook. You won't kill me. Lin Moyu shook his head. Killing you gains me nothing. Admit defeat. For the next 100 years, 10 of your points will belong to me. If you lose, you must pay the price. Lin Moyu didn't care about killing Tang Fei or the 10 points. What mattered was Tang Fei's previous statement. He didn't intend to kill Lin Moyu. This statement saved his life. I admit defeat. Tang Fei accepted reality. Now, his body was covered in gray energy, trapped within Lin Moyu's law domain, a fish on a chopping block, to be sliced or minced at Lin Moyu's whim. Tang Fei verbally admitted defeat. The Human Emperor Network immediately transmitted information. Challenger Tang Fei has voluntarily admitted defeat. According to the judgment of the Human Emperor Network, there are no objections to the admission of defeat. All of the Challenger Tang Fei's points will belong to the challenged Lin Moyu. For the next 100 years, 10 of all contribution points earned from missions by the Challenger Tang Fei must be given to the challenged Lin Moyu. Challenge concluded. From now on, Tang Fei and Lin Moyu are eternally separated, meaning all debts are cleared, and revenge is forbidden in any form. Violations will be severely punished. The challenge ended, and the arena immediately disappeared. After winning, Lin Moyu received all of Tang Fei's contribution points, totaling 3,000 points. How poor. Lin Moyu knew this guy must have spent all his points, leaving only 3,000 points, truly impoverished. He retracted the power of death, and simultaneously released a stream of white energy. The white energy, carrying powerful vitality, fell upon Tang Fei. Tang Fei felt like he was bathing in spring rain. His bodily wounds rapidly healed. Flesh and blood regenerated, and in just a moment, he was fully recovered. Law of death. Law of life. Tang Fei spoke foolishly, his face a wry smile, knowing his loss was not unjust. Everyone witnessed this scene. Their eyes looking at Lin Moyu completely changed. Everyone knew that simultaneously mastering 2 opposing laws was incredibly difficult. The principle of water and fire not mixing was understood by all, but once successful, the power was unimaginable. The law of death and the law of life both belonged to the second tier of laws. If one could simultaneously master both, the power was enough to rival the first tier. In the eyes of others, Lin Moyu was not simply a genius. To master 2 opposing laws, both of the second tier, and to complete a law domain, he could not be described merely as a genius. Facing such an opponent, Tang Fei could never win. It was only his poor judgment that led him to challenge Lin Moyu. After the challenge ended, Lin Moyu headed to the teleportation array. This time, no one dared stop Lin Moyu. Even the true gods actively yielded the way. In their eyes, Lin Moyu's future was limitless. Even if they could defeat Lin Moyu now, they would surely be surpassed by him soon. A person like Lin Moyu, as long as he lived, who knew how far he would develop. After Lin Moyu left, someone suddenly realized something. The peculiar star, it can help one comprehend the law of death and the law of life. We suspected it before, but now it's clear. It's just that the star didn't manifest the law, so it was hard to comprehend. How could the second tier of laws be easily comprehended? However difficult, they had to try. Maybe they would get an opportunity. Everyone raced toward the peculiar star. Only Tang Fei remained standing in space. No one paid attention to him. He smiled bitterly. This challenge not only cost him all his assets, but for the next 100 years, 10 of his mission points would belong to Lin Moyu. 100 years of hard work down the drain. It truly was a complete loss, but fortunately, he kept his life. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. Now, Tang Fei didn't dare hate Lin Moyu. A person like him had a future beyond his imagination. This time, his mind was simply clouded with anger to do such a thing. Lin Moyu returned to Vermilion Bird Star 981, heading straight for the mission center. He had accepted the mission at Vermilion Bird Star 50 and then parted ways with Q King Quan, each doing their own mission. Returning, he chose the most familiar Vermilion Bird Star 981. This mission required no physical items to be handed over. Lin Moyu went directly to the mission counter to submit the mission. The Human Emperor Network immediately sent a notification. May I ask if there is additional information to submit? Lin Moyu replied via consciousness, yes. Please find the nearest mission room. Log into the Human Emperor Network, and submit the corresponding information. Lin Moyu followed the instructions, found a random mission room, and connected to the Human Emperor Network, immediately appearing outside the Human Emperor cultivation ground. This was the location he had left the Human Emperor Network last time. Returning was also here. The Human Emperor Network and the real world were synchronized to a certain extent but also independent in some aspects. Currently, Lin Moyu's understanding of the Great World and the Human Emperor Network was still minimal, only a rough idea. He believed there must be a reason for the Human Emperor Network to do this. Less than 2 seconds after entering the Human Emperor Network, a ray of light shone down from the sky, enveloping him. Lin Moyu felt he had stepped into an independent space. Please describe the information you wish to provide in detail. Any method can be used. Lin Moyu felt this mission was a bit special, different from the previous ones. He pondered and said, I will demonstrate. With that, his left hand emitted gray light, and his right hand emitted white light. The law of immortality, death energy and life energy, simultaneously appeared in the Human Emperor Network. These two laws were respectively identified as the law of death and the law of life. Lin Moyu brought his two hands together, fusing them. The two laws also fused from that point, forming an interlaced gray and white law. Clearly the Human Emperor Network did not recognize the law of immortality. Just like the other cultivators, only thinking Lin Moyu simultaneously mastered two laws, and was fusing them. Lin Moyu's personal information also clearly recorded that he possessed both the law of death and the law of life. Lin Moyu held the gray and white law energy cluster in his hand, and explained, this is not the product of combining the law of death and the law of life, but a different type of law. I call it the law of immortality. It appears similar to the law of death and the law of life, but it is fundamentally different. As Lin Moyu's words finished, a beam of light suddenly shone intensely onto the law energy cluster in his hand. The light lasted for a minute before dissipating. Information from the Human Emperor Network was transmitted again. Please do not leave star 981. We will send someone to verify. As the information appeared, Lin Moyu's consciousness returned to his body, and he left the Human Emperor Network. He was slightly stunned. Someone will be sent to verify. It's just a level 3 mission. Is it worth it? Lin Moyu thought about the situation in the Human Emperor Network, and gradually figured out a possibility. First, there was the real world, and then came the Human Emperor Network. The sea of laws in the Human Emperor cultivation ground was similar. Law stars existed in the real world, and then they were manifested in the Human Emperor cultivation ground. In other words, everything in the Human Emperor Network could not spontaneously generate. It all needed to rely on the real world. Therefore, his law of immortality did not exist in the Human Emperor Network. Because there was no reliance, the Human Emperor Network could not verify the law of immortality, hence the need for real-world verification. Through this thought, Lin Moyu almost fully understood the situation. Although not entirely correct, it was close. Leaving the mission room, Lin Moyu stepped out of the mission center, quietly waiting. The Human Emperor Network only requested him not to leave star 981, indicating the other party could find him. I wonder what the reward for this mission will be. Lin Mui thought to himself. The basic reward of 1,000 contribution points was certain, but he didn't know the amount of the additional reward. Ah, Brother Lin, you've returned. Hearing the question, Lin Mui looked over and saw Rin Kun flying towards him. It was quite a coincidence. Lin Mui felt this guy was probably waiting at the mission center, just waiting for him to return. Otherwise, how could he be found so soon after coming back? I returned not long ago, Lin Mui said softly. Rin Kun asked, how did your mission go? Lin Mui replied, I'm in the process of submitting the mission. What did you say you wanted to find me for last time? Rin Kun whispered, I have a multi-person mission. Normally, it requires at least 5 or 6 people, but with Brother Lin's strength, the 2 of us are enough. Lin Mui looked at Rin Kun. A super bad level 5, clearly only having level 2 authority. He himself had level 3 authority, so a level 2 mission was one he couldn't take. Rin Kun saw Lin Mui's doubt. Does Brother Lin think people with different authority levels can't do missions together? Don't worry, this is my special mission. I accidentally activated it while doing a mission. This mission is a bit difficult, requiring multiple people to complete. Up to 10 people can participate. However, the more people there are, the less the reward everyone receives. A group of 5 to 7 people is usually the most reasonable. But now with Brother Lin, the 2 of us are enough. We'll split the reward 3,007 he. I take 3, you take 7. How about it? Seeing Rin Kun pat his chest, Lin Mui smiled and said, okay, let me see what the mission is. Alright. Rin Kun immediately sent the mission information to Lin Mui through the Human Emperor network. But the send failed. Rin Kun was stunned. Brother Lin, do you still have an active mission? If you haven't completed one mission, you can't view the information for another. Lin Mui said, yes. I'm submitting the mission. It should be done soon. Rin Kun was a bit confused. Shouldn't mission submission be at the mission center? Is your mission special, and it can't be submitted at the mission center? Special? Rin Kun couldn't think of any mission that couldn't be submitted at the mission center. Could it be that a mission couldn't be submitted in the mission center but outside the mission center it could? Although he only had level 2 authority, his family had a legacy, so he wasn't completely ignorant about level 3 and level 4 authority. At least, he couldn't figure it out. Lin Mui's soul suddenly stirred. He sensed a massive aura descending. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. They're here. Who's here? Rin Kun looked in the direction Lin Mui was looking. The space ahead was slightly distorted, and several figures appeared in view. Teleportation. Rin Kun was startled. Teleportation was something only God venerables could do. Moreover, he recognized the person in the lead, Star Lord Jutian. The 3 people behind Jutian also radiated terrifying auras. All of them were God venerables, scaring Rin Kun almost to the point of collapsing. Rin Kun trembled all over, his voice shaking with fear. Brother Lin, are these the people you were waiting for? Lin Mui smiled and replied, you go inside and wait for me. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright. Rin Kun didn't want to stay there for a second longer and ran into the mission center like a flash. After entering the mission center, Rin Kun was still panting. Facing such major figures, the pressure was like a mountain. He couldn't understand why Lin Mui could be so calm. Lin Mui walked up to Jutian. Lin Mui greets the Star Lord and the seniors. Jutian smiled. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. Lin Mui also smiled. I also didn't expect the verification of this mission to trouble you, and these seniors as well. Jutian briefly introduced the 3 people accompanying him. The 3 were respectively the Star Lords of Vermilion Bird Star System No. 2, No. 3. And No. 5. Star Lord Vermilion Bird No. 2, Lu Changju. Star Lord Vermilion Bird No. 3, Fang Lian. Star Lord Vermilion Bird No. 5, Chu Hanji. Chu Hanyu was the only female cultivator among the 3. All 3 had God venerable level 7 cultivation and were all world masters. Lin Mui bowed to them again. The 3 also returned the greeting simultaneously. Lu Changji seemed very satisfied with Lin Mui. Little brother Lin, no need for formalities. I didn't expect little brother Lin to also be a world master. Jutian was slightly surprised. Little brother Lin is a world master. Lu Changji nodded. The power of the world will not deceive anyone. Lin Mui humbly said, I am only the world master of a small world, incomparable to you seniors. Fang Lion shook his head. A world master is a world master. They are all the same. When Jutian learned that Lin Mui was also a world master, His admiration for Lin Moyu couldn't help but increase by a few points. Lin Moyu appeared even more perfect in his eyes, so perfect that it seemed unreal. Chu Hongyu spoke faintly. Let's discuss the main business. Taeyan nodded. Let's go. He waved his hand. A massive power enveloped Lin Moyu. Heaven and earth changed. Lin Moyu blinked and was already in the starry sky, facing the majestic and vast God of War Palace. Du Taeyan explained. Law verification requires the elders of the God of War Palace to conduct the verification together. Luo Qiankun happens to be stationed here during this period, so we don't need to look far. Lin Moyu knew that Luo Qiankun was likely the name of Elder Luo. He didn't expect him to also be an elder of the God of War Palace. The God of War Palace had 1 palace master and 12 elders. The status of each elder was no less than that of a star lord like Jiu Tian. Their cultivation was also similar. The 3 people, Lu Changju, were also carefully observing the law in Lin Moyu's hand. All 3 were God Venerables, and God Venerable level 7 at that. Their insight was not lacking. How is it? Du Taeyan asked, the question obviously directed at Luo Qiankun. Luo Qiankun nodded. It is indeed a completely new law. I wonder what the power of this law is like. Du Taeyan chuckled. It won't be bad. Luo Qiankun looked toward the spiritual star array. Let's test it. We'll only know after testing. Du Taeyan pointed to the spiritual star array. Strike your law into the spiritual star array. Use all your strength. Lin Moyu complied. The law throughout his body was immediately mobilized. Super God level 6 control this point would not change. Thus, based on this, calculating the specific power of the law would reveal its level. Everyone already knew that the law in Lin Moyu's hand was at least 2nd tier. This could be roughly judged from the law's aura fluctuation when it was deployed. Above Lin Moyu's head an anomaly appeared, a gray and white interlaced star. 2 streams of gray and white energy surged around the star, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. The spiritual star array emitted a grand, resonant sound, shining brightly, blocking Lin Moyu's law domain. Du Taeyan looked delighted. You master law domain. Lin Moyu nodded. By a fortunate encounter, I managed to grasp it. Lin Moyu became more and more perfect. The more Du Taeyan looked, the more he liked him. It would truly be a pity not to recommend such a person to the city lord as a disciple. Luo Qiankun's eyes flashed. Although he didn't say anything, some of his small expressions betrayed his inner thoughts. Du Taeyan shot a warning look. Don't try to poach my person. Luo Qiankun returned the look. Can you stop me? Go ahead and try. I'm not afraid of you. The gazes of the 2 turned into sharp blades, clashing in the void, neither willing to yield. The 3 people, Lu Changju, found it slightly amusing. They all knew, more or less, about the disputes between Du Taeyan and Luo Qiankun. These 2 had been arguing for decades, and they were long used to it. Lin Moyu deployed his law domain and hurled the law of immortality in his hand into the spiritual star array. Since Luo Qiankun and Du Taeyan both told him to strike, there certainly wouldn't be any problem. It would be strange if his meager power could damage the spiritual star array. The spiritual star array glowed slightly. The law of immortality struck an infinitely firm wall, scattering over the formation. Luo Qiankun sensed the information transmitted back from the spiritual star array. A rare look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Du Taeyan couldn't help but ask, how is it? Luo Qiankun glared at Du Taeyan. Why the hurry? True God level 2. It almost bypassed a realm. Du Taeyan was utterly shocked. Are you mistaken? Luo Qiankun swore to the heavens. If I'm mistaken, Zhou Lao's and 3rd brother Zhou will eat you. Du Taeyan glared at Luo Qiankun. Who would drag others into a curse? But now was not the time to quibble over such matters. Now, Lin Moyu's law's attack power had bypassed a realm. Lin Moyu didn't quite understand what bypassing a law realm meant, but he knew his law must be very powerful. Du Taeyan said, Hongyu, you explain. Yes, master. Chu Hongyu respectfully replied. Only now did Lin Moyu realize that Chu Hongyu was Du Taeyan's disciple. Chu Hongyu looked like a beautiful woman in her early 30s, with a charming face and a pervasive sense of maturity. Her voice was slightly hoarse, with a magnetic quality, rare beauty. Chu Hongyu explained. In general, a 3rd-tier law would exert power corresponding to its level. A 2nd-tier law could exert power beyond its level. Most could bypass 2 to 3 levels, but bypassing a realm was very difficult. For laws like the law of death, even if they could bypass a realm, at most they could exert attack power close to true God level 1 at super God peak. Only 1st-tier laws could truly bypass a realm. You are only super God level 6, yet you can unleash the attack power of true God level 2. You have truly bypassed a realm. Now, Zhu Tian looked at Lin Moyu as if he were looking at a priceless gem, a super treasure. He asked, what is the name of this law? Lin Moyu replied, the law of immortality. The law of immortality. That name is a bit strange, Luo Qiankun muttered. Zhu Tian spoke. What do you know? You understand. Then tell me why it's called the law of immortality, Luo Qiankun challenged. He didn't believe Zhu Tian knew. Zhu Tian chuckled. Little brother Lin, summon a skeleton to show him. Lin Moyi looked at the two big children and found it slightly amusing. He summoned a skeleton god warrior. Luo Qiankun frowned. Skeleton. He assessed the skeleton up and down. It was clearly a skeleton, but contained life and the aura of a soul. I remember that a race called the immortal race once existed in the great world. The skeleton carried the aura of the law of immortality. With Luo Qiankun's discerning eye, he recognized it immediately. His words, however, surprised Lin Moyu. Did the immortal race really exist in the great world? Was the immortal race similar to him? Zhu Tian waved his hand. No, they're not the same. I specifically checked the records for the immortal race. They are completely different. A law that can revive deceased beings is called the law of immortality. I think it's very fitting. Luo Qiankun looked at Lin Moyu. Since this is the law you discovered, you decide what it's called. I have no objections. Zhu Tian asked, so you've confirmed it. What's difficult to confirm? Luo Qiankun said exasperatedly. The truth is right before our eyes. What's hard to confirm? Since it's confirmed, proceed with the soul imprint. Zhu Tian took out a head-sized white jade orb, personally left his soul imprint on it, and then passed the white jade orb to Luo Qiankun. Luo Qiankun took the white jade orb. A beam of light shot out from between his brows onto the white jade orb. The aura of Luo Qiankun also appeared on the white jade orb. Next, Zhu Tian passed the white jade orb to the three people Lu Changyu, one by one. If you have no issues, leave your soul imprints too. Naturally, the three had no issues. Each left their soul imprint on the white jade orb. Finally, the white jade orb reached Lin Moyu's hands. Lin Moyu could sense the soul imprints of the five people. Among them, the soul imprints of Zhu Tian and Luo Qiankun were the strongest, almost equal. This indicated that the two souls were very similar in strength, perhaps their power was also equal. In comparison, the soul power of the three people, Lu Changyu, was much weaker, not on the same level as Zhu Tian and Luo Qiankun. You also leave your soul imprint on the law orb, then infuse your law into it until it's full. Zhu Tian said, then asked, you know how to leave a soul imprint, right? Lin Moy said, I know. This isn't the first time he's done this, of course, he knows. His soul stirred slightly. Massive soul power surged out, and entered the law orb. Their expressions changed again. Even more surprised than when Lin Moyu first displayed the law of immortality. Zhu Tian exclaimed in surprise, 4th grade soul. Lin Moyu nodded. I just broke through a few days ago. Antares had once warned him to be humble and not casually reveal his soul grade. But after entering the great world, Lin Moyu sensed the situation of the human race. Furthermore, these god venerables before him, he knew they wouldn't harm him, so he freely displayed his soul grade. Zhu Tian muttered, 4th grade soul, it's a 4th grade soul. The 4th grade soul surprised him immensely. Even Luo Qiankun was somewhat speechless, only managing 2 words after a long while. Freak, the 3 people, Lu Changyu, were not only surprised but also slightly speechless. Xu Hongju lightly bit her lip. Monster. Lin Moyu was slightly amused. Why did I suddenly become a freak and a monster? However, Antares had also said similar things. Zhu Tian looked at the 3 people. Lu Changyu. What was your soul grade when you were in the super odd realm? The 3 smiled wryly and didn't answer. Zhu Tian scoffed. Look at him and look at yourselves. Aren't you embarrassed? The 3 continued to smile wryly, remaining silent. The 3 were also considered geniuses, otherwise how could they become world masters and cultivate to god venerable level 7? But compared to Lin Moyu, they fell far short. When they were in the super god realm, their souls were only 2nd grade. Lin Moyu left his soul imprint. His soul imprint was only slightly weaker than the 3 people, Xu Hongyu. Judging from the soul imprint, Lin Moyu's soul grade was the same level as the 3 all were 4th grade souls, while the souls of Luo Qiankun and Zhu Tian must have reached 5th grade. Next, he began to infuse his law into the law orb. After the law was infused, the law orb began to shine brightly. As more and more law was infused, the light on the law orb became increasingly intense. When the law fully filled it, the law orb had completely changed its appearance. It shone brilliantly in Lin Moyu's hand, the dazzling light making it hard to open one's eyes. The interlaced gray and white colors looked like a miniature version of the peculiar star. Life was hidden in death, and death was hidden in life. The law orb transformed into a law star. Du Tian took the law orb from Lin Moyu's hand. Good. This is your law star. It will appear in the Sea of Laws of the God's Heart Center from now on. Your mission is considered successfully completed. The specific reward will be announced later. Elder Luo, we will leave first. Thank you for your cooperation this time. Luo Clankenska. Get out. Don't come here if you have nothing to do later, and don't even think about it if you do. I don't want to see you. You don't get to decide that. Yu Tian laughed heartily, leading everyone away. On the way, Yu Tian asked, can one comprehend the law of immortality through the peculiar star? Lin Moyu pondered. I'm not sure. Perhaps, but the difficulty is not small. Yu Tian said casually, it's a first-tier law. How could it be easy? There's more than one peculiar star. There are some in the God's Heart Center, too. But no one has ever been able to comprehend the law of immortality from them. You are the first. Lin Moyu quickly explained, I didn't comprehend the law of immortality through the peculiar star. I'd already controlled the law of immortality in the small world. I only used the peculiar star to strengthen my comprehension of the law. Du Tian nodded. They know. Anyway, the peculiar star truly contains the law of immortality. It's just that those people are too stupid to comprehend it. A bunch of kids who all claim to be super geniuses and monsters, now look at them, they're nothing. Alright, leave the rest to me. After you return, do what you need to do. Cultivate diligently, strive to do missions, and don't be arrogant. Du Tian spoke like an elder, earnestly guiding Lin Moyu. I won't be negligent. When parting ways, the three people, Zhu Anju, all invited Lin Moyu to be a guest in their star systems. At this time, the three's attitude toward Lin Moyu was extremely enthusiastic, even vaguely hinting that they had some decent nieces. Lin Moyu recalled what Zhu Tian had said. There are many law stars in the Sea of Laws in the God's Heart Center. Lin Moyu finally understood the nature of the human emperor cultivation ground. The Sea of Laws truly existed within the God's Heart Center. It was a treasure of the human race, and one of its most important legacies. Many law stars were condensed by the sages with the essence of their entire lives at the end of their lives. They were the gravestones of the human race sages. There were also some law stars, similar to the one Lin Moyu made, formed using law orbs. However, law stars created this way couldn't last for tens of millions of years. Every few decades or a century, more law had to be infused to maintain the law star's existence. The stronger the cultivator, the stronger the law, and the longer the time between each infusion. The law stars were located in the God's Heart Center. The human emperor cultivation ground protected the Sea of Laws within the God's Heart Center to create a virtual world. Through the law of time, cultivators could gain more time for comprehension, but the projection was incomplete. Du Tian said that a part of the law stars could not be projected and had to be seen at the God's Heart Center. Returning to Star 981, this mission was finally completed, beyond expectations, supremely successful. What he had done before was to verify the status of the information he submitted for the mission. This was a completely new law, and a first-tier law at that, so Lin Moyu was highly anticipating what his reward would be. He estimated the reward would be substantial. From a distance, he saw Ren Kung waiting at the entrance of the mission center. That guy looked incredibly anxious, looking around. When he saw Lin Moyu, his eyes immediately lit up. Lin Moyu instinctively felt, does this guy have a younger sister at home? Ren Kung walked over, still looking left and right, cautiously saying, did the Star Lord leave? He left. Why are you so afraid of them? Lin Moyu asked him. Ren Kung said naturally, I am timid. That's the Star Lord, he's not an ordinary person. How can I not be afraid? Then Ren Kung continued to ask, what did the Star Lord want with you? Lin Moyu gave a half-truth. The Star Lord said he has a niece he wants to introduce to me. No way. Is that true or false? Ren Kung's eyes widened. He stared at Lin Moyu in disbelief. It's false. They came to verify the mission. Verify the mission. Ren Kung was even more confused. What kind of mission required the Star Lord to personally come here for verification? According to the rules of the Human Emperor Network, Lin Moyu could not disclose the specific details of the mission. He could only say, it was a level 3 mission to explore a peculiar planet. You know the rules. Some things I can't say. Naturally, Ren Kung understood. I know, but I seem to have heard of that mission before. Well, it doesn't matter anymore. How about now? Is it completed? It's completed and verified. It should be quick. As soon as he finished speaking, the Human Emperor Network transmitted a message, mission reward received. Mission to explore the peculiar planet completed. Reward 1000 points. Discovery of the root cause of the peculiar planet. Additional reward 10,000 points. Discovery of the law of immortality. Additional reward 10,000 points. After verification, the law of immortality is a first-tier law, and the law star has been successfully created. Additional reward 1000 days in the Human Emperor Cultivation Ground. Note, regardless of level. The first person to achieve 100 completion of the mission receives an additional reward of 100 days in the Human Emperor Cultivation Ground. Note, regardless of level. Lin Moyu's eyes were filled with joy at the sight of the pile of rewards. The reward was too generous. The total points amounted to 21,000, all of which were mission points that could be used to increase authority level. The most important thing was the 1100 days in the Human Emperor Cultivation Ground, without level restriction. If saved until the God King realm, the value would be even greater. Ren Kung looked at Lin Moyu's expression and immediately guessed that the mission reward was definitely substantial. His eyes were envious. He said the reward must be very good, right? Lin Moyu nodded. It's not bad. Ren Kung sighed. I'm jealous. Geniuses like you can always get additional rewards when doing missions. If it were someone like me, I definitely couldn't do it. I can only proceed step by step. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, that's true, but proceeding step by step is also very good. Cultivation is not about who can go faster, but who can go farther. Ren Kung's eyes lit up. He said, you are right. My idol is God Venerable Stepping, and they see. Even if I'm not a genius, I will persevere just like God Venerable Stepping and they see and never stop. Lin Moyu patted Ren Kung's shoulder. Keep it up. I highly regard you. God Venerable Stepping and they see had great prestige within the human race. Many historical stories were associated with him. It was said that God Venerable Stepping and the EC's beginnings were extremely humble. He had no exceptional aptitude or talent. Compared to other geniuses of his time, God Venerable Stepping and these C had no outstanding qualities or strong sense of presence. While his peers had become God Kings, he had not yet reached the true God realm. By the time others became God Venerables, he had just reached the God King realm. His cultivation was inferior to others, and his combat power was also average. In battles of the same rank, he had very few opportunities to win. But he was like that, step by step, persistently moving forward. Suddenly, when the fast-moving geniuses were stuck at some level in the God Venerable realm, they discovered that God Venerable Stepping and the sea had gradually caught up. The distance between God Venerable Stepping and the sea and them grew closer and closer until they were equal. And finally he surpassed them. God Venerable Stepping and the sea reached the absolute peak of the God Venerable realm. At that time, a race called the Giant Sea Race had a conflict with the human race. God Venerable Stepping and the sea pursued them and, relying on his own strength, completely flattened the Giant Sea Race. Only then did everyone realize that the people who were once called geniuses had been left far behind by him. Although God Venerable Stepping and the sea did not have much aptitude, he continuously worked hard. In the end, he surpassed the geniuses of his time. Ren Kung considering him an idol was truly a good goal. Lin Moyu's mission was complete. Ren Kung also shared the special mission he received with him. Special mission, Purge the Black Profound Race. The Black Profound Race was a major enemy of the human race. They were one of the alien races that invaded the human race 10,000 years ago. Enter the secret realm where the Black Profound Race resides and purge the entire race. Restrictions: do not spare any member of the Black Profound Race. Kill them all mercilessly. Completion condition: purge at least one stronghold of the Black Profound Race. After completing the mission, assessment and reward will be given based on the purge situation. Note, the Black Profound Race is a special rock-type race with extremely powerful defense and offense. Their specialty is physical attack and physical laws. They possess extraordinary combat capability and extremely high resistance to elemental laws. Suggestion: this mission should be completed by at least 5 people. After Lin Moyu finished reading the mission, he asked, is this a training mission? The mission won't force them to go to the real Black Profound Race with their current strength. If they go to the Black Profound Race, that's not executing a mission, that's offering themselves up for slaughter. The mission was conducted within the Human Emperor Network and was not dangerous, only serving as a training exercise. This was why it was called a special mission. It was indeed very special. It was a special mission in the virtual world, located within the Human Emperor Network, on the border of the human race territory. Special missions were not restricted by authority level and operational area. Furthermore, within the Human Emperor Network, a corresponding point value could be obtained simply by having the intention. After settling the points, 15 points were paid by Lin Moyu for the division, Lin Moyu and Rin Kan headed to the entrance of the secret realm. This place was already on the edge of the human race territory, bordering other races. Many people were gathered here. Not far away was an entrance. The special mission Rin Kan received was not unique. Many others had also received this mission through various channels. These people called upon their friends to come here to enter the secret realm and carry out the mission. Additionally, some people stopped outside the secret realm, waiting for teams short of members to join them. A special mission was special because it could be done multiple times, but the points received within the secret realm would not count towards mission points. They could be used like gold coins, but could not be used to upgrade a 30 level. The Human Emperor network would not allow any loopholes to exist. Hey, brother, do you want to add a warrior? On Super Odd level 7. My combat power can match Super Odd level 8. I'm definitely a gold tier warrior. I've entered this secret realm 5 times already and am extremely familiar with the hidden spots inside. I guarantee you the greatest benefits. Lin Moyu and Rin Kan were immediately surrounded upon arrival. Who told them they only had 2 people to smoothly pass through the black profound secret realm. At least 5 people were needed. Everyone knew they were short of people and came forward to advertise themselves. Rin Kan quickly refused, but more and more people surrounded them. It wasn't easy to push through the crowd. Finally, the 2 reached the secret realm entrance. Rin Kan was eager to activate the mission, looking slightly flustered and anxious. Lin Moyu was a bit amused. He could only blame the warriors for being too enthusiastic. This feeling reminded Lin Moyu of dungeons in the small world. A similar situation often occurred outside the entrance of some dungeons. Very familiar. He felt a bit nostalgic. Light simultaneously shone upon the 2 of them, and then they disappeared at the secret realm entrance. The air inside this secret realm was a bit oppressive. The sky here was purposely dim, always covered by a layer of light black clouds. Through the black clouds, the light of the stars could be seen. That light was blocked by more than half by the black clouds, making the whole world hazy. Strong winds howled. The wind here was also slightly black, mixed with many fragments of stone. Thumped. Rin Kan's face was suddenly struck by a small stone, causing him to cry out weirdly. The clothes on his body flashed, enveloping his entire body. Clearly, this was good defensive equipment. Lin Moyu didn't have such clothes. His skeleton armor glowed, blocking all the stone fragments carried by the wind. He picked up a stone fragment from the wind. The black stone fragment was incredibly hard. He had to use a lot of strength to crush it. It was said that the world where the black profound race lived was like this. Sand and stone flew year-round, and the strong wind never stopped. Besides being skilled in physical attacks, the black profound race was also adept at the law of wind element and the law of stone element. Rin Kan explained this. Since stepping into the secret realm, he looked a bit anxious. Lin Moyu observed the surrounding situation. This was the world of the black profound race. Of course, it was just a virtual world created by the Human Emperor network. It was just that the Human Emperor network was so realistic that it was hard to distinguish between reality and illusion. Lin Moyu understood why the Human Emperor network would create such a world. It was to give cultivators an opportunity for a military exercise. The first time fighting a real alien race. If conducted in the real world, casualties would be inevitable. Since it was placed within the Human Emperor network, this problem wouldn't occur. Accumulating experience in competition with alien races, so that if they encountered alien races in the real world in the future, they wouldn't panic. A moment later, the strong wind blew past, and the surroundings became quite quiet. At this moment, Rin Kan had no idea what to do and asked, "Which way should we go?" The surrounding scenery was all the same, with hardly any difference. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and said, "Actually, going in any direction is the same. Since this is a virtual world created by the Human Emperor network, it should be similar to the actual situation. The Black Profound race also lives on a planet, so no matter which way we go, we will eventually return to the starting point." Hearing this, Rin Kan's eyes brightened. He asked, "That makes sense. So, which way should we go after all?" Lin Moyu pointed in a direction. "Let's go that way, and see." The place Lin Moyu pointed to had many tall mountains. There were many peaks, like sharp points stabbing into the sky, and also many forests. Rin Kan had no other ideas at the moment. Whatever Lin Moyu said, he followed. The dark mountains were continuous. There were no trees on the mountains, only black stones. These black stones were mostly stationary, but some rolled around in the mountains. Lin Moyu and Rin Kan watched from a distance. Rin Kan said, "This is where the Black Profound race lives. Black stone is their skin, and profound iron is their bones, so they are called the Black Profound race. After all, they were a special type of life form made of stone. The great world was full of wonders. Lin Moyu had also seen a star transform into life, so a stone life form was not surprising. At this moment, a large mountain suddenly roared, and the black stones on it simultaneously awakened. Things that looked like eyes appeared on the black stones, looking collectively toward Lin Moyu and Rinkan. "We've been discovered." Rinkan cried out in alarm. Lin Moyu said calmly, "If you can see them, naturally they can see you too. There's nothing strange about it." The tall mountain roared, and dozens of Black Profound race members rushed toward the two like lightning. The Black Profound race members were huge, as if formed from several large mountains. A great sword appeared in Rinkan's hand. He was preparing to strike. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger. A white light flashed before his eyes. A stream of yen wind blew past. The sound of a dragon's roar shook the sky. The Undead Legion appeared in front of the two, actively greeting the Black Profound race members. The Bone Dragon breathed fiery dragon breath, carrying the immortal flame that corded all things. The Death Knights launched an attack, stabbing into the bodies of the Black Profound race members. The powerful impact knocked back all the approaching Black Profound race members. Rinkan heard several hoarse cries, as if they were wailing miserably. All the Black Profound race members were enveloped by silver, white flames. The law of immortality corroded their bodies. The black stone surface cracked, revealing the metallic skeleton inside. The Undead Legion did not stop. The Bone Dragon quickly caught up, crushing the Black Profound race members with its white bone claws. At this moment, the Undead Legion charged into the mountains unstoppable, like rolling waves and surging tides. A murderous intent flashed in Lin Moyu's eyes. He never showed mercy to alien races. It was the same in the small world, and it would be the same in the great world. The Black Profound race members were severely beaten by the Undead Legion. They were on the verge of collapse with just a little more effort. Rinkan, who had prepared himself for a great battle, was now staring blankly. He knew Lin Moyu was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Lin Moyu's strength, as he knew it, was only from when he was Super God level 3 at the Human Emperor Arena. Now, Lin Moyu had reached Super God level 6. His strength had increased manifold, enough to contend with true gods. How could a few Super God level 4 or level 5 Black Profound race members be his opponents? They were crushed by the Undead Legion on the spot. While Rinkan was still dazed, he was disturbed by the murderous aura on Lin Moyu. He couldn't imagine why Lin Moyu had such a fierce murderous aura. A person who grew up in the great world like Rinkan was accustomed to the peace there. All paths were already paved by the predecessors and sages. Thus, he couldn't understand the cruelty of the small world. In the great world, one only faced difficulties after reaching a certain level. It was not like the small world, where one had to get used to those hardships early on. Since Lin Moyu transferred his profession, he had been fighting until now. Countless monsters and alien races had died by his hands. Those were all real battles, unlike the virtual world of the Human Emperor network. If one was not careful, they could die at any moment. These experiences were things Rinkan could not imagine. Rinkan was intimidated by Lin Moyu's murderous aura. He muttered, "Brother Lin, have you killed many people?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I've killed many." Rinkan guessed roughly. "Brother Lin comes from a small world. Is it very dangerous there?" "Yes, extremely dangerous." Seeing Lin Moyu not explaining much, Rinkan didn't ask further. Each small world was different. Some small worlds had harsh environments, while others were stable and peaceful. Clearly, the environment of the small world where Lin Moyu lived was extremely harsh. Looking at the fierce Undead Legion, Rinkan felt that the small world where Lin Moyu lived was indeed very dangerous. Otherwise, it couldn't have nurtured a Lin Moyu with such a powerful murderous aura. Rinkan sighed. In that case, Brother Lin is truly a qualified warrior. When Brother Lin reaches the true God realm, and has level 4 authority, you can consider going to the front lines to participate in battles, and earn military merit. The area occupied by the human race was vast, bordering many races. Along the border, conflicts were incessant, and the smoke of war never ceased. Many human race warriors were fighting on the front lines. It was thanks to the existence of these people that the peace within the human race was maintained. Many cultivators went to the front lines after meeting the requirements. Some fought freely, others fought in groups, and some directly joined the military. No matter the method, their purpose was for the human race. Lin Moyu had long had this intention. He said, "I will go to the front lines." Since coming to the great world, the peaceful life here made him somewhat unaccustomed. He had long been used to fighting in the small world. When he met the conditions, he would go to the front lines to grow and become stronger in the smoke of war. Besides being able to eliminate alien races, he could also earn military merit. Military merit also existed in the Great World, and its role was also very important. In this regard, it was no different from the small world. Kukinkwan had told him that when his authority level reached level 4, he would also go to the front lines to accumulate military merit. Military merit was also an extremely important, indispensable part of entering the God's Heart Center. Rinkan's eyes held a touch of envy. He said, "I'm so jealous. I don't know when I'll be able to go to the front lines to eliminate alien races." Lin Moyu shook his head. "The front lines are very dangerous. When I was in the small world, many people died there every year." Rinkan laughed heartily. "But as cultivators, where else can we go if not the front lines? I'll borrow a saying from the Buddhist race. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Lin Moyu was slightly surprised. "The Buddhist race?" Rinkan nodded. "Brother Lin hasn't heard of the Buddhist race, right? They are a very special race. Their strength is very strong, but they have good relations with other races and do not contend with the world. I only know about the Buddhist race through my family's records. If Brother Lin is interested, you can search for more information about the Buddhist race after your authority level is upgraded." Lin Moyu remembered the Buddhist religion in his previous life's Huaxia world. There was also such a saying in Buddhism. The saying was exactly the same, not a single word off. Was this just a coincidence? Lin Moyu felt it was probably not a coincidence. There must be something he didn't understand. Boom! The tall mountain in front suddenly exploded. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Black clouds surged in the sky. A massive spherical stone flew out of the mountain. It transformed in mid-air, growing limbs. It was also a member of the Black Profound race, with super God level 7 cultivation. Its strength was much stronger than the Black Profound race members on the mountain. Rinkan said solemnly, "This is probably the leader of this tribe." In the short time Lin Moyu and Rinkan were talking, the Black Profound race members in the mountains were almost wiped out. Based on the structure of the Black Profound race, the Black Profound race and the adjacent mountains also belonged to the same tribe, and each tribe had a leader. The leader hadn't been seen before, but it turned out this leader was hiding in the mountain. Super God level 7 was considered strong. If the mission executors were people like Rinkan, it would take many people to besiege it to take it down. But facing Lin Moyu, several bone dragons descended from the air, breathing dragon breath onto the tribe leader. Skeleton god warriors flew up one after another. The huge axes in their hands shone brightly, launching countless powerful attacks. The tribe leader was crushed on the spot the moment it entered the field, turning into a pile of stone fragments, falling heavily to the ground. Super God level 7 was indeed unremarkable. The Black Profound race continuously howled. The cries traveled far away. The mountains and forests behind shook violently. Hundreds of powerful auras were rising. Rinkan's face changed. He said, "Not good. We eliminated them too quickly. They are sending out a distress signal." Lin Moyu found it strange. He asked, "Too fast?" Rinkan immediately explained, "The intelligence of the Black Profound race is very high. If we had acted a bit slower, they wouldn't have called for help. We could have dealt with them one by one. But eliminating them too quickly made them sense danger and send out a distress signal. The Black Profound race in the vicinity was rushing here for reinforcement." Lin Moyu laughed heartily. "Isn't that better? It saves us the trouble of looking for them." Rinkan was stunned. Normally, they should retreat, wait until the situation of the Black Profound race stabilized, and then counterattack. But clearly, Lin Moyu didn't intend to do that. More and more powerful auras awakened and rushed toward them. Black clouds surged in the air. Black Profound race members transformed into huge stones, crashing down like meteors. Lin Moyu snorted softly. A large number of Undead Legion members appeared next to him. The number of Black Profound race members was only a few hundred, but the number of Undead Legion members Lin Moyu summoned exceeded 10,000. Furthermore, the combat power of the skeletons completely overpowered the Black Profound race members. Whether in terms of quantity or individual combat power, Lin Moyu's side had the advantage. The Undead Legion immediately engulfed the entire Black Profound race. Rinkan felt he had made the correct choice, which was to find Lin Moyu to complete this special mission. Even with a 3070 split, the benefits he gained far exceeded the benefits of performing the mission with others. Moreover, with his understanding of Lin Moyu, he would absolutely never deceive him. Only one thing made him feel somewhat unexpected, and that was Lin Moyu's intense killing intent. But thinking about his harsh background in the small world, this seemed to be a matter of course. Under the destruction of the Undead Legion, the Black Profound race and the adjacent mountains were all killed. Not a single one remaining. The entire area was swept clean. Lin Moyu did not spare any of them. There were also newly born black profound race members whose strength was weak, but they were also killed. If you cut the grass without pulling out the roots, they will grow back when the spring wind blows. I either don't kill, or if you kill completely. In the confrontation between races, showing kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. There was once a cultivator who acted like a saint and spared the newly born members of a race. The result was that after they grew up, they retaliated, killing countless human race members. From then on, anyone who showed mercy on the battlefield was a sinner of the human race and would be nailed to the pillar of shame in history. Rinkan was like this. He fully agreed with Lin Moyu's approach. Lin Moyu didn't even know how to be a saint. He had fought and killed all the way from the small world to here. His killing intent towards alien races was long as firm as rock. After leveling a few nearby mountains, Lin Moyu released even more Undead Legion members, a total of 500,000 Undead Legion members scattered in all directions. It was imaginable that anywhere the Undead Legion passed through would be barren. Rinkan saw that he was idle, and put away his weapon. He sat down on the ground and said, "Brother Lin, you make me look very useless." Lin Moyu smiled and asked, "Then should I summon a few black profound race members for you to stretch your muscles?" "No, don't." Rinkan waved his hand. "Boredom is good. This is too comfortable. The reward this time is definitely not small. It's just a pity that the reward for this special mission doesn't count toward authority level points." Lin Moyu asked, "Are there many of these special missions?" Rinkan nodded. "Not many, but not few either. Almost every cultivator has to experience them a few times. Those great figures want us to have early exposure and understanding of alien races during our cultivation." Lin Moyu could completely understand the arrangements of the high-level figures. Most of these missions were conducted within the Human Emperor Network, which was safe and allowed for gaining combat experience, beneficial without harm. At the same time, the Human Emperor Network could also collect a large amount of information from the battles against alien races to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of each cultivator. Information such as the degree of combat power improvement and actual combat efficiency. For some people, high cultivation level doesn't necessarily mean strong combat power. The Human Emperor Network would record this information and finally create a comprehensive evaluation. The Human Emperor Network would also pay extreme attention to those with strong development potential. While he was chatting with Rinkan, the Undead Legion had completely cleared the surface of the entire secret realm. There were a total of 2 black profound race tribes in the secret realm, and all of them were cleanly dealt with. Even the Triad members hiding in the most secluded corners were discovered, none could escape. When Lin Moyu told Rinkan this number, he sighed with a slightly exaggerated expression. "This is the easiest and most comfortable mission I have ever done in my life. I just sat still and didn't move, and the mission was completed. It's too satisfying. It's a pity that such opportunities are rare. Brother Lin, your destiny is surely to reach the peak. I will try to catch up with you, but I probably won't be able to. In the future, remember this, brother, if anything good comes up." Lin Wei smiled lightly. "You will also become stronger. I borrow your good fortune." Rinkan took out a jade token, which symbolized the mission card for this mission. After activating the mission card, Rinkan shouted, "Submit mission." The mission card automatically flew into the sky, radiating dazzling light, and finally exploded like fireworks in the air. After verification, the special mission to purge the Black Profound Secret Realm was complete. Mission completion rate is 100. Completion speed is evaluated as excellent. Total reward is 20,000 points. Please proceed with the division. This information was directly displayed in front of Lin Moyu and Rinkan, clearly impossible to fake. The right to divide the final reward still belonged to Rinkan. After all, he was the owner of the mission card. Without him, they couldn't even enter the secret realm. "Brother Lin, why don't you take a little more?" Rinkan looked at Lin Moyu. During the entire mission, he hadn't even moved, so he was a bit embarrassed. Lin Moyu shook his head. "Just follow the agreement." Lin Moyu was very resolute. Whatever was agreed upon before was what it would be. Rinkan nodded. "Then I'll shamelessly accept." According to the previous agreement, Rinkan took 3 parts, equivalent to 6,000 points. Lin Moyu received 14,000 points. 14,000 points was not a small sum for a super hard realm cultivator, enough to buy many things. But Lin Moyu was not interested in super hard realm items. Currently, his points had reached 91,753. This was already a considerable fortune. His mission points were 55,850, still a bit short of the 100,000 points needed for level 4 authority. After the mission was completed, an exit to the secret realm appeared next to the two. Ringang sighed. It's a pity. We still didn't find the Black Profound Star this time. Lin Moyu found it strange and asked him, what is the Black Profound Star? Ringang said, the Black Profound Star is the most precious treasure of the Black Profound race, and also the origin of the Black Profound race. If they didn't have the Black Profound Star, the Black Profound race wouldn't be so strong. The laws they master are basically third-tier laws, but once they integrate the Black Profound Star, they will evolve. Through the Black Profound Star, they can master the law of massacre, which is a second-tier law. Thanks to this, the Black Profound race's strength increased greatly, becoming one of the strongest races in the Great World. Someone once obtained the Black Profound Star in this mission, but the probability is very low. It's a pity we didn't get it this time. Lin Moyu had leveled the entire secret realm, but still didn't find the Black Profound Star, so it definitely wasn't there. Rinkan was not disappointed. He felt this was a matter of course. Lin Moyu found it strange and asked him, but isn't this the virtual world of the Human Emperor Network? What's the use of obtaining the Black Profound Star here? Rinkan chuckled. Then you don't understand. Although the Human Emperor Network is a virtual image, it has links to reality. If you obtain the Black Profound Star here, of course, you only get a virtual image of the Black Profound Star. But the Human Emperor Network will give you the real Black Profound Star in the real world. That year, when our human race fought the Black Profound race, we killed many Black Profound race experts and obtained many Black Profound Stars. Lin Moyu was slightly startled. It can be done like that. Rinvang laughed. The Human Emperor Network is very magical. You don't need to be so surprised. That's just normal. Lin Moyu realized he had underestimated the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network was not just a virtual world, nor was it simply projecting everything from the real world into the virtual world. It was even less about merely using the law of time in the sea of laws to extend the cultivation time for the human race. Although those things were already incredibly impressive, they were not the limit of the Human Emperor Network. The Human Emperor Network had reached the pinnacle of connecting reality with illusion. Lin Moyu was the same. The further he went, the deeper his discoveries would inevitably be. Currently, he had only seen the tip of the Human Emperor Network iceberg. Rewards obtained in the virtual world could also be obtained in the real world. Rinkang said, let's go. The probability of obtaining this thing is extremely low. I was just thinking about it. In history, very few people have obtained it. Since someone has obtained it, it proves it exists in the secret realm. Lin Moyu felt that the Human Emperor Network would not play games involving probability. The purpose of the Human Emperor Network was to cultivate talents for the human race. This type of mission was for comprehensive cultivation of combat power, observation ability, cultivation level, and even human character. To find the Black Profound Star, perhaps observation ability was required. Lin Moyu thought for a moment, but did not leave. He said, I want to search again. Rinkang's eyes brightened. He asked, Brother Lin is interested in the Black Profound Star. Lin Moyu shook his head. That's only part of the reason. I want to search and find out where the Black Profound Star is hidden. Rinkang didn't discourage Lin Moyu. He sat back down on the ground and said, all right, you go search. I'll wait for you here. He was the owner of the mission. As long as he didn't leave, the secret realm wouldn't close. However, a long time passed, and he still didn't see Lin Moyu act. Instead, he saw Lin Moyu close his eyes, seemingly resting his mind. Rinkang felt strange and asked him, didn't you want to search for the Black Profound Star? Lin Moyu chuckled. I am searching. Rinkang looked confused, but Lin Moyu didn't explain further, so he didn't ask anymore. The Undead Legion was his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of Undead Legion members scoring the secret realm was much more effective than him searching alone. The ground had already been leveled once, there was nothing left. During this search, he leveled it a few more times but still found nothing. There were many mountain ranges in the secret realm, all of which were overturned by the Undead Legion. Every stone was flipped over, he didn't even miss a small stone. After searching for half a day, under Lin Moyu's patient search, something was finally discovered. Hundreds of kilometers away from them, a crack was found halfway up a small mountain, over 200 meters high. After the crack was opened, a cave was revealed. The other mountains had no caves, only this one did. This alone was significant. When the cave was broken open, a strange aura flew out and quickly spread throughout the entire secret realm. This aura carried the power of law, giving people an astonishing sense of killing intent, even making timid people feel a chill down their spine. Rinkang exclaimed, Brother Lin, he found it. Lin Moyu smiled. Probably. Let's go and see. Okay. I also want to see what the Black Profound Star looks like. The two flew together. They soon reached the mountainside and entered the cave. The cave wound into the mountain. Inside the mountain was another world. The space was incredibly vast. The two saw the black profound star. It was a prismatic crystal the size of a fist, floating in the air and glowing. The crystal had a strange black-gray color. Black energy surrounded it like constantly twisting snakes. A stream of black energy radiated the aura of law. Law of massacre. It's really the law of massacre. Rinkan exclaimed. Lin Moyu also sensed the law of massacre, pure killing intent. But in his eyes, the black profound star was somewhat similar to the law crystal in his soul world. His law crystal contained the killing aura he had accumulated over many years. The killing aura had almost liquefied, turning the entire law crystal ink black. The law crystal filled with killing aura was at least 5 to 6 parts, similar to the black profound star in front of him. Rinkan's eyes shone. He said, I heard that one can comprehend the law of massacre through the black profound star. That's a second-tier law. If one can truly comprehend it, they'll strike it rich. Lin Moyu asked, has anyone comprehended it? Rinkan thought for a moment, and disappointment appeared in his eyes. He said, it seems no one has. Those who obtained the black profound star eventually sold it. Second-tier laws are too difficult to comprehend, but the black profound star could be sold for a high price, at least 100,000 points. But this was found by Brother Lin. Even if it's only a small part, I can't take it. Although Rinkan was timid, he had integrity and knew when to advance and retreat. He was clear about what he should take and what he shouldn't. Even if Lin Moyu didn't need the black profound star, he couldn't take it. Lin Moyu looked at the black profound star, then his eyes moved down. He said, to take the black profound star, we still have to pass this hurdle. Only now did Rinkan realize that below the black profound star, there was still a black profound race member. It had just awakened. A pair of eyes suddenly appeared on its dark body. A powerful aura echoed in the cave. Rinkan was startled. He said, Super God level 9. Lin Moyu shook his head. Not an ordinary Super God level 9 but a Super God peak level. Oh wait, Brother Lin. Don't scare me. Do you mean it can use a law domain? Rinkan cried out, his face showing fear. Super God peak level referred to Super God level 9 cultivators who had successfully cultivated a law domain. Although both were Super God level 9, those with a law domain were much stronger than ordinary Super God level 9 cultivators. Lin Moyu nodded. Since we entered the cave, we have actually entered its law domain. Rinkan's face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. He said, we're in trouble this time. Although one couldn't truly be killed in the Human Emperor Network, the feeling in the Human Emperor Network was too real. Dying once here was no different from dying once in the real world. Lin Wei said, it will be a bit troublesome. The black profound race member was fully recovered. It grabbed the black profound star and roared. The entire cave shook violently. The two felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down, making it hard for them to move. Rinkan said, Law of gravity. The black profound race was skilled in physical laws, and the law of gravity was one of them. The entire cave was shaking, the mountain was trembling, and cracks continuously appeared. What do we do now? At this moment, Rinkan had no ideas left. He could only rely on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu remained calm, and said peacefully, it's fine. He lightly flicked his finger. A strange star interlaced with black and white slowly rose. The gravity pressing down on the two immediately disappeared. I can also use a law domain. Lin Moyu deployed his law domain. The law of immortality was a first-tier law. Its power was much greater than the law of gravity, which belonged to the third tier. Even though Lin Moyu was only Super God level 6, he was only 3 levels lower than the black profound race member in front of him. In terms of law, he completely surpassed the opponent. As the two laws made contact, the law of gravity domain immediately shattered. When Lin Moyu's law domain was fully deployed, the black profound race member was completely suppressed. Rinkan was stunned. Lin Moyu's strength changed his perspective again. Super God level 6, law domain, he had never heard of it. Lin Moyu lightly tapped his finger. Dozens of streams of great energy appeared out of nowhere, immediately wrapping around the black profound race member. The incredibly tough stone quickly rotted, losing its vitality. It was as if hundreds of millions of years had passed. In just a blink of an eye, a strong wind could now shatter it into dust. It was corroded by the death force of the law of immortality, dying very swiftly. Lin Moyu slightly raised his eyebrows. He felt that his law had changed. Its power was much stronger than before. It wasn't because of the law domain, but because the power of the law had genuinely increased. He quickly checked his own information. The law he initially controlled, the law of death and the law of life, had changed to the law of immortality. He knew the Human Emperor Network had made modifications to his law. Based on the law power he provided, combined with his previous performance, the Human Emperor Network had obtained accurate data about his law. Reality was reflected in the virtual world, making his law power increase, fully synchronized with the real world. Rincon stood to the side, dumbfounded. He said in disbelief, "It's all. Is that all?" Lin Moyu waved his hand. The black profound star flew into his hand. At this moment, a message was broadcast in the secret realm. The black profound star has been obtained. Please make arrangements. The right to arrange still lay in Rincon's hands. Rincon did not hesitate, directly choosing the black profound star to belong to Lin Moyu. He could have chosen the black profound star to belong to himself, but he wouldn't do something so petty. Lin Moyu's strength had thoroughly astonished and frightened him. Having such a friend was better than having such a strong enemy. He could easily defeat a super god at peak level. He believed Lin Moyu already had strength comparable to a true god. This meant Lin Moyu could already go to the front lines to fight. How could he offend such a super genius? Rincon was not a fool. He wouldn't do something so shallow. After Rincon made his choice, Lin Moyu received a notification. A specialist will be sent to deliver the black profound star to Lin Moyu. He only needs to wait. At this point, the mission was truly considered complete. In fact, the black profound star was the ultimate reward of this mission, meaning very few people could obtain it. Don't even mention the difficulty of finding it. Even if it was found, with a super guy peak level black profound race member guarding it, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Running the narrative from Reiki being to the end, ensuring all character names and terminology are consistent, leaving the secret realm. A clamor of noise reached their ears. The scene immediately became lively. Many people were still outside the secret realm. A group of warriors was looking for work, hoping to earn contribution points. Everyone had their own path. Although the methods and paths were different, the goal was the same. Let's go. Just as they were about to leave, the entire Human Emperor Network suddenly vibrated. Thunder roared in the sky. Billions of meteor showers flew from afar, streaking across the sky above their heads. The meteor shower trailed long, dazzling tails of fire, flying toward the depths of space. Next came the second wave, the third wave. Wave after wave of meteor showers continuously flew by. Heaven and earth roared. A sudden atmosphere of inexplicable sorrow appeared in the Human Emperor Network. Some people felt a stinging in their noses, and tears naturally flowed. The Human Emperor Network also affected reality. Countless people in the real world were shedding tears. Lin Moyu sensed the deep sorrow, but he quickly dismissed the emotion. What happened? Lin Moyu was slightly confused. The meteor showers were not normal, and the sudden sorrow was also not normal. Rincon's eyes were red. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Weeping meteors." Lin Moyu asked, "What are weeping meteors?" Rincon said, "A god venerable has fallen, stars fall as tears." Lin Moyu's heart trembled slightly. "Are you saying a god venerable has fallen?" Rincon was affected by the sorrow. He choked up and said, "Whenever god venerable falls, weeping meteors appear in the Human Emperor Network. Our human race has lost another god venerable. Is it because of the battle on the front lines? But it seems peaceful for now." Lin Moyu didn't quite understand. The human race world had been relatively peaceful for nearly a millennium. Although there were battles on the front lines, they weren't too fierce, not to the extent that a god venerable had to intervene. They could only be considered local conflicts. Why did a god venerable suddenly fall? Lin Moyu even suspected whether the god venerable had entered a dangerous area of the Great World and subsequently fell. The Great World had very dangerous places. Even a god venerable could fall if they were careless. God venerables were powerful but not immortal. Rincon said, "The Human Emperor Network will announce the news soon. Then we'll know which god venerable has fallen." Rincon's sorrow gradually subsided. After lasting for a few minutes, the weeping meteors slowly vanished. The Human Emperor Network returned to peace. But everyone knew this peace was only temporary. Everyone was waiting for the news, wanting to know which god venerable had fallen and the reason. Soon, corresponding information appeared before everyone's eyes. God Venerable Vice Commander Ye Yu unfortunately fell while fighting bravely. He was surrounded by the demon race in the southern border of the Vermilion Bird Star territory. Before death, God Venerable Ye Yu self-destructed, perishing together with the demon god Venerable. As soon as the news was announced, Lin Moyu and Rincon exchanged glances. So, it was the demon race that made a move. Moreover, the incident occurred on the southern border of the Vermilion Bird Star territory, not far from their star system 90A, just over 400 light years away. to the entire great world. Over 400 light years was a very short distance. Rincon trembled all over. Is war coming again? Lin Moyu said calmly, if we have to fight, then fight. The human race has never feared war. The history of the human race is a history of war. Whether it was the small world where Lin Moyu was born or the great world now, it was achieved through the human race's struggles. Rincon was slightly worried. The demon race is also one of the top powerful races, no weaker than our human race. If we fight, countless star systems might be destroyed. Lin Moyu pondered for a moment and said, I think there probably won't be a large-scale war, most likely a local conflict. Rincon thought deeply. The last major battle between us and the demon race was over 2,000 years ago. Our human race won that time, and the demon race also suffered significant losses. Only 2,000 years have passed. They probably haven't fully recovered yet. Perhaps there's another reason this time. Lin Moyu was still suspicious. Why did the demon race suddenly strike at God Venerable Yeyu? And why did God Venerable Yeyu appear on the front lines? God Venerable Yeyu and God Venerable Yefeng differed by only one character. Were the two related? Suddenly, the entire starry sky of the Human Emperor Network turned blood red. The starry sky of the Human Emperor Network turned a blood red color. One could even see fresh blood flowing within it. Blood red, in the deep meaning of the human race, symbolized ill omens. Upon seeing the blood-red starry sky, Rincon immediately trembled and said, war is truly coming. War between races was extremely brutal, meaning countless deaths and endless sacrifices. But war was inevitable in the great world. This was too common. When the demon race invades our front lines in the Vermilion Bird Star territory, all cultivators who have reached the super bad realm are temporarily forbidden from leaving their star systems and must await orders. All cultivators in the true God realm and God King realm must prepare for battle. All missions in the Vermilion Bird Star territory are suspended. The Human Emperor Network is temporarily closed. Very quickly, everyone received the information transmitted sequentially. Whether in the Human Emperor Network or in reality, as long as they were cultivators at the super God realm or above, they received the news. At this moment, the Human Emperor Network became the most efficient messenger. It could accurately deliver all directives to every single person. After just 1 minute, everyone was forced to leave the Human Emperor Network. Even those who were executing missions were the same. The status of their mission was recorded and would resume after the war ended. Returning to the real world, tension still flickered in Rincon's eyes. He didn't expect war to really be coming, and so soon. Lin Moyu could sense the anxiety in his words, as if he feared the coming of war. Are you scared? Rincon shook his head. Well, as human race, we are not afraid. It's just that it came too soon, and I'm not strong enough yet. I am only at the super God realm. Under normal circumstances, I can't leave my star system to participate in the real battlefield. Lin Moyu said, tell me about the previous wars. I didn't see much in the documents. He had searched the documents before, but there was little specific description of war. He knew he didn't have enough authority yet to read more detailed documents. Lin Moyu knew nothing about the war in the great world. He didn't know if it was different from the war in the small world. Rincon said weakly, I don't know what war is like in your small world, but war in the great world is brutal. True experts fighting can destroy entire galaxies. As for living planets like ours, they can't withstand a single finger from a god venerable, or even a few moves from them. But this is not the most troublesome part. Rincon held nothing back, telling everything he knew. His family had thousands of years of history. Several true gods had appeared and joined the military, truly participating in the battlefield. With his description, Lin Moyu finally gained some understanding of the war in the great world. War in the great world could be divided into 3 types. One was border warfare. This kind of war erupted on the border. The scale was not large, and it could be considered a small-scale conflict. In most cases, god kings rarely intervened. The second type was invasion warfare, where one race invaded another. Depending on the scale of the invasion, it could be divided into local warfare and total warfare. The third type was the most brutal, great racial annihilation war. Once this type of war erupted, it would only end with the demise of one race. It went beyond the endless back and forth scenario. It was a fight to the death, leaving not even a single insect alive. The greatest possibility was the destruction of the entire star system, repeatedly scored with the most powerful law. In the history of the great world, the number of extinct races was uncountable. The human race almost met this fate. Rincon spoke nonstop, but afterward, his expression was still worried. He didn't know the scale of the demon race's invasion this time. Would it be total warfare, or local warfare? Also, the demon race was very skilled at hiding. It was highly likely they would bypass the front line and attack the rear to carry out a massacre. But fortunately, the human emperor network was monitoring. Very powerful demons couldn't enter. If they did enter, they would only be super, odd realm demons. Lin Moyu now understood why the human emperor network required all super, odd realm cultivators in their star systems not to leave. It was mainly to guard against the demon race launching a surprise attack. He didn't expect to fight the demon race in the small world, and then still fight the demon race in the great world. Lin Moyu felt a bit amused. The arrangement of fate was truly miraculous. It was as if he was born to confront the demon race. He had killed demons from the great world before. This time, if they dared to come here, he would just kill them until he was satisfied. Lin Moyu patted Rinkai. He said, "No need to worry. Worrying is useless." He didn't dare say anything else, but if the invaders were only super but realm demons, nothing would happen to Star System 98. Lin Moyu spoke with great certainty. He dared to say that below true God, he was invincible. Moreover, this kind of invincibility was true invincibility. It couldn't be compensated for by numbers. No matter how many came, he would kill them all. Lin Moyu's words gave Rinkai more confidence, and his expression improved greatly. He was very clear about Lin Moyu's strength. As long as true God realm demons didn't arrive, there was nothing to worry about. The two left the mission room and walked toward the outside of the mission center. Originally, there were many people in the square. The human emperor network of the Vermilion Birdstar territory was temporarily closed. The mission system was temporarily suspended. Without the human emperor network, the trading center also had to close. Cultivators left the mission center and the trading center, gathering in the square, waiting for the next order. War was about to begin. No one knew how widespread this war would be and how many star systems it would involve. Star System 98 was only one light year away from the border. It seemed far, but in reality, to experts like God Venerables, one light year was very close. Even for God Kings, using God Game level flying equipment, one light year was not considered far. The possibility of the war spreading here was not zero. Everyone's face was serious and tense. A dark cloud flew overhead. Massive pressure swept down. A warship flew over, stopping in the starry sky. The warship did not enter Star 981, simply because it was too large. Even stopping in the starry sky, it was clearly visible. A human race God King level warship. Rinkai muttered. A God King level warship has been mobilized. It seems the scale of the opponent's invasion is quite large. His heart, which had just relaxed, immediately tensed up again. Lively discussions spread everywhere. From this, Lin Moyu learned a rough situation. The warship stopping in the starry sky was a human race God King level warship. Its combat power was extremely powerful. It was enough to contend with a God King by itself. Even a God King level warship had been mobilized. This proved that the scale of this war would not be small. All true gods and God Kings, heed the order, follow the directive and enter the warship. A loud voice echoed through the star system, reaching everyone's ears. A warship subsequently descended, actually entering the star system's range, stopping in mid-air. The majesty was even more intense. Lin Moyu felt oppressed. The warship was over 1,000 kilometers long, like a primordial beast stopping in mid-air. The true gods and God Kings here all flew into the warship. Star System 98 was a low-level star system. There were few true gods and not many God Kings. Carrying all the true gods and God Kings, the warship quickly deployed its wings, then, like a bubble, disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of the law of space. The warship used the law of space to directly traverse space and leave. This once again made Lin Moyu look at the human race warships with new eyes. The warship brought the true gods and God Kings to the battlefield, while the super god cultivators were still waiting for other orders. First, a God Venerable fell, and then a God King level warship was mobilized. The scale of this battle was definitely massive. War had arrived. Even if they were just cannon fodder, they were no less than super god cultivators. There would also be a battlefield belonging to them. Very quickly, a new order was transmitted. All super god realm cultivators, go outside and guard your star systems to prevent surprise attacks by the demon race. The human emperor network is open. Everyone must act according to the order and not violate it, or they will be severely punished. This order applied not only to Star System 98 but to all adjacent star systems. Super god cultivators took off one after another, flying into the sky, quickly leaving the planet, heading outside the star system to guard. Rinkai whispered, "I just said that a branch of the demon race has extremely strong stealth capabilities. Even with the Human Emperor network monitoring, it's not guaranteed to be absolutely error-free. It had happened before. The demon race secretly sneaked into a life star system and carried out a massacre. Lin Moyu thought of the Black Phantom race that sneaked in before. Lin Moyu even suspected whether another race had instructed the Black Phantom race to do such a thing. Relying solely on the strength of the Black Phantom race to offend the human race would not be wise. Perhaps there was another conspiracy behind it. If he connected the current invasion of the Black Phantom race and the demon race, Lin Moyu had a completely new thought. Could it be an experiment? He pondered. The Black Phantom race infiltration incident was highly likely an experiment by the demon race. Perhaps they were testing whether they could evade the monitoring of the Human Emperor network to successfully sneak in. After confirming feasibility, they launched this war. The more he thought, the more likely this possibility seemed. Rin Kang's face slightly changed. He quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Wei shook his head. "Nothing. I was just thinking about something. Don't say anything for now. Let me think." At this, Rin Kang closed his mouth and didn't speak anymore. Tens of thousands of super god cultivators flew silently in the starry sky, quickly heading to the edge of the star system. After Lin Wei thought it through, he felt the possibility of his thought being very high. He immediately contacted the Human Emperor network, sending a message to Zhu Tian, stating his speculation again. The Human Emperor network was temporarily closed and could not be entered, but sending some information was not a problem. Lin Moyu had Zhu Tian's contact method. He was just not sure if Zhu Tian would see the message he sent. A major war was about to begin. As the Star Lord, Zhu Tian must be extremely busy. Maybe he had already gone to the battlefield himself. After all, he was the strongest person in the Vermilion Bird Star territory. Lin Moyu sent the message. Not long after, he received a reply. Zhu Tian's reply was extremely simple. Just 2 words, understood. Reading these 2 words, Lin Moyu could see his seriousness. Clearly, he didn't ignore it. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, as long as Zhu Tian received it, the rest was not something he could control. Lin Moyu asked, "Tell me the details of the demon race." Rin Kang thought. "I actually don't know much about the demon race. My ancestors in the family once participated in the military and dealt with the demon race. This information was passed down by those ancestors. The demon race has countless branches. There are countless types of demons, but generally, they can be divided into 2 factions, the Hell Demon faction and the Abyss Demon faction. It is said that the Hell Demon faction is simple and brutal, preferring to do everything directly. The Abyss Demon faction is extremely sinister, preferring to work secretly. But no matter the type, both demon factions are equally cruel and bloodthirsty. Many races in the great world have been exterminated by the demon race. Our human race and the demon race have fought many great battles. Sometimes we win, sometimes we lose, but mostly our human race wins." Lin Moyu listened to Rin Kang's explanation. In general, it was not much different from what Lillian had said. The Hell Demon faction and the Abyss Demon faction were like the 2 sides yin and yang of a race. Their personalities also had some differences. Usually, these 2 demon factions would hinder each other, but once they made a move, both factions would generally strike together. Demons skilled in stealth and sneak attack belonged to the Abyss faction. Tens of thousands of super god realm cultivators arrived at the edge of the star system. Although there were many people, the star system was huge. These people gathered together very discreetly. The Human Emperor network transmitted orders one by one. Cultivators dispersed, separating by more than 1,000 kilometers, each guarding their respective area. After everyone was in position, the star system suddenly lit up with a boom. The entire star system was glowing, and the aura of law appeared. The God of War Palace flew out from within the star system, reaching the top of the star system, standing upright like a fortress. Lin Moyu recognized that the light in the star system came from the God of War Palace. Rin Kang's voice came through. "It's the spiritual star array of the God of War Palace. It protects the entire star system." Lin Moyu realized why a God of War Palace had to be erected on top of every star system. It wasn't to admire the style of the God of War, nor was it simply to conduct potential assessments. The existence of the God of War Palace had its own significance. When war came, the spiritual star array in the God of War Palace could protect the entire star system. At the same time, the God of War Palace itself was a powerful war fortress. Although he didn't know its combat power, Lin Moyu believed it was definitely not weak. He really worried too much. How could the human race not guard against the demon race's surprise attack? Lin Moyu chuckled, feeling he had truly overthought things. The human race and the demon race had been fighting to the death for centuries. How could they not know the demon race's tactics? Since they knew, they naturally had methods to counter them. Under the guard of the God of War Palace, the life star system was incredibly secure. These super-powered cultivators seemed to have become expendable existences. Days passed, and the starry sky was quiet. Everyone guessed that the front-line battle might have been successful. But at this moment, the Human Emperor network was closed, making it difficult for everyone to receive corresponding news. As long as the Human Emperor network didn't open, it meant the war had not stopped. After waiting for 4 days, suddenly, space warped thousands of kilometers away. A small warship flew out of space, then instantly flew across tens of thousands of kilometers, stopping in front of Lin Moyu. This warship arrived very abruptly. It was not very large, only 100 meters long, a world of difference compared to the God King level warship. 2 exquisite boxes were launched from the warship, flying toward Lin Moyu. The items have been delivered. Lin Moyu heard a machine-like voice. Then, the warship sped away like lightning, instantly disappearing from sight. Lin Moyu stared blankly at the 2 boxes in front of him. At himself, he curiously opened one box. An aura of law erupted from the box. Lin Moyu sensed a wave of killing intent. Inside the box was a black crystal the size of a fist. Killing aura surrounded the black crystal. The aura of the law of massacre was very clear. Black profound star. Lin Moyu was quite surprised. He didn't expect the Human Emperor network to use this method to deliver the black profound star to him. One box contained the black profound star. What was in the other box? Lin Moyu opened the other box. A stream of blood instantly filled the starry sky. Inside was clearly a corpse. When Lin Moyu took the alien race corpse out of the box, the corpse naturally swelled up, transforming into an alien race corpse over 3 meters long. The alien race corpse had probably been dead for a while, but the smell of fresh blood was still very apparent. Even though it was dead, the pressure was still as intense as before. It was a true bounty, at least true bod level 6. He didn't expect the true bod corpse that the famed star sect had promised would also be delivered at this time. And the delivery method was a bit strange. Lin Moyu knew too little about the great world. There were still many other functions he didn't understand. However, the timing was perfect. Not to mention the black profound star. This corpse alone was enough to become Lin Moyu's trump card. With this, even facing a true god level 7 or even true god level 8, he would still have the strength to fight. Lin Moyu excitedly put the corpse away. As he held the black profound star, a stream of the law of massacre from the black profound star rushed into his body. Immediately after, the law crystal within his soul world vibrated. Lin Moyu's law crystal was filled with the killing aura he had accumulated over many years. The killing aura had liquefied, thick as ink. The killing aura in the law crystal was boiling, fusing with the law of massacre from the black profound star. The law crystal shone brightly. For several years, the killing aura Lin Moyu had accumulated in the law crystal was like boiling water, continuously surging. An intense killing aura rose from Lin Moyu. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, they would surely be terrified by Lin Moyu's killing aura. If billions of lives hadn't died by his hands, he couldn't have condensed such killing aura. It was no exaggeration to say he was a killer. Immediately, Lin Moyu was surrounded by a dense killing aura. This included his own long, accumulated killing aura, and the law of massacre within the Black Profound Star. The Black Profound Star could help one comprehend the law of massacre. This was true, but no one could do it. The law of massacre belonged to the second tier of laws, and was not easy to comprehend. Therefore, those who obtained the Black Profound Star eventually sold it, exchanging it for contribution points. However, Lin Moyu had never thought about comprehending the law of massacre. He already had the law of immortality. The law of immortality was a first-tier law. Its power far surpassed the law of massacre. Moreover, he still had the law of time and the law of space in his soul waiting for him to comprehend. The law of time and the law of space were both first-tier laws. They far surpassed the law of massacre. Currently, what Lin Moyu lacked the most was time. Who had the leisure to comprehend this kind of second-tier law? But at this moment, the killing aura within the law of massacre and the law crystal were merging, and all kinds of insights surged toward him, requiring no time for comprehension at all. Lin Moyu controlled the law of massacre as easily as an elixir. His rank rapidly ascended. Within just half a day, an entire law star river appeared in Lin Moyu's soul world. The river of rules was pitch black, thick with a killing intent that filled the sky. A tributary appeared from above, winding its way to connect with his soul. Instantly, his control over the rule of slaughter increased to 1. The rules surged, and various comprehensions continued to flow. The black abyssal crystal in Lin Moyu's hand seemed to melt, transforming into countless streams of black, murderous energy that poured into his divine rock domain. The already black killing intent within the divine rock domain boiled even more violently, causing the domain itself to transform. The murderous aura around Lin Moyu grew increasingly dense, beginning to affect the surrounding space. Black energy coiled like dragons in the cosmos as his killing intent intensified. Lin Moyu appeared like a god of slaughter, making it impossible for others to look at him directly. Finally, his transformation attracted the attention of others. What's happening to him? His killing intent is so strong. How many beings has this man killed? Even a veteran general returning from the battlefield wouldn't possess such a potent aura of slaughter. Tens of thousands of kilometers away in the war god temple, Luo Qingkun opened his eyes. What powerful killing intent. His gaze pierced through the war god temple and landed on Lin Moyu. He was taken aback by the sheer density of the killing intent, a level that even he found frightening. He knew Lin Moyu came from a lesser world and roughly guessed the origin of this aura. It seems that boy's world was not a peaceful one, he mused. However, choosing to comprehend a rule at this time is not very appropriate. Moreover, to neglect the Tier 1 rule of immortality, and instead practice the rule of slaughter. It's not a very wise choice. He assumed Lin Moyu was cultivating the rule of slaughter, but he had no idea that Lin Moyu hadn't even started cultivating it in the first place. A miraculous change was occurring within Lin Moyu's body. The accumulated killing intent in his divine rock domain merged with the rule of slaughter from the black abyssal crystal fire, allowing him to rapidly gain control over it. His mastery of the rule surged from 0 to 6 in just 3 short days, reaching its limit and matching his rule of immortality. The moment the rule of slaughter reached its limit, the spiritual world boomed, and the divine rock domain exploded, releasing a torrent of stored killing intent. The amount of slaughter energy Lin Moyu had accumulated over the years was beyond imagination. As the domain shattered, the killing intent transformed into a draconic storm, turning the 1,000-meter radius around him into a world of slaughter. The rule of slaughter danced in this space, forming its own rule domain. Behind Lin Moyu, strange gray and white stars automatically rose. The domain of the rule of immortality also unfolded at this very moment. The rule of immortality and the rule of slaughter formed their domains simultaneously, intertwining. The domain's range instantly expanded from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, its power increasing dramatically. A dual rule domain, Luo Qingkun couldn't help but exclaim. He had been watching Lin Moyu's changes, concerned that it was not a suitable time for comprehension during a great war. He never expected Lin Moyu to comprehend the rule of slaughter to this extent, forming a domain and even fusing it with the domain of immortality. The expanded range and increased power made Luo Qingkun's eyes sparkle. Such a person undoubtedly belongs to the War God Temple. Lin Moyu's eyes were tightly shut. He was fully aware of the changes happening to him. His control over the rule of slaughter was no accident, but the result of years of accumulation. The divine rock domain had continuously absorbed his killing intent, laying the foundation. Without a sufficient foundation of slaughter energy, comprehending the rule of slaughter would be extremely difficult, let alone forming a domain. But with enough killing intent, not only was comprehension simple, but forming a domain was also possible. With the help of the divine rock domain and the black abyssal crystal, the current situation was as natural as water flowing downstream. The space not far away distorted, and a colossal demon flew out. The moment it appeared, Luo Qingkun raised his hand, a rule condensing on his fingertip as if he was about to strike. But then he lowered his hand, a smile touching his lips. I should test the current combat strength of these youngsters. He could have easily destroyed the space-faring demon, but he wanted to see the current strength of the human race's younger generation. With him present, nothing major could go wrong. If a few died, it was due to their own lack of strength. War was always cruel. How could there be no deaths? Luo Qingkun had lived for tens of millions of years and experienced countless battles, so he was indifferent to a few scattered casualties. The massive, spherical demon appeared in everyone's sight. Scouting arts were cast one after another, falling upon the demon. Giant burrowing demon level, true god traits, innate ability for spatial jumps, possesses an independent internal space. Weak personal attack power, but extremely high defense. Lin Moyu read the information and muttered, isn't this just a transport ship? Its own attack power is weak, but I wonder how weak. If its main purpose is to transport troops, there must be other demons inside it. But since it appeared, a full second has passed without any other demons emerging. A second is not short for cultivators. Many things can be done. How can there be no movement at all? Suddenly, Lin Moyu detected several faint, illusory shadows pass by. More accurately, he didn't see them. They had entered his rule domain, causing minute spatial distortions that he could feel. Be careful, the demons are coming. Lin Moyu's voice echoed through the cosmos, a soul sound that reverberated outwards. The demons are here. Everyone heard his voice, but still saw no demons. The cosmos is empty. Where are the demons? Inside the war god temple. Luo Qiankun chuckled deviously. These kids are in for it. Shadow demons are not easy to deal with. Within his rule domain, Lin Moyu had complete control and had captured the slight spatial disturbances caused by the shadow demons. Although he couldn't see them, they were undeniably there. His heart stirred, and streams of rules flew towards the shadow demons. The rules transformed into dragons, opening their maws to bite, containing the deathly power of both the rule of immortality and the rule of slaughter. The two rules complemented each other, their power greatly enhanced. The shadow demon never thought it would be discovered. Lin Moyu's attack was incredibly fast and sharp. Under the assault of the rules, the shadow demon could no longer hide and was finally revealed. It was a demon less than a meter tall, slender, with a body covered in round scales. Its scales could absorb ambient light and mimic the surrounding colors, which, combined with their own rules, made them extremely difficult to detect. However, within a rule domain, they could no longer conceal themselves. In an instant, the rule dragon devoured the shadow demon that was lunging at Lin Moyu. Enveloped by the rule of immortality, a blood-curdling scream echoed through space as the shadow demon's body rotted away, dying a miserable death. The moment it was consumed, Lin Moyu cast a scouting spell. Shadow demon race. Demon clan level, super god traits, stealth, high burst power, lethal threat to cultivators of the same level. The shadow demon Lin Moyu had just killed was at super god level 6, the same as him, but its combat power was far inferior. Lin Moyu's eyes glinted, and his soul sound rang out, "It's shadow demons. Everyone be careful." After speaking, he took no further action. His orders were to guard this position. Others' matters were for them to resolve. He was a soldier now and had to obey orders. Besides, the war god temple and Luo Qiankun were here. Since even Luo Qiankun hadn't acted, he wouldn't meddle. A loud shout from Ren Kun echoed nearby. His entire body emitted a blinding light, illuminating the heavens. In the interplay of light and shadow, Ren Kun spotted a figure. "Fought you." He threw the great saber in his hand, which exploded with brilliant starlight as it flew towards the shadow demon. The demon was immediately forced to reveal itself, and brandished a pair of daggers to block the saber. The rules clashed, and the shadow demon was sent flying. Ren Kun pointed, and the great saber spun around to continue its pursuit. He controlled the saber, pressing the attack and forcing the shadow demon into a constant retreat. Even with the shadow demon's strong assassination abilities and incredible burst power, it was at a disadvantage in a direct fight. Ren Kun's great saber caught Lin Moyu's eye. It looked extraordinary. The attack power it unleashed surpassed Ren Kun's own cultivation level. Lin Moyu thought of his own weapon, the Sovereign Scepter, which had been gathering dust for a long time. Since he reached the Upper God realm, he hadn't used it, and he couldn't think of another use for it. He couldn't just wield a scepter in battle. A good sword or saber would be better. The 500,000 attribute points it provided were not very useful in the super god realm, which relied mainly on rules and the soul. The Sovereign Scepter was still incomplete. Perhaps it would be useful later, but for now it made no difference whether he used it or not. Because Lin Moyu had killed so quickly, he hadn't attracted much attention. But the battle between Ren Kun and the shadow demon was instantly noticed by others. Many cultivators followed suit, forcing the shadow demons to reveal themselves. Once the shadow demon was exposed, it was no longer to be feared. The morale of the human race was completely ignited. The territory of the human race will not tolerate these demons running rampant. Demon whelp, taste my axe. Come on, let me teach you how to be a proper demon. The human cultivators roared as rules continuously exploded in the cosmos. All sorts of rules detonated, turning space into a dazzling, multicolored spectacle. After a while, Lin Moyu stopped acting. He vaguely felt that something was not right. Are these shadow demons seeking death? Why are they so easy to deal with? The demon race couldn't be that foolish. He looked at the giant burrowing demon, still alive not far away. After releasing the shadow demons it carried, it hadn't left. This seemed abnormal. Lin Moyu sensed something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Recalling his previous speculations and judgments, he pointed a finger into the void. The 100,000-meter long eyes of the undead slowly opened in the cosmos. Lin Moyu immediately connected with them, viewing the battlefield through their gaze. Whether it was the revealed shadow demons or those still in stealth, None could escape the eyes of the undead. The eyes saw souls. As long as something had a soul, it couldn't hide. Lin Wei saw several shadow demons stealthily infiltrating the star system. He didn't know how they bypassed the system's defensive formations, but they had slipped in. Their speed wasn't fast, but it wouldn't be long before they reached the nearest life-bearing planet, Planet 983. Planet 983 was inhabited only by ordinary people. Once they arrived, they could turn it into a living hell in an instant. Lin Moyu glanced at the War God Temple, but there was no reaction. The Human Emperor Network had no new orders. Returning to the star system would be disobeying orders. If he didn't go back and the War God Temple didn't act, Planet 983 would likely face a catastrophe. Lin Moyu thought for a moment and made a decision. How could he stand by and watch? He couldn't. The wings of the undead spread, and he turned into a streak of light, flying towards Planet 983. Lin Moyu left his post, but not entirely. Over 100 skeleton-bound generals took his place to guard the area. Under the coordination of the eyes of the undead, the shadow demons had nowhere to hide. Lin Moyu connected with the eyes, and the speed of his wings increased to its maximum, chasing them down quickly. A small crack appeared in the space behind him. Inside the War God Temple, Luo Kleinken chuckled. So the little brat discovered it. Not bad. Not bad. At his level, everything was clear to him. How could the hiding shadow demons escape his notice? He just didn't stop them directly. He wanted to see if any of these super god realm youngsters could discover them. The fact that Lin Moyu found them pleased him greatly. But in the next second, Luo Kleinken suddenly jumped up, his voice trembling slightly. The rule of space. He saw the rift Lin Moyu left behind, and immediately recognized it as the rule of space. The rule of space, like the rule of immortality Lin Moyu had previously revealed, was a Tier 1 rule. He hadn't been as moved when he saw the rule of immortality, but now, seeing the rule of space, he was extremely agitated. Luo Kleinken's eyes flashed, his whole body excited, and he kept muttering, the rule of space. It's the rule of space. To him, the rule of space seemed to have a very special meaning. He quickly calmed down, looked at Lin Moyu, and murmured, let me watch a little longer, just a little longer. A total of 6 shadow demons were moving in a triangular formation, sneaking into the star system. The one in the lead was the smallest but also the strongest, at Super God level 9. Of the 5 behind it, 2 were Super God level 8, and the other 3 were Super God level 7. They were in a neat formation, acting in an orderly manner, clearly a well-trained squad. The demon race was not a disorganized rabble. They had armies with strict discipline, which was how they maintained their powerful combat strength to survive in the harsh great world. Lin Moyu accelerated to his maximum speed, quickly overtook them, and then turned to block their path. His ruled domain opened, and in an instant, strange gray and white stars rose from behind him. The rule of slaughter, filled with a sky, eye-killing intent, fused with the rule of immortality, transforming into countless divine dragons that circled within the ruled domain. They were not far from Planet 983 now. Lin Moyu wasted no time on words, and attacked immediately. The rule dragons charged forward to kill them. The expressions of the 6 shadow demons changed simultaneously. The leader, a super god level 9 demon, was shocked that Lin Moyu would attack so decisively. A rule domain. It roared, its aura surging. A massive black hole appeared behind it, seeming to devour everything. Just a super god level 6. Thinking you can stop me with a rule domain. My rule domain can devour everything. It seems you're a genius of the human race. If I kill you, this operation will be a success. It laughed ferociously, its killing intent soaring. Lin Moyu spoke with a serious tone, if you swallow my rule, you'll die from it. The shadow demon's rule domain moved violently, devouring all of Lin Moyu's rule dragons. Lin Moyu snapped his fingers, and many more rule dragons flew out from the strange stars. The shadow demon's rule domain seemed to accept all comers. Come on, bring it. I'll devour all your rule power. The shadow demon laughed as the black hole's devouring power intensified. At the same time, the other 5 shadow demons rushed towards Lin Moyu, the daggers in their hands glinting with a chilling light. Lin Moyu let out a soft shout and pointed forward. Fusion spell. Curse of time. A red light flashed, and the 5 shadow demons screamed in unison. The next second, they fell silent, annihilated in an instant. A super god level 6 had killed 5 super god level 7 and 8 demons in a single attack. This scene terrified the shadow demon leader. Its body trembled as it realized it had miscalculated. This human genius before it seemed to be something else entirely. Suddenly, its rule domain shook violently. The black hole became unstable, and trembled fiercely. It looked as if the black hole was full and could no longer swallow Lin Moyu's rule dragons. Its rule domain had reached its limit. But Lin Moyu was still forcing his rule into it. Fear appeared in its eyes. If this continued, its rule domain would explode. But now it was in a dilemma. If it retracted its rule domain, the power it had previously swallowed would erupt instantly. It couldn't withstand it. Lin Moyu saw this and said with a sneer, "I told you, you can't swallow it." It took out a demon stone and crushed it. "Next time, I won't let you go," Lin Moyu pointed. "There won't be a next time." The thunder of time descended, acting upon its body and causing severe damage to its soul. It also affected its rule domain. The devouring progress of the rule domain immediately accelerated, completely surpassing its limit. It let out a horrific scream as its soul shattered and its rule domain disintegrated, dying on the spot. But the demon stone had been activated, and a space-time passage appeared, instantly sucking its corpse in. The corpses of the other 5 shadow demons quickly decayed under the corrosion of the rule of immortality, not even dust remaining. Lin Moyu's movements were clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Inside the War God Temple, Luo Klankan was shocked into silence. Even when Lin Moyu had received a legendary evaluation and revealed the rule of immortality, it couldn't compare to the astonishment he felt in these brief 2 minutes. First it was the rule of space, and now he had seen the rule of time, alongside the rule of immortality. The rule of space, and the rule of time appearing in one person. Was this possible? Luo Klankan felt like he was hallucinating. Such an absurd thing was actually happening. He didn't even dare to report this, fearing he would be considered a madman. It wasn't just that others wouldn't believe it. Even he, who had seen it with his own eyes, couldn't believe it. But he trusted he hadn't seen wrong. Lin Moyu's spell truly contained the rule of time. There was no mistake. After some thought, Luo Klankan decided to be cautious. He would wait until this battle was over, check the records on the Human Emperor Network again, and then decide whether to report it. If a person truly possessed both the rule of space and the rule of time, he must join the War God Temple. No matter what methods were used, even if it meant offending the city lord, he had to be snatched. Luo Klankan secretly made up his mind, his eyes firm. Lin Moyu returned to his post. By now, the battle between the others and the shadow demons had ended. Many humans were injured, but it was nothing serious. As long as a cultivator didn't die and their soul wasn't damaged, it wasn't a major issue. Regrowing severed limbs was a common occurrence. The giant burrowing demon let out a piercing shriek. The space in front of it began to warp. It was clearly trying to escape. At this moment, a chilling light shot out from the War God Temple. The cold light transformed into a sword and pierced through the giant burrowing demon in an instant. Under the cold light, the demon's colossal body turned to dust, completely annihilated. Luo Klankan snorted coldly. "You came, and now you want to run. Is the territory of our human race a place you can come and go as you please?" Battles similar to the one in Star System 983 occurred in many other star systems, with varying results. The demons used the same script, shadow demons in the front to attract attention, while an elite squad secretly infiltrated the star system from behind. They bypassed the defensive formations, found loopholes, and successfully infiltrated. However, the human race was prepared. Even the War God Temples had got king-level experts guarding them, but the infiltrating shadow demons were not entirely unsuccessful. The shadow demon race had also been prepared for a long time. Many who sensed something was wrong immediately retreated. Only a few couldn't escape. Because Lin Moyu's actions were so fast and powerful, the infiltrating shadow demons had no chance to escape. The only thing that escaped in the end was a corpse. The giant burrowing demon was even more miserable. It clearly had very strong defense. Even against a god king, it should have been able to withstand at least 10 seconds, enough time to activate a spatial jump and escape. But it had the misfortune of encountering Luo Klankan and was annihilated in a single blow. The cosmos returned to tranquility. For the next few days, there was no more activity. Is it over? Lin Moyu felt it was a bit like child's play. Although the demons had infiltrated the star system, it was too predictable. If a war was launched, even god venerables could fall. Why was it all bark and no bite? It started with a bang but ended with a whimper. It shouldn't be like this. Although he had many questions, Lin Moyu couldn't figure out the reason. He thought to himself that the fighting on the front lines must be intense. He didn't know the situation there. The Human Emperor Network was temporarily locked down, and many news transmissions were blocked. But that wasn't something he needed to think about. It was a matter for the high-level humans and the Domain Lord to consider. Another 5 days passed. They had been guarding the star system for 15 days. A streak of light flew from a distance at a very high speed. The moment they saw the light, A warship had already stopped in front of everyone. A God King level warship of the human race. It was the first time Lin Moyu had seen a God King level warship up close. The ship exuded a dense pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Everyone, board the warship. A voice rang out, spreading across the cosmos. No one hesitated, and no one asked where they were going. On the battlefield, military orders were absolute. Once an order was given, it was to be executed without question. Everyone quickly boarded the warship, which then swiftly departed. The warship traversed space-time to pick up people from other star systems. The number of people inside the warship quickly exceeded 100,000. Next, the warship entered subspace and flew at faster than light speed. Until now, those who had boarded the warship still didn't know what was happening, but they could communicate with each other. Lin Moyu learned that these people were from Vermilion Bird Star System No. 97, Vermilion Bird Star System No. 99, and Vermilion Bird Star System No. 100, including himself from Star System No. 98. This warship had picked up super god cultivators from 4 star systems. No one came to explain, and no one asked. Another rule of the battlefield was not to ask what you shouldn't ask. When you needed to be told, you would be. The warship traveled a long distance at faster than light speed, then left subspace and returned to normal space. Everyone, disembark. The warship's hatch opened, and everyone followed the order without hesitation, disembarking from the ship. Although not as swift as a military unit, their movements were quick, and without delay. After getting off the warship, Lin Moyu discovered several other warships parked in the cosmos. In front of each warship stood a large number of super god cultivators. Space continued to fluctuate as several more warships arrived, and a large number of super god cultivators jumped out from them. At this moment, Lin Moyu finally understood the saying, super gods are no better than dogs. The number of super god cultivators here alone exceeded 1 million. The population of the human race was vast, with tens of trillions of inhabitants, so having so many super god cultivators was normal. And this was just a small part of the Vermilion Bird star field. 10 warships, each carrying around 100,000 super god cultivators, added up to about 1 million. After that, no more warships arrived. Lin Moyu knew that almost everyone had arrived, so the next directive should be coming. Rinkan walked over to Lin Moyu. Brother Lin, why did you go back to the star system just now? He had been fighting at the time, so Lin Moyu's sudden departure hadn't caught his attention. Lin Moyu said, a few shadow demons sneaked into the star system. Rinkan snorted. The guts on those shadow demons are huge. With Brother Lin watching, they still dared to sneak in. They were really asking for death. He was clearly trying to flatter him. Lin Moyu smiled slightly but said nothing. He knew that even if he hadn't acted back then, that old Luo from the War God Temple wouldn't have allowed the shadow demons to enter the star. Thinking about it, he realized he had been too worried. His rule of space and rule of time had probably been exposed, but so be it. He hadn't intended to hide them anyway. Although Antares had always told him to be low-key, Lin Moyu felt it wasn't necessary to be overly so. As long as his strength was sufficient, he could be as high profile as he wanted. Making the human higher value him might even be safer. Rinkan looked at the million super god cultivators in space. What on earth are they planning to do with so many super god cultivators? Lin Moyu looked at the cosmos. We should have an answer soon. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone received a message from the Human Emperor Network. Vermilion Bird Star System No. 52 has been invaded by the demon race. The star system's defense system has been destroyed. The demon race has set up a barrier, preventing those stronger than super god cultivators from entering. Your mission is to enter Star System No. 52 and rescue the trapped humans. The human cultivators of Star System No. 52 are still resisting, but the situation is critical, and time is running out. Please act quickly. After the battle, rewards will be distributed based on everyone's performance. Everyone received the order. The situation was urgent and could not be delayed. Countless people immediately took out their flying devices and flew towards Star System No. 52. In a flash, half of the million super god cultivators were gone. Only then did Lin Moyu clearly see Star System No. 52 not far away. Before, his view had been blocked by the crowd. Rinkung asked, Brother Lin, shall we go too? Do you have a flying device? Lin Moyu nodded. Yes. Rinkung acknowledged. I won't bother you this time. I have to kill to my heart's content and earn more rewards. After speaking, he took out his flying device and flew towards Star System No. 52. Rinkung was very sensible. He knew that if he wanted to be safe, he could follow Lin Moyu. but that would be a bother to him. With Lin Moyu's combat ability, he could definitely achieve great rewards. Lin Moyu understood his thoughts, smiled slightly, and also took out his divine vermilion fortress, turning into a streak of light and flying away. Most cultivators at the Super God Realm used Super God Realm flying devices. Lin Moyu used the divine vermilion fortress, which was a true God Realm device, much faster than a Super God Realm one. Moreover, with Lin Moyu's current strength, he could unleash most of the fortress's power. The divine vermilion fortress was not an ordinary flying device, but a war fortress. Once activated, it was fully capable of killing true God-level experts. Lin Moyu controlled the divine vermilion fortress, quickly overtaking most of the super god cultivators, and flying to the front of the group. He was like a lone star, surpassing everyone and soaring ahead. If he wanted to stand out, he would stand out completely. Outside star system No. 52, a dark blue light flickered, like another space. This was the demon race's barrier. In the lesser world, Lin Moyu had encountered the demon race's barriers many times. In the great world, the demon race's barriers were still their specialty, even capable of enveloping an entire star system. Based on the intelligence just received, Lin Moyu had some understanding of the star system's situation. Star system No. 52 was not ambushed by a few demons, but attacked by an entire demon army. Caught off guard, the defense system of star system No. 52 was damaged, and the demon army successfully invaded. Of course, the war god temple also had a large number of super god cultivators resisting, but they were trapped inside and wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The demon barrier restricted cultivators at the true god realm and above from entering. God venerables couldn't act, their power was too strong. If they wanted to break the barrier, the entire star system might be destroyed along with it. Weaker forces couldn't break the barrier, and stronger forces would destroy the star system. Either way, the human race was in a difficult position. Therefore, the demons had completely seized the initiative. They could fight if they wanted and run if they wanted. The only solution for the human race was to send a large number of super god cultivators and to kill all the demons inside. If the number of super god cultivators was large enough, even if the demons had a true god leader, they could be killed. After a brief analysis, Lin Moyu had many questions. First, how did the demons bypass the front-line blockade and enter the human interior? Although Vermilion Bird star system No. 52 was not at the center of human territory, it was still several hundred light years from the battlefield. That was not a short distance. They could have been intercepted along the way. Lin Moyu didn't believe the human race lacked this capability. Furthermore, how did they break the star system's defensive formation? Lin Moyu didn't believe they broke it directly. Sneaking in seemed more plausible. The star system's defensive formation and the war god temple were not useless. If they could be broken directly, the star system itself would be on the verge of collapse. Additionally, there was the human emperor network. It was impossible that it couldn't monitor the demon race's actions. With the power of the human emperor network, there should have been countermeasures long ago. Combining his analysis and questions, Lin Moyu came to a shocking conclusion. The human race had done it on purpose. They deliberately let them in to train their soldiers. To train as super god cultivators, who aren't even considered cannon fodder. Thinking about it, this was the most likely possibility. If so, the safety of Vermilion Bird star system No. 52 was definitely not a problem. There might be some losses along the way, but Lin Moyu had already seen that the human experts didn't care about such small losses. They were concerned with bigger matters. A few minor casualties were acceptable. If 1,000,000 super god cultivators could be exchanged for a god venerable, the human higher-ups would not hesitate. It was not certain that a god venerable could emerge from 1,000,000 super god cultivators. Every race needed top-tier combat power. This was a necessary and helpless reality of the Great World. Having experienced the Great War in the Lesser World, Lin Moyu understood this very well. Only top-tier combat power could support a race. As Lin Moyu thought through everything, his eyes became even more determined. He was very close to the barrier but didn't stop, crashing straight into it like a meteor. The people behind him were stunned. Why is he going in alone? The situation inside is unknown. Is he seeking death? Is this arrogance or a desperate need to stand out? Does he think he's invincible? Even if you want to earn merits, you don't need to be so reckless. What's the point of merits if you're dead? He's a madman. Everyone thought Lin Moyu was insane. Inside the barrier was a demon army. Facing an army alone was no different from suicide. The human emperor network had gathered 1,000,000 of them, which indicated that the number of demons inside the barrier was not small. Everyone felt that Lin Moyu was doomed. Only Rin Kun knew that it was the demons who were doomed. Lin Moyu's undead legion was a terrifying thing. One person could fight against an army of 1,000,000. He was not worried about Lin Moyu's safety at all. On the contrary, he felt that the demon army inside was about to suffer. The barrier was like a layer of water. Lin Moyu passed through it without any obstruction. The situation in the star system gradually became clear. In his sight were a large number of demons. In the cosmos, the demons had formed an army, each one grinning ferociously at Lin Moyu. More accurately, they were waiting for the human cultivators to arrive. They were not surprised to see Lin Moyu appear. From outside the barrier, one couldn't see the situation inside, but from inside, one could see the situation outside. The demons knew Lin Moyu was the first to charge in, and the others would follow shortly. Lin Moyu's gaze swept across the star system and saw the formation above the life star shining. There were 4 life stars in the star system, linked together to form a powerful grand formation. The War God Temple was the core of the formation, temporarily blocking the demons' attacks. Lin Moyu breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the life star was safe and sound. The next step was to deal with these demons. The demon army was not small, exceeding 300,000. 1/3 of them were attacking the life star, while the remaining 2/3 were gathered here, waiting to fight the human cultivators. The demons were a regular army. Their auras much more vigorous than the human cultivators. Although there were only about 200,000 of them, the combat power they could unleash far exceeded their numbers. If the human cultivators wanted to deal with them, they would have to pay a considerable price. But unfortunately for them, they had met Lin Moyu. "Kid, are you looking for death? You came so early. If you want to die so badly, this demon will send you on your way. In the words of your human race, die early, reincarnate early." From within the army, a super god level 7 demon officer laughed maniacally and charged out, attacking Lin Moyu with malicious intent. Lin Moyu snorted lightly and pointed a finger. At this moment in the cosmos, the eyes of the undead open, followed by a flash of red light. SSS-Rank spell, Eyes of the Undead fusion spell, Curse of Time. The 2 skills were unleashed simultaneously. The demon that was laughing loudly a half-second ago was instantly killed a half-second later. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. "I have materials now." Numbers were meaningless to Lin Moyu. The continuous great wars in the lesser world had proven this. Relying on encirclement would only result in being completely wiped out by Lin Moyu, unless one had the strength to kill him. The corpse explosion spell was very unreasonable. Since its appearance, it had been the most unreasonable spell Lin Moyu had. Corpse explosion fusion level. 40 detonates a corpse or skeleton, causing damage equal to 40 of the corpse's HD when alive to designated targets within a 400-meter radius. 40 damage plus a 200-fold talent enhancement directly increased the damage to 8,000, equivalent to 80 full power attacks from the corpse when it was alive. This was enough to fight across levels. It was still just a SSS-Rank spell, not even related to any rule, and had no active attack ability. But give it a corpse, and it could unleash destructive power far exceeding the corpse itself. At the same level, it was invincible. Even when Lin Moyu first controlled this spell, when it was still a level 1 scale, give him a true god's corpse, and he could kill another true god. Now that it had become a spell, its power was even greater, and Lin Moyu could control the area of effect at will. When the first charging demon was instantly killed, the outcome of this battle was already decided. Boo! 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 Continuous explosions rang out, piercing the soul of every demon. Rows of demons fell, their battle formation shattered in an instant. 1 second, just 1 second, but over 10,000 demons were dead. Lin Moyu attacked everywhere, his soul continuously maintaining its movement, targeting all demons in his sight. Chain explosions, as brilliant as fireworks, bloomed like bloody flowers in the cosmos. A second later, the demons seemed to be jolted awake and finally reacted. Kill him. Open the defensive barrier. The demons acted one after another, expanding individual barriers centered on their battle formation. At the same time, they launched countless attacks, swarming towards Lin Moyu. The barriers seemed strong, but they only blocked a few of Lin Moyu's explosive attacks before shattering. At this moment, the cosmos was filled with demon corpses. Lin Moyu's materials were too abundant. Even a true god couldn't withstand it, let alone these demons who were only at the super god realm. Numbers were useless. They only provided Lin Moyu with more explosive materials. Countless attacks landed on Lin Moyu. The bone armor glowed, was quickly destroyed, and then quickly regenerated in a constant cycle of destruction and rebirth. Each time, it triggered the combined counterattack of the 4-star spell. White light exploded in the sky. Demons screamed continuously as bone fangs and bone spears tore through them. Lin Wei stood still, but in just 2 or 3 seconds, he had killed tens of thousands of demons. 10 demons shouted and rushed out. They activated their ruled domains. All of them were Super God level 9, at the peak of the Super God realm. 10 peak Super God demons joined forces. In their minds, they could definitely tear Lin Wei to shreds. Gray and white auras emerged. A strange star of interwoven gray and white appeared. The domain of the rule of immortality was activated, its coverage stretching 1,000 meters. Then, streams of the rule of slaughter, filled with a deathly aura, shot out, circling the cosmos. The domain of the rule of immortality also opened. As both rule domains opened, their coverage quickly expanded to over 10,000 meters. Within this 10,000-meter range, ruled dragons roared continuously. The demons who had just reached the peak of the super god realm were almost instantly suppressed. The rules boomed as rule dragons charged at them. The rule of slaughter carried a dense killing intent, destroying souls and wills. The rule of immortality corroded bodies and souls, leading to death. The demons screamed in fear, resisting the rule dragons. Impossible, how can he be so strong? A super god level 6. A rule domain. Fighting across levels, this kid is a super genius of the human race. Why would a super genius appear here? This is impossible. The demons panicked, screaming to the point of cursing, but Lin Moyu paid them no mind. Right now, he was only focused on killing. Everything else was ignored. The 10 peak super god demons used all their strength just to barely resist the attacks from Lin Moyu's rules. Lin Moyu felt that although the two rules had combined, they hadn't truly fused. There seemed to be a barrier between them. As he thought of this, a spell was cast. Rank spell. Infinite fusion. Lin Moyu decided to fuse his domain of the rule of immortality and domain of the rule of slaughter. Under the effect of the infinite fusion spell, the two rule domains began to fuse rapidly. The pre-existing barrier gradually disappeared, and they finally merged. A ring of black energy appeared outside the strange star, looking like a black asteroid belt surrounding it. The strange star represented the rule of immortality, and the black energy ring represented the rule of slaughter. Now they had fused. Although the range didn't change, the power increased significantly. The 10 demons who could barely resist were instantly put in a dangerous situation. But Lin Moyu still hadn't unleashed the full power of the rule. He was just using them as test subjects. If he increased the power slightly, the rule domain's power could reach the true god level. Killing them then would be as simple as crushing a mosquito. The demon army maintained the barrier and then charged towards Lin Moyu. If they still didn't act, it wouldn't be long before Lin Moyu killed them all. Lin Moyu smirted lightly. Want to compare numbers? You're far from it. The undead legion appeared in a massive wave. A full 1.49 million undead stood densely in the cosmos. A cold wind rose and blew past, making the demons shiver. Even some demons who controlled the rule of fire and were shrouded in flames fell to bone, killing cold at this moment. After the undead legion appeared, they immediately raised their weapons and charged out. Death Knights charged. Bone dragons breathed out deadly dragon's breath. Skeleton god warriors wielded their axes, each finding their own target. Rule mages and god archers stood at the back, launching soul attacks. Swoosh. Except for the elemental witches, Lin Moyu had summoned all his undead. Because the materials used for the elemental witches were too weak, they were useless in a super god realm battle. Of course, this excluded the immortal witches. The 1.49 million undead legion, like a majestic army, began to hunt down the demons at will. They charged towards the demons' barrier, broke their battle formation, and then started chasing and killing them in the cosmos. Screams echoed continuously. The 10 peak super god demons trapped by the rule domain also screamed as they were devoured by the rules. The cosmos was filled with demon corpses. In a flash, the 200,000 strong army was almost completely annihilated. The remaining demons fled like mad towards the ends of the cosmos. Lin Moyu led the undead legion to attack the life star. When the other super god cultivators rushed into the barrier, everyone was prepared for a great battle. What greeted them were countless corpses of the demon race. The corpses floated in space like meteoric fragments. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide. What happened? Why are all the demons dead? Wasn't it supposed to be a demon army? What on earth happened? Can someone please tell me? I found a live one. Someone discovered a demon that wasn't quite dead yet and, as if finding a treasure, immediately cut it down to claim a small prize. Could it be the person from before did this? Could he alone have killed so many demons? That's impossible, right? Impossible. There were at least 100,000 demons. Even a true god realm expert couldn't kill them all. That's right, Demons aren't stupid. Wouldn't they run if they couldn't win? Besides, one person against an army, does that sound reasonable to you? Reasonable? Of course it's reasonable. Rinkung's face was full of contempt. He knew very well that while others couldn't do it, Lin Moyu definitely could. Although he didn't know how Lin Moyu did it, he was sure he could. His faith in Lin Moyu was almost blind, thanks to the time they had spent together. Now, with the truth before his eyes, he felt that Lin Moyu was like a slap in the face to those who said he was seeking death. The slap was both crisp and loud. I found a demon, it's still alive. Someone shouted in surprise. In the depths of the cosmos, there were still many demons fleeing like mad. Behind them, skeletons were in pursuit. The slower demons were caught by the skeletons and killed on the spot. Upon discovering the demons, the super god cultivators of the human race immediately gave chase. In front of the Life Star, a great battle had just ended. The demon army had encountered the undead legion and had no ability to resist, quickly collapsing. The few peak super god demons in the army were also easily killed by Lin Moyu. The entire process was astonishingly fast. From start to finish, it took less than 5 minutes. Lin Moyu had used his actions to tell the demons just how weak they were. The demons were beaten to the point of fleeing the star system. The undead legion followed closely, with no intention of letting them go. Lin Moyu sensed the aura of the human cultivators, smiled slightly, and recalled the undead legion. Since they're here, let them handle it. I've eaten the meat, so I should leave some soup for others. The number of remaining demons was not large, not exceeding 30,000. These 30,000 demons had lost their will to fight. What would happen when they faced 1,000,000 human super god cultivators filled with killing intent? The result was predictable. Lin Moyu stood quietly in the cosmos, his sharp and decisive gaze constantly sweeping across the space. Even now, he still felt that something was not right. He was now very sure of one thing: the fall of star system No. 52 was a trap set by the human race for the demons. They used an entire star system as bait to lure the demons here. But were these demons so stupid that they couldn't figure this out? In his memory, demons were not that foolish. At least the demons in the abyss were not that stupid. How could they be so easily deceived? Could it be that the demons of the great world were dumber than the demons of the lesser world? Or did they have their own purpose? But regardless of their purpose, this great battle reminded Lin Moyu of something. He remembered when he was in the lesser world, he had a similar great battle with the dragon race. At that time, he had killed the dragon race's puppets. Lin Moyu's eyes suddenly lit up. Puppets. He remembered the puppet war generals of the dragon race. Now, looking at these demons, they didn't seem much different from puppets. Except for the few that fled, most were brave and fearless of death, and their eyes were somewhat dull. They looked like the cloned puppet war generals of the dragon race in the lesser world. Thinking of this, Lin Moyu finally understood. Only the few demons that fled were real demons. The others were just puppets, perhaps even less than that. The human emperor network must have known what he could figure out. But why did they still do it? The demons were continuously killed, and their numbers in the star system gradually decrease. Although the barrier could restrict those above the super god realm from entering, it also prevented them from leaving. Within the barrier, teleportation demon stones could not be used. Suddenly, a hateful gaze swept over. Lin Moyu's soul was very sensitive, and immediately detected it. He saw a demon running out of the barrier's border, holding an exquisite demon stone. This was a super god level 9 demon, wearing a set of exquisite armor. Before it left, it glanced at Lin Moyu, its eyes filled with intense hatred. Lin Moyu vaguely felt something was wrong. This demon's strength seemed to be no less than a peak super god, and it wore a very special set of armor, completely different from the other demons. A demon like this, it seemed there was only one in the army, the one standing before him. Lin Moyu guessed that this one's status in the demon race was definitely not low. It only glanced at Lin Moyu before quickly retreating out of the barrier. The demon stone in its hand had been activated, probably to take it away from here. Who is this? Lin Moyu wondered. He always felt this battle was a bit strange. Not like a real battle, more like a mission. A group mission. Now the demons had become trapped fish in a barrel, continuously hunted by the humans, and finally killed. Out of a total of 300,000 demons, only one escaped. The barrier, without any power to support it, finally collapsed. The defensive formation above the Life Star also gradually stopped. The crisis of Vermilion Bird Star System No. 52 was resolved. The star system was not damaged, and among the million human supergod cultivators, no one died. Only a few were slightly injured. It could be said that the human race had won a complete victory. To achieve this result, Lin Moyu's contribution was indispensable. He alone had defeated an entire demon legion, which led to such a result. Everyone returned to the outside of the star system to wait for the summary of rewards. An order from the Human Emperor Network came again, and everyone followed the order to quickly return. Lin Moyu also returned like everyone else, but everyone avoided him. The way people looked at him was a bit strange, with admiration and fear, but no matter what, everyone kept a distance from Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looked back at the 4 stars in Star System No. 52 for the last time. Until the battle ended, and the formation stopped. No one came out of the 4 life stars. This kind of situation was completely contrary to common sense. It could only be said that someone was controlling it from behind, and this person, without a doubt, was the Human Emperor Network. They left and gathered again outside the star system to begin the summary of rewards. Please wait for the head of the Human Emperor Network to begin the summary of rewards. The rewards were divided into 2 forms, points and military merits. Most people received points. Only when their contribution reached a certain value could they receive military merits. According to Rinkan, military merits were much more precious than points, and naturally, the difficulty of obtaining them was also much higher. Lin Moyu had no concept of this until the rewards were distributed. Name: Lin Moyu. Reward: 265,321 points, 1,000 military merits. Rank 2, Vice Xuan. Reward: 56 points. Rank 3, Yu Hongxing. Reward: 37 points. Everyone looked at the reward list and said nothing. But they were extremely shocked. It was true that Lin Moyu had single-handedly wiped out the demon army. Each point represented a demon. Over 260,000 points meant he had killed over 260,000 demons. But the result of this battle was achieved in just a few short minutes. This was no longer a matter of surprise, but something unimaginable. Even the 1,000 military merits that followed were no longer noticed by anyone, because the points alone were too dazzling. When it came to second place, the points dropped to 56. Not even a fraction of Lin Moyu's. But no one dared to look down on him, because he had also killed 56 demons. This was enough to prove his strength. Compared to most people who couldn't even kill a single demon, it was much better. Dai Xuan looked at Lin Moyu with a somewhat complicated expression. He had a super god level 9 cultivation and also had a rule domain, making him comparable to a peak super god. Among the million super god cultivators, he was considered a top expert. Originally, he could have killed over 1,000 demons, earned over 1,000 points, and even received some military merits. But now, because of Lin Moyu's appearance, he had only killed 56 demons, far from his expectations. However, he also knew one thing very well. If Lin Moyu had not been present, there would definitely have been casualties among the million super god cultivators here. As a part of the human race, he didn't hope for casualties. Dai Xuan's voice reached Lin Moyu's ears. You are very strong. Lin Moyu smiled slightly. You're not bad either. Dai Xuan continued. Super God is just the first step. In the super God realm, I am not your match, but when we reach True God and God King, you may not necessarily be my match. It was clear this young man was extremely confident. Lin Moyu encouraged him a bit. Then work hard. At this time, Lin Moyu checked his own information, which had changed slightly. Name: Lin Moyu, level 1 soldier, age 28, level Super God, level 6 soul, 4th grade, initial stage potential evaluation. Legendary highest authority, level 3 comprehensive strength. True God level 1, current points 358,471, current military merits 1,000, rules mastered, rule of immortality, rule of slaughter, rule of lightning, 4 words, level 1 soldier, appeared after his name on the information panel. Lin Moyu understood that it was a military rank. With his success, other information had also changed. His comprehensive strength was evaluated as True God level 1. This meant he could now accept some level 3 missions that required True God level 1. The points received from the reward this time were also a very attractive income. The total points had exceeded 350,000. Lin Moyu had become a rich man among all those with level 3 authority. Brother Lin, you're too amazing. Rim-kun walked over to Lin Moyu, his eyes shining, his admiration like a flowing river. He knew Lin Moyu was very strong, but he had surpassed even his imagination. Lin Moyu looked at him. Didn't you also get something? This time, Rinkan killed 11 demons and received 11 points, which was a decent achievement among everyone. Rinkan laughed. I was just lucky. I ran into some injured ones and picked up a bargain. Luck is also a kind of strength. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength. Rinkan laughed again. That's right. I've always been very lucky. For example, being able to meet Brother Lin. Lin Moyu also smiled. Looking at this guy's appearance, he really seemed to have good fortune. At this moment, another warship flew over in the cosmos. Before, 10 warships had brought them here. This time, there were 11 warships in formation, and the one at the head was the largest. God King level warships were already very large, but this one looked much larger. Even 10 God King level warships combined would probably only be close to its size. A God King level warship was over 1,000 meters long. The one before them was 10 kilometers long. Parked there, it looked like a giant star, its immense pressure covering everything. Almost all the super god cultivators couldn't bear it and had to retreat. Only a few powerful super god cultivators could stand firm under this pressure. Lin Moyu didn't move, just stood and watched the warship. The aura it exuded was not much different from God Venerable Wild Wind. It seemed this was a God Venerable level warship. Ringfeng whispered, "It's a God Venerable level warship. I heard our human race doesn't have many of these, only a few." Lin Moyu nodded slightly without speaking. He sensed the aura emanating from the warship. For some reason, he felt that the God Venerable level warship seemed to have life, not like a dead object. Lin Moyu was very sensitive to the aura of life. He believed he wasn't mistaken. A warship with life like this. Could it be refined into a puppet? It was also possible for the warship to have its own intelligence and fight automatically, but it seemed to be missing something, feeling incomplete. Lin Moyu considered the possibilities. The warship stopped steadily in front of everyone. Everyone received a notification. Except for Lin Moyu. Everyone else returned to their original warships. Lin Moyu board the God Venerable level warship. The order was given, and everyone acted accordingly. Ring Kun looked at Lin Moyu. "Be careful." Lin Moyu knew that being the only one to board the God Venerable level warship must mean something. He would find out soon enough. No need to overthink it. In a short while, the cosmos was empty. The God King level warships returned, quickly disappearing into space. Lin Moyu also followed the order and entered the God Venerable level warship. Looking from the outside, the God Venerable level warship was already large, but inside, it was even larger. In the warship, layers of formations intertwined, making Lin Moyu feel a chill. He felt that any one of the formations here could blow him to pieces, leaving nothing behind. And there were thousands upon thousands of such formations here. The space was very large but very empty, without a single person. Is this a fully automated warship? Lin Moyu's perception was refreshed again. The warship he thought was a puppet had the ability to act on its own. "Young friend Lin, please wait here a moment. The battles in the other star systems have not yet ended." An illusion of Yutin appeared in the warship. Lin Moyu saluted Jotin. "As you command, Domain Lord." Jotin's illusion smiled at Lin Moyu and asked, "Aren't you curious?" "I am," Lin Moyu admitted frankly. "Not only curious, but I'd also find it strange." "Oh, Jotin said, "Tell me what's strange." Lin Moyu said, "This battle is strange. The demon's invasion is strange, and this rescue of Star System No. 52 is also strange." Lin Moyu voiced all his doubts. After hearing him, Jotin laughed loudly. "Not bad. Not bad. Your feeling is not wrong. It's true that we deliberately let them in. And among the demons, there are many cloned bodies, but at least 1/10 of them are real demons. This time in Star System No. 52, the demons truly tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice. Why did they send in another team? Why try to gain an advantage only to end up worse off? Do you know the real purpose of this operation?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly. "And wait, why do you think I will tell you? You will definitely tell me. After all, there will be other actions next. If we don't know the whole story from the beginning, I'm afraid problems will arise during the operation." Lin Moyu was very confident in his judgment. Jotin acknowledged. "It's true that I will tell you. But the time is not yet right. We have to wait until the wars in the other star systems are over. We didn't expect the battle in Star System No. 52 to end so quickly. Your contribution this time is not small. You must have gained a lot, right?" Lin Moyu just replied calmly, "It's all right. You're asking the obvious." Lin Moyu didn't believe Jotin didn't know what he had done. He was afraid that all the movements within the star system were under his control. From beginning to end, all developments were under the surveillance of the Human Emperor Network. The whole process was just a game of chess. It played a role in training the human race's soldiers, giving these super god cultivators, who couldn't even be considered cannon fodder, a chance to come into contact with real demons, and also to see whose strength was stronger, who was the real elite, through actual combat. It could be considered killing several birds with one stone. As for the negative impact, some people would die or be injured. But considering the overall situation, this damage was not worth mentioning. What war doesn't have deaths? Without the sacrifice of countless brave warriors who were not afraid of death, how could the human race have the stable life it has now? Becoming a cultivator, one would sooner or later have to face life and death. Do Taeyeon laughed heartily. He had indeed witnessed the entire battle. Or rather, he had observed Lin Moyu's entire performance in the battle. Lin Moyu's performance was outstanding, exceeding his expectations. His combat power was astonishing. Even a true god might not be his match. When Lin Moyu's undead legion attacked, it was even more spectacular. The more Jo Taeyeon looked, the more he liked Lin Moyu. If he couldn't recommend such a talent as a disciple for the city lord, it would be a great loss for the human race. If it weren't for some rigid rules, he would have already taken Lin Moyu to see the city lord. Jo Taeyeon said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Do you have any other questions? I can answer a few for you." Of course, Lin Moyu had questions. Since arriving in the Great World, he had countless questions to be answered. The Great World was like a mystery, waiting for him to understand. Lin Moyu asked, "I want to know about military merits. Is it that?" You've asked the right person. Within our human race, military merits are a very complex system. The military merit system and the mission system are considered the two major evaluation systems within the human race. Relatively speaking, military merits are more important than accumulated points. Lin Moyu could understand Jo Taeyeon's words. For the human race to have come this far, the role of soldiers could not be underestimated. Therefore, military merits also played a very large role. Simply put, the amount of military merit represents different positions, authorities, and other benefits. Within our human race, there are a total of 4 levels of military ranks: soldier, officer, captain, and general. Each rank is divided into 9 levels, with level 1 being the lowest, and level 9 the highest. You currently have 1,000 military merits, equivalent to a level 1 soldier. Since you've just started, you are the lowest level soldier. In the future, for every 1,000 military merits you gain, you can be promoted by 1 level. Lin Moyu listened to Jo Taeyeon's words. It was generally similar to the situation in his lesser world, but obviously, military merits in the Great World did not increase as quickly, and there was no concept of a team, nor could one leech off others' merits. Everything had to be earned by oneself. Is it difficult to obtain military merits? Lin Moyu asked. Jo Taeyeon felt he had piqued Lin Moyu's interest and replied, "It's both difficult and not difficult. But for every mission or action, there is a limit on military merits, a fixed amount, and it has to be shared with others. Like this time, there was a total of only 1,000 military merits, and you took it all. What was left for others?" Lin Moyu finally understood. The total military merits this time were only 1,000. Even if he had killed all 300,000 demons, he could only get 1,000 military merits. If his strength hadn't been strong enough this time, killing nearly 9/10 of the demons, these merits might have had to be shared with others. In this way, the difficulty of obtaining military merits here was indeed much higher than in the lesser world. To obtain military merits, one could not only rely on the number of enemies killed but also through missions. This way, one could accumulate a lot of combat experience and raise one's military rank at the same time. Lin Moyu roughly understood the military merit system, and asked again, "Then what are military merits used for?" Jo Taeyeon smiled. Military merits can be used for many things, and their use is different for those enlisted and not enlisted. There are some benefits that can only be obtained by enlisting. But I can tell you that military merits are much more useful than accumulated points. You are a born soldier. Do you want to consider enlisting? Although this was just Jo Taeyeon's illusion, Lin Moyu could see the cunning in his eyes. Obviously, Jo Taeyeon's last sentence was mixed with a bit of his own personal interest. If he enlisted, it would probably benefit Jo Taeyeon. "Enlist my ass." Suddenly an angry roar sounded, and an illusion of Luo Kainkun appeared in front of Lin Moyu. He glared at Jo Taeyeon and said, "You old man, have you no shame?" Jo Taeyeon's face changed. "Old man Luo, where am I shameless? If you don't make it clear today, you're not done with me." Luo Kainkun snorted coldly. "So be it. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Then he turned to Lin Moyu and said, "You cannot enlist." Lin Moyu was puzzled. Why couldn't he enlist? Before he could say anything, Jo Taeyeon asked angrily, whether he enlists or not his young friend Lin's freedom. "Can you control it?" Luo Kainkun snorted. "It's true I can't control it, but neither can you. I have already reported young friend Lin's situation to the temple master. Besides, young friend Lin is still super god level 6. To enlist, one must at least reach the true god level. You've missed your chance. Zhou Tian's beard bristled as he pointed at Luo Kaikun. You old men are truly vicious. Lin Mui didn't understand what the two were talking about. In short, Zhou Tian wanted him to enlist, and Luo Kaikun jumped out to say no. Moreover, enlisting had very strict conditions. One must at least reach the true god level. Even Zhou Tian, as the domain lord, couldn't change it. From Lin Mui's analysis, the war god temple, the domain lord Zhou Tian, and the military were three unrelated systems. He associated it with the world of his previous life, which was like the separation of military, politics, and religion. Thinking of this, he understood a little. It seemed that whether it was the lesser world or the great world, the so-called system would change, but there would be no major fluctuations. At least in the human race, it was like this. Other races had their own situations, like the race being a completely different ruling model, which was another matter. The two argued for a long time, neither giving in, and finally came to no conclusion. In short, Luo Kaikun left one sentence. Lin Muyu had no chance of enlisting. Zhou Tian also said one sentence. Even if Lin Muyu didn't enlist, he couldn't join the war god temple. They were fighting over him. Lin Muyu was at a loss for words. How did he become such a hot commodity? There were countless geniuses in the great world. Was it necessary to go to this extent for him? But it seemed his talent was indeed not bad. Otherwise these two wouldn't be like this. While the two were still arguing, the warship had already departed. Zhou Tian snorted. Let's get to business first. I'm too lazy to waste my breath talking to you. Luo Kaikun also snorted. Your breath isn't worth a dime. The god venerable level warship could no longer be described by normal navigation speed. It moved forward in the cosmos in a way Lin Muyu had never seen before. It moved in leaps, each leap covering a distance of several light years. The frequency of the leaps was very high. Although it didn't enter subspace navigation, its speed was still much faster than a God King level warship. In just a few seconds, it had traveled nearly 1,000 light years and arrived in another part of the cosmos. Lin Mui saw 5 God venerable level warships, like 5 giant beasts, parked in the cosmos. Their powerful auras intertwined. Even with Lin Mui's soul quality, he felt a bit heavy. Then, the 5 God venerable level warships simultaneously emitted a faint light and disappeared from the cosmos. Not really disappeared, but became invisible. Neither the naked eye nor the soul could see them. If Lin Mui were not in the warship at this moment, he would not have been able to sense its existence. Inside the warship, a formation was operating. Lin Mui's eyes changed slightly, and in an instant, he was outside the warship. There were 4 other people who appeared in the cosmos with him, 2 men and 2 women. All 4 were super god level 9, and from their auras, it could be guessed that they had all reached the peak of the super god realm and mastered rule domains. In other words, these 4 were all geniuses. The cosmos flashed with a faint light, and Zhou Tian's illusion appeared before the 5 of them. Greetings, Domain Lord. The few of them saluted Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian's face was serious. He said, introduce yourselves to each other. He-Man, Heek Super God, specializing in the rule of sharp metal. Someone introduced himself first. As Lin Mui had said, he had reached the peak of the super god realm. He had cultivated a rule domain, his strength far surpassing ordinary super god level 9s. The rule of sharp metal was a variation of the rule of the metal element. It could barely be considered a tier 2 rule, its power not weak. When He-Man proudly introduced himself, his whole body was filled with a sharp aura. With him starting, the others also began to introduce themselves. Zhao Li, Peak Super God, specializing in the rule of scorching flame. Xian Feiyan, Peak Super God, specializing in the rule of flashing lightning. My name is Xuan, Super God level 8, specializing in the rule of heavenly sound. Zhao Li and Jian Feiyan were both Super God level 9 and had mastered rule domains, so they both called themselves Peak Super God. The rule of scorching flame and flashing lightning they mastered were actually variations of the rule of fire and lightning, both temporarily considered tier 2 rules. But in the tier 2 rules, they belonged to the weak circle, much stronger than tier 3 rules. Finally, the cultivator named Xuan made Lin Mui look a little longer. She was only Super God level 8, but her strength was not weaker than the 3, Zhao Li, Jian Feiyan, and He-Man. She had also cultivated a rule domain, mastering the rule of heavenly sound. The rule of heavenly sound was a true tier 2 rule, its power very great. Zhao Li's eyes carried a hint of confidence, and he looked very energetic. Jian Feiyan was very beautiful, a bit distant, somewhat like Gu Qingquan, but with a sharper aura than Gu Qingquan. Finally, this Xuan had a small figure, looking weak and soft. Her voice also the same, like a weak little sister. But if Lin Moyu had to say who he valued the most among the four, it would be none other than Xuan. A Tier 2 rule naturally meant her talent surpassed others. After the four had introduced themselves, it was Lin Moyu's turn. Lin Moyu said calmly, Lin Moyu, Super God Level 6, specializing in the rule of immortality. After the four heard this, they were all a bit surprised, each with their own thoughts, but without exception, they all felt that Lin Moyu's strength was not weak at all. Otherwise he would not have been chosen. Now hearing about the rule of immortality, the four were all a bit confused. Obviously, they had never heard of the rule of immortality. Zhu Tian interrupted their thoughts, saying, the five of you are the elite selected from hundreds of thousands of super god cultivators. Next, there is a mission for you to carry out. A few days ago, God Venerable Yu fell. Before his death, he transformed into a rule star, but that rule star was snatched by the demons. Our human god venerables intercepted, and a great war broke out. Unfortunately, we were still a step too late and failed to retrieve the rule star. During the battle, the rule star entered a secret realm. The secret realm is located on the border between the human race and the demon race, and only super god cultivators can enter. Your mission is to enter the secret realm and bring back the rule star of God Venerable Yu. I have sent you the relevant information about the secret realm, you can check it yourself. If you have any other questions, you can ask them now. Only then did everyone realize that the space they were in was the border between the human race and the demon race. This place was already considered a real battlefield, not safe at all. The god, venerable level worship was hidden, also to prevent attracting the attention of the demons. And the secret realm to find the rule star of the deceased god Venerable Yu was equivalent to retrieving his remains. The human race emphasized returning to one's roots. As long as it could be done, one must return home. Ayan Feian asked, what actions has the demon race taken? Liu Tian said, the demon race's god venerables have been held back by us, and their main forces cannot be mobilized either. However, they have also sent elite demons into the secret realm. You must be careful after entering. The few of them had finished checking the information. The secret realm was named Secret Realm No. 893, with a high danger level. Only true God realm experts could enter. In the Great World, there were countless such secret realms, so this one was just one of them. Lin Moyu finished reading the secret realm information and asked, why not just collapse it? With the ability of a god venerable, he believed it was entirely possible to collapse this type of secret realm. There were two types of secret realms, one formed later, and the other naturally formed by the Great World. The secret realm they were going to was a naturally formed one, but because it was limited to those below the true god realm, it meant that the level of the secret realm itself was not high. A god venerable was fully capable of blowing up a secret realm of this level. Liu Tian said, blowing it up is not difficult, but the things inside will fly everywhere when it explodes. We won't be able to predict which direction the rule star of God Venerable Yu will fly. If it flies to the demon territory, it will be difficult to get it back. The demon race also wants to get the rule star of God Venerable Yu, so they won't risk blowing up this secret realm. Once the secret realm is blown up, the things inside will fly randomly, and no one knows where they will go. Both sides want to get the rule star of God Venerable Yu, so they tacitly agreed not to act, falling into a delicate balance. But Lin Moyu was also a little worried. What if we get the rule star, and the demon race finds out? Will they blow it up? Then we might die in the spatial explosion or be thrown directly into the demon territory. Lin Moyu's worry was not unfounded. Of course, that they won't know. Similarly, if the demon race gets the rule star, we won't know either. So this is a gamble, and the stake is the rule star of God Venerable Yu. Any other questions? Doanjuan asked in a low voice. The information says that the strongest creature in the secret realm seems to have the strength equivalent to a true god. Her words seemed a bit worried. It was true that the information stated there might be true god-level secret realm creatures, but it was not completely certain. Zutayan nodded. The specific location of this secret realm is closer to the demon race's territory, so the information we have is not much. Based on the limited information, we deduce that there may be many true god-level creatures inside, so everyone must be careful. If you can't do it, you must protect your lives. The few of them asked a few more questions, and Zhu Tian answered patiently. The information Lin Moyu got from their conversation was that the rule star of God Venerable Yu was very important. If possible, they should try their best to get it, but if it was really not possible, they must protect their own lives. At this time, the five of them, including himself, were all geniuses of the human race, and no mistakes could be made. After the five had no more questions, a small warship appeared in their sight. Lin Moi was a little surprised. This warship was only 10 meters long. Before it appeared, he hadn't sensed it at all. Its hiding ability was top-notch. Lin Moi even felt that maybe it had always been here, and he just hadn't discovered its hidden state. Not only him, but the other four were also shocked by the sudden appearance of the warship. According to Xiu Tian's introduction, this warship was named Hidden 10. It had the strongest hiding ability among all human warships. Using it to escort the five of them to the secret realm would be extremely safe. Lin Moi guessed there were at least 10 such warships. After the few of them entered the warship, it entered a hidden state, then rushed into subspace, heading towards the secret realm at an extremely fast speed of light. A few minutes later, the Hidden 10 warship flew out of subspace, at which point it had completely entered the demon race's territory. The Hidden 10 warship was silent. Whether entering or leaving subspace, it didn't make any sound, and not even a trace of rule or leaked out. It was like a black hole, swallowing everything as if it didn't exist. Soon, a rift appeared in their sight. The rift was filled with light, like a beautiful thin thread hanging in the starry sky. Behind the rift seemed to be another world. This was the entrance to the secret realm. It looked small from a distance, but when they got closer, they realized it was actually huge. This rift was at least tens of thousands of kilometers long, and its width exceeded thousands of kilometers. A small star could be stuffed straight in. Around the entrance to the secret realm, the rule aura was extremely dense, and brilliant light constantly erupted in the starry sky. The human army was fighting the demon army. The battle was extremely fierce, with rules booming and weapons flying everywhere. On the battlefield, the weakest soldiers were all at the true god realm. Once they fought, the momentum was extremely powerful. The Hidden 10 warship had taken them past the fierce battlefield, and no one had discovered them. As Xiu Tian had said, they would attract the attention of the demon race, holding back the demon race's god venerables so they could enter safely. The warship quickly passed through the battlefield interwoven with rules and approached the entrance of the secret realm. The battle at the entrance was even more intense. This was already a battlefield belonging to the God Kings. The rules of the God Kings were even more powerful, with surging waves of rules and constant explosions in the starry sky. The few of them in the warship felt scared. The aftershocks of this battle were enough to kill them. But even so, the God Kings did not discover the Hidden 10 warship. It had taken them straight to a certain location at the entrance of the secret realm. At this time, Xiu Tian's voice sounded. This is the position where the rule star entered that day. You can also enter from here. Find the greatest use of the rule star. Take the teleportation cards. If you encounter danger, activate the teleportation cards. You will be teleported back to the human territory. Remember, the teleportation cards can only bring you back, not the rule star. Be safe, and I hope you can all return safely. Now, Xiu Tian's voice reached Lin Moi's ear. Of course the rule star is important, but the most important thing is that you survive and return. Remember, this was said only to Lin Moi. In Xiu Tian's eyes, Lin Moi's life was more important than the rule star. Lin Moi nodded slightly. The warship's hatch opened, and the five of them quickly rushed out, speeding into the secret realm. The entrance was filled with constantly moving collars. In addition, the battle between the God Kings continued, with rules booming, but no one discovered the five of them. The Hidden 10 warship quietly left, stopping in the distance, hidden in the starry sky. The entrance to the secret realm was like a water curtain being pierced. Inside and outside the water curtain were two completely different worlds. Judging from the number, secret realm no. 893 was close to star system no. 89. Although it was said to be the border area between the two races, it was actually more inclined towards the demon race's territory. This secret realm was exactly a scene from the outside, full of colors, extremely magnificent. The elements here were very rich, the rules were clear, and the aura of elemental rules filled the air. All kinds of elemental rules intertwined, forming mottled colors. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in the distance, and a mushroom cloud shot into the sky. The explosion was extremely violent, and the shockwave swept over from a distance, like a sharp knife stabbing at everyone. He-Man narrowed his eyes. Just now, the rule of fire and the rule of heavy water collided. The incompatibility of water and fire caused the explosion. Zhao Li looked at the situation in the secret realm. Every color here is a type of elemental rule. There are many conflicting properties among the elemental rules. There must be many explosions like this. Jian Fian also said in a low voice, it seems the environment here is very bad. Although it's just a super god realm secret realm, Being marked as high risk shows that the situation inside is very dangerous for the super god realm. Xuan whispered, the secret realm is so big, how are we supposed to find it? He-Man said, the rule that God Venerable Yeyu was proficient in is the rule of extreme winter cold rain. Where the rule star is, there will be the corresponding rule. As long as we follow its rule, we can find the rule star. Dun Fiam rolled her eyes at him. Following the rule is not that simple. It's all elemental rules here. Where can you find the rule of extreme winter cold rain? There were too many elemental rules in Secret Realm, no. 893, all kinds of them, intertwined to the point where it was difficult to distinguish them. They were like headless flies, not knowing where to go. Just when everyone was having a headache, Lin Moyu pointed in a direction. That way. The four looked at Lin Moyu in confusion. Tian Feiyan asked directly, why? There's the aura of another rule there, Lin Moyu said directly, expressing his feeling. His soul quality had reached the 4th grade, reaching the category of a god venerable. The sensitivity of his soul far surpassed the other 4. Even many god kings were not as good as Lin Moyu in terms of soul. Lin Moyu sensed a rule that did not belong to the secret realm, and pointed in that direction. But he was not sure if these rule auras belonged to the demons or god venerable Yeyu. The distance was a bit far, he would know when he got closer. Whether they believed it or not, Lin Moyu had already taken the lead and flown in the direction he pointed. Since the 4 of them didn't know what to do, they trusted his judgment. He-Man and Chao Li's expressions were a bit ugly when they saw Lin Moyu act directly. A hint of anger flashed in He-Man's eyes. He really doesn't know life from death. The secret realm is not safe. Chao Li said softly, he's just a super god level 6 kid. Even if his rule is a bit powerful, it can't be that strong. How can he be so reckless? Jiang Feiyan smiled faintly. I find junior brother Lin quite interesting. Xuan pouted. I'd also think junior brother Lin is not wrong. As she spoke, she glanced to Zhao Li, obviously not happy with what he had just said. She was also super god level 8, just that her cultivation was not as high as Zhao Li's, and she also relied on rules, but was looked down upon by Zhao Li. Xuan's figure was small, but her mind was very active. After speaking, she flew after Lin Moyu. Only women understand women. Young Feiyan sported. If you don't know how to talk, then shut up. You'll offend people. After speaking, Jian and Feiyan also followed. Zhao Li was a bit puzzled. He was clearly talking about Lin Moyu. What did it have to do with Xuan? He looked at He-Man, who also didn't understand. Now that 3 out of the 5 had gone, what else could they do but follow? Lin Moyu didn't care if they followed or not. He had his own thoughts, and would not be influenced by others. Once he made a decision, he would see it through. As for Zhao Li's view of him, he could think whatever he wanted, as long as he didn't get in his way. Xuan flew over, following Lin Moyu, then flew to his side, and looked at him. Aren't you angry? Lin Moyu smiled. Where would I find the energy to be angry? Xuan pouted, looking a bit cute. That guy's mouth is faster than his brain. He really doesn't know how to talk. Lin Moyu looked at her appearance, knowing that her level was higher than his and her age was also older, but she looked more like a child. When one reached the super god realm, it was no longer possible to accurately judge age by appearance. But the people of the great world had relatively simple normal thinking, which might be related to their overly comfortable growth environment. Unlike the lesser world, where one changed profession in their teens and went to the battlefield in their 20s. Below the super god realm in the great world, they still had to study and cultivate hard. Seeing Lin Moyu not speaking, Xuan thought he was still angry, and immediately stretched out her hand to offer something. Here, eat this. Eating something sweet will make you happy. What she offered was like a lollipop. Lin Moyu was at a loss for words. She really treated him like a child. It seemed that the inner world of this senior sister, who looked like a child, was very kind. Under Xuan's enthusiastic gaze, Lin Moyu did not refuse her good intentions and took it with a smile. Thank you. Xuan waved her hand generously. It's nothing, it's nothing. Jian Feiyan came to the other side. Which star system is junior brother Lin from? Of course, Lin Moyu would not hide it. I was born in a lesser world. After leaving the lesser world, I came to star system no. So you are a genius from a lesser world. My apologies for my disrespect. Jian Feiyan's voice was both crisp and sincere. Although not all super god cultivators who came from lesser worlds were geniuses, it was an undeniable fact that the proportion of geniuses was relatively high. Although Jian Feiyan was being a bit polite, what she said was also true. So it's a genius from a lesser world. No wonder he's so arrogant. Zhao Li's tone was a bit sore. Lin Moyu didn't turn his head, his voice slowly coming out. Whether it's confidence or arrogance, I'm afraid you don't understand. Zhao Li said, it seems junior brother Lin is very confident in his strength. Lin Moyu smiled faintly and didn't answer. Zhao Li suddenly felt very uncomfortable. Lin Moyu's action was no different from ignoring him. Zhao Li's face gradually darkened. Junior brother Lin, you will offend people like this. Lin Moyu shook his head. I never wanted to offend anyone. If someone is narrow-minded, that's their own problem, it has nothing to do with me. You. But. Zhao Li clenched his fists, his anger rising. He-Man shook his head at him, signaling him not to be impulsive. At this time, Jihyun Feiyan became vigilant and glanced at Zhao Li. We are a team now. If there are any personal grievances, we can settle them according to the rules of the human race after we go back. The rule of the human race was to settle problems in the arena. Except for the arena, killing each other was not allowed in any place or location. Otherwise, the high-level humans would punish them severely with thunderous methods. This rule applied to everyone. Even if a god venerable violated it, the result would be the same. Of course, Zhao Li knew this. He was just angry, but would not act. He stared at Lin Moyu, planning to find him for a match in the arena after they return. Lin Moyu suddenly stopped, and everyone else stopped as well. Xuan asked, what's wrong? Lin Moyu pointed forward. There are secret realm creatures here. Because the rules were intertwined, the secret realm was full of powerful rules everywhere. These rules had no owner, like natural weapons flying around. When they flew, they had to avoid the rules, so they couldn't fly very fast. After flying a few hundred kilometers, they still hadn't encountered a single secret realm creature. It was a bit strange. According to the information, the number of creatures in this secret realm was not large, and they would be resurrected in a short time after death. One of the reasons the demons kept the secret realm was that it could be used for training. In the direction Lin Moyu pointed, there was a raging fire. It was not a real fire but a fire of rules. The fire of rules burned everything. Even without a source, it could burn the air and was difficult to extinguish. He-Man sensed it for a moment. I only sense the rule of fire, I don't see any creatures. Zhao Li also looked forward, a look of disdain on his face. It's just a wisp of the rule of fire. What secret realm creature could there be? His specialty happened to be the fire type rule, a variation of the rule of fire. The rule of scorching flame. His perception of the rule of fire should be the clearest among those present. Zhao Li said it was just a stream of the rule of fire, and everyone felt that was correct. But Lin Moyu said there was a secret realm creature. Zhao Li snorted lightly. Then let me see what kind of secret realm creature it is. As he spoke, he walked to the front of the team, waved his hand, and the rule of scorching flame turned into a flaming great saber and slashed forward. Boom! The flames exploded. The power of the rule of scorching flame was indeed not weak. With just one strike from Zhao Li, a radius of 1,000 meters turned into dead land. The rule of fire shot straight into the sky, not only burning the heavens and the earth but also incinerating other rules. The rules in this area were all driven away, leaving only the rule of scorching flame. A heat wave hit their faces, and Zhao Li was a bit excited. Where is any secret realm creature? Before he could finish his sentence, Jian Feiyan cried out in alarm. Be careful! A creature completely covered in flames rushed out from the fire, heading straight for Zhao Li. The previous blow was caused by Zhao Li, and it had locked onto him. There really is one. Zhao Li shouted softly, a great saber appearing in his hand. The raging flames on the great saber turned into a flaming blade. This great saber could withstand rules, its power not weak. Zhao Li did not retreat but counterattacked. He swung the great saber, and the rule turned into a 1,000-meter long giant blade, chopping down on the head of the secret realm creature. The secret realm creature did not dodge, resolutely taking the blow. Its speed suddenly increased, like a flash of lightning rushing in front of Zhao Li. Zhao Li remained calm in the face of danger, and swung his great saber down again. The secret realm creature's claw swung out and hit Zhao Li's great saber, creating the sound of metal colliding. Rule domain, open, Zhao Li shouted softly, his whole body erupting in raging flames. His rule domain opened. Lin Moyu and the others quickly retreated. They didn't like entering other people's rule domains. Within another's rule domain, one would be suppressed, and no one liked that feeling. Zhao Li opened his rule domain, and fought with the secret realm creature. The secret realm creature was very fast, its combat strength not weaker than Zhao Li's. The key was that its whole body was covered in flames, so it was not afraid of the fire-type rule. Zhao Li's rule of Scorching Flame did not cause much damage to it. Lin Moyu flicked his finger and got information about the secret realm creature. Flame Beast level, Super God traits, special creatures formed by the fire-type rule. They have extremely strong immunity to the fire-type rule and have a certain resistance to physical attacks. He-Man, Jun Feiyan, and Xuan Zhuan all did the same as Lin Moyu, using scouting arts to understand the opponent's information. This was a basic operation of the human race. After getting the information, they all knew that Zhao Li was in trouble. Zhao Li's strongest point was the rule of Scorching Flame, which was now countered by the Flame Beast. He couldn't even use 1/10 of his strength. He-Man asked junior brother Zhao, "Do you need help?" Zhao Li gritted his teeth and glanced at Lin Moyu. "No need." He took a deep breath, not wanting to be looked down upon by Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu secretly shook his head. This person was not wise. The difficulty in fighting was not because his own strength was not strong. It was a matter of rule countering. What else could he do? Continuing to fight would be of no benefit. But if Zhao Li didn't need their help, of course he wouldn't act. He stood straight in the air, looking around, and after carefully sensing, he remembered the surrounding situation clearly. There were many secret realm creatures around, of all kinds of rules. In his soul's perception, the rule aura that did not belong to the secret realm was moving. The distance between them had just shortened, but now it seemed to have pulled away a bit. If they followed the current route, while avoiding the secret realm's rules, they would also have to fight the secret realm creatures. The speed of advancing would be greatly slowed down, and the time would also be extended. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's eyes looked in another direction. It seemed his gaze had crossed thousands of mountains and rivers, seeing an extremely distant place. From another direction, Lin Moyu sensed the aura of demons. The aura of demons was very familiar. He had experienced it for many years and could not be mistaken. Now he was 90% sure that what he had sensed before should be the rule star. It seemed the demons had found the exact target, and were rushing towards the rule star at a very fast speed, and their distance was also closer than theirs. He glanced at Zhao Li. Lin Moyu frowned and said, "Wasting time." Xuan asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Moyu said, "I sense the aura of demons. The previous sensation was the rule star. We have to go quickly now. We must get to the rule star before the demons get it." Xuan did not doubt Lin Moyu's words and glanced at Zhao Li, who was still fighting the secret realm creature. "What about him?" Jiang Feiyan said in a low voice, "Why don't I help him a little? But I'm afraid he won't be happy. The rule is the most important thing. He won't care so much." He pointed his finger at the secret realm creature, and a red light flashed. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. The secret realm creature suddenly screamed, its soul shattered, and it died on the spot. Zhao Li suddenly lost his target, and shouted angrily at Lin Moyu, "Who told you to interfere? There's no time for you to waste here." Lin Moyu snorted lightly, and flew away. Jian Feiyan glanced at Zhao Li, shook her head, and immediately followed. "Tungchuan's swore it. Don't you know time is precious?" He-Man just said softly, "Let's go, the rule star is the most important." Zhao Li glared angrily at Lin Moyu, put away his great saber, and got up to chase. He disliked Lin Moyu more and more, but Lin Moyu's strength also made him fearful. The secret realm creature just now had clearly reached Super God level 9, but it was killed by Lin Moyu with one finger. Lin Moyu's strength should not be underestimated, but he also knew it was just due to attribute countering. Otherwise, he could also kill the opponent instantly. He felt that perhaps it was not that Lin Moyu was too strong, but due to mutual attribute countering. "Stinky kid, after we finish the mission, I will teach you how to respect your elders." Lin Moyu flew forward, tracking the aura of the rule star and rushing towards it. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the aura of the demons. They were getting closer to the rule star, which seemed very disadvantageous for them. However, Lin Moyu also knew very well that even if the demons got the rule star first, it was not certain that they could take it away. But anything could happen. It was best to catch up to the rule star and get it before the demons. On the way, they encountered secret realm creatures again. This time, before Lin Moyu could act, Jian Feiyan, Xuan, and He-Man had already acted. As long as they didn't encounter secret realm creatures with countering attributes, they could also quickly eliminate them. Chen Feiyan understood the rule of lightning. After expanding her domain, it covered a radius of 1 kilometer. Within this range, she was as fast as lightning, as if teleporting, so fast that it was impossible to predict her movements. A pair of beautiful hands, each blow carrying thunder and lightning, with great power. He-Man's rule of sharp metal was also equally powerful. With a sharp sword in hand, it not only cut iron like mud, but it could cut anything. Tens of thousands of golden sword auras swept out, shredding the secret realm creatures. What surprised Lin Moyu the most was Chuan Xuan, this petite and delicate girl from next door. When she opened her rule domain, really made people feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was not the kind of freezing cold but a chill that radiated from the inside out. The soul seemed to be frozen solid. She didn't even act, and the secret realm creatures within the domain were all killed. Lin Moyu could see that the souls of these secret realm creatures had been frozen to death. The rule of heavenly sound was a strange and powerful soul level attack rule. Jiao Li also acted. In fact, his rule of scorching flame was also very strong. It was just that he had bad luck at the beginning, encountering a secret realm creature with extremely strong immunity to the fire type rule. He was completely countered. Lin Moyu just led the way at the front, and didn't act again. He never thought of stealing the limelight from these people. After flying for thousands of kilometers, the four of them finally sensed the position of the rule star, and the aura of the demons. Chuan Xuan exclaimed, "It's really the rule star." Jian Feiyan looked at Lin Moyu. Junior brother Lin's perception is really strong. To be able to sense the rule star from thousands of kilometers away, Lin Moyu's perception ability far surpassed theirs. From this aspect, it could be seen that Lin Moyu's soul was extremely powerful. Zhao Li said coldly, "Lucky you. You guessed it right." From the beginning, Zhao Li had been displeased with Lin Moyu, and had never shown him any goodwill. Lin Moyu looked at him indifferently. "Watch your words." Zhao Li sneered. "I'll talk like this, what's the problem?" Lin Moyu shook his head slightly, and said no more. He would not act against Zhao Li here. If he wanted to act, it would have to be in the arena. At that time, a life and death battle could not only shut him up but also get the accumulated points on him. Acting now would not only violate the rules, but also bring no benefits. It was unnecessary. Zhao Li thought Lin Moyu was scared and smiled faintly. "Coward." Lin Moyu said calmly, "After we go back, let's have a match in the arena." Zhao Li laughed loudly. "I've been waiting for you to say that. I was afraid you wouldn't agree. But we have to bet something in the arena." Lin Moyu said, "Then let's bet the accumulated points on us." Zhao Li laughed even harder. "Just a mere super god level 6, how many accumulated points can you have? Can you afford to bet?" Although Lin Moyu was only super god level 6 and had not been in the great world for long, his accumulated points were definitely more than many super god cultivators. Even some true gods might not have more accumulated points than him. Looking at how Paingu Qingchuan was over 100 million points back then, it was clear that most super god cultivators here were poor. Lin Wei said, "You'll know how many accumulated points I have then. Just get ready. Don't bring too little and lose face." Zhao Li snorted. "However many accumulated points you have, I'll bet with you that much. Don't regret it." Lin Wei still said calmly, "It's decided then. After we go back, we'll go to the Human Emperor Arena. Senior brothers and senior sisters, be our witnesses." Jian Feiyan, who was watching the show, wanted to fan the flames and immediately agreed. Chuan Xuan also disliked Zhao Li and raised her small fist. "I believe you can win." For some reason, she had a lot of confidence in Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiled. "I will definitely win." Only He-Man did not speak. He did not want to offend either side, so he did not take a side. Whether it was Lin Moyu or Zhao Li, to him, they were strangers he had just met for the first time. Lin Moyu suddenly frowned. Why have their speeds increased? In his perception, the demons had suddenly accelerated, several times faster than before, rushing straight towards the rule star. The demons already had an advantage over them, being closer to the rule star. Now that they accelerated, the advantage became even more obvious. Not only Lin Moyu sensed it, but the others also sensed it. Zhuan Zhuan exclaimed, "Then let's speed up too." Jian Feiyan shook her head. "It's too late." He-Man said in a deep voice, "Let me try. You guys cover me." His rule of sharp metal was unstoppable, very suitable for charging, but he was not completely sure. Jian Feiyan's rule of flashing lightning allowed for extremely fast movement within the area covered by the rule domain, but it had no advantage in long-distance movement. As for Zhao Li, his rule of scorching flame was not suitable for traveling at all. Lin Moyu calculated for a moment. They were now about 2,000 kilometers away from the rule star. 2,000 kilometers would not take much time in the outside world, but here, it was full of rules, which formed countless barriers, and there were also many secret realm creatures blocking the way. The speed could not be increased, so 2,000 kilometers was really not short. Moreover, the rule star was constantly moving away, so they would have to spend more time. The demons were less than 500 kilometers away from the rule star, much closer than them. If they chased at a normal speed, the rule star would definitely fall into the hands of the demons first. Lin Moyi said, "I'll go ahead. You guys follow." After speaking, with a swoosh, he opened the wings of the undead. The wings on his back flapped with a crisp sound. The smooth white bones made one's hair stand on end. Soul power surged, and with a powerful flap of the wings, Lin Moyi shot forward, drawing a streak of light in the air, his speed astonishingly fast. They watched with their own eyes as Lin Moyi did not dodge at all, directly smashing through the blocking rules. Constant rumbles sounded as the rules in the secret realm were broken by Lin Moyi, creating violent explosions. Behind Lin Moyi was a chaotic secret realm space. But he didn't care about anything else at this moment. On the way, it was all sparks and lightning, rushing straight forward. How can he be so fast? Not only fast but also very strong. The rules on the way were all broken by him. Not only the rules, but he also didn't even look at the secret realm creatures. Jian Feiyan smiled faintly. "I didn't expect us to become a burden." Jian Feiyan's somewhat teasing words once again stabbed at Zhao Li's strong soul. He recalled his life of hundreds of years. Since he started cultivating, when he was still an ordinary person, he was called a genius by those around him. In any situation, as long as he was there, he was always the brightest star. Even after becoming a super god, his fame was well known in several neighboring star systems. The title of genius resounded throughout the starry sky. Being successful from a young age made him a bit arrogant, even thinking he was superior. He believed that he could enter godhood, and eventually become a god venerable, even a transcendent god venerable. Although he said nothing during this operation, the pride in his heart made him feel that he should be the leader in this operation. But after entering this secret realm, Lin Moyi had acted on his own first, completely without asking for his opinion. This made him feel very frustrated and uncomfortable. This was the first time he had this kind of feeling. He was eager to prove himself and at the same time tried to deny Lin Moyi. He didn't believe Lin Moyi could sense the rule star, and he didn't believe what Lin Moyi said. As a result, he encountered setbacks, running into a secret realm creature with a similar attribute to his. He fought for a long time but couldn't kill it, and in the end, it was killed by Lin Moyi in an instant. If it had been a secret realm creature with another attribute, he could also have killed it instantly. Then things developed in a direction he didn't want to see. Lin Moyi had actually sensed the rule star. Whether it was luck or not, the fact was the fact. He couldn't accept it, his lungs about to explode with anger. Fortunately, Lin Moyi had agreed to have a match with him in the arena after they returned. He would let Lin Moyi know who the real genius was. But now, a sentence from Jian Feiyan provoked him again. A burden. Who was a burden? It was impossible for him to become a burden. Not before, and even less so in the future. Flames erupted in Zhao Li's eyes. He roared and rushed towards Lin Moyi. Jian Feiyan was stunned. Is this guy crazy? Xuan Xuan blinked her big eyes, also looking confused. He doesn't seem normal. Only He-Man seemed to see it, guessing why Zhao Li was like this, and could only shake his head. Let's go. Let's catch up to him quickly. Zhao Li was like a mad fire lion, like a meteor crazily rushing into the secret realm. He caused a greater commotion than Lin Moyi and immediately attracted the attention of many secret realm creatures. Many secret realm creatures rushed over, seeing Zhao Li as their enemy. Zhao Li opened his rule domain, and fought continuously. The secret realm creatures were all composed of a certain rule, and the number of fire-type rule creatures was not small. Zhao Li couldn't kill them all quickly. In a moment, he was surrounded. A sharp sword light flew from behind, and at the same time, thunder boomed, quickly eliminating some of the fire-type secret realm creatures that were surrounding and attacking Zhao Li. Zhao Li, what are you going crazy for? What if you attract a true god realm secret realm creature? Jian Feiyan snorted. She couldn't stand Zhao Li's actions at all. What Zhao Li was doing would attract many secret realm creatures. If he provoked a true god realm one, they would be in big trouble. He-Man also said in a deep voice, Zhao Li, calm down. Zhao Li snorted. I am very calm. Hurry up, kill them quickly. After speaking, he flew away like an arrow. Looking at his momentum, and the anger in his eyes. How was he calm? Xuan Xuan held a snack in her hand, eating while saying, it seems this guy's head has been muddled by anger. Jian Feiyan smiled charmingly. I think he's jealous. He-Man sighed softly. He also didn't like Zhao Li's way of doing things, but now the mission was urgent, and they were all humans. They couldn't just watch Zhao Li being surrounded and attacked without helping. The three of them had a look of helplessness in their eyes. A perfectly fine mission, how did it become like this? They couldn't blame Lin Moyi. From the beginning, Lin Moyu had never said anything excessive, let alone done anything excessive. It could only be blamed on Jihaoli's narrow-mindedness. Lin Moyu controlled the wings of the undead, increasing his speed to the maximum, ignoring the rules along the way. In an instant, another group of Secret Realm creatures appeared behind him. However, the speed of these Secret Realm creatures was obviously not as fast as Lin Moyu's. Seeing that they couldn't catch up, they all gave up the pursuit. There were also a few persistent ones who still wanted to chase and kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu pulled them along, constantly rushing towards the back of the rule. It seemed the demons also sensed the aura of Lin Moyu and the others and increased their speed again. Now the two sides were competing to see who was faster, who could get the rule star faster. Once they got the rule star, they would gain the corresponding advantage. Finally, the rule star appeared in sight. It was a rule star emitting a blue light, as if sea waves were surging inside it. From a distance, it looked like a water polo. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. Why was there an aura of life in the rule star? Lin Moyu's sensitivity to the aura of life was too keen, and he immediately sensed the aura of life in the rule star. Although the aura was weak, just a sliver, it was extremely tenacious. This was the life aura of God Venerable Yeyu. God Venerable Yeyu was still alive, not dead. Lin Moyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect God Venerable Yeyu to transform into a rule star and not die completely, leaving himself a chance to survive. No wonder he had to snatch the rule star. God Venerable Yeyu could still be saved, perhaps still saved. Lin Moyu vaguely guessed the real purpose of this mission. The real purpose was not to retrieve the rule star but to bring back the last hope for God Venerable Yeyu. A God Venerable could not be lost casually. The fall of a God Venerable was not a small matter for the human race. The purpose of the demons was also clear. Seize the rule star and prevent God Venerable Yeyu from reviving. The rule star flashed with blue light, pulling a long streak of light in the sky. Lin Moyu was following the streak of light, quickly approaching. On the other side, the demons were also approaching the rule star. Lin Moyu saw that one of the demons was holding a small black sword. This small sword was full of destructive power, giving him a very bad feeling. If this small sword hit the rule star, it would be enough to wipe out the last chance of survival for God Venerable Yeyu. At this time, the demons were less than 10,000 meters away from the rule star, and the small black sword was flickering with light. The demon looked at Lin Moyu with a sinister and bloodthirsty gaze. It was a demon with 3 pairs of large and small wings growing on its back. A 6-winged demon. A 6-winged demon had 3 pairs of wings and could master 3 types of rules, belonging to a very powerful branch of the demon race. They were bloodthirsty and cruel. Here too late. The 6-winged demon smiled sinisterly. Seeing the small sword fly out, if the small sword hit the rule star, God Venerable Yeyu would be dead for sure. Lin Moyu let out a soft shout, his whole body shining brightly. Start rank spell. Power accumulation. It had been a long time since he had used this spell. Since Lin Moyu reached the Super God realm, the battles that required him to fight personally had almost disappeared. He had almost forgotten the feeling of swinging a sword. As various spells became more and more powerful, he really didn't need to fight personally anymore. Even if he did, he might not be stronger than a skeleton god. But the existence of this power accumulation spell was not completely unnecessary. At certain times, it could still play a role, just like now. Power accumulation fusion level 99 consumes soul power, gathers the power of summons, and inherits all the skills of the summons. The attributes after using the skill are only limited by the user's own soul level. Killing enemies in the power accumulation state can harvest the enemy's soul, supplement one's own soul consumption, and raise one's own soul level. Lin Moyu's attributes instantly increased to the limit. After reaching the Super God realm, one no longer paid attention to attributes, but more to rules. Basic attributes were just an auxiliary existence, and almost no one paid too much attention to them. But if they existed, they had a role. After the attributes were enhanced, Lin Moyu felt that both his strength and speed had been greatly improved. The only thing that didn't change was his mental power. Mental power was originally infinite, always at its peak, so it was normal for it to not change. The most important thing was the power accumulation skill, inheriting all the skills of the summons. Soul power surged, hitting the wings of the undead. The speed increased again, and at the same time, the next attack spell was launched. Lin Moyu instantly disappeared, his speed reaching the extreme, as if teleporting. The 6-winged demon at this time showed a sinister smile, shooting out a small pitch black sword filled with destructive power. The small sword turned into a black light, shooting towards the back of the rule star. It's over. The 6-winged demon sneered. The other demons beside it also smiled cruelly, opening their mouth one after another, revealing sharp teeth. Their mission was to find the rule star, and then use this destructive demon sword to completely destroy the last sliver of life in the rule star. The demons did not value the rule star, but they would absolutely not allow God Venerable Yeyu to have a chance to revive. Of course they also had to bring the rule star back. This was also one of their missions. The destructive demon sword carried a black light, piercing through a distance of 10,000 meters, stabbing towards the rule star. Blue light shone on the rule star. Rules surged, intertwining to create layers of defense, but they could not block the destructive demon sword. The defense was instantly broken. At the last moment, at the instant the destructive demon's sword was about to hit the rule star, a white hand grabbed the destructive demon's sword. The destructive demon sword struggled madly in Lin Moyu's hand, but to no avail. The rule on the sword was very strong, or rather, its essence was very strong, with the property of destroying everything. The rule of destruction. Lin Moyu's heart trembled slightly. The rule of destruction was a tier 1 rule, its power extremely strong. Unfortunately, the destructive demon sword only contained a sliver of the rule of destruction, just a type of rootless duckweed. Facing the rule of immortality, also a tier 1 rule, it was finally destroyed by the rule of immortality. The destructive demon's sword stopped struggling, the rule aura on it disappeared, its color became dim, and it finally turned into a normal small hilt. This scene fell into the eyes of the six-winged demon, which was so shocked that its eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. This is the destructive demon sword, a destructive demon sword with the rule of destruction. How can it be caught with a bare hand? Who are you? What trick did you use? The six-winged demon roared, the hair on its body standing on end, like a mad beast. Lin Moyu ignored it. Speaking one more word to a demon was a waste. He turned around, placed one hand on the rule star, and clearly felt a sliver of life force within it. Not only life force, but there was also a little bit of soul consciousness existing in the core of the rule star. It was the soul consciousness of God Venerable Yeyu. Although he had self-destructed, he had also left himself a way out, leaving a piece of soul consciousness in the rule star. Perhaps he believed that the experts in the human race had the ability to save him. The rule of immortality pulsed in Lin Moyu's palm, and life force continuously poured into the rule star. The originally sluggish life force and soul consciousness suddenly became full of spirit, as if injected with a stimulant. Lin Moyu clearly felt a strong will reviving. It was the will of God Venerable Yeyu. After self-destructing, he did not truly die but entrusted himself to the rule star, falling into a deep sleep. Now, simulated by the life force within the rule star, he was waking up. Thank you. God Venerable Yeyu's voice sounded a bit old and heady. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. Senior, rest first. This junior will take you home. There were not too many meaningless words. God Venerable Yeyu fell silent again. In his current state, it was not suitable to talk much. Lin Moyu turned back to look at the six-manged demons. There were a total of 10 demons, all at the peak of the super god realm, controlling rule domains. But to him, 10 or 100 made no difference. The dual rule domain opened. Strange gray and white stars rose behind Lin Moyu. Outside the stars, there were streams of the black rule of slaughter. The rule domain opened, and a radius of 100 meters was instantly covered. The expression of the six-winged demon changed drastically, and it roared angrily, rule domain. All the demons opened their rule domains, but they were shocked to find that their rule domains were completely suppressed. The coverage was pitifully small. Lin Moyu's rule domain was too strong. It was originally a tier 1 rule, plus the tier 2 rule of slaughter. Under the dual effect, the power was multiplied. Unless the opponent also mastered a tier 1 rule, they could only be crushed. The rule of slaughter fused with the rule of immortality, turning into a roaring rule dragon. The demons tried their best to resist, but the effect was not great. Their rule domains were quickly broken, and each of them was seriously injured. Though, the six-winged demon took out a demon stone and crushed it. All its actions were very decisive. The other demons also did the same. At this time, Lin Moyu pointed his finger. The 100,000-meter tall eyes of the undead opened in the high sky, and the world was covered in red light. The demons' actions were a beat slower, and they let out miserable screams. Their souls were damaged, and the rule dragon swarmed over, instantly killing them. The teleportation demon stones had been crushed, and their corpses were sucked into the teleportation passage. The battle started quickly, and it ended even faster. In less than 5 seconds from start to finish, Lin Moyu ended the entire battle. He held the rule star in one hand, retracted his rule domain, and looked into the distance. After a long time, Jia Li and the others finally arrived. They looked at Lin Moyu, their eyes shining. Zhao Li's eyes were full of disbelief, not believing that Lin Moyu could get the rule star. Yan Feiyan asked, "Where are those demons?" "Killed 4, 6 escaped," Lin Moyu said casually, as if he had done a trivial thing. Zhao Li snorted. "Ling, a peak super god demon is not that easy to kill. Believe it or not. We should go now." Whether Zhao Li believed it or not, Lin Moyu didn't care about his thoughts. He even ignored the person. After returning, he would go to the arena and take all his accumulated points. By the way, he would tell him to be more humble in the future. Don't talk big without strength. But now it was really time to go. The escaped demons would definitely report the situation here. The exit would soon be surrounded by demons. Zhao Li suddenly stopped Lin Moyu and said in a deep voice, "If, as you say, some demons escaped, then the exit might be surrounded by demons now. Shouldn't we discuss what to do?" Lin Moyu glanced at him. "You guys go first. I'll take the rule star and leave from the secret realm entrance. You can't use the teleportation card to leave while holding the rule star. You can only go back from the secret realm entrance." Zhao Li didn't even think and said directly, "Why should we go first? The one holding the rule star will surely have the greatest credit among everyone." It was true that Lin Moyu had gotten the rule star, but Zhao Li did not admit it. Hatred had clouded his eyes, making him lose his reason. How could Lin Moyu not know his thoughts? "Then you take the rule star, and we'll leave." "You know." Zhao Li was immediately speechless. The one holding the rule star is definitely the most dangerous. You might be killed as soon as you leave the secret realm. It's not like them now. Leaving safely like this. If you're a coward, don't talk nonsense. If you want to go, go quickly. If you don't go, you won't be able to. Lin Wei sneered contemptuously. This Zhao Li might have some cultivation talent, but his character was really terrible. Duan Chuan was a little worried. "Then won't you be in danger?" "I can protect myself." Lin Moyu's voice was full of determination. Jian Feiyan thought for a moment. "How about we all stay and cooperate?" Zhuan Shun also said, "That's right, at least there are 5 of us. There's strength in numbers." Lin Moyu immediately refuted her idea. "No need. It's easier for me to deal with it alone. According to the Domain Lord, you guys go first." Lin Moyu didn't tell them that even if he faced a level 6 true god, he still had a chance to escape. If they stayed, they would only be a burden to him. He-Man looked at Lin Moyu and said, "Junior brother Lin, are you sure you want to take the rule star alone?" Lin Moyu nodded. "I'm sure. If you don't go now, it might be difficult to leave." Seeing Lin Moyu's determination, the others no longer hesitated and activated their teleportation cards to leave one after another. Lin Moyu knew that when he took the rule star out of the secret realm, the demons would surely have set up an inescapable net. It might be very difficult for him to escape, but it was not without a chance. As long as a god king didn't act, he still had hope of taking the rule star away. But if it were Jian Feiyan and the others, there would definitely be no hope. Moreover, Lin Moyu was sure that Jiu Tian would have a corresponding strategy, judging the situation in the secret realm based on the demon's reaction. Plus Jian Feiyan and the others leaving could report the situation inside. What he had to do now was wait. Wait a while before leaving, to give Jiu Tian enough time to think of a countermeasure. Lin Moyu scanned the secret realm. Anyway, he needed some time. Let's see what's in this secret realm. When he entered the secret realm, Lin Moyu felt something was strange. The rules in this secret realm were too dense, with all kinds of rules. And they were all tier 3 elemental rules, with no other rules. Each type of rule would form a type of secret realm creature. The combat strength of the secret realm creatures was not bad, mainly concentrated between Super God level 8 and Super God level 9. According to the information, a true God realm secret realm creature had not yet been seen. After killing a secret realm creature, it would turn back into a rule, return to the secret realm's heaven and earth, and after a period of time, it could be reborn. This situation reminded Lin Moyu of the situation in the lesser world. The entire lesser world seemed to be like this, with monsters that could be continuously resurrected, never ending. In the dungeons, this situation was even more obvious. But now he was in a secret realm of the great world, not a dungeon in the lesser world. But the similar mechanism between the two worlds made Lin Moyu curious. Was it a coincidence or some other reason? Lin Moyu thought to himself, wanting to understand it clearly, and at the same time, he had to find a way out. The entrance and exit of the secret realm were not in the same place. His heart stirred, and the undead legion appeared with the cold wind, running in all directions. Millions of undead legionnaires launched a surprise attack in the secret realm. The situation in the secret realm turned into a detailed map in Lin Moyu's mind. The entire secret realm was circular, with a diameter of about 10,000 kilometers. There were no high mountains, only a few low slopes, and no rivers or streams. It was almost a vast plain. There were many creatures in the secret realm, but calling them creatures was not entirely correct. Their bodies were composed of rules, with super god level strength, weak soul consciousness, no ability to think, and almost only instinct. Facing the undead legion, the secret realm creatures formed from rules had almost no ability to resist. Soon, he found the exits. There was more than one exit. They were distributed in different locations in the secret realm, corresponding to the positions of the secret realm entrance. Lin Moyu also didn't know where he would appear after he went out. After all, the secret realm entrance was very large, and it was impossible to judge. Lin Moyu did not leave the secret realm immediately. It had been some time since Jian Feiyan and the others left. The demons must have surrounded the secret realm entrance. Lin Moyu didn't know if Ju Taiyan and the others had come up with a corresponding countermeasure, so he planned to wait a little longer to give Ju Taiyan more time, which would also make him safer. Finally, in the area near the center of the secret realm, the undead legion encountered true god realm's secret realm creatures. In this secret realm, the closer to the center, the denser the elemental rules became. The denser the elemental rules, the more true god realm creatures would be born. The demons often used the secret realm to train soldiers, and they probably rarely fought to the central position. After all, those who entered were all at the super god realm. Facing super god realm creatures, the casualties would be very large. The reality was similar to what Lin Moyu thought. The demons used this secret realm to train soldiers, obviously just to gain some combat experience. They didn't touch the true god realm creatures in the central area. Lin Moyu was different from the demons. Not only did he touch them, but he also planned to wipe out all the true god realm creatures. For no other reason than that after he killed a true god realm creature, he would get some benefits. A red stone the size of a finger exuded the aura of the rule of fire. A rule of fire, or a stone with the power of the rule, could be used to refine weapons, and also to comprehend the rule. Its value was quite high. This harvest lifted Lin Moyu's spirits. Even the scouting art said its value was not small, so it must be very valuable. No one would complain about having too many accumulated points, and Lin Moyu was no exception. Since he was free now, he might as well get some rule ores. The undead legion reassemble, turning into 360,000 skeleton god generals and 50,000 death dragon knights. A super god level 6 contained one of the rule of immortality. A death dragon knight had combat strength equivalent to a level 1 true god. The combat strength of a skeleton god general was also promoted to level 2 true god. The undead army officially engaged with the true god realm creatures in the center of the secret realm. Lin Moyu discovered that these true god realm creatures had no other abilities except for their realm and strength. In Lin Moyu's opinion, they were not even as good as the weakest true god realm cultivator. Facing the undead army, these secret realm creatures suddenly became like leeks, being mercilessly harvested. The rules in the secret realm boomed, and various rules intertwined and exploded. Mushroom clouds rose, and the ground shook continuously, as if the world was about to end. In the mushroom clouds, it was not necessarily flames, it could be ice or lightning. The undead legion fought back and forth with all kinds of rules, killing the secret realm creatures one by one. Lin Moyu harvested a lot of rule ores, each one the size of a finger. Because they contained different rules, they had various shapes. Lin Moyu was a little confused. These rule ores seemed to be just that. In essence, they were no different from some kind of starfire gold. Why were they evaluated by the scouting art as having considerable value? The scouting art was very rigorous, and the meaning of these 4 words was literal. Perhaps there was something in it that he didn't understand. He could only ask when he got back. His understanding of the great world was too little, and his knowledge was still too shallow. Whether it was the lesser world or the great world, Lin Moyu always felt that he knew too little. That was why when he first faced Antares, he had so many questions that he couldn't stop asking. The secret realm creatures were completely unable to stop the undead legion. They advanced at a godlike speed, fighting all the way to the center of the secret realm. Lin Moyu held the rule star in his hand, and also followed the undead legion into the center of the secret realm, seeing a miraculous scene. A rock more than 2 meters high stood in the center of the secret realm. It grew countless sharp corners, like a hedgehog, its whole body exuding a myriad of colors. Each color was a type of rule. The rules on it formed colorful clouds, and in the flowing clouds, there were all kinds of elemental rules, so many that Lin Moyu couldn't count them. The rules in the colorful clouds collided, continuously erupting with intense energy. The explosions sounded endlessly, with one wave of rule explosions after another. The huge rock shook in the explosions, and some fragments of the sharp corners were blown away. Seeing this scene, Lin Moyu finally understood. This was the source of the secret realm. He flicked his finger, and the scouting art hit the huge rock directly. Elemental orb, a magical stone containing various elemental rules, extremely rare and extremely precious. The two words extremely from the scouting art made Lin Moyu's eyes light up. Extremely rare, extremely precious. He never thought he could find it here. He was sure that no one from the demon race had ever been here, otherwise a god venerable would have come to blow up the secret realm to take the elemental ore long ago. Since that was the case, he would not be polite. Lin Moyu immediately ordered the undead legion to charge forward and snatch the elemental rule ore. Just as the skeletons approached, the ground shook violently. The elemental rule ore suddenly flew into the air, and then all the elemental rules in the air fell, circling the elemental rule ore. A giant composed of thousands of colors appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The elemental rule ore had become the heart of the rule giant, where it constantly beat, shooting out extremely powerful rule power. The power of the rule giant was increasing steadily. Strangely, the various rules did not conflict but were miraculously harmonious. The aura of the rule giant finally stabilized at level 5 true god. Lin Moyu was a bit distressed. The highest attack power of a skeleton god general was only level 2 true god. If the rule giant was only level 3 true god, he could still spend some time trying to wear it down. But a level 5 true god, even if it stood still, and let the skeleton god generals hit it, they couldn't do it. A level 5 true god, in a secret realm that only allowed super god cultivators to enter. How could a level 5 true god monster appear? It was a bit of a cheat. Lin Moyu sighed softly and took out what he had just received. Fang Taijin said someone had sent a true god's corpse, a level 6 true god's corpse. Lin Moyu pointed, and a red light covered it. The thunder of time hit its soul, increasing the damage. The rule giant felt pain and kept roaring angrily, smashing towards Lin Moyu with a punch. Dozens of elemental rules exploded at the same time, falling like meteors. Lin Moyu ignored the attack and locked onto the soul of the rule giant. Star rank spell, corpse explosion. With a huge explosion, the rule giant collapsed on the spot. Its attack fell on Lin Moyu without making a splash. Lin Moyu's immunity to elemental attacks had reached a terrifying level, directly immunizing him to elemental damage and reducing elemental rule damage by 40,000 times. The rest was borne by the undead legion. According to Lin Moyu's calculation, if there was no level 8 true god now, it would be almost impossible to kill him. The rule giant collapsed, and the huge elemental rule ore fell. A skeleton god general immediately rushed over to receive it and brought it back to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu was not polite, and put away the elemental rule ore. Extremely rare, extremely precious. Since that was the case, he would keep it carefully and see how many accumulated points it was worth when he got back. A sword flashed, cutting off the large fist of the one-horned demon. The impact was extremely shocking, and the divine vermilion fortress shook violently. After flying less than 1,000 meters, he stopped in the cosmos. Lin Moyu found it difficult to move, unable to move even a little. A large hole appeared on the core of the ancient thunder tower, and the rules in the tower almost completely collapsed. Lin Moyu remained calm in his heart, like an ancient well without ripples. He didn't care at all that the divine vermilion fortress was severely damaged and could no longer be used. He knew he couldn't escape, so he decisively put away the divine vermilion fortress and pointed at the one-born demon. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. Audacious. The one-born demon seemed to have been greatly insulted and shouted loudly. Just a mere level 6 super god and dared to act against a god king like it. The guts were too big. The Curse of Time descended, and the surroundings were filled with red light. With a hum, the one-born demon sound suddenly stopped. A second later, the one-born demon shouted again. Stinky kid, you dare to attack my soul. Lin Moyu knew that when the Curse of Time was cast, although it didn't cause any damage to it, it definitely made it suffer a painful blow. He didn't expect a mere level 6 super god to be able to make it feel pain. The one-born demon was even more angry. Well done. A loud and hearty voice sounded. A sword light fell beside Lin Moyu. A Taoist in a blue robe appeared. The guts of our human race's juniors have always been very big. Let alone injuring you. What about taking your head down to play with as a stepping stone? The Taoist's voice was gentle. Although the words spoken were very light, they revealed a bone-killing intent. Lin Moyu looked at the information from the Taoist. Name, Taoist Azure Sword level. God King level 8. Lin Moyu cupped his hands towards Taoist Azure Sword. Thank you, Senior Azure Sword, for saving me. Taoist Azure Sword laughed. What's saving or not? You have the rule star of God Venerable Ye-Yu in your hand. Right. That's right. God Venerable Ye-Yu is still alive. After speaking, he did not put down the rule star but remained in a combat state from beginning to end. Daoist Azure Sword smiled even more happily. Not bad, not bad. The Domain Lord was right. You are indeed a talent worth cultivating. Let's go, we'll go back. With me protecting you, let's see who can touch you. With a point of Daoist Azure Sword's finger, a large amount of sharp sword light appeared beside Lin Moyu. The rule of Daoist Azure Sword turned into a sword, protecting Lin Moyu. A rule sword also appeared under Lin Moyu's feet, becoming his means of transportation, waiting for him to move forward. You can't go. The one-born demon was furious and roared. It was about to act when a sword light shot straight at it, forcing it to retreat. Daoist Azure Sword said coldly, One-born king, you have to understand, my sword is not dull yet. The one-horned demon was furious and roared, This king may not be your match, but I still have enough strength to prevent you from leaving. It seems I still have to fight you. Daoist Azure Sword knew that if he didn't deal with the one-born demon, this journey would be difficult to escape. And if he chose to wait for the demon to stop chasing, he was afraid that if he was not careful, the two of them would be surrounded by other troops. I either don't do it, or do it completely. Daoist Azure Sword made a decisive decision. It was best to first deal with the one-horned demon king here. His fingertip flashed, and the rule moved with a rumble. A sword rose from behind him, covering the heavens and the earth as if to destroy the cosmos. The previous sword was a miniature version of the sword Daoist Azure Sword was sitting firmly on. The soul-ruled domain was a fusion of soul and rule. Using the soul to control the rule, forming a domain. Within the domain, the heavens. Daoist Azure Sword deployed the soul-ruled domain, its range directly covering the cosmos for more than 10,000 kilometers, directly placing the one-born demon inside. The one-born demon's face changed greatly, and it said with a trembling voice, You have mastered the soul-ruled domain. Daoist Azure Sword said softly, Although I haven't completely mastered it, it's enough to kill you. Myriad Ancient Sword Slash. The soul-ruled domain rioted, and starlight shot out from the endless void, turning into 10,000 swords, slashing towards the one-born demon. The one-born demon let out a strange scream, its aura erupting. A miniature version of the one-born demon rushed out from its body. Soul manifestation was the final means of the true God realm, but it was still not as good as the soul-ruled domain. Fortunately, he had not yet completely mastered the soul-ruled domain. He could only use soul manifestation to resist. Myriad demons advance, its soul let out a roar, and countless miniature versions of the one-horned demon rushed out, meeting the swords. At this time, it was extremely scared. It never thought that Daoist Azure Sword had mastered the soul-ruled domain. If it had known this would happen earlier, it would absolutely not have blocked the way. It was just following orders and didn't think of risking its life. But now, it could only fight desperately. Daoist Azure Sword smiled faintly. Just you alone want to block my myriad ancient sword slash. Today, I will definitely chop you into dust. Countless swords fell, and over 10,000 one-horned demons scattered and fell on the spot. The one-horned demon's whole body trembled as if it had malaria. Although the soul manifestation was powerful on the surface, it also had a weakness. That was, once injured, the soul would also be severely injured and in extreme pain. The swords were like rain, slashing the soul and killing the one-horned demon. Then the swords merged into one, turning into a terrifying giant sword, more than 1,000 kilometers long, chopping straight down on its head. The myriad ancient sword slashed at the one-horned demon, which let out a strange scream. It suddenly broke its own horn. Its figure instantly disappeared, and the sword also lost its target, chopping into the void. The rule boomed, and the cosmos shook violently. Daoist Azure Sword retracted the soul-ruled domain and smiled faintly. He ran fast. With the horn just broken, he won't be able to recover within 100 years. His realm will also be reduced by at least one level. The loss of the one-horned king this time is not small. After speaking, Daoist Azure Sword took Lin Moyu and flew towards the cosmos. Daoist Azure Sword used a powerful sword strike, almost killing the God King Realm one-horned demon. Lin Moyu also experienced the soul-ruled domain of a God King Realm. Just now, he was unable to move within the soul-ruled domain. It was just that Daoist Azure Sword was not targeting him. If he was targeted, with just a thought, he might be doomed for all eternity. Before, Lin Moyu had some confidence in his strength. Now thinking back, facing a God King Realm, he was really nothing. However, Lin Moyu did not lose confidence because of this. On the contrary, It aroused his fighting spirit. He would also reach the God King realm, but it would definitely not be his final point. The two of them flew towards the human territory like a streak of light, faster than Lin Mui using the divine Vermilion Fortress. Because the Rule Star couldn't enter subspace, the speed was relatively slow. It would take some time to return to the human territory. Were you scared just now? Duelist Azure Sword asked. Lin Mui shook his head. There's nothing to be afraid of. Haha, well said, there's nothing to be afraid of. But you, kid, dared to act against a God King. Your guts are the biggest I've ever seen. Duelist Azure Sword laughed very happily. He did not hide his appreciation for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, did you come specifically to pick me up? Duelist Azure Sword acknowledged. By order of the Domain Lord, I came to pick you up. Do you find it strange? Why didn't a God Venerable come, but just an old level 6 God King like us? Lin Moyu shook his head. The Domain Lord naturally has his arrangements. Duelist Azure Sword smiled. That's right. The Domain Lord is leading everyone to hold back the demons. Although we can't send God Venerables, it's the same for the demon race. Suddenly, Duelist Azure Sword looked to the side. Another bunch of Monquils are here. I'll take you out to kill them. Lin Moyu also sensed the aura coming from afar. Another group of God King Realm demons had arrived. Duelist Azure Sword did not think of avoiding them but actively met them. He was extremely domineering. One sentence, I'll take you out to kill them, was enough to prove it. Lin Moyu asked, Senior, how are my friends doing? Duelist Azure Sword smiled. They're fine. When they came out, the demons hadn't had time to act. They were picked up by the Hidden Ten worship. The Domain Lord also learned about your situation through them, so he changed his strategy, increased the intensity of the attack, and moved the battlefield, so that the demon army had no time to care about other things, and then sent me to pick you up. Only then did Lin Moyu know why it was so quiet when he came out. It was because Zhu Tian had moved the battlefield. Duelist Azure Sword continued, it's just that I came a step too late. Fortunately, you're fine. I guess it's because you suddenly appeared, and caught the one, Horned King guarding the secret realm off guard. By the way, how did the entrance to the secret realm disappear? Did you do it too? Lin Moyu nodded. I destroyed that secret realm. Duelist Azure Sword looked at Lin Moyu with some surprise. How did you destroy it? Lin Moyu said, I took away the secret realm's source. Source. Duelist Azure Sword's eyebrows kept twitching. He fought to the core of the secret realm. There were true god-level creatures there. Lin Moyu said, yes. I killed my way into the secret realm. Duelist Azure Sword laughed loudly. Well done. If our human race could have more geniuses like you, let's see which race dares to invade. But good. It was not in vain for me to come and pick you up. You are worth it. One sentence, you are worth it, was his affirmation of Lin Moyu as a person. A second later, Duelist Azure Sword opened the Soul Rule domain, and immediately swung his sword at the charging God King level demon. The myriad ancient sword slashed, and countless starlight shot out, turning into tens of thousands of swords that cut through the cosmos and flew towards them, making the God King scream in shock and hastily retreat. They retreated quickly, but the speed of the Soul Rule domain was even faster. In an instant, they were covered by the sword light. Amidst miserable screams, the God King realm demons fled in a sorry state. Duelist Azure Sword did not continue to pursue, snorting contemptuously, even cats and dogs dare to come. He took Lin Moyu and continued forward. I've implicated you, Senior. Lin Moyu knew very well that if it weren't for him, Duelist Azure Sword would have chased after them and killed all the demon God Kings. Duelist Azure Sword shook his head. Killing one or two God King realm demons. Is that a worthy trade for letting God Venerable Ye Yu be revived? It's pointless. A God Venerable is a true pillar of our race. Anyone below the God Venerable realm is merely cannon fodder. Duelist Azure Sword's words were blunt and direct. Below a God Venerable, all are cannon fodder. It was a simple yet profound statement. For someone like Lin Moyu at the Super God realm, he was even less than cannon fodder. Lin Moyu asked curiously what lies beyond the God Venerable realm. Duelist Azure Sword glanced at him and chuckled. This little fellow has great ambitions. Lin Moyu nodded. A soldier who doesn't want to become a general is not a good soldier. Duelist Azure Sword nodded in agreement. Well said. A cultivator who doesn't aspire to become a God Venerable is not a qualified cultivator. Ambition is a good thing, but you don't need to know about that yet. When you enter the City of Gods, it won't be too late to learn. Lin Moyu knew this was another piece of restricted information. Within the human race, there were rules. One could only learn certain things after reaching a specific level of strength. Knowing too much without the corresponding strength could either lead to unrealistic ambitions or add unnecessary burdens, serving no purpose. If one truly wanted to know more, they had to cultivate diligently, increase their authority level, and then everything would be revealed. Understanding this, Lin Moyu didn't press further. Instead, he boldly asked, "Senior, could you perhaps tell this junior how one can enter the city of gods?" This time, Taoist Azure Sword was surprisingly generous and didn't hide anything. There are 4 paths to enter the city of gods. The first is through missions, increasing both your strength and authority level. When both strength and authority meet the standard, you can enter. Most people choose this path, but it's not easy. The most crucial point, which is often overlooked, is age. All missions and strength requirements must be completed within a specified age limit, otherwise it's useless. The second path is through the military, by accumulating military merits. As long as you gather enough merits, you can enter the city of gods. This path has fewer rules, but is extremely dangerous. Less than 1 in 10,000 can succeed. The third path is to join the War God Temple. As for the specific rules of the War God Temple, even I don't know them clearly. The fourth path involves the great figures within the city of gods. If one of them is willing to take you as a disciple, you can enter immediately. Taoist Azure Sword quickly outlined all 4 paths. None of them were easy. The first path was the most common, but it had the most restrictions and was the most troublesome. The second path seemed simple, with no rules and only requiring military merits, but it was the most dangerous. The third and fourth paths were not options for the majority. The War God Temple had extremely high requirements and wasn't open to just anyone. The fourth path was even less accessible to ordinary people. How much luck would it take to be accepted as a disciple by one of the great figures in the city of gods? It was too unrealistic. Lin Moyu considered his options. He could walk both the first and second paths. Although the battlefield was dangerous, it was also the best place to temper himself. Compared to missions with strong protective measures, Lin Moyu preferred the battlefield. Taoist Azure Sword seemed to read his mind. "Let me give you a suggestion. Don't take the first path. It's designed for ordinary people and isn't suitable for a genius like you. But you also don't need to join the War God Temple. There's no need to rush into adding a title to your name." Lin Moyu asked, "Senior's meaning is for me to take the second path, but without joining the military." Taoist Azure Sword smiled cheerfully. "You're right. You don't need to add a title to your name. Without joining the military, you can still do missions to earn military merits, and then enter the city of gods through them." Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "Previously, Old Luo wanted me to join the War God Temple, but the Domain Lord disagreed. The Domain Lord wanted me to join the military, but Old Luo disagreed." Taoist Azure Sword suddenly turned his head. "The Old Luo you mentioned, is his name Luo Kainkun?" "Yes." Lin Moyu nodded. Taoist Azure Sword looked puzzled. "Why would they do that?" "It's as if the Domain Lord wants to recommend a master for you, and that master is from the city of gods." Taoist Azure Sword suddenly stopped. He looked Lin Moyu up and down, and after a long, careful examination, he said in a low voice, "Consider what I just said to be nonsense. The fourth path is the most suitable for you. Remember, strive to become his disciple. There is nothing better than that." Taoist Azure Sword clearly knew the identity of this person, but refused to say more. The phrase "there is nothing better than that" was enough to prove the person's extraordinary status. Lin Moyu felt a twinge of disappointment. He had asked these questions with a hidden purpose, hoping to learn something about the inner workings of the city of gods from Taoist Azure Sword. It seemed he had failed. He would have to find the answers himself. A flash of sword light flickered, and countless demons died, their corpses turning into debris in the cosmos. The two had encountered a demon squad of several hundred. The 2 demon leaders had reached the True God level 6, while the rest were all True God level 3. Taoist Azure Sword killed them with ease, making Lin Moyu realize the fundamental difference between a God King and a true God. Taoist Azure Sword said, "This is a patrol squad of the demon clan. We are now near the front line, so it's easy to encounter such squads." Lin Moyu could feel the change in the atmosphere. This part of the cosmos seems to bear the marks of a great battle. "Senior, could you do me a favor?" Taoist Azure Sword turned to look at him. "What is it?" Lin Moyu said, "I want the corpses of these demons. They don't have to be whole. Just a piece of bone from each corpse will do." "What for?" Taoist Azure Sword frowned. He thought Lin Moyu had some peculiar hobby of collecting corpses, and worse, smashing them. Although he didn't mind others' hobbies, this still made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Fighting and killing is normal. Smashing corpses is normal. "Why are you collecting them?" as specimens. The corpses of these demons have no value. Seeing Daoist Azure Sword's expression, Lin Wei knew he had been misunderstood and immediately explained, "My spells can detonate corpses and bones. The power is not small." Daoist Azure Sword raised an eyebrow. "Using corpses and bones as weapons. How powerful can it be?" Lin Wei replied, "Several times stronger than the full-powered strike of the corpse when it was alive." "Oh, with it." Daoist Azure Sword said, "There's such a spell." He pointed a finger, and a limb from a true god level 3 flew over. "Try attacking me." Lin Wei knew a true god level 3 couldn't harm Daoist Azure Sword. He didn't hesitate, and directly detonated it. With a loud boom, the limb exploded, and the remaining parts of the corpse followed the rule, turning to dust. Daoist Azure Sword withstood the direct impact of the corpse explosion and nodded. "The power is not bad. A true god level 3 corpse detonates with nearly the attack power of a true god level 4. I just need a piece of bone," Lin Wei confirmed. "Just a piece of bone." Daoist Azure Sword pointed his finger, and sword light filled the sky. The recently killed demons were dismembered. A piece of bone from each demon corpse flew over. Blood filled the cosmos, its thick smell piercing the spiritual world. Lin Wei showed no disgust, took out the box he used for corpses before, and packed them all up. Daoist Azure Sword was stunned again. He noticed Lin Wei had no storage equipment on him, and couldn't help but ask, "You have internal storage space in your body?" Lin Wei asked curiously, "Is there a problem?" Daoist Azure Sword raised his hand, revealing a ring on his finger. "We all use storage rings. Only when one reaches the God Venerable realm can they open up storage space within their body. How do you have it?" Lin Wei hadn't paid attention to this. "I come from a lesser world. Everyone has storage space." "Everyone?" "Yes, everyone. As long as you complete a profession transfer, you get it." Lin Wei briefly explained the profession transfer system of the lesser world. Daoist Azure Sword was amazed. "I never thought the upper realm had such a magical lesser world. The world is full of wonders. Hurry up and pack. We need to get going. This place isn't safe. We could run into demons at any time." Lin Wei quickly packed the limbs away. With so many limbs from the true god realm, he felt confident even when facing a true god alone. "Dare to mess with me, I'll blow you up." There were many demons in the cosmos. They subsequently encountered 2 more waves, all easily dealt with by Daoist Azure Sword. Lin Wei harvested hundreds more bone fragments, the strongest reaching true god level A. This way, as long as he didn't encounter a true god realm expert with soul control abilities, Lin Wei could fight. As long as he had a strong enough corpse explosion was an unreasonable spell. After a 2-day journey, the two finally entered the battlefield. Lin Wei personally experienced the brutality of the battlefield, even more intense than what he had sensed on the Hidden 10 warship. On the battlefield, rules flew like chaotic dragons, exploding in the cosmos. The cosmos bloomed like fireworks, magnificent and splendid. Beneath the splendor was a thick, enveloping killing intent. Daoist Azure Sword led Lin Wei into the battlefield, choosing the most direct path straight through. Daoist Azure Sword once again demonstrated his power. From tens of thousands of miles away, billions of swords flew around him, forcibly carving a bloody path. The soul rule domain opened, and any true god realm demon that touched it died instantly. Wherever he passed, the ground was filled with blood, and dismembered corpses were like stars. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." A piercing sound echoed, followed by the rumbling thunder of a dragon. Lin Wei almost thought he had seen a member of the dragon clan, but upon closer inspection, something was wrong. The opponent's body was covered in massive scales, and purple flames erupted from the gaps between them. It looked somewhat like an elemental dragon, but with black spikes on its back, resembling the demon clan. Demonic dragon level, god venerable traits, a combination of a demon and an elemental dragon, possessing the dual advantages of both. Becomes a true god upon reaching adulthood, with elites becoming god kings or even god venerables. Through his scouting art, he saw the opponent's information. It turned out to be a god venerable realm demonic dragon, seemingly waiting specifically for him. Daoist Azure Sword's face turned grim, but a strong fighting spirit rose in his eyes. "It's been a long time since I've fought a god venerable. My hands are itching. Kid, can you make it on your own from here? The distance isn't far. Use your spells to create a bloody path." Lin Wei looked at Daoist Azure Sword, his heart sinking. The outcome of a battle between a god king and a god venerable was predictable. No matter how strong Daoist Azure Sword was, he would never be a match for a god venerable. What Daoist Azure Sword could do was hold the opponent back and buy time for him, but his words suggested he didn't want to be too much of a burden. Lin Mui replied with a heavy heart, "I can. Alright, I'll send you off a little way." After speaking, Lin Mui stood up. The sword beneath his feet suddenly accelerated, carrying him forward. "Where are you going?" The demonic dragon roared, breathing out dragon's breath. A sword light exploded, cutting off the dragon's breath. Daoist Azure Sword's wild laughter came from behind. "Your opponent is me. Even if you are a god venerable, watch me slay a dragon today." Lin Mui sensed the aura of the soul rule domain. Myriad starlight filled the air, and 1,000-mile-long sword stood tall in the cosmos. A dragon roared, and a sword hummed. Daoist Azure Sword and the demonic dragon fought a great battle in the cosmos. Lin Mui gritted his teeth. "Senior, I won't forget this favor." When the power of the sword disappeared, the wings of the undead appeared behind him. He flapped them with all his might, turning into a streak of light and flying away. After flying for a while, a demon army appeared ahead, a true god-level army. With killing intent in his eyes, Lin Mui took out the demon bones. Rank spell corpse explosion. Behind him was the sky-piercing sword, and in front were resounding explosions. The demon squad didn't even have time to act before violent explosions bloomed on their bodies, exploding into flowers and dying as fruits. An army of 100 demons died in an instant. Lin Mui flew past their corpses, reached out, and took the highest-level corpses from the squad, continuing forward. This was the battlefield. The demon army was extremely numerous. Along the way, Lin Mui encountered more and more demons, but they were mainly armies of true god realm demons. They were basically cannon fodder on the battlefield. The most numerous king-level demons were relatively rare. It wasn't difficult to go from super god to true god. Nearly 8 out of 10 super god realm individuals could reach true god. But from true god to god king was extremely difficult. Not even 1 in 1,000 true god realm individuals might reach god king. Lin Mui encountered many true gods, but not a single god king. Corpses exploded resoundingly in space, and group after group of true god realm demons were killed. As Lin Mui flew, he pulled a long tail of dozens of demon corpses. Using rules as chains, he carried the demon corpses forward in space. A complex aura came from ahead. He had finally entered the battlefield proper. There were no more demon squads here. The human army was engaged in a large-scale battle with the demon army. The true god realm battlefield and the god king realm battlefield were in different, separate areas. Lin Mui quickly passed through the battlefield and returned to human territory. He glanced at the battlefield, his eyes full of killing intent, and pulled the demon corpses into the true god realm battlefield. A tiny super god level 6, someone not even as good as cannon fodder, dares to rush into a true god realm battlefield. This is unprecedented in the history of the great world. This guy is looking for death. A super god dares to come here. Doesn't he want to live anymore? Quickly fall back. Where did this kid come from? Let me kill you first. I wonder if killing a super god of the human race will earn any merits. Human warriors rushed up to protect Lin Mui, and demons also rushed up to kill him. They all overlooked Lin Mui, a tiny super god, who could remain calm on a true god realm battlefield, amidst the violent waves of rules. This itself was extremely unusual. If it were any other super god, they would have long been crushed to dust by the aftershocks. A faint light flickered around Lin Mui's body. A thin layer of white light protected him from all attacking waves. Lin Mui used Soul Lock on dozens of the nearest demons and detonated a true god level 8 demon corpse. Boo! Space seemed to tremble. The demons who had just been clamoring to kill Lin Mui all died on the spot. This scene stunned the human true gods who were fighting the demons. They still didn't understand what had happened. Why did their opponents die so strangely? What was that sudden explosion? They looked towards Lin Mui. It seemed this kid did it. Lin Mui didn't care about everyone's reaction and flew away, pulling the corpses. Only then did the human true gods notice the long line of corpses behind Lin Mui, all of them true god realm demons. Could he have killed them all? That's impossible. Don't joke around. How could a super god level 6 kill so many true god realm demons? Am I hallucinating? Lin Mui used his actions to prove that what they saw was not a hallucination. Lin Mui rushed into the battlefield, corpses exploding in space, and demons died in droves. Almost no true god realm demon could withstand the explosion of a corpse. In an instant, nearly 1,000 true god realm demons were killed. Lin Mui was like a god of slaughter, a super god realm god of slaughter. Suddenly, Lin Mui's whole body went cold. He was locked onto by a terrifying killing intent. Not only his body but also his soul was locked. This was not an ordinary soul lock. Even using the wings of the undead, He couldn't break it. Die. Lin Moyu saw an incomparably huge black lion-shaped demon rushing towards him. This was not a real demon, but a soul. A soul manifestation. A powerful true god realm demon had used a soul manifestation to destroy Lin Moyu. The soul manifestation had locked onto Lin Moyu, and he couldn't escape. Dual rule domain. The dual rule domain open. It might not be as strong as a soul manifestation, but it could still hinder it somewhat. Strange gray and white stars shone, and the rule of slaughter and the rule of immortality intertwined into a rule dragon, rushing towards the demon lion. The demon lion tore the rule dragon apart and came roaring with killing intent. A red light flashed, a fusion spell, the curse of time. The demon lion let out a roar, it felt pain, and its speed slowed down a little. Continuous explosions occurred on the demon lion's body. Lin Moyu continuously detonated 10 demon corpses, each one a true god level 8. The thunder of time, the thunder of soul, added more damage, and the exploding corpses caused huge damage. The demon lion screamed miserably, blown to pieces in space. The soul manifestation had very strong defense, but once damaged, the pain suffered was unimaginable. When the soul manifestation was destroyed, the master's soul was revealed. A lion-shaped demon with black fur was trembling in space, its eyes red, its expression full of pain. The destruction of the soul manifestation had caused terrible damage to its soul. It looked at Lin Moyu with hateful eyes, but Lin Moyu just smiled coldly, a smile full of killing intent. A true god level 9, with a soul manifestation, at the peak strength of the true god realm. But that didn't matter. The demon lion saw Lin Moyu raise his hand. In fear it tried to escape, but it was too late. Powerful explosions immediately engulfed it. The detonation of a true god level 8 demon corpse had the destructive power of a true god level 9. 10 consecutive explosions completely swallowed it. After the explosion, only a tattered corpse remained in space. A peak true god demon had been easily wiped out by Lin Moyu. The surrounding human true gods were all stunned. What Lin Moyu had done since entering the battlefield had completely overturned their perception. How could a super god realm individual do these things? Are all super god realms this terrifying now? A super god realm killing a true god realm like killing a dog, is he really just a super god realm? It's terrifying. Fortunately, he's a human. If he were a demon, many true god realm demons would have been killed before they even saw Lin Moyu's face. They died without knowing how they died. This battlefield was quickly swept clean by Lin Moyu. Over 1,000 demons were completely wiped out by Lin Moyu alone. Lin Moyu did not stop and moved on to another battlefield. He held the rule star in his hand, holding a long line of demon corpses behind him, hundreds of them in a row. Like a meteor shower, it was both majestic and terrifying. Among them, the strongest was a true god level 9. The gray light in Lin Moyu's hand became brighter and brighter. SSS-Rank spell, Revive the Dead. The peak true god realm demon lion that Lin Moyu had just killed was resurrected under the Revive the Dead spell. It not only recovered to its peak state, but was even stronger than when it was alive. With a roar, it turned around and killed the demons. A soul manifestation, a giant demon lion composed of soul and rule, was rampaging on the battlefield. Wherever it went, demons were all killed, their bodies torn apart, and their souls destroyed. A soul manifestation was the product of soul and rule, equivalent to concentrating the entire rule domain into the soul. It was very strong, with astonishing attack power, and its defense was not weak either, especially since it possessed soul attack power. This was a nightmare for those in the true god realm who couldn't manifest their souls. But unfortunately, it had run into Lin Moyu, and a Lin Moyu with hundreds of corpses in his hands at that. As a result, it was blown up before it could even touch a hair on Lin Moyu's head. It didn't get to display its full strength at all. It could be said to have died a rather aggrieved death. But now, Lin Moyu had given it another chance, just with a different target. The soul manifestation rampaged on the battlefield, slaughtering demons in droves. The demons were extremely shocked. Why were they attacking their own people? Could there be a traitor among the demons? Not only the demons were stunned, but also the human true gods. What's going on? Why do I feel a bit confused? What are the demons doing? Killing each other. A dog-eat-dog situation. That's quite interesting. I've been on the battlefield for so many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a scene. Not bad. Lin Moyu changed direction, and charged into another battlefield. He could leave this side to the resurrected demon lion. In just half a day, Lin Moyu had become famous on the battlefield. Many true god realm warriors knew of such a special super god. He was clearly only super god level 6 but had the ability to destroy true gods. Lin Moyu's fame grew, and now over 1,000 true God realm demons had died at his hands. Lin Moyu was like a ruthless killing machine, slaughtering all the way. But he did not lose his reason. He did not go deep into the battlefield but got closer, and closer to the human territory. He knew what his mission was, which was to bring back the Rule Star. But he also had his own thoughts. Doi's azure sword had blocked the demonic dragon for him, and his life or death was unknown. He was very angry in his heart, and needed to vent. During the slaughter, the rule of slaughter became more and more dense, as if it was about to become stronger. 2 days later, the resurrected demon lion suddenly lost connection with him. Lin Moyu's face changed. He saw a huge claw in the final image of the demon lion. A God King Realm demon. A God King Realm demon had arrived. Lin Moyu immediately accelerated, rushing towards the human territory. The battlefield was gradually left behind, and the aura also became fainter and fainter. But the sense of urgency in Lin Moyu's heart did not disappear. The God King Realm demon that had just arrived would definitely come for him. The demons would definitely not let him go easily. More accurately, they probably wouldn't let go of the Rule Star in his hand easily. As long as they could kill a god venerable, it would be worth it even if they had to exchange 10,000 or 100,000 true gods for it. Finally found you. The sharp soul sound echoed throughout the cosmos, carrying a rule that came like a huge wave. Lin Moyu grunted, and his whole body was knocked hundreds of kilometers away. He held the Rule Star tightly, refusing to let go. The undead legion disintegrated and was reborn in the star, Rank spell 3 times. A God King Realm. Lin Moyu saw a God King Realm demon. It looked like a bat with its wings spread wide. Its illusion was projected onto the cosmos, at least tens of thousands of kilometers in size, like a star. He didn't expect a demon to ambush him here. Lin Moyu immediately turned and fled without a word. He didn't have enough confidence to face a God King Realm demon right now, so he could only run. You can't escape. The bat demon screamed, flapped its wings, and quickly chased after him. The speed of a God King Realm was extremely fast, and in a moment, it had narrowed the distance with Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu activated the wings of the undead with all his might, and his speed broke through the limit again, drawing a long, thin crack behind him. But the distance between the two was still shortening. Die. Another sharp roar sounded, and the sound wave carried a powerful rule, rushing towards Lin Moyu. Immortal Witch. Lin Moyu shouted softly in his heart. The immortal witch appeared beside him, and at the same time, an immortal halo appeared at Lin Moyu's feet. The sound wave hit Lin Moyu, knocking him hundreds of kilometers away again. The undead legion, as before, died and was reborn in the star Rank spell. After the third death, the immortal halo of the immortal witch suddenly shattered. The undead had completed their final rebirth. If there was another attack, it would be the turn of the full rebirth talent. After entering the Great World, the full rebirth talent had not yet been used. This time, facing the pursuit of a God King Realm demon, he was afraid he had to use it. Just dragging out a little more time would be good. Duff. Still not dead. The bat demon let out a soft cry. Just a super god level 6. Yet he hadn't died after 2 of its attacks. This was too unreal, unbelievable. Lin Moyu said coldly, "You want to kill me? You're far from it." With determination in his heart, he hadn't used the soul-splitting technique for a long time. This time, he would use it regardless of everything. Each soul clone simultaneously transmitted its soul power into the star Rank spell of the wings of the undead. The wings of the undead emitted an unprecedented light. Star Rank spell. Power accumulation. At the same time, he cast the power accumulation spell, pushing all his body attributes to the extreme and inheriting all the skills of the undead. Lin Moyu's whole body shone brightly, and the wings of the undead vibrated strongly, his speed several times faster than before. At the same time, he also used the attack power. His whole person seemed to have broken through the limit, disappearing into the cosmos. In the next second, he had appeared 100,000 kilometers away. The bat demon was startled. "You dare to run in front of me? Dream on." It flapped its bat wings, and immediately chased after him, its speed also reaching the extreme. Lin Moyu urged the wings of the undead, combined with the attack power that had reached its limit, and fled at the fastest speed. But a God King was a God King. The speed of the bat demon was not slower than his. At the same time, another aura came from afar. It was the God King Realm demon that had destroyed the resurrected one. It had also arrived. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and could only endure. "I've already said, you can't escape. Die." The soul once again carried a huge wave of rule and rushed over. Lin Moyu grunted and was knocked out, but he fled forward at a more amazing speed. His whole body sparkled with purple light, activating the full rebirth talent. The cooldown of all spells disappeared, and his soul recovered completely. This was the first time Lin Moyu had activated the full rebirth talent in the Great World. It was because of this talent that he dared to tear his soul apart. A damaged soul was a headache for anyone, even a god venerable would carefully protect their soul. Only Lin Moyu. He often did this, and was used to tearing it apart. The distance was pulled apart again. The Bat King was very unwilling, and chased again with a belly full of questions. On the other side, the aura of the God King Realm Demon became clearer and clearer, and it quickly caught up. Lin Moyu could even see the other party's appearance. It was a demon that looked like a black hawk. Its size was even larger than the Bat Demon, and its speed was also much faster. Its two claws were like human fists, completely different from a hawk's claws. Demons were like that, with myriad forms and no fixed shape. It quickly chased and surpassed the Bat Demon, approaching Lin Moyu. Black Hawk King, don't let him escape. The Bat King shouted, its soul sound entering Lin Moyu's ear. Lin Moyu was startled. He knew the Black Hawk King was about to act. Kid, hand over the rule star, and I will spare your life. Otherwise, I will tear you into 100 pieces. The Black Hawk Demon's voice was hoarse. Its wings vibrated, and an unexpected eagle claw appeared, striking Lin Moyu hard. The eagle claw was formed from a rule. After hitting Lin Moyu, it immediately clenched. Lin Moyu's whole body flashed with white light, and his heart beat wildly. In the SSS-Rank spell, the Undead Legion shattered and was reborn 4 times in a row. So strong. Lin Moyu was shocked. Just one claw had such great power, even more terrifying than the Bat King. This demon was also a top expert in the God King realm. If he didn't have the Heart of Fire, his body might have exploded just now. The Heart of Fire beat violently, and each beat would erupt with a special power, constantly strengthening his body. During this period, Lin Moyu felt that his body had become much stronger. This was a kind of essential strength, not related to level. If this continued, his physique would not be weaker than those who cultivated physical rules, and he could even be compared to some races with strong physiques. Lin Moyu let out a soft cry again, split his soul, and launched an attack at the same time, pulling the distance apart again. The speed that Lin Moyu was currently displaying had surpassed the divine Vermilion Fortress, almost exceeding 100,000 kilometers per second, much faster than ordinary true gods. The Black Hawk Demon and the Bat Demon were chasing relentlessly, and Lin Moyu could only try his best to widen the distance. After tampering the rule in the Great World, the cooldown of the full rebirth talent had been reduced to 50 seconds. Although it was only a 10-second difference, for Lin Moyu, this was enough to enhance his life-giving ability. It was precisely that Lin Moyu wanted to drag on for more than 50 seconds, but 50 seconds was not easy to drag on. Now it was really a race against time. The talent tree had sensed Lin Moyu's anxiety, and spewed out surging soul power, transmitting it to Lin Moyu's soul and each of his soul clones. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal also roared and spewed out soul power. So Lin Moyu was full of soul power, and the 10 soul clones used all their strength to push the wings of the undead. As long as there was enough soul power, the speed of the wings of the undead would have no limit. Combined with the attack skill, Lin Moyu's speed was unbelievably fast. We can't let this human brat survive. That king, use your ultimate skill. The Black Hawk Demon narrowed its eyes. It sensed Lin Moyu's abnormality. How could a super god level 6 survive for so long under the pursuit of 2 God King Realm demons? Lin Moyu had endured 3 of their attacks and was still alive, and kicking. For normal super god realm, let alone a super god realm, even a true god realm would have been long dead. But Lin Moyu was not dead. The Bat King flapped its wings, and landed on the Black Hawk King. Give me some time. Lin Moyu discovered that the cosmos suddenly became dazzling, and the distant stars simultaneously emitted brilliant light. He was shocked to find that the Bat King was preparing to launch an attack. 8 seconds, 42 seconds have passed since the last activation of the talent, 8 seconds left. The cooldown of the full rebirth talent will end. He must hold on for these 8 seconds. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He took out the box full of corpse bones, and locked onto the 2 demons at the same time. SSS-Rank spell, Corpse Explosion. Explosions resounded throughout the cosmos. Lin Moyu didn't hope to injure them, only to delay for a moment, even if it was just a second or half a second. Although they were true god-level corpses, if the number was large, the power was still considerable. The Black Hawk King was indeed affected to some extent, at least its vision was affected. Lin Moyu took the opportunity to flap the wings of the undead and changed direction. The wings of the undead cut off the soul lock instantly, and bought Lin Moyu a little more time. The Black Hawk King rushed out of the explosion, found Lin Moyu again, and continued to chase. The starlight became more and more brilliant. Lin Moyu knew the Bat King's attack was about to be launched. 4 seconds left. The action just now had delayed for 4 seconds. Lin Moyu turned back, pointed his hand, and expanded the range of the spell to the maximum. Kyushin spell, Curse of Time. A red light filled the air, and the Black Hawk King and the Bat King simultaneously paused for a moment. Even the Bat King's spell was interrupted. The Black Hawk King cried out in anger. "You are truly seeking death." Lin Moyu snorted coldly. "Kill me first, then talk." In the next moment, the Undead Legion appeared, rushing towards the Black Hawk King as if disregarding their lives. The Undead Legion formed a fortress, blocking the only path of the Black Hawk King. "Get lost." The Black Hawk King was furious, flapped its wings, and roared. The Undead Legion was knocked away one after another, sent flying back, causing them to quickly disintegrate. Lin Moyu brought them back to the SSS-Rank spell. Although the Undead Legion could not block the Black Hawk King, it at least delayed for a moment. 2 seconds left. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and counted the time. The starlight became more and more brilliant. When there was only 1 second left, the starlight reached its extreme and then suddenly exploded. Death fluctuation. The soul sound carried a terrifying rule, attacking from all directions, its power much stronger than before. Outside Lin Moyu's spiritual world, countless Bat Kings appeared, roaring angrily at his soul. Many cracks appeared on the crystal of the spiritual world, as if it was about to shatter. In the real world, the starlight also turned into countless Bat Kings, roaring at Lin Moyu. The spiritual world was shaking violently. In the SSS-Rank spell, the Undead Legion collapsed. Lin Moyu used all his strength, desperately activating the life force and the rule of immortality to maintain his last chance of survival. The immortal witch with the immortal halo appeared again. Strange stars rose, and the rule domain opened. Lin Moyu took out the Divine Vermilion Fortress, and immediately got in. The Divine Vermilion Fortress exploded, the rule domain collapsed, and the immortal halo exploded. The last second was also the most difficult, but Lin Moyu had passed it. Along with the dazzling purple light, Lin Moyu's full rebirth talent was finally activated. Even if it was just 0.1 seconds, Lin Moyu knew he would really die. The wings of the undead continued to vibrate, launching the attack skill again. Lin Moyu disappeared in an instant. The Black Hawk King and the Bat King stood stunned on the spot. He's still not dead. Is he a cockroach? The front line stabilized, and the demons retreated. This battle for the Rule Star finally ended with a victory for the human race. Lin Moyu finally brought the Rule Star back, preserving a remnant soul and a chance of life for God Venerable Yeyu. In the God Venerable level worship, Lin Moyu met Jiutian. This time, it was not an illusion but his real self. Jiutian's smile was very radiant. He took the Rule Star from Lin Moyu's hand and sensed the remnant soul and a sliver of life force of God Venerable Yeyu in it. At this time, the remnant soul and life force were very stable. Jiutian breathed a sigh of relief. "Very good. You have made a great contribution this time." Lin Moyu did not feel arrogant because of his contribution, but he also did not humbly step back. He said calmly, "It's what I should do. Fortunately, Senior Azure Sword escorted me along the way, otherwise this junior would not have been able to return." Daoist Azure Sword waved his hand. "I was just following orders. If the Domain Lord feels I've worked hard, please give me something practical." Jiutian smiled, took out a gar and threw it to Daoist Azure Sword. Daoist Azure Sword's eyes immediately lit up. He pulled out the stopper and took a big gulp, shouting loudly, "So satisfying." The fragrant smell of wine filled the air, and the entire warship was enveloped in a strong smell of wine. Lin Moyu just smelled it and felt a little light-headed, his head dizzy. If his soul quality was not high enough, he was afraid he would have fallen drunk immediately. This wine is too strong, Lin Moyu thought to himself. A wine that could make him feel dizzy just by smelling it once was not an ordinary wine. Jiutian continued to speak to Lin Moyu. "We miscalculated this time. We didn't expect the demons to suddenly increase their troops, putting us in a passive position." Lin Moyu had heard the whole process from Daoist Azure Sword. Although not detailed, it was not much different. The matter was roughly like that. The demons suddenly attacked fiercely, breaking Jiutian's arrangement, which was why he almost couldn't come back. Fortunately, Daoist Azure Sword's strength was strong enough. It could be said to be invincible in the Gaijin realm, which was why he could bring him back. Seeing that they couldn't do anything, the demons finally chose to retreat. Daoist Azure Sword was drinking good wine, a drunken look on his face. This time the demons lost both the lady and the army. Not only did they fail to kill God Venerable Yeyu, but their sight also lost to God Venerable. This is enough to make them hurt for a while. Gyutian shook his head. Their God Venerable did not have a remnant soul escape, but if they want to recover, it will take more than 1,000 years. Compared to that, God Venerable Yu is better off. Why do I feel that God Venerable Yu's condition is quite good, much better than expected? Daoist Azure Sword glanced at the rule star. They sensed it early on. It must be that the Lin kid has treated God Venerable Yu. This kid's rule can treat the soul. Isol was injured, and would have taken at least 1,800 years to heal, but now it only needs a few dozen years. Gyutian thought of Lin Moyu's rule of immortality. The rule of immortality contained two powers, life and death. They had seen the power of death, but not the power of life. He didn't expect Lin Moyu's power of life could also treat the soul. This was beyond his expectation. He pondered. According to previous experience, the remnant soul of God Venerable Yu would take at least 2,000 years to recover, but now it only needed 500 years. Gyutian smiled. You did a good job. The battle is over, so after we go back, I will make a decision based on your performance. Lin Moyu was a little puzzled. Domain Lord, I have a very difficult question that I don't know if I should ask. It's fine, just ask. Gyutian's attitude towards Lin Moyu was very friendly, almost treating him as an equal. Daoist Azure Sword saw this and roughly knew what was going to happen. Gyutian wanted to recommend Lin Moyu to the Sei Lord as a disciple, and Liu Kainkun wanted to pull Lin Moyu into the War God Temple. Both were fighting for him, so how could their attitude not be good? Lin Moyu asked. I don't understand why the demon clan would suddenly besiege God Venerable Yu when they couldn't get any benefit from it. Such an unwise action doesn't seem like the demon clan's style. He had had this question since the beginning of the mission. Just to kill God Venerable Yu, or just for the rule star, the demon clan shouldn't be so foolish. However, he was on a mission at the time, so Lin Moyu suppressed it in his heart, and didn't say it out loud. Gyutian smiled uneasily. It's very good that you can think of this. It's indeed not that simple. Odd of Domain Lord, hurry up and tell me. I also find it strange. Why did those demons suddenly ambush God Venerable Yu? Daoist Azure Sword also asked from the site. This guy was drinking wine, but his eyes were burning with the flames of gossip. Gyutian said, actually, the cause of the incident is because God Venerable Yu discovered a rule source land. A rule source land. This was the first time Lin Moyu had heard of it, so he was very curious. Daoist Azure Sword exclaimed, what rule? Gyutian said, the rule of star slaying. This, Daoist Azure Sword jumped up and shouted excitedly, is it really the rule of star slaying? Gyutian nodded. That's what God Venerable Yu said when he sent the news back. But the one who discovered this rule source land with him was also the demon clan's God Venerable Yu. Lin Moyu found it strange and asked, how could it be such a coincidence? The cosmos was so vast. Although there were countless races, when placed in the entire great world, it was still unimaginably empty. An ordinary person flying in one direction for hundreds or thousands of years might not even meet other living beings. How could it be such a coincidence that the two of them discovered the rule source land at the same time? You don't know about this. Let me tell you. Daoist Azure Sword's face was flushed, obviously a little drunk, and he was also more talkative. When a rule source land first appears, it will radiate intense rules to the outside. The smallest radiation range is 10 light years, and the largest is hundreds of thousands of light years. Within this range, as long as your soul quality exceeds the 3rd grade, you can sense it. After hearing Daoist Azure Sword's explanation, Lin Moyu finally understood. The source land of the rule of star slaying must have radiated a large amount of rules to the outside. So it happened to be sensed by God Venerable Yu and the demon clan's God Venerable Yu. In the end, God Venerable Yu and the experts in the demon clan jointly besieged God Venerable Yu. Lin Moyu didn't know the whole process clearly, but the result was very clear. Both sides suffered, and no one benefited. Domain Lord Gyutian took out a small stone from the rule star. Lin Moyu looked over and saw that it was exactly the same as the rule ore, just that the rule on it was different. But the appearance was no different. Daoist Azure Sword's eyes lit up. It's indeed the star-slaying rule ore. This is the key to the rule source land, right? Domain Lord Gyutian smiled. That's right, what they were fighting for was this. Daoist Azure Sword's eyes were bright, staring at the star-slaying rule ore without moving. Lin Moyu saw the desire in his eyes. He was clearly very interested in the star-slaying rule source land, and it could even be said that he was determined to get it. Domain Lord Gyutian said, Azure Sword, you know the rules. Whether you can get it in the end depends on yourself. Daoist Azure Sword drank a heroic mouthful of wine and shouted loudly, "Of course I know. Needless to say, the rule of star slaying, I'm definitely getting it." The rule source land seemed very important, otherwise Daoist Azure Sword wouldn't have shown such determination. The Utayan chuckled and said, "Little friend Lin, have you never heard of a rule source land?" Lin Moyu admitted frankly, "I have never heard of it." "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. It would be abnormal if you had. When you reach the Gaijin realm and have level 5 authority, you can read information related to rule source lands," Daoist Azure Sword said while drinking, but his eyes were still fixed on the rule orange Utayan's hand. It could be said that he was doing 3 things at once. "If little friend Lin wants to know, I'll tell you." Utayan did not hide the information about the rule source land. He just wanted to get close to Lin Moyu now, and then recommend him to be someone else's disciple. Once Lin Moyu succeeded, his status and position would be completely different, almost on par with him. Therefore, Utayan was very polite to Lin Moyu from beginning to end. After Utayan's explanation, Lin Moyu finally knew what a rule source land was. It contained the original power of a certain rule. These original powers were all ownerless. If one could obtain the original power, it could greatly enhance the rule. Of course, it also needed to be compatible with the rule attribute of the controller. What Daoist Azure Sword comprehended was the rule of star slaying. Now that he had discovered the source land of the rule of star slaying, how could he miss it? As long as he got the original star slaying rule in the source land, his strength might be greatly improved, and he might even become a god venerable in one go. But the human race also had its rules. It wasn't just Daoist Azure Sword who had comprehended the rule of star slaying, so he had to compete for it. But Daoist Azure Sword's determined appearance made Lin Moyu feel his determination. If anyone dared to compete with him, that person would be his enemy. What else could those who blocked his path to enlightenment be but enemies? Lin Moyu said, "I'd also found a piece of elemental rule ore in the elemental secret realm this time." Utayan was not surprised. "We have also sent people into the secret realm. The elemental rules in sight are very intense. At that time, we also guessed that there should be elemental rule ores. Unfortunately, the secret realm has a realm restriction, and there are true god realm creatures inside. So our people couldn't reach the end. Not only the human race couldn't reach the end, but the demons were also the same. In the end, the demons only used the secret realm as a training ground." Lin Moyu took out the elemental rule ore he had obtained in the elemental secret realm. The elemental rule ore stood in the warship like a small artificial mountain. The warship was suddenly filled with the aura of various elemental rules. So big. Even Utayan, who had lived for who knows how many years, was shocked. Daoist Azure Sword also made a strange sound. "This is the elemental rule ore you brought out. No wonder the secret realm disappeared. It's because you took it all. Haha, if the demons knew that the elemental rule ore that was originally theirs had been taken, they would probably be mad with anger." Utayan was carefully examining the rule ore. It contained all kinds of elemental rules, more than 100 types from the inside out. Some elemental rules were tightly intertwined, and even Lin Moyu had difficulty distinguishing them. Utayan examined it carefully and sighed, "It's too huge. It's indeed rare to find a rule ore with such a complete variety. Moreover, I observe that it is constantly regenerating, which shows that it most likely contains a portion of the original rule. Little friend Lin, how do you plan to deal with this elemental rule ore?" Lin Moyu had indeed thought about this problem. His first reaction was to find Lin Xiaoyu and sell it all after he got back. Lin Moyu said, "This thing is not very useful to me." Utayan said, "That's true. If little friend Lin trusts me, you can leave this ore for me to handle." Lin Moyu immediately agreed without thinking. That would be great. What he comprehended was the Tier 1 rule of immortality. In addition to the rule of immortality, his soul also had the rule of space and the rule of time waiting for him to comprehend. In addition, he also had the rule of slaughter. The elemental rule ore contained all Tier 3 rules, so it couldn't be his turn. The only thing in him that could match the various elemental rules was the rule of lightning. Unfortunately, the Divine Vermilion Fortress was now destroyed, so the rule of lightning was almost useless. After he went back, he had to find a flying device to travel. Otherwise it would be very inconvenient. He wondered if he could buy a better flying device with his fortune. Lin Moyu was a bit dissatisfied with those super god level flying devices. Their speed was similar to his own, so he might as well fly himself. Utayan smiled and put away the elemental rule ore. Although this elemental rule ore was only a Tier 3 rule ore, it was extremely valuable, precisely because it contained the original power. "Does little friend Lin need anything? I can help you get some." Lin Moyu's eyes lit out. "My flying device was damaged. and the domain lord helped me find a suitable one. He was not polite at all and said it bluntly. Du Tian quite liked Lin Moyu's personality, not pretentious, straightforward. A small matter. Little friend Lin used the Divine Vermilion Fortress before, right? I don't know how badly it's damaged. Lin Moyu took out the shrunken Divine Vermilion Fortress. It was covered in cracks, and looked like it was about to break. Du Tian took the Divine Vermilion Fortress. Leave it to me. I'll find someone to check if it can be repaired. Daoist Azure Sword asked curiously, isn't this Divine Vermilion Fortress a military item of the White Tiger Starfield? How did it fall into your hands? I picked it up from a lesser world, Lin Moyu admitted frankly. Daoist Azure Sword frowned. Although this thing was not special, it was a true God Realm item after all. How could it have fallen into a lesser world? Du Tian coughed lightly and said to Daoist Azure Sword, don't forget the rules. Not prying into others' affairs is one of the rules of the human race. Daoist Azure Sword took a sip of wine. Just asking casually. I didn't mean to pry. The warship had left subspace, and he saw the familiar cosmos again. In addition, several warships were also waiting in line in the cosmos as if welcoming Lin Moyu and the others. Lin Moyu also saw Jianfeiyan, Xuan, Heman, and Xiaolai. The four were safe and sound. Seeing Lin Moyu return, Jianfeiyan and Xuan also breathed a sigh of relief and smiled brightly. Congratulations on your safe return. Lin Moyu smiled faintly. I also congratulate you on safely completing the mission. Xuan said softly, how was it? Was it very dangerous these past few days? It was all right. The domain lord sent Senior Azure Sword to pick me up, so the journey was quite peaceful. These words fell on Daoist Azure Sword's ears, and his ears perked up. What did he mean by the journey was quite peaceful? That guy rushed into the battlefield and killed thousands of true god demons, then was chased by a god king realm demon, and even encountered a god venerable realm demon. What had happened in these few short days? It could be said that if there was a slight mistake, he wouldn't have been able to come back. What did he mean by quite peaceful? But Daoist Azure Sword didn't bother to explain. If you say it was peaceful, then it was peaceful. Suddenly, a notification came from the Human Emperor Network. The mission was over, and now the rewards would be calculated. As soon as they saw the notification, their spirits were lifted. The mission was completed, and it was finally time to reap the rewards. But they also knew that the biggest reward would definitely belong to Lin Moyu. After all, it was Lin Moyu who had held and successfully brought back the Rule Star. As for the fact that the Rule Star contained the remnant soul of God Venerable Yeyu and the key to the Rule Source Land, they had no idea. Mission completion rate is 100. Rewards will be distributed based on individual performance. First place, Lin Moyu. Receives 5 mission points. 100 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, no level restrictions. Second place, Confronting. Receives 2 mission points. 30 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, no level restrictions. Third place, Xuan, He-Man Tide. Receive 1 mission point. 15 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, no level restrictions. Last place, Xiaolai. Receive 0. 5 mission points. 5 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, no level restrictions. Although they had been disconnected from the Human Emperor Network during the mission, everything they did was still sensed by the network. When the mission was finally settled, the Human Emperor Network would rank them based on their individual performance. When Zhao Li saw the leaderboard, his face became very ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked coldly, on what basis? Why did he get so much more than us? His accumulated points were only 1/10 of Lin Moyu's, and his time in the Human Emperor Training Ground was 20 times less. Jianfeiyan glanced at him. The Human Emperor Network is very fair. You know your own performance. Xuan said, it's already good. We didn't do anything. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Jianfeiyan smiled charmingly. Not only would we not have been able to complete the mission, we might not even have been able to come back. The more they spoke, the uglier Cao Li's face became. His eyes seemed to be burning with angry flames, staring at Lin Moyu, as if he wanted to burn him to a crisp. But the rewards didn't stop there. The 5 of them received another notification from the Human Emperor Network. Due to Lin Moyu's outstanding performance, after evaluation, Lin Moyu was specially rewarded with 2,000 military merits, 500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground, no level restrictions. Lin Moyu was immediately promoted from a level 1 soldier to a level 3 soldier. When others were not even cannon fodder, Lin Moyu had already reached level 3 soldier. Many true gods who had just joined the army were much inferior to him. 500 days in the Human Emperor Training Ground was an even more generous reward. Jianfan, Zhuan, and He-Man all looked at Lin Moyu with envious eyes. They didn't know what Lin Moyu had been through in the past few days, but they knew the Human Emperor network was absolutely fair. Even Domain Lord Zhu Tian couldn't control it. Lin Moyu's ability to receive such a reward was because he deserved it. They could understand, but Zhao Li couldn't. The final reward crushed the last straw of Zhao Li's sanity. Zhao Li pointed angrily at Lin Moyu. I want to compete with you in the Human Emperor arena. Lin Moyu gladly accepted. Sure. As we agreed in the secret realm, I'll bet all my accumulated points. I have 360,000 accumulated points now. How many do you have? Even if Zhao Li hadn't challenged him, Lin Moyu had no intention of letting him go. Zhao Li had provoked him time and time again, so he deserved to be punished. He wouldn't kill him, but he wouldn't let him off either. Lin Moyu had always believed in repaying grudges. If something was bothering him, he had to make it clear. Zhao Li's face changed drastically, and he shouted with some discourtesy, Impossible. How can you have so many accumulated points? You're only a super god level 6 with level 3 authority. It's impossible to have so many accumulated points. Lin Moyu chuckled. You don't need to care whether I really have so many accumulated points. I'm just asking if you dare to bet. If you don't, just admit your mistake and apologize, and I can let you go. You say I don't dare to bet. Zhao Li was provoked again. He should admit his mistake and apologize. No way. But he really didn't have that many accumulated points. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhao Li felt his face burning, extremely embarrassed. Lin Moyu sighed softly. It seems you don't have that many accumulated points. How about this? I'll take a step back. However many accumulated points you have, I'll bet with you that many. No need. Zhao Li shouted angrily. He contacted the Human Emperor network. I want to exchange the time in the Human Emperor training ground for a bet. Lin Moyu was a little stunned. Can it be exchanged like that? He-Man explained, yes, it can. Moreover, the time in the Human Emperor training ground with no level restrictions is worth a lot of accumulated points. But doing so is very costly. Jianfan also said, it's indeed very costly. Normally, we should save this time and use it when we reach the God King realm. In the God King realm, the Human Emperor training ground costs 100,000 accumulated points per day. But if you exchange it now, each day can only be exchanged for 10,000 accumulated points, a difference of 10 times. Calculated this way, it was indeed very costly. Any normal person would definitely not exchange it. But Zhao Li was clearly not normal. He ignored everything and exchanged his time in the Human Emperor training ground for accumulated points. Zhao Li sneered. I want to raise the stakes. I not only want to bet your accumulated points, but I also want to bet your time in the Human Emperor training ground. Only then did Lin Moyu know that this could also be used as a bet. Lin Moyu smiled. Sure, how do you want to bet? Zhao Li gritted his teeth. In addition to the accumulated points, I also have 50 days in the Human Emperor training ground with no level restrictions. Do you dare to bet? Lin Moyu shrugged. No problem. He still had 1800 days in the Human Emperor training ground, so he didn't care about this 50-day bet at all. Besides, could he lose? Zhao Li shouted loudly, good, no backing out. No backing out. Under the witness of the Human Emperor network, the bet between the two was established. The two could choose to fight in the Human Emperor network or in reality. Zhao Li chose to fight in reality. He wanted to teach Lin Moyu a lesson he would never forget. There was no Human Emperor arena in the cosmos, and Zhao Li also didn't have a challenge card, so they couldn't fight here. But Zhou Tian was here. As the Domain Lord, he had enough authority. He marked out an area in the cosmos and used it as a temporary arena. Zhao Li immediately flew over and beckoned to Lin Moyu. Get in the arena. As Lin Moyu was about to go over, Zhou Tian reminded him to be gentle. Daoist Azure Sword, who was drinking by the side, also said lightly, Little Lin, remember to be gentle. Don't kill him. Lin Moyu smiled. I don't want to kill him, just teach him a lesson. The conversation between the two surprised Jianfan and the others. They found that they seemed to have underestimated Lin Moyu. In the eyes of Zhou Tian and Daoist Azure Sword, Zhao Li was far inferior to Lin Moyu. They didn't think Lin Moyu would lose at all, but were instead worried that he would accidentally kill Zhao Li. Lin Moyu flew into the arena. After waiting for the Human Emperor Network's announcement, the competition officially began. The match will begin in 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, haste. Zhao Li looked at Lin Moyu, his anger mixed with cruelty. I won't kill you, but I will make you feel what real pain is. Just a super good level 6. Don't think you can be on par with me just by luck. Lin Moyu ignored him. He didn't know where he got his confidence from. Did he really think that a super god level 9 who could control a ruled domain was invincible? Didn't he know that there were some people who could fight across realms? Well, let the facts speak for themselves. The countdown ended. Dao Li's whole body erupted in sky, by flames. The ruled domain suddenly opened, the firelight beyond sight, the sound extremely loud. At this moment he pushed the rule of scorching flame to the extreme, transforming into a flame giant. Lin Moyu sighed softly and gently raised his finger without any hint of smoke or fire. Fusion spell, Curse of Time. A faint red light flashed, and a miserable scream came from the flames. In the next moment, the flames went out, and the domain collapsed. Zhao Li clutched his head and curled up, trembling in the cosmos. Daoist Azure Sword sighed softly. He was really asking for death. The three, Dianfeian, were stunned. Just like that. A second ago, Zhao Li was so imposing, and a second later, he became a coward. A sharp light flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. This is the rule of time. He could see that the curse of time contained the rule of time. Although it was only a weak sliver, it couldn't escape his eyes. The surprise in Zhou Tian's heart was much stronger than others. He knew too well what the rule of time meant. In the Tier 1 rules, both time and space were among the top powerful rules. He didn't expect Lin Moyu's spell to contain the rule of time. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyu's mouth. He had deliberately used the curse of time this time. Since Zhou Tian valued him, let him value him a little more. The more he showed off, the more powerful he appeared, the safer he would be. He believed that Zhou Tian could definitely see that he was using the rule of time. Indeed, Zhou Tian saw it, and now he even regretted it a little. If he had known this kid had the rule of time, he wouldn't have sent him on this mission. What was a rule source Lan? Even if he could get the rule star through other means, he shouldn't have let him take the risks. Fortunately, he came back safely, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Does that old man Luo Klingkun know? He probably knows. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fought so fiercely. The War God Temple can't let you guys take all the benefits. At this moment, Zhou Tian thought of many things, countless thoughts spinning in his head. Lin Moyu's status in his heart was raised infinitely again. Lin Moyu didn't know if he had achieved the effect he wanted, but he had won the match before him. Zhao Li was screaming miserably in the cosmos, and was no longer able to continue fighting. The Human Emperor Network decisively announced Lin Moyu's victory. Zhao Li's 360,000 accumulated points, plus 50 days in the Human Emperor training ground, were all transferred to Lin Moyu. The match ended, and Lin Moyu was called over by Zhou Tian as soon as he returned. Zhou Tian called Lin Moyu to a corner. You just used the rule of time, right? His voice was serious, his old eyes full of vitality, always staring at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu said in a low voice, used a little. Zhou Tian continued to ask, have you comprehended the rule of time? Lin Moyu shook his head. Not yet. I can only use this spell to mobilize a little bit of the power of the rule of time for now. Zhou Tian could see that Lin Moyu was not lying. He had not yet comprehended the rule of time. Besides the rule of immortality, and the rule of time, what other rules do you know? Zhou Tian felt that Lin Moyu was like an enigma. Instead of explaining it bit by bit, it was better to ask clearly once. Lin Moyu did not hide it, and continued to add to his plan. Some time ago, I was lucky, and accidentally grasped the rule of slaughter and combined it with the rule of immortality, forming a dual rule domain. The rule of slaughter was also a relatively powerful rule in the Tier 2 rules. A dual rule domain was also quite good, with great potential for development. Zhou Tian had a very far-sighted vision. He didn't think much of Tier 2 rules, but dual rule domain still made him evaluate Lin Moyu higher again. Lin Moyu continued, I have a spell that can move the rule of space, but I don't have time to comprehend it now. Hearing the 4 words rule of space, Zhou Tian's eyes immediately widened. Are you sure it's the rule of space? Lin Moyu nodded. It is indeed the rule of space. Show me. The wings of the undead opened. Lin Moyu poured all his soul power into them. The 2 wings vibrated, turning into a streak of light, and flying into the distance. Zhou Tian watched without blinking, a miraculous light appearing in his eyes. Behind Lin Moyu, a space crack thinner than a hair appeared. It was indeed the rule of space. Zhou Tian clenched his fists, his whole body excited, muttering to himself, Luo Klingkun, the old man knew about the rule of space but kept it from me. You and I are not done yet. On the other side, the 3 Jianfeiyan saw Lin Moyu suddenly fly towards the cosmos and asked curiously, Senior Azure Sword, what's wrong with him? Delway's Azure Sword smiled faintly. Heaven knows. Maybe the Domain Lord has something for him to do. Xuan moved closer to Daoist Azure Sword and asked, Senior Azure Sword, did you escort Lin Moyu back these past few days? Daoist Azure Sword nodded. Not the whole journey, only half. Xuan continued to ask, then when you weren't there, did Lin Moyu go alone? Wouldn't that be very dangerous? Daoist Azure Sword smiled mischievously. Xuan's little wolf floss, how could he not see through them? He squinted at Xuan. You're trying to ask about the little Lin kid's strength, aren't you? Xuan chose to cut her tongue. You found out. She admitted it readily, without any concealment. Then why don't you go ask him yourself? Xuan said in a low voice, isn't it because we can't pry into others' affairs? It's embarrassing to ask someone directly. At this time, a guard appeared in Xuan's hand. Senior Azure Sword like swine. So we'll give this to you. Consider it Xuan's respect for you. Daoist Azure Sword took it suspiciously, opened the guard, and smelled it. Luo Feng said, your surname is Xuan, your name is Xuan. Are you from the Xuan family of star system? No. 56. Xuan smiled sweetly. My ancestor knows Senior Azure Sword. I've been hearing stories about you since I was a child. Not only did she bribe him with wine, but Xuan also tried to establish a connection. So you are the descendant of an old friend. Then I'll reveal a little bit to you. Daoist Azure Sword's voice carried a hint of nostalgia, as if some memory was surging. He-Man and Jian Feiyan quickly perked up their ears. They were also very curious about Lin Moyu's strength. Lin Moyu had defeated the peak super god Chao Li with one finger, which made them doubt if he was really only a super god level 6. Daoist Azure Sword said slowly and leisurely, he can fight across realms, slaughter true gods, and survive under the hands of a god king. Daoist Azure Sword only said a very simple sentence, but it clearly stated Lin Moyu's combat strength. Huan was stunned. Jian Feiyan and He-Man also couldn't believe their ears. Lin Moyu was only a super god level 6. Being able to fight across levels was already very impressive, but in Daoist Azure Sword's words, it became fighting across realms. Fighting across levels and fighting across realms were completely different concepts. The most important thing was that Daoist Azure Sword also said Lin Moyu could slaughter true gods and survive under the hands of a god king. This was even more shocking than the fact that he could fight across realms. Even if he could fight across realms, it shouldn't be to the extent of slaughtering true gods. What was called slaughter was killing completely without mercy. Daoist Azure Sword chuckled and said, don't feel it's an exaggeration. The few days I wasn't there, little Lin kid single-handedly charged into the battlefield and killed at least 3,000 or 4,000 true god demons, some of whom were even peak true gods. So that kid's loss was not unjust. For someone like that, even if you add another 10,000 of them together, it wouldn't be enough for little Lin to kill. Little Lin has already shown mercy. In the eyes of others, a peak super god like Zhao Li, who could control a ruled domain, could be called a genius. But what kind of existence was Daoist Azure Sword? He himself was a genius who could fight across realms. A person like Zhao Li was nothing in his eyes. His voice also clearly showed his contempt. Xuan understood. According to what Daoist Azure Sword said, Lin Moyu had indeed shown mercy. No wonder before the fight, Zhu Tan had told Lin Moyu to be gentle. He was really afraid that he would accidentally kill someone. The three looked at each other. It turned out that the core of their mission this time was Lin Moyu. The four of them were just there to make up the numbers. Just Lin Moyu alone was enough. Jian Feiyan bit her lip, annoyed. So I became a filler. Being a filler is also good. At least the rewards are not bad. I hope I can have more opportunities like this in the future. He-Man clenched his fists. On Chui. I need to work harder. Daoist Azure Sword said leisurely. It's not just about working hard, but also about the times. You have to know when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise you won't even know how you died. Lin Moyu flew back from the cosmos, greeted by Zhu Tan's strange gaze. Zhu Tan looked at him like he was looking at a rare treasure, which made Lin Moyu shiver. Lin Moyu wondered if he had gone a little too far. Had he added too much to the bet? Domain Lord, are you alright? Lin Moyu asked. Zhu Tan shook his head. I'm fine. Besides the rule of slaughter, the rule of immortality, the rule of time, and the rule of space, have you come into contact with any other rules? Lin Moyu said, there's also the rule of lightning. I've mastered one. That's all. Zhu Tan waved his hand. It's fine. Listen to me. Before you reach the God Venerable Realm, you only need to comprehend the rule of immortality. As for the rule of slaughter, just let it be. As for the tier 3 rules, they are not important. Don't worry about them. Remember, Before you reach the God-venerable realm, don't touch the rule of time and the rule of space. Lin Moyu asked, why? Is there anything special? Du Tian replied, of course there is, but you don't need to know now. You just need to remember, don't try to comprehend time and the rule of space. Restrain your curiosity. It's not the time yet. Remember. He remember. Since Du Tian had said so, how could Lin Moyu say he didn't? Now he remembered that Antares seemed to have said something similar back then, telling him to focus on comprehending one type of rule. At that time, Antares said it was because there was not enough time, the lifespan of the human race was too short, and being able to comprehend one type of rule was already very impressive. But obviously, there was a deeper meaning. Alright, your mission is over. I will send a warship to take you back. After you go back, cultivate and do missions hard. Try to raise your level and authority as soon as possible. Preferably both. Although your combat strength is not bad, before you reach the true bed realm, you must raise your authority to level 4 first. I will handle the elemental rule or for you, and you can also leave the matter of the flying device to me. Du Tian started to send people away. The Great War had just ended, and he had many things to be busy with. He had been delayed here for too long. If it weren't for Lin Moyu, he wouldn't even have appeared here. Jian Feiyan and the others were not worth his time at all. Several God King level warships flew over and sent the 4 of them back separately. Before parting, Lin Moyu and Jian Feiyan, and Iman left each other's contact information. They could contact each other through the Human Emperor network if there was anything. As for Zhao Li, he had been excluded. This lesson was deep enough for Zhao Li. He had lost all his accumulation over 100 years. If it weren't for Du Tian sending a warship to send him back, he probably wouldn't even have enough money to go back. Zhao Li was listless, and Daoist Azure Sword sneered at him with contempt. People are not afraid of failure. Who hasn't failed in their life? But whether one can stand up after failure makes a big difference. Some people can't stand it after just one failure. This person is destined not to have great achievements. A person like Zhao Li, in the eyes of Daoist Azure Sword, was finished. At most, he would break through to the true God realm. It was impossible to become a God King. The warship carried Lin Moyu through subspace. Looking at the flowing light in subspace, Lin Moyu sighed in his heart. This mission could be considered to have seen a corner of the battlefield in the Great World. It was really just a small corner, and it couldn't even be considered a small corner. In the Great World, the real battlefield was at the God-venerable level, or even higher. The true God-level battlefield was just a small number, which could be called training. For the various races, only those who survived and grew up on the battlefield were considered true experts. Most races were like this. Those who died on the battlefield were not worth regretting. The human race had tried its best to protect its people, but the Great World was not a warm place. In the end, it could only be like this. The Great World was cruel, very cold. To survive, one could only choose this way. Compared to the Great World, looking back at the situation in the lesser world, it was really just a small fuss. Lin Moyu thought a lot. He didn't know if he could always survive in the Great World and become stronger. But he would try. He had faith in himself. The soul opened its eyes and saw the sleeping coffin in front of it. Itsechian, Yunert Hanner, your husband will work hard. One day, we can be together forever. In the God-venerable level warship, Du Tian was reporting the situation here, and at the same time he also reported that Lin Moyu had the rule of time and the rule of space. He also expressed his own thoughts, hoping to let Lin Moyu join the army. As long as he joined the army, Lin Moyu would have a label on him, belonging to their side. He quickly received a message from the center of the City of Gods. The city lord himself replied, telling him that Lin Moyu could not join the army. After reading the message, Du Tian instantly knew why and cursed angrily. Luo Klainkun, this old row. After cursing, his eyes rolled. He can't join the army, but it doesn't say he can't earn military merits to raise his rank. As long as he sees the attraction of military merits, I don't believe the War God Temple can still snatch him away. Vermilion Bird Star System no. 98 had returned to peace. All defensive measures had been lifted, no different from usual. The war suddenly appeared, and suddenly ended. Even for ordinary people, they didn't even feel anything. This small, scale war had been completed from beginning to end. Lin Moyu returned to Star System no. 98, watching the God King level warship fly away and disappear from sight. He knew that in that God King level warship, there were definitely many soldiers. But he and these soldiers would not meet in different spaces. In the human race, the hierarchy was also very strict. Soldiers had the world of soldiers, different from ordinary people. Even if one had military merits and a higher rank, As long as one did not join the army for a day, one was not considered a soldier. Lin Moyu understood military merits as the currency of the army. One could use military merits to buy some things that could not be bought with accumulated points. A military rank was equivalent to an authority level. Different military ranks could buy different items. But no matter how high your rank, how many military merits you had, as long as you did not join the army for a day, did not become a member of the army, your rank could not play its role. Even if you became a general, as long as you did not join the army, you could not order a soldier to do things. This was fundamentally different from the lesser world. In the lesser world, once one became a god general, one could not disobey the god general's order. Relatively speaking, the great world was stricter, completely separating the army. According to what Lin Moyu knew, the human race had two factions, the army and the war god temple. Like domain lord Tu Tan, who represented the army, they controlled the world where the human race lived daily. As for Liu Kaikun's war god temple, it was like a religion, representing the spiritual belief of the human race. They were arrogant, mysterious, and unpredictable. The image in front of him gradually darkened, and light replaced the darkness. Lin Moyu passed through the dark cosmos and entered a bright planet. In front of him was a familiar scene. Planet No. 981 was still bustling with people. The living area of ordinary people and the area of cultivators were both clearly divided and integrated. There were also quite a few cultivators who would enter the living area of ordinary people to relax and enjoy some delicious food. Among the ordinary people, some also came to the world of cultivators, came into contact with cultivators, and participated in war. This world was very beautiful, full of peace. But Lin Moyu knew that countless human warriors were shedding their blood outside for this peace. Countless predecessors had paid the price of blood to exchange for this peace. Lin Moyu came from a lesser world and had experienced storms, not peace. His feelings were different from many people in the great world. "Brother Lin, you're back." A loud voice sounded in his ear. Lin Moyu saw Ren Kung. It seemed this fool had been waiting in front of the mission center. He didn't send him a message, probably afraid of disturbing him. But from Ren Kung's actions, Lin Moyu still felt a little warm. This was a good friend. Lin Moyu didn't have many friends, especially after entering the great world. Besides Gu Kingchuan, it seemed there was only this fool. Ren Kung looked Lin Moyu up and down. Good. No missing arms or legs. Lin Moyu burst out laughing. What if I'm missing an arm or a leg? It's not like it can't be healed. How can a regrown arm or leg be the same as a congenital one? Ren Kung's expression was a bit exaggerated, and he said loudly. Lin Moyu asked, "Were you waiting for me here?" Ren Kung said, "Of course. You went to the front line. I was afraid you wouldn't come back, so I've been waiting for you these past few days." "How did you know I went to the front line?" "I'm not stupid. How could I not guess such a simple thing?" All right, you're not stupid. That's right. What are you going to do next?" Lin Moyu thought for a moment. "I plan to cultivate for a while. I've been doing missions too quickly. If I continue, I'll be promoted to level 4 authority immediately. According to Jotan, I shouldn't raise my authority too quickly. Wait until the true God realm, then raise my authority to level 4. Lin Moyu felt it was right. He had been a bit hasty. But time waits for no one. Raising strength was not something that could be done in a day or two. A strange planet was not everywhere. The nearest one was in the White Tiger star field, who knows how many light years away. He didn't even have the qualification to go there now. Ren Kung blinked. You want to cultivate. When the Human Emperor network opens, you can go to the Human Emperor training ground. Lin Moyu shook his head. I don't need to go to the Human Emperor training ground. It doesn't have the rule I need. Ren Kung was a little stunned. Is your rule that rare? It's fine. I'll take you to a pretty good place. Where? The time room. The time room. Where's that? Let's go. We'll talk as we walk. After listening to Ren Kung's explanation, Lin Moyu understood the function of the time room. In general, the time room was like the Human Emperor training ground. Both could speed up the flow of time. Cultivating for 10 days in a super god level time room was only 1 day in the real world. But it didn't have a sea of rules and couldn't comprehend rules through rule stars. Similarly, the fee was 10 times cheaper than the Human Emperor training ground. A room with 10 times the time speed in the super god realm only cost 100 accumulated points per day. Because one couldn't comprehend rules, many people would rather choose the sea of rules that was 10 times more expensive than go to the time room. The sea of rules provided help for comprehending rules, which could not be compensated by a 10-fold price difference. But Lin Moyu was different. He didn't need to comprehend rule stars in the first place. The sea of rules was completely useless to him. In this way, the time room, which was 10 times cheaper, was more suitable for Lin Moyu. Rincon said as he walked, I didn't expect the rule that Brother Lin comprehended to be so rare. I heard that the sea of rules includes most of the rules in the world. At this point, Rincon suddenly stopped, as if struck by lightning, standing still, his voice stammering. Brother Lin, the rule you've grasped isn't one of the powerful Tier 2 rules, is it? Only Tier 2 rules are hard to find corresponding stars for in the Sea of Rules. Many Tier 2 rules can only be found in the Sea of Rules in the center of the City of Gods. Lin Moyu shook his head. Rincon said, oh, not Tier 2. Then it's really rare. Lin Moyu raised a finger. It's Tier 1. Thud. Rincon fell to the ground, prostrating himself. Brother Lin, I'm impressed. Do you know you'll scare people to death? Lin Moyu pulled him up. Who's scaring you? It's just Tier 1, nothing much. Lin Moyu didn't want to hide it. The fact that he had grasped a Tier 1 rule couldn't be hidden. He had been very high profile, so it would be known by others soon. Especially his performance on the battlefield had been seen by countless demons. Some of his information must have been transmitted to other races. Rincon let out a strange cry and quickly lowered his voice. You can't say that. Who says Tier 1 is nothing? If you say that, will you let others live? Rincon lowered his voice, but his expression was extremely exaggerated. The contradictory performance made Lin Moyu feel a little funny. In short, in Rincon's eyes, a Tier 1 rule was an invincible existence. This fool had said his future goal was just to comprehend a Tier 2 rule. He had never even thought about a Tier 1 rule. Most cultivators probably had the same thought as him. A Tier 1 rule was just a dream. A Tier 2 rule was a real hope that could be seen and touched. Just like the number of people who could enter the City of Gods was just that many. And only in the Sea of Rules and the City of Gods could one see a Tier 1 rule. How many people could be like Lin Moyu, comprehending a Tier 1 rule on their own? After some small talk, the two arrived at the teleportation array. They activated the teleportation array, with the target being Vermilion Bird Star System No. 90, a distance of exactly 20 light years, which was the furthest Rincon could go. Rincon explained that not every star system had a time room. Usually, a group of time rooms was set up for every 20 star systems. The closest time room to them was in Star System No. 80. Lin Moyu nodded. The time room was not in the Human Emperor network but in the real world. Being able to change time, it would definitely not be easy to set up, so the number would not be large. The time room was not on a life-bearing planet. The human race had specially created a small planet for it. Outside the life-bearing planet No. 981, a satellite was orbiting it. From planet No. 981, it looked like a moon. On it, a large area was covered by a huge formation. In it, according to different formation distribution points, a total of 1,000 ancient stone houses were scattered on the formation. From the cosmos, the entire formation was majestic and sullen, exuding a vast aura. It was unknown how many years this formation had been in operation. Lin Moyu could feel the taste of time on it. Rincon sighed. I came here once with an elder from my family before. I was shocked the first time I came. I feel this formation is too ancient, so ancient that it's hard to believe. Those stone houses, each one is older than my family. I don't know how many tens of thousands of years they have existed. The person who set up this formation back then was really terrifyingly strong. Indeed, very strong. How could a formation that could change the flow of time not be strong? 1,000 stone houses, each located at a distribution point of the formation. In the stone house, one could enjoy 10 times the flow of time. 1 day in the real world was 10 days in the stone house. In this way, it would save 10 times the time. In the intermediate star systems, there were also true God-level time rooms. The flow of time could reach 20 times, but the fee was also much more expensive. He could try it later. Lin Moyu said, I might stay here for a while. Brother Ren can go do missions first. I'll contact you when I come out. Rincon acknowledged. Alright, I'll go do missions first. Thank you, Brother Ren. What's there to thank for? It's such a small matter. Why thank me? You're being too polite. If you need anything, just contact me. I can't help with other things, but I still have some understanding of the great world. Rincon waved his hand, then turned and left. He also had to do missions. This time, the sudden invasion of the demons had broken the leisurely life of the super god cultivators. It was originally thought that the super god realm did not need to go to the battlefield, because the real battlefield was very far from them. Even if he reached the true god realm, If he just did missions with peace of mind, he would not have to face the dangers on the battlefield. But the reality was not like that. When the war really came, no one could escape. When the alien races invaded the territory, even super god cultivators like them who were not even cannon fodder had to go to battle. If they were not enough, even half, super god cultivators who were considered ordinary people would need to go to the battlefield. When the avalanche comes, no snowflake is innocent. Although the human emperor network had not yet recovered, many people had already received the news. The super god cultivators began to cultivate with all their might, trying to do missions. Only when their strength became stronger could they survive in the great world. A sense of crisis arose, and the atmosphere seemed to become more tense. To this, Lin Moyu felt it was very good. He always had a sense of urgency, as if the human race in the great world was not like him, much more leisurely. This time, it could just make them feel the pressure. Lin Moyu flew into the formation as if entering another world. The moment he entered the formation, he felt the whole world slow down. Yin and yang contrasted, and he murmured softly, as if he had understood something. Many things have a distinction between black and white, just as the rule of immortality contains the extremes of life and death. The rule of time also contains the two opposing attributes of fast and slow. In the entire formation, the time in the time room was fast time. Time passed very quickly inside. But outside the time room, it was slow time. Time passed very slowly here, and even his moving speed was affected. In this moment, it seemed that Lin Moyu had a completely new understanding of the rule of time. The rule of time was very magical. He was a little moved, and wanted to comprehend the rule of time, but Jiu Tian's advice still lingered in his ears. Before becoming a god venerable, don't comprehend other rules. Give up the rule of lightning. And even the tier 2 rule of slaughter should be left to nature. Only focus on the rule of immortality. Lin Moyu believed that Jiu Tian would not harm him, and there must be some reason. He suppressed his desire for the rule of time. When he becomes a god venerable, he will comprehend it. He arrived at the center of the formation. Here stood an ancient and majestic building, the time-cherishing hall. A large plaque hung above the building, with 3 large, soaring characters carved on it. Time-cherishing hall. Cherish time. Lin Moyu smiled, as if he understood. Even if cultivators have a long lifespan, the path of cultivation is even longer. To take another step, one really needs to cherish time. There were not many people in the time-cherishing hall, far from places like the mission center and the trading area. Many people would rather spend 10 times the price to go to the Sea of Rules and the human emperor training ground to cultivate. With the existence of rule stars, the speed of comprehending rules would be tens or hundreds of times faster than here. Only those with rare rules would come here. Lin Moyu walked to the counter in the center of the hall and said to the service staff behind, "Hello. I want to rent a time room." The service staff was a beautiful young girl. Her strength had reached super god level 1. "Senior, how long do you want to rent it for?" She narrowed her eyes, her smile like a crescent moon, bright and beautiful. Not only beautiful, but her voice was also very pleasant. In fact, after entering the great world, it seemed Lin Moyu had never seen an ugly girl. According to his aesthetics, they were basically all beauties. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the great world. Lin Moyu didn't mind. Rent for 100 days first. The girl's eyes lit up. 100 days was 10,000 accumulated points, a big deal. There were not many people in the time room. Although it was about 10 times cheaper than the human emperor training ground, for many cultivators, 100 accumulated points a day was not cheap at all. Those who comprehended rare rules usually had ordinary strength, and it was difficult to do missions, so it was not easy to earn accumulated points. After daily consumption, buying pills, tools, and materials, there wasn't much left. Usually, people who came here could rent for 10 days, or half a month, which was considered a lot. People who rented for 100 days at once were very few. This girl named Shu Kao, her eyes shone as she looked at Lin Moyu as if looking at a big spender. "Senior, do you really want to rent for 100 days? That was 10,000 accumulated points. According to the rules of the time room, she could get a 1 commission, which was 100 accumulated points. For her, who had just reached Super God level 1 and only had level 1 authority, 100 accumulated points was also a considerable sum. Lin Moyu felt that Jiu Kao's gaze was a bit strange, as if too excited. "Rent for 100 days first. If it's not enough, I'll rent more." "You want to rent more if it's not enough?" Jiu Kao's eyes were even brighter. She had really met a big spender. But he was obviously only a super god level 6, with level 3 authority. Where did Lin Moyu get so many accumulated points? It wasn't that Jiu Kao hadn't met level 3 authority seniors. Those super god level 8s and 9s would also be very frugal when it came to this. How could she know that Lin Moyu had 720,000 accumulated points? 10,000 accumulated points was just a fraction. Using a little was nothing. Lin Moyu just wanted to try the effect of the time room first. If the effect was good, he would definitely add more. For comprehending a rule, 100 days was too short. Xiu Kao was very enthusiastic in registering for Lin Moyu, and then led him to the time room. Senior Lin, I have chosen time room No. 9 for you. We have a total of 1,000 time rooms here, among which time room No. 9 is the most special in the entire formation. It is the intersection of many formation distribution points, has the clearest comprehension of the Great World's rules, and also has the best effect. Although not as good as the Sea of Rules, it is considered the best room here. No matter what rule Senior Lin wants to comprehend, time room No. 9 will have a little enhancement. On the way to the time room, Xiu Kao introduced some of the situation of the time room to Lin Moyu. Although they were in the same formation, and the effect was almost the same, different locations still had a little difference. Under the cover of the time formation, the clarity of the Great World's rules would be more or less affected. Some time rooms had less influence on the Great World's rules, while some had more. Although the difference was not large, the smaller the influence, the better. Xiu Kao had specially chosen the best time room for Lin Moyu. Big customers naturally had to be taken care of more. The two walked along the formation distribution points to the front of time room No. But Xiu Kao opened the door for Lin Moyu. Senior, rest assured, no one will come to disturb you. Lin Moyu could feel the aura of the time rule coming from the room. If I'm not out after 100 days, you don't need to come and call me. Just deduct the accumulated points automatically. Lin Moyu didn't know how long it would take him to comprehend. Anyway, his accumulated points could last up to 7,200 days. Converted to the real world, it was 720 days, nearly 2 years, which should be enough. Xiu Kao smiled brightly. This junior understands. Senior, please cultivate with peace of mind. Lin Moyu nodded and stepped into the time room. The ancient door closed with a rumble. The originally pitch-black time room suddenly lit up, and the surroundings became transparent. Lin Moyu seemed to be standing in mid-air. The aura of the Great World's rules rushed towards him, feeling slightly different from the outside. But the difference was not very large. If his soul had not reached the 4th grade quality, he might not have been able to feel it. Any rule was just a part of the Great World's rule. Even if there was no corresponding rule star in the Sea of Rules, it could still be comprehended from the Great World's rule, just that the effect was not as good. The Great World's rule is useless to me. Lin Moyu didn't need to comprehend the Great World's rule. He only comprehended his own rule of immortality, and didn't need the rule stars in the Sea of Rules. He had something better. In his spiritual world, in the multi-star spell, the rule of immortality was manifested in a concrete form with an effect far exceeding the rule stars. The multi-star system of bones contained the power of death of the rule of immortality. The multi-star system of summons contained the power of life of the rule of immortality. Lin Moyu only needed to comprehend them and fuse these two powers to comprehend the complete rule of immortality. From 0 to 1 was the hardest. At that time, Lin Moyu had spent more than 2 years. But once he reached 1, comprehending it later would be much easier. Lin Moyu sat quietly in the time room, and began to concentrate on comprehending. After entering the Great World, this was the first time he had formally cultivated. Day after day, Lin Moyu was completely immersed in cultivation. Vermilion Bird Planet No. 1 was also known as the Domain Lord's Star. The Domain Lord's mansion was located here. Domain Lord Yu Tian looked at the news he had just received, his expression a little serious. The intelligence is true. In front of him was a person completely covered in a black cloak, his head bowed. It's definitely not fake. His voice was also hoarse and low. His name was Haikr, a secret force under Yu Tian. Yu Tian had several people like this under him. The person who had followed Lin Moyu before was also one of them. Haikr was mainly responsible for some intelligence work. This time, he had received intelligence about Lin Moyu and immediately brought it over. Yu Tian said softly, "You can go down first. Continue to monitor. If there is anything unusual, report to me." Haikr said softly, "Do we need to send people to protect him?" Yu Tian thought for a moment. "Send 2 people to follow him secretly. Unless it's extremely dangerous. There's no need to act. I believe he can handle it himself. This subordinate understands." Haikr replied and turned to leave. After he left, Yu Tian entered the Human Emperor network and contacted Luo Kainkun. "Old man Luo, come out." To this old man Luo Kainkun, he was not polite at all. The two understood each other, so there was no need to be polite at all. A light flashed in front of him, and Luo Kleinkun's figure appeared. This was the advantage of the human emperor network. No matter where, if one wanted to meet, it only took a thought. Luo Kleinkun stared at Zhu Tian with an unfriendly gaze. Old Zhu III, you want to fight with me? Zhu Tian said angrily, who has the time to fight with you? I ask you, do you know about Lin Moyu being on the demon clan's must-kill list? Luo Kleinkun said nothing, just looked at him silently. This expression of his made Zhu Tian even more angry. Don't play dumb. You must have known. With the intelligence network of your war god temple, even I know about it. How could your war god temple not know? Luo Kleinkun sneered. Then why are you still asking? Are you old and senile? The two old men, Zhu Tian and Luo Kleinkun, added together. Who knows how old they were? Now they were staring at each other, neither giving in. After a while, Zhu Tian couldn't help but speak first. What does your war god temple plan to do? Luo Kleinkun looked at him, as if looking at a fool. Do you think I will tell you? Zhu Tian snorted. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess. Since you've guessed, why are you still asking? Luo Kleinkun replied impolitely again. Zhu Tian ignored what he said and said in a deep voice, I just want to confirm something. It's fine if you don't say it. I will immediately order people to protect Lin Moyu strictly. No one should even think of touching him. Hearing this, Luo Kleinkun's expression couldn't help but change, and he shouted loudly, are you crazy? A great tree can never be nurtured in a greenhouse. Zhu Tian led. Are you that anxious? What does it have to do with you? What he wanted was this reaction from Luo Kleinkun. From the War God Temple's previous actions, he had guessed what the War God Temple would do. Luo Kleinkun glared at Zhu Tian. What on earth do you want to do? Zhu Tian said, it's very simple. I want to share information about Lin Moyu. The news you receive, don't hide it from me. I will also tell you everything I know. Let me think. Luo Kleinkun pondered. Zhu Tian was not in a hurry, and at the same time thought about some information related to Lin Moyu. The Demon Clan had a ranking list. This list was created for several hostile races, called the Demon Clan's must-kill list. Those on the list were all people whom the Demon Clan believed would pose a threat to their race. This time, Lin Moyu had shown amazing combat strength. Although his level was still low, and he was still like an ant to the Demon Clan, his potential made the Demon Clan feel threatened. If Lin Moyu grew up and could still maintain such combat strength, then this time Lin Moyu had entered the Demon Clan's must-kill list, and the demons would use all means to kill him. In fact, not only the demons had a must-kill list, but the human race also had a similar ranking. In the endless years of war between the human race and the Demon Clan, it was common for the two sides to secretly assassinate each other's geniuses. In the war between races, any means could not be considered cruel. As long as the goal could be achieved, it could be done. There was once an outstanding genius in the human race who entered the Demon Clan's must-kill list. In order to kill him, the Demon Clan did not hesitate to start a great war. This great war spread to dozens of star systems, nearly half a star field, with dozens of god venerables participating. The human race defended strictly, protecting this genius, but in the end, they still couldn't protect him. No one expected the Demon Clan to pay a great price and hire the Black Shadow Clan, which was best at assassination. In the end, a god venerable of the Black Shadow Clan acted and assassinated this genius who was only in the true god realm. The final result was that the human race lost an outstanding genius. The high-level humans were furious, and a peerless expert in the City of Gods acted, killing his way into the Black Shadow Clan, beating the god venerable of the Black Shadow Clan who acted until his soul was scattered, and at the same time forcing the Black Shadow Clan to sign a treaty. From then on, the Black Shadow Clan announced to the entire great world that any assassination action would not use members of the Black Shadow Clan whose realm exceeded the target's realm. In other words, if the assassination target was a true god realm, the Black Shadow Clan could at most use a true god realm assassin. This treaty was signed under the overwhelming power of the human race. If they didn't do it, the Black Shadow Clan might be exterminated. But Zhu Tian knew that the human race didn't really want to exterminate the Black Shadow Clan. In fact, for a long time, the human race also often let the Black Shadow Clan assassinate geniuses of other races. But there had never been a case where a god venerable killed a true god like that. That time, the Black Shadow Clan went too far and broke the rules. If the Black Shadow Clan had only sent a god king, the human race's reaction probably wouldn't have been so intense. After all, the Black Shadow Clan was just a tool. A tool could be used to help, but a tool could not break the rules. Breaking the rules would be punished. Who said the Black Shadow Clan was not strong enough? But when facing the powerful human race, They could only bow their heads. After thinking for a while, Luo Klankun said, "All right, I agree with you. We will share information about Lin Moyu, but I also have a request." "Go ahead." Hu Tan saw Luo Klankun agree, and his attitude was much better. Luo Klankun said, "You can send people to protect Lin Moyu, but you can't let him find out. We need soldiers, not flowers in a greenhouse." Du Tan waved his hand. "Nonsense. Don't I know this principle?" "I agree. Go ahead. What other information do you have?" Luo Klankun was also very straightforward and directly stated the information he knew. After the demon clan put Lin Moyu on the must-kill list, they went to find the Black Shadow clan. Du Tan snorted. "I had long guessed they would do this. What other tricks do these people have besides this?" Luo Klankun shook his head. "But besides the Black Shadow clan, they also went to find another race." "Which race?" Jiu Tan raised an eyebrow. Luo Klankun shook his head. "We don't know yet. The news from the demon site is very tightly sealed. We don't know much. Not even you guys. It seems this matter is not simple." Du Tan's face was gloomy. He knew the ability of the War God Temple. If even the War God Temple didn't know, it could only be said that the demons had done it very secretly. The more secret it was, the greater the threat, and the more it could not be taken lightly. Luo Klankun said, "The Temple Master's intention is still to see Lin Moyu's potential. He came from a lesser world, to be precise, from a lesser world of slaughter. His killing intent is very heavy, especially towards alien races. He is very cruel when he acts. This is a good thing, and also a bad thing, so he needs to be observed further, and his killing intent cannot be extinguished." Du Tan snorted. "You guys think too much, always making a big deal out of nothing. But hey, I understand what you mean. I have my limits. If there's any news, let me know. Let me think about whether to send people to the lesser world where Lin Moyu came from." Luo Klankun acknowledged. "I've also thought about this, but I advise you to ask the City Lord. Maybe there will be a different answer." Du Tan glared. "Do you know something?" Luo Klankun shook his head. "I don't know, but I have asked similar questions before. You can also go and ask. Alright, if there's new news, I'll contact you. If you have new news, remember to send it to me." After speaking, Luo Klankun disappeared, leaving the human emperor at work. Du Tan also left. He sat on a chair, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. Muttering to himself, "It seems that old man Luo definitely knows something. This guy won't say it. And even told me to go ask the City Lord. Ask then. What's to be afraid of?" After speaking, he immediately reported that he wanted to find out about the lesser world where Lin Moyu came from. He quickly received a reply from the City Lord. The reply was very simple, 2 words. "Not allowed." Just these 2 words made Du Tan's face change. Such a decisive refusal, there was obviously something wrong. He became even more suspicious. Was the lesser world where Lin Moyu came from very special? For Million Bird star system, no. 91 was the only star system with a time room among the 20 neighboring star systems. Although not many people came to the time room, there were some after all, so it also brought some visitors from other places to Vermilion Bird star system, no. 1. Lin Moyu comprehended the rule in the time room, completely unaware of the passage of time, and also unaware of the changes in the outside world. During his cultivation, groups of people came and went. Very few people could be like Lin Moyu, consuming a large amount of accumulated points to cultivate for a long time. At this Super God Realm stage, accumulated points were not easy to earn at all. With level 3 authority, a mission would reward a few hundred at least, and 1,000 at most. After deducting daily expenses, and buying materials, the accumulated points that could really be used for cultivation were not much. Unlike Lin Moyu, who had no need for these things, and the speed of earning accumulated points was fast enough. In the blink of an eye, Lin Moyu had been in the time room for 1,000 days, and 100 days had passed in the outside world. 1,000 days had consumed 100,000 accumulated points. Chu Kao, as a service staff, was in a very good mood, and her smile was even brighter. 100,000 accumulated points. She could get a 1 commission, which was 1,000 accumulated points. For her, who only had level 1 authority, 1,000 accumulated points was a huge sum of money. On this day, the door of time room No. 9 opened, and Lin Moyu walked out. 100 days had passed in the outside world, and 1,000 days in the time room, nearly 3 years. This was also the longest Lin Moyu had cultivated since his profession transfer. Cultivation knows no years, which was exactly the case. The rule of time was very magical, and at the same time, very fair. He had been in the time room for 3 years, and his bone age had also increased by 3 years. Now if he went for a check, he would really be 31 years old, not 28 anymore. Even so, a 31-year-old super god level 9 was enough to scare people. In 1,000 days, Lin Moyu continuously comprehended the rule of immortality. With a concrete rule as a reference, Lin Moyu's cultivation speed was extremely fast, and his cultivation level rose step by step. Finally, after 1,000 days, he had been promoted to super god level 9. And his rule proficiency had also reached 9. Just one more step, reaching 10, and he could step into the true god realm. Now in the eyes of others, Lin Moyu was a peak super god, but he knew his own strength. To say that he was invincible in the super god realm was not an exaggeration. Even an ordinary level 3 or 4 true god, he could defeat and kill, and at least fight on par with a level 5 super god. Returning to the time-cherishing hall, it was still deserted. Besides the service staff Chu Kao, there was no one else. Chu Kao saw Lin Moyu and immediately ran over. "Senior Lin, you've come out of seclusion." Lin Moyu nodded. "It's been 100 days, so I came out." 100 days. Chu Kao was a little stunned. Only then did she understand. The 100 days Lin Moyu mentioned was 100 days in the real world. Lin Moyu found it strange and asked, "Is there a problem?" Chu Kao quickly shook her head. "No problem. No problem at all. I thought the 100 days Senior Lin mentioned was 100 days in the time room. Fortunately, I didn't go and disturb you." During this period, Chu Kao had wanted to go and call Lin Moyu several times, but fortunately she held back. Lin Moyu didn't mind and smiled. "It's fine. Even if you disturbed me, it's fine. Alright, I should go too." Chu Kao acknowledged. "I'll see you out, Senior Lin." To this big customer who had helped her earn 1,000 accumulated points, and was also easy to talk to, not arrogant at all, Chu Kao had a very good impression. She obediently led the way until she saw Lin Moyu off the planet before returning, a little regret in her eyes. After all, a good customer like this was rare. After coming out, Lin Moyu sent a message to Rinkan. Rinkan immediately replied, saying he was in Star System No. 50. Lin Moyu was a little stunned. This fool had gone to Star System No. 50, which meant his authority had been raised from level 2 to level 3. But what was this fool doing in Star System No. 50? Lin Moyu didn't think much, and also went to Star System No. 50, which was an intermediate star system. Vermilion Bird Star System No. 50 was much more prosperous than a low-level star system. Even the nearest Vermilion Bird Star System No. 51 was far inferior. There was a fundamental difference between a low-level star system and an intermediate star system. For an ordinary low-level star system to be promoted, it needed to meet many conditions. One of them was that a god venerable must appear. In addition, there were some other conditions. Just the condition of a god venerable alone blocked most low-level star systems. The intermediate star system was bustling with people, very lively. Here one could easily see true gods, and there were also quite a few god kings. Super god level 9s were also as common as clouds. After arriving, Lin Moyu received Rinkun's message. He had just submitted a mission. Lin Moyu met him in front of the mission center. Rinkun had not only raised his authority to level 3, but his strength had also risen to super god level 7. Seeing Lin Moyu, Rinkun exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Oh my god, you've reached the peak of the super god realm." He knew Lin Moyu had mastered a rule domain, so once he reached super god level 9, he could be called a peak super god, his strength far surpassing an ordinary super god level 9. Lin Moyu asked, "Why did you come to Star System No. 50? Rinkun said, "To watch the excitement." "Watch the excitement?" Lin Moyu was a little stunned. "What excitement is there to watch?" Rinkun said, "Didn't you notice there are a lot of people here?" Lin Moyu looked around. There were indeed more people than the last time he came, but he hadn't thought of anything else. Just simply thought that an intermediate star system should have more people. Rinkun pointed to the sky. "There are even more people in the cosmos." Lin Moyu asked, "What excitement are they here to see?" "People from the Buddhist clan are coming to discuss Buddhism and give sermons with us," Rinkun said in a low voice. Lin Moyu was a little stunned. He had heard of the Buddhist clan. As far as he knew, among the countless races in the great world, the Buddhist clan was a rather special race. They advocated not competing with the world, only occupying a corner of the cosmos and not fighting with other races. But their strength was very strong. Normally, other races would not dare to provoke them casually. The relationship between the human race and the Buddhist clan could not be said to be good, nor could it be said to be bad. At least the two sides had never had any fierce conflicts. In the world of his previous life, There was a religion called Buddhism. Lin Moyu didn't know if the Buddhism of his previous life had anything to do with the Buddhist clan of the Great World. Lin Moyu asked, "What is discussing Buddhism and giving sermons?" Rincon said, "It seems you don't know anything about the Buddhist clan. Now that you have level 3 authority, you should be able to view the information of the Buddhist clan. Different authorities can also view different information." Lin Moyu had viewed the information once when he had level 1 authority, and even bought some information. The soul garment was refined at that time. After that, he was too busy and had continuous things to do, so he hadn't had time to look at the information carefully. Lin Moyu asked, "When will the Buddhist clan arrive?" Rincon calculated. "Probably in a few days, but the Dharma altar has already been set up in the cosmos. Let's go and see." Lin Moyu said, "All right, let's go and see." A huge Dharma altar stood in the cosmos. Starting from a distance of 1,000 meters from the Dharma altar, there were many human cultivators surrounding it in all directions. Among the human cultivators, those closest to the Dharma altar were all god kings, followed by true gods and super gods. The order of distance was arranged according to cultivation level, in a clear and orderly manner. At this time, there were still 3 days until the discussion of Buddhism and giving of sermons. Lin Moyu and Rincon chose a position far away to observe. Rincon looked left and right. For him, this was really just watching the excitement. Lin Moyu looked at the information about the Buddhist clan. With level 3 authority, he could view more information, including a part about the Buddhist clan. The Buddhist clan was indeed a special race. They not only formed their own clan, but also accepted all races. In the Buddhist clan, it was called taking refuge. As long as one took refuge in the Buddhist clan, one could become a member of the Buddhist clan and be protected by them. Even if one was hunted by other races, even if one's crimes were heinous, as long as one took refuge in the Buddhist clan, they would be protected. In the Buddhist clan, the most frequently mentioned sentence was drop the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The objects of refuge for the Buddhist clan were many, regardless of race, they almost never refuse. Unlike the human race, which was all human, and the demon clan, which was all demon. In the Buddhist clan, there were humans, demons, stone clan, bull-headed clan, and so on. Most of the races in the Great World could be found in the Buddhist clan. It could also be said that the Buddhist clan was a mixed race. Over time, even they themselves didn't know which race they came from. All who joined the Buddhist clan called themselves members of the Buddhist clan, and had no more connection with their original race. And the way the Buddhist clan divided realms was also different from other races. The super god realm was called Vajra in their mouths. The true god and god king realms were Arhat and Bodhisattva respectively. The god venerable realm could be called Buddha. It was said that the strongest person in the Buddhist clan was called the Buddha ancestor, even stronger than the god venerable realm. He compared the Buddhist clan with the Buddhism in the world of his previous life, and found that the two had many things in common. It seemed that the ideology of the Buddhist clan was very widespread. Even the lesser world in the human race was affected, and even formed Buddhism. The Buddhist clan constantly spread their theories to the outside world. All beings are equal. No killing, love, peace. Moreover, they would also go to various clans to spread the Buddhist dharma periodically. This was the origin of discussing Buddhism and giving sermons. Over countless years, the Buddhist clan had come an unknown number of times. The longest interval was 180 years, and the shortest was a few dozen years. This time, it had been more than 300 years since the last visit. The longer the interval, the larger the scale of the discussion and sermon would be. Rincon whispered, "I heard that this time the Buddhist clan will travel across the 4 major star fields, over 100 star systems, and hold over 100 discussions and sermons, lasting for 10 years. Lin Moyu acknowledged and continued to look at other information related to the Buddhist clan. Lin Moyu was very interested in this race. Rincon continued, "I don't know how many people will be bewitched by the Buddhist clan this time." Bewitched? Lin Moyu looked over with some confusion. Rincon explained, "I also heard from the elders in my family. Every time the Buddhist clan discusses Buddhism and gives sermons, they will take away a group of people. These people leave the human race, join the Buddhist clan, and become members of the Buddhist clan." Lin Moyu frowned. The high-level humans don't care. Such a blatant snatching of people from the human race. Doesn't the human race care? And they're snatching cultivators. Lin Moyu didn't believe the high-level humans wouldn't care. It could only be said that there was probably a deeper reason. Rincon shook his head. It seems they don't care. Moreover, every time the Buddhist clan comes to discuss Buddhism and give sermons, those great figures all agree. Lin Moyu guessed there must be a reason. but he just didn't know it yet. Ring Kun continued, the Buddhist clan not only snatches people from our human race, but also from other races. This has led to their numbers increasing, and the starfields they occupy also expanding a bit. The strange thing is that other races also have no reaction. Lin Moyu pondered. Not only the human race did not react, but other races also did not react, letting the Buddhist clan snatch people. It seemed there was really a problem inside. Lin Moyu continued to look at the information about the Buddhist clan. The records about the Buddhist clan were not many, mostly just descriptions. Lin Moyu quickly finished reading, but did not find an answer. Thinking about it, he only had level 3 authority. The information he could view was only primary, so of course he couldn't find the answer. There was still some time before the discussion and sermon. Lin Moyu looked at other information. He liked reading very much. By viewing the information, he could also learn more about the human race and the entire great world. The more information he read, the deeper his understanding of the great world became. Time passed unconsciously, and Ring Kun's voice sounded in his ear. The people from the Buddhist clan have arrived. Lin Moyu shifted his attention to where Ren Kun was pointing. A golden light flew from far to near. The speed looked slow but was actually very fast. The sound of a dragon's roar echoed in his soul. Lin Moyu's pupils shrank slightly. He saw a divine dragon covered in golden light flying in the cosmos. On its back was a magnificent Buddhist hall. A divine dragon as a mount. Lin Moyu couldn't help but be surprised. A divine dragon was the highest level in the dragon clan, yet the Buddhist clan used a divine dragon as a mount, carrying a Buddhist hall and flying in the western sky. If the dragon clan knew, he suddenly thought and immediately realized something was wrong. The Buddhist clan dared to be so ostentatious, even using a divine dragon as a mount and carrying a Buddhist hall. How could the dragon clan not know? This showed that the dragon clan had tacitly agreed. Only then did he remember the information he had just read. The Buddhist clan had the 8 legions of heavenly dragons, one of which was the dragons. At that time, he hadn't thought that the dragons here were the dragon clan. Lin Moyu asked in a low voice, did the Buddhist clan also take divine dragons from the dragon clan before? Rin Kun was not very sure. Maybe. After all, the elders in my family said the Buddhist clan has all races. Almost every race outside can be found in the Buddhist clan, with only one exception. Which race? The insectoid clan. Lin Moyu was surprised. The Buddhist clan had all races, but was missing the insectoid clan. Was it because the insectoid clan was very special? Ring Kong said again, I heard a few days ago that the dragon clan seems to have fought with the insectoid clan. Why did they fight? I heard that the insectoid clan took the corpses of the dragon clan as puppets, which was discovered by the dragon clan. This was considered the greatest humiliation to the dragon clan, so they fought. Rin Kun's words made Lin Moyu think of the deep space in the lesser world, where the insectoid clan occupied the corpses of the dragon clan. Although it was just giant dragons, the giant dragons also felt greatly humiliated. He had told Antares about this later. Antares was also very angry. Lin Moyu guessed if Antares had passed the news back to the dragon clan. He had no doubt that Antares had this ability. If that was the case, he felt the Buddhist clan was even more terrifying. The dragon clan could go to war with the insectoid clan over corpses, but the Buddhist clan took away their divine dragons, and the dragon clan tacitly agreed. The vigilance in his heart was immediately raised to the highest level. The dragon's roar sounded again, and the divine dragon had carried the Buddhist hall to the Dharma altar. Amitabha. A Buddhist chant echoed throughout the cosmos. The soul sound came like a huge wave, and the entire cosmos rumbled. The originally slightly noisy cosmos immediately became quiet. Everyone present, their eyes slightly dazed, lost focus. This Buddhist chant was very strange. Except for those in the cosmos and those on the planet, no one else heard anything. Such precise sound positioning also showed the opponent's control over power, extremely exquisite. The cosmos was silent for a while. Lin Moyu frowned. He sensed a strange power from that sound. The sound contained a special rule, trying to enter his soul. Although the rule was small, it was very tenacious, constantly hitting the crystal wall outside the soul. The crystal wall rumbled, blocking the invasion of the rule. Through the collision of the rule, Lin Moyu could deduce that the level of the rule was very high, at least a tier 2 rule, and also a top tier rule in tier 2. The rule carried a strong bewitching power, as if it could bewitch people's hearts. Lin Moyu, based on his own feelings and looked at everyone's reaction, finally came to this conclusion. The vigilance in Lin Moyu's heart became even stronger. He reached out and gently patted Rin Kun beside him, shouting softly, "Wake up." Rin Kun was startled, and his eyes immediately regained focus and became clear. Rinkan felt a chill in his heart, and his face also turned pale. What happened? In that instant, I wanted to join the Buddhist clan. Lin Mui transmitted his voice. Their Buddhist chant contains a bewitching power that will affect others. But as long as your will is firm enough, you can eventually break free. As soon as Lin Mui finished speaking, people in the cosmos began to wake up. The first to wake up were the God Kings. One by one, the God Kings woke up. Whether early or late, it basically represented the strength of their will and soul. But there were nearly 1 million people in the cosmos, and not everyone could be like Lin Mui, completely unaffected. Matafa. Another Buddhist chant sounded. It was coming again. Lin Mui didn't expect the opponent to launch a second wave. He was a little angry in his heart, but he immediately felt something was wrong. All those who hadn't woken up after this Buddhist chant had all woken up and returned to normal. A laugh rang out in the cosmos. Buddha Kong Wen has come from afar. Lin is a bit remiss for the delayed reception. Space was slightly distorted, and another person suddenly appeared on the Dharma altar. Lin Tang, the Star Master of Star System No. 50. Lin Moyu had met Lin Tang once, and had a pretty good impression of him. Long time no see, Don or Lin, are you well? A loud voice sounded, and Buddha Kong Wen slowly flew out of the Buddhist hall and stood in front of Lin Tang. Buddha was the title in the Buddhist clan, which was actually the god who venerable realm in the great world. Lin Tang was the Star Master of Star System No. 50 and also had a god venerable cultivation, qualified to be on par with Buddha Kong Wen. Buddha Kong Wen was clearly an old acquaintance of Lin Tang. The two smiled and talked happily, greeting each other, the atmosphere very harmonious. But what surprised Lin Mui was that Buddha Kong Wen was actually a human. He didn't expect a god venerable of the human race to join the Buddhist clan. This surprised him very much. He didn't know if he joined the Buddhist clan before becoming a god venerable or became a god venerable Buddha after joining the Buddhist clan. While Lin Tang and Buddha Kong Wen were reminiscing, the cosmos was extremely quiet. The god venerable auras of the two naturally emanated, suppressing the whole field, and the world became extremely quiet. Even the flames of the distance seemed to weaken a bit. The divine dragon carrying the Buddhist hall came and coiled up its body, lying quietly on the Dharma altar without moving. After a while, Lin Tang and Buddha Kong Wen finished their conversation. Lin Tang glanced at the cosmos, and his slow voice sounded. This discussion of Buddhism and giving of sermons will be presided over by Buddha Kong Wen of the Buddhist clan. Buddha Kong Wen has a god venerable cultivation. Although he is preaching the Buddhist Dharma, all dharmas return to the same source. He can listen carefully. Remember, do not speak, do not interrupt in the middle. If anyone does not want to listen, please leave automatically. If anyone has an epiphany, during the listening process, do not be noisy, do not disturb others. This discussion and sermon will begin in 1 day. Please wait quietly. After speaking, Lin Tang slowly stepped aside, but the huge Dharma altar was for Buddha Kong Wen. Buddha Kong Wen chanted another Buddhist chant and pointed at the Buddhist hall on the back of the divine dragon. The Buddhist hall rumbled, and then emitted a dazzling light. The entire Buddhist hall left the body of the divine dragon and came to the Dharma altar. The Buddhist hall emitted a brilliant golden light, sparkling. In the golden light, 18 arhats holding various weapons flew out and stood in different positions on the Dharma altar, forming a Buddhist formation. Renkan whisper, this is the 18 arhats grand formation, a very famous formation in the Buddhist clan. Lin Moyu had also seen the 18 arhats grand formation in the information. It was said that the grand formation formed by 18 God King level Buddhist arhats was enough to resist a god venerable, a very strong formation. But Lin Moyu also saw that the 18 arhats on the Dharma altar at this time were not real people, but condensed by the Buddhist clan using some means. He didn't know how powerful it was, but the momentum was very strong, and it was beautiful enough to scare people. The divine dragon was still coiled in the air, its eyes had closed as if it had fallen asleep. A lotus platform appeared at Buddha Kong Wen's feet. The lotus platform had 12 petals, called a 12-grade lotus platform. The lotus platform was the most common magic weapon of the Buddhist clan, used for fighting and traveling, both very useful. The level of the lotus platform could be directly judged by the number of petals. The 12-grade lotus platform was already at the god venerable level. Buddha Kong Wen sat quietly on the lotus platform, his hands clasped in front of his chest, forming a Buddhist seal, and waited with his eyes closed. 1 day passed, and people continued to come. It was originally a scale of 1 million people, but now it had doubled. The cosmos was full of people. Lin Moyu and Ran Kang continuously retreated, and they could no longer even see Buddha Kong Wen. Lin Moyu pulled Rin Kun back, retreating straight to the outermost circle of the crowd. Rin Kun asked, "Are we retreating too far?" Lin Moyu didn't think so. "It's fine. You can just listen with your ears, you don't need to look at him. Also, when you listen, your will must be firm, don't be bewitched. If you can't stand it, retreat. Otherwise, if you take refuge and join the Buddhist clan, it won't be easy to play." Rin Kun was half understanding. "Can it still be like this?" Lin Moyu nodded. "It's possible." He analyzed based on what he saw and felt that Buddha Kongwen might use that kind of rule when discussing Buddhism and giving sermons. Once one's will weakened, it would be very easy to be bewitched and have the thought of taking refuge in the Buddhist clan. Lin Moyu even suspected that every time they discussed Buddhism and gave sermons, those who took refuge were those whose wills were not firm enough. As long as the will was firm enough and the soul was strong enough, one would not be affected. Why did the human race not stop it? According to his analysis, those with weak wills would find it difficult to achieve great things. This kind of person was useless. If the Buddhist clan liked them, let them take them. The human race actively gave up a group of people, let them take refuge in the Buddhist clan, and leave the human race. It sounded cruel, but the truth was like that. It wasn't that the human race was cruel, but that the great world was too cruel, too realistic. If you were not strong, you would die. One day later, amidst a Buddhist chant, the discussion of Buddhism and giving of sermons officially began. More than 2 million cultivators had gathered here, ranging from the super god realm to the god king realm. All dharmas returned to the same source. Although the Buddhist dharma of the Buddhist clan was different from the human race, they could learn from each other and also gain a lot from it. The Buddha's light shone universally. The golden light of the Buddha's light obscured the light of the illuminating the entire star system. The cosmos was filled with Buddha's light, and the golden light sparkled, but on the planet, everything was as usual. Ordinary people could not see the Buddha's light at all. Lin Moyu narrowed his eyes. His eyes were bright. He knew that the Buddha's light was actually a kind of illusion, the light of the soul. What was seen was not real. If there was no Buddha in the heart, one could not see the Buddha's light. What is Buddha? Buddha is the one who delivers all sentient beings. Nothing, not nothing, full is empty. Each sentence spoken from Buddha Kongwen's mouth seemed to have a great truth, moving the great world's rule, stirring up thousands of ripples in the cosmos. His mouth seemed to shine, and in the cosmos, it was as if countless golden lights were falling. In the cosmos, a peerless Buddha ancestor faintly appeared. The Buddha ancestor was boundless, occupying the cosmos as if larger than the star system. He was majestic, ancient, and desolate, making people have the thought of kneeling. Countless people heard the Buddha's sound, either closing their eyes as if drunk, or their eyes losing focus and immersed in it. Rin Kun was the same. Although Lin Moyu had warned him to have a firm will and not be bewitched by the Buddha's sound, knowing was one thing, and doing was another. He couldn't resist the Buddha's sound of Buddha Kongwen at all. Only a few god kings, although they were listening to the sermon, their eyes were still clear, and they were not moved at all. Lin Tang stood in the cosmos, his eyes sweeping across the scene, a look of satisfaction on his face. He showed a look of appreciation for those god kings with clear eyes. Then he saw Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also had clear eyes. When he saw Lin Moyu also saw him. Lin Tang nodded to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu also smiled in response. Lin Tang knew that Lin Moyu had a fourth-grade soul and would naturally not be affected by the Buddha's sound. It seems little friend Lin is not interested in this discussion of Buddhism and giving of sermons. Lin Moyu suddenly received a voice transmission from Lin Tang. Lin Moyu smiled. "I have my own Tao." Lin Tang laughed. "Good. Persist in your own Tao, not bewitched by external Taos." Little friend Lin's thought is very correct, but sometimes listening to the sound of external Taos may also guide oneself, which is not a bad thing. Lin Moyu suddenly asked, "Why does Star Master allow the Buddhist clan to come to our human race to discuss Buddhism and give sermons? I heard that they take away many people from the human race each time." Lin Moyu had his own speculation, but speculation was just speculation, and it might not be the correct answer. With Lin Tang's status, he would definitely know a lot, and maybe he could get some information from it. Lin Tang smiled. "Regarding this matter, with your authority, you are not yet qualified to know. I know you will have many speculations, which may be right or wrong, but you don't need to care. This is the decision of those great figures. You, including me, can only obey." Lin Moyu said softly, "This junior understands. Thank you, Star Master, for your guidance." Although Lin Tang did not give Lin Moyu an answer, he also revealed some information, which happened to coincide with Lin Moyu's speculation. The Buddhist clan came to the human race to discuss Buddhism and give sermons, causing a part of the human race to take refuge in the Buddhist clan and leave the human race. This was decided by the high-level humans. It was true that he was not qualified to know the specific reason. In fact, what if he knew? He didn't have the ability to manage it either. Lin Tang had been very polite to him. If it were someone else, Lin Tang would definitely not care. Lin Moyu did not ask further. When his authority was higher and his strength was strong enough in the future, the current mysteries would naturally be solved. Discussing Buddhism and giving sermons, the short ones lasted for a few days, and the long ones for a month. During this period, people would still come, but not many would leave. Lin Tang had also said that they could learn from each other. Although Lin Moyu persisted in his own Tao, it was fine to listen. Besides, the Frieren Khan beside him was completely immersed in it, so he still had to watch over him a little. Gradually, Lin Moyu felt the specialness of the discussion and sermon. Any rule in the great world could not be spoken in words or recorded on paper. Everyone needed to comprehend the rule themselves. But Buddha Kong Wen was talking endlessly. He integrated the concept of the Buddhist clan with the great world's rule, explaining it in a strange way so that the listeners could draw experience and gain some understanding of the rule. Moreover, he did not talk about a specific rule, but more about an abstract concept. In just 2 days, some people had begun to comprehend, and the aura on their bodies had changed a little, becoming stronger and stronger. Lin Moyu also found that some people used the discussion and sermon to resist the Buddha's sound and train their will. From this aspect alone, the Buddhist clan's discussion and sermon had many benefits for the human race. In the blink of an eye, the discussion and sermon had been going on for 5 days. Buddha Kongwen still had no intention of stopping. The golden light in the cosmos was still falling continuously, and the Buddha's sound was also getting stronger and stronger. The virtual image of the Buddha ancestor was also becoming more and more huge. When the sermon entered the 7th day, Buddha Kongwen's tone changed a little. This change was very subtle, and most people almost couldn't hear it. Lin Tang heard it, and was a little suspicious but said nothing. The moment Buddha Kongwen's tone changed, Lin Moyu suddenly trembled. Outside his spiritual world, 10,000 Buddha's lights suddenly appeared, illuminating the spiritual world. Take refuge in the Buddha ancestor and gain eternal life. Take refuge in the Buddha ancestor, immeasurable lie. Take refuge in the Buddha ancestor. No sorrow. No grief. Buddha's chants echoed in the spiritual world. The Buddha's lights were like giant hands, patting the spiritual world, trying to enter, but were blocked by the crystal wall. Lin Moyu's soul opened its eyes. Is this trying to make me take refuge? At this moment, his soul and body were completely separated, and the soul temporarily lost control of the body. He knew this was all Buddha Kongwen's doing, and he didn't know if this was only aimed at him or at everyone. Lin Moyu's eyes became fierce.